respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. Welcome along once again to the Regional Aureas Series 2 of the European Edition. Ted, you're going to be alongside me once again. I'm really excited to actually get going on today's action because, we're through all the opening games now, and now the games really mean something because we're going to have some elimination games and then we're going to have some more games to see who are going to be the first few teams advancing into the playoffs. And it should be a pretty exciting day all in all.
It should be, right? As you pointed out, opening matchups, always nice to see which team is in what shape, what current form, and what they're going to show us when it comes down to their opening endeavors in the tournament. But now we go into obviously we have four groups, all of them GSL format, I guess you could say, because you are just playing two best of threes, and you're looking after two wins, pretty much. You might be playing three if you lose your first. With that being said, though, we're going to take a look at the schedule for today, Jack. And as you pointed out, we're starting things off with the losers matchups. Obviously, we have the Nine Pandas taking on the Alliance. It's going to be our first game of the day. Then we're going to keep it up with the Ukrainians taking on the Finns in Bait versus Havu. Then we're going to have Sango versus Nemiga, which is a winners matchup, and another winners matchup is Zero Tenacity versus Parry Vision. So, yeah, a lot to unveil. We're going to say goodbye to two teams, and we're going to see the first two teams to qualify for the playoffs. Exciting times.
Yeah, really exciting times, man. I'm looking forward to today's action. I'm looking forward to see how Group A is going to round out as well. And of course, that's where we're going to be starting off our day. Not in the winners game, that is coming later on, but we are focusing on that Nine Pandas Alliance game, which has a little bit of exciting news. I say exciting news, a little bit of different news, I suppose, going into this game in terms of the roster that Nine Pandas are going to be fielding, and that is that they are going to be playing with their coach instead of Seized, which is a little bit disappointing in terms of, this is an elimination game. You want the full five. We kind of got to see Nine Pandas, in a close game, I would say, against Sangha. I think they were maybe unfortunate at times. I think Sangha were the better team overall, but it was still a very close series. And now it just looks like they're going to be playing at, a little bit of disadvantage because Zoma, this is going to be his first CS2 official. He hasn't been an active player since, 2020, and he hasn't played an actual official on HLTV since, I believe, March of last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely. You pointed out he stood in for one game in ESCA last year, and you open his HOTV profile as a player, you're gonna stumble across some games that he's had to stand in for his team, but then, as you pointed out, the last proper team that he actually played HOTV officials with was EPG, and you remember EPG, and that wasn't the EPG family that a lot of you are gonna associate it with. We're not talking Nickelback, we're not talking Alien, we're talking way back. We're talking 2018, 2019 times with EPG. So it has been a while since Zoma has played official games. And then I feel like the fact that Nine Pandas have lost their last six best of threes in a row is not really helping, right? They haven't won their map pick in those six games still, right? Even though they've been able to pick up a map here and there, losing their map picks, losing six best of threes in a row, and now having to play with your coach in an elimination game is surely not going to put you in the best spot. On the other side, though, we have a Swedish lineup that's not in the best scenery, that hasn't been overly joyful with their results recently either, losing 4 out of their last 5 games. But Jack, the Alliance today has a great opportunity to finally put an end to that losing streak and get a most important victory on under their belt.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be the one to come out and say it. If Alliance don't get a victory here, there's going to be some serious questions asked of them. And that's nothing against Nine Pandas, but against playing against a Nine Pandas team that are missing C's, they're just playing with their coach. You know, you should be taking this game every day of the week if you're Alliance. And if you don't, then the eyebrow has to be raised, fingers have to be pointed, and we have to kind of come to a conclusion of why this team isn't getting the results that maybe a lot of people are expecting. Because this team, it is a good team on paper, man. It looks like a good team. They've got a bunch of good players, but something doesn't seem right. Something still seems off. It seems like they're going through a massive identity crisis. We've had this conversation on broadcast before that, they need to kind of figure out who's going to be that star player, who's going to be put into those positions, who's going to step up when it is or time to be counted. And, so far, it hasn't really been anyone. It's been pretty disappointing, but that could all change today if they stay alive in this event. But it kind of comes down to the veto as well, because we'll have to see what maps we're going to be facing off on. Nuke and Vertigo straight away are going to be removed, and we are actually going to see an Anubis pick from Alliance. So they have deviated a little bit from early last year, or late last year, should I say, the last time they played Nine Pandas, where they did pick into an Ancient. It went horribly wrong. This time it's a decider. Overpass, the same for Nine Pandas. What are your thoughts going into this video?
I actually like it for the Alliance. I feel like, obviously, if you want to look at the HOTV statistics, you're going to spot out that the win rate isn't great for the side of the Alliance. This is because, again, of the majority games that they've been losing. But if you want to focus on actually the quantity of played maps, Anubis is one of their most played maps, right? It's a map that they've played 19 times so far this year. It's been looking all right, some mixed results, but then on the other side, you have a Nine Pandas that is off after losing 2 Anubises in a row. With the maximum amount of rounds that they were able to pick up in one of those games being 5. I think they were against 1-1 and Saw. So it does make complete sense. It is a punishment pick. Overpass for the Nine Pandas, I mean, it's just been a pretty default thing, right? We've mentioned the last 6 best of 3s that they've lost. They've picked Overpass in 4 of them. Unfortunately, haven't really been able to convert, though, and that has been a problem, right? The Nine Pandas have been really good at stealing away their opponent's map pick, starting on the so-called stronger side has been really well working for them. You're talking on Anubis, for example, starting on the T side, Nuke starting CT side. All of those maps have been working out for the Nine Pandas. But then when it comes down to that overpass conversion, it has been lacking and running away. They tried to switch it up, to be fair to them. They had one Engine in there, one Mirage in there. Didn't quite work out either, though, so they stick to what they know. I guess the fact that Zoma's replacing the IGL and not replacing one of the big stars is still giving you some sense of security in a way, right? Because he's going to be able to pretty much IGL, Puppet Master inside of the server and hope that everything works out. And if we go to a third and final map, I mean, up to that point, I would be really impressed if the Nine Pandas are able to get it to distance. So we're going to see. But with that being said, though, Jack, we are moving into map, or jumping into map number 1, I should rather say. Alliance starting things off on the CT side, the Nine Pandas on T, and that's going to require some good performances from people like Glowin and Delatus and Disbalance if they want to compensate. But you know what? I'm in for a coach masterclass.
You never know,
Let's
man.
go, Zoma.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, he definitely has a wealth of experience, sitting, watching outside the server. But as you said,
imagine us speaking about that, and then we realize that Zoma's hobby is to actually play 3 hours of deathmatch every day, even though he's not actively playing.
Yeah, you never know.
It's like, yeah, I like to put on a Travis Scott tune and just shoot some heads for 3 hours. Is that how you play DM? What do you listen while you play DM?
Oh, I don't even know.
Nothing.
Nothing really, yeah. Just go in. It really depends what mood
and you
I'm
communicate.
in. Yeah,
one window.
Yeah. Always. Well, there's a lot of players swinging through camera right now, and Zoma is going to get the ball rolling for the T's. So already on the board, the coach, as they will take this A site. And now Clax waiting to cut off these rotations who are creeping their way through the water. He's found one, and now he's heard the second. Pleasant swinging in with the Julies, doing a lot of damage. Goes back to look for Clax, but Clax is just not going to move. Here comes the swing in towards the heavens in CT. Avid deals with both of them, deals with the flank of Clax as well, and now it's down to a 1 versus 1. Bowden even has a Zeus, but he will not get to even use his pistol. Won't get close. Delayed deletes him early on, and 9 Pandas come away with the pistol.
That's a big triple kill for the latest, right? Opening things up straight away. You get an opening kill courtesy of the coach of Zoma, and then you're able to hold on to the bomb side. It gets a little bit scrappy there in the moment that Clax gets the first kill. Obviously, it's the right play to just let the second player be and play for your life and let your A main companions take next point of contact. But then Pleasant ends up winning that fight. He turns around, wins the fight onto Clax too, but great work by Deletus, able to hold on. Nice effort by Avid too, in towards CT with that double, but the Alliance sadly won't be able to justify a full purchase, so we're just going to be watching a couple USPs. Triple nade, by the way. Excited to see where this one goes in. I mean, all three players with the nades are in towards that B bomb side, and by the looks of things, it could be an A play here for the 9 Pandas, so probably a readjustment required, but guess what? They're rotating away. We might get to see those nades in action after all.
Nades pinned, ready to go as soon as they spot Clax. If they're going to be able to spot him at all, that's Twist's job right now, just jiggling. And I mean, they're coming in, so once they feel any pressure at all, here come the HEs. And unfortunately, 9 Pandas weren't fully committing to that. It was just a jiggle, and they were trying to spot out that information, bait out that utility lovely, and bait the B site player out on his own. They're going to destroy him and Canal and try and beat Alliance, who are already rotating on over, but it should just be the rifles clearing this one up. Although the pistols are close, the util should still be there. And, well, Twist is going to be able to find a quick double, which might just change things. Glowing has got himself into a decent position at least, and he knows where Twist is.
20.
Still needs to find these kills. Yeah, you are running quite low on time, but the pistols with no armor, no match for those Khalils towards the late round, so no need to worry at all. 9 Pandas 2-0 up.
Yeah, that got quite tricky there for a second in the moment that the pistols get those 2 kills, but the 9 Pandas are able to slow it down and, as you pointed out, pick up the fights against the default pistols with no armor, which should always be a pretty easy task to clear up. Still, the Alliance get away with 2 kills. You're gonna be feeling alright with that outcome. And go for your first purchase of that CT side. 4 M4s, an MP9 for Robin. Let's not forget, this is their map pick. Of course, they are starting things off on the CT side, so no pressure, no rush to start it off perfectly. It would be a nice bonus. Unfortunately, though, Robin has already inhaled a massive nade. That took away, well, half of his HP pretty much, with just a single grenade.
First going round would make a massive difference to 9 Pandas' confidence if they're able to grab it here. Delayed is applying the pressure early on, straight up through Con. He's got a teammate right behind him. Glowing is going to be the man to find the entry here in this position with a quick double. Delayed is just going to stick to plant. They know Pleasant is somewhere towards the back of the site, and eventually they'll peek him and drop him. And 9 Pandas, even though they're playing with a standard, they're making this look quite easy early on, and Zoma's even getting in on the action, swinging for the kill, finding the frag. And Twist is going to try and get the save, but Zoma aggressive on the hunt. Twist could be in a little bit of trouble holding. Zoma is going to take him down. Now, I know we were saying, Ted, that Zoma, you know, he is a coach, and it's going to be difficult for 9 Pandas to probably play with him. But, you know, he was a decent player back in his day. You know, if some, especially that EPG lineup that you were talking about early on, and actually, you know, on that lineup, he was playing with some pretty big players. I mean, Nickelback, Yakinder, Elian, and Cree, I believe it was as well, way back in 2018.
Yeah, I mean, that lineup was a little bit awkward because it went through a lot of changes. One of those lineups that you're talking about is Drew. He played with Hooch too, by the way. So at one point, you had Nickelback, Hooch, and Zoma on the same team. Sounds like IGL galore, doesn't it? Coach galore too. But yeah, it was an interesting one. And you know what? Obviously, mechanically, he's not gonna be top notch, but he is the coach, which means that he is the IGL right now, and he's been doing a good job. Calls for the Nine Pandas, the start has been good, and also he knows all the Yuto, right? Because he's, well, probably knows a lot of it. So yeah, being a coach doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to be able to find impact in a game like that. And so far, he has been finding some impact in the form of kills, in the form of calls. It's just nice to see. But yeah, EPG is a throwback, man. It's 2018. He was a part of, what was it? It was Forza's Academy in even 2016, 2017. It was called something like Force Forever
FY.
Young,
Yeah,
something like that.
Forever
Yeah.
Young, I think.
Yeah, and he was playing with a couple names that they're not as recognizable as the ones that we already pointed out. I mean, we have Loeka, if you remember him from the Trident and Quasar days. There's another Russian name that you could recognize. But yeah, enough about Zoma and his early career as a player, as a coach. He's been doing a pretty good job, and his players, even with him in the server, have been playing really, really decent. Yeah, side this balance with a nice little double, make that a triple on the anti-eco. So it's a 4-0 start here for the T's. Not looking too bad. The latest on 5-1, glowing on 5-2. Of course, we require a lot more from glowing compared to what we saw in that opening game, right? Especially after that last chance qualifier to qualify for the major and that 1.47 rating in those games to qualify the Nine Pandas. Unfortunately, they couldn't attend, but he was peaking in those matchups, and we know what the ceiling is. So we want to see something that's even relatively close to it. It would still be pretty nice.
Alliance would feel a lot better if they're able to finally put some rounds on the board, but I mean, so far it's been a no contest. You can see Bowden early on looking for that opener. He's going to smoke deep towards canals. Deledes needs to be careful if he wants to try and cross, and he tries to crouch over safely, but Bowden can see just through the gap in the right side of that smoke. Still doesn't come away with all that much, and Nine Pandas, they're not deviating from their very slow play style. Usually they will just kind of wait around, see what happens, and leave it very late to get into a bomb site. We've seen it a lot versus Sangle. Sometimes went for them, but sometimes went against them, and that could be exactly where it is heading if we walk into an A bomb site stack. This is going to come down to if they can find the kills, and well, the entries need to be absolutely perfect here. Avid waiting to delay. The molly comes back. Zoma is the first player in. The trade needs to be found by Idis Balance, and it is delayed. He finds the site. They're not expecting twist, and well, they just do not deal with him. They can't turn around. They can't find him. 10 seconds of glowing. Needs to sprint to get into this site, but it's just too little too late. There's just not enough time left on the clock, and that's the risk you run. Sometimes rounds are going to go like that when you play like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're leaving it to the final couple seconds. You didn't really put too much pressure initially, and that's the reason that you still see the CTs had some Uto left, right? That Molotov in towards the camera makes things so much more uncomfortable. You have to smoke it off. You have to run through. At the end of the day, it was a little bit awkward there as well, because I feel like Glowing was too late to catch that middle rotation, so you saw that final player from the Nine Pandas actually turning around and thinking about that being a possibility. Double nade in towards the stairs. Should deal a whole lot of damage to Idis Balance, and yeah, a whole lot, being 99. He's a lucky man. That must have been the most accurate double nade ever.
I mean, it could be a lot worse. He could be one of the riflers that has to now wield the AWP, but because he just has the op, it mightn't come into fruition all that much. Sure, if he misses a bullet, he's gonna die, but if he's quick, you know, he might be able to get away with 1 or 2 kills. Bowden, not quick enough to react. Clax is going to peek him from the side he wasn't expecting. And that is a lovely entry. And yeah, I just balance 1 HP, still making it work. Pressing down over towards the B bomb site, but Alliance are making the correct adjustment.
Ooh, there's the kill though from Avid. This balance finally goes down. Avid gets spotted in towards Hunter, and he's going to fall back, but this is a little bit problematic. Means that Twist will have to fend off that push entirely on his own.
Oh, that's such horrible timing. Twist tried to get close in the smoke, pull his knife out, and just make sure that he was going to be covered. In the end, he was just spotted. To swing through. This is another 9 Pandas round. This is a horrible start for Alliance right now, because they have to save. If 9 Pandas want to go for the hunt, which you can see Zoma is going to be filling the boots there. He's going to be filling that role, looking for the exit kills if he can find them. And there's one, but not the second. But still, any damage is going to be good damage here to the CT economy.
Try and hunt him down.
Yeah, they're going to continue to run at him. I don't think Alliance, if they are saving, they're going to be giving a moment's respite. And yeah, that peak is never going to work out. Now you've lost all your weapons. 9 Pandas have a 5-1 lead. This is looking pretty desperate, to be honest.
It is starting to fall apart a little bit, right? I mean, it's still too early considering they're on the CT side, but the 9 Pandas have looked fairly comfortable. We're looking at a performance that's not really defined by the fact that you have a coach in the server. Of course, as we pointed out, it's a lot easier to make it work when the coach is replacing the IGL and not one of the star players, not one of the entries, or God forbid, the Oper. But in that situation, if you're the Alliance, nothing memorable has happened to you pretty much so far. You go into that Anubis. It has been a hit or miss for you recently. Some good performances in there, but you're looking at a 10-13 loss to the Miga in their opening game. A 13-3 victory over Eclot, which I think alongside the 13-7 against Zero Tenacity has encouraged them to keep on working on that map. And, you know, they have been able to put on some alright matchups every now and then. But on multiple occasions, they have been getting skill checked and outclassed on this map by teams like Bedboom, like Bleed, and the 9 Pandas are starting things off in pretty similar fashion. Even with the pistols, not able to do too much damage, perfectly executed. Flash sets up the latest for the opening kill, and now he's just holding for a rephase from a CT. Oh, you know what? I have a theory. Soma's got a good combo. A nice skin on the AK. This is not a person that's not actively playing the game. You remember all the times when we've had to cover a Sinners matchup and Tom Keys has had to step in. My man's rocking the default knife. Zoma's not a person that's not playing the game. Look at that. He is playing.
There's a difference between playing and playing, though.
Yeah, but if you're...
it
is
helps.
different if you're staying for 6 months and your mouse is just collecting dust and you're just watching, and if you're actually pugging, even if it's just pugs.
Yeah.
Because he knows the game. That's not the issue.
Oh, he does. That's not the issue. No. The mechanics was the real question mark.
Exactly.
But
so if you're... Technically, even if you're face-sitting, you're still doing something with your mechanics.
It is passing the eye test as of right now. It is still very early on, and everybody on 9 Pandas is playing well. We're seeing a performance from Glowing, we're seeing a performance from Deladies, and I just balance what you said that we needed to see so far.
Yeah, I'll do a research. I'll get on the case. I have found a face profile, and I want to make sure it's him before I say anything. I'm pretty certain it's not him.
Well, that's no good.
And I'm glad. No, I'm glad it's not him. Yeah, I'm glad because it's a level 6.
No, that's definitely not true. But anyway, actively, this game is getting away from Alliance. The pistol rounds obviously have not been close. The gun rounds pretty much the same. 9 Pandas, the only round that they lost was a round that they left it really late. Didn't really put too much pressure anywhere, as you said, Ted. And to be honest, could actually be put down to a little bit of a 9 Pandas misplay more than an Alliance misplay, or Alliance having a good round. Running into a 3-man A stack with 20 seconds left on the clock, not expecting the third A player, just a little bit of maybe a lapse of concentration from 9 Pandas. This is a lot quicker, as they are going to take control. They are going to put the pressure now. It's going to pull a rotate away from this B bomb site as the T's look to maybe back away here. Zoma and Delayed Ace are going to go back and at least pick up the bomb. They're going to leave Idis Balance posted up in middle to maybe cut off these rotations, or maybe wait for a peak to come his way, and he might get what he's after here, because Alliance, they don't want to just rest here for the moment. Avid is going to just peek at any given moment. Idis Balance, they're trapped in the corner, but he peeks wide, and Avid with a molly out is just going to go down. Idis Balance trapped in the smoke. He'll be lucky to get out of this one alive, but he does. Scampers away, drops into the canals, and now the B hit's about to happen.
Oh, and this is so big. Blessing goes down. Glowing. Oh my goodness. Doubles up through the smoke. Robin goes down too, and that B-bomb site crumbles. Boden and Twist have to hold on, have to try and keep those M4s going forward. But the 9 Pandas get a 7 round. And once again, as you pointed out, Idis Balance gets away from middle somehow. But it's a big re-maneuver in towards the B-bomb site. And the cookie crumbles, glowing with monster entries coming out of B main. And so far, the names that we've been talking about, they've been providing kill output, right? We mentioned the latest, we mentioned Glowing, both of them currently sitting on 10 kills apiece. Even looking for the hunt here. Zoma spotting Boden. Gonna lose the first fight, but at this point, if you're the 9 Pandas, you don't really care about the cash, you don't really care about the money, you just want to take those guns out of the hands of the CTs. That could be a big difference maker. Boden Master does enough to at least guarantee that himself and his companion will stay alive, but this is already starting to look pretty dire for the Alliance. They have enough to go for it again, even though it's going to be without the AVP for Boden. Those are worrying signs on Anubis. On your own map pick.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. This is an Alliance map pick right now, and you're 7-1 down versus 9 Pandas, who,
by the way,
it's
almost
a great
played
map for
4
them.
pucks on the 11th of April. And he is 2400 elo. Did my research.
So you're still actively playing the game, is what you're saying.
Well, I'm not sure how much necessarily he's been pugging, but on the 11th he played 4 games, so he's probably pugging every now and then. So yeah, he is playing.
Just tries to creep in the corner. That's a lovely refrag from Clax here, and 9 Pandas on these entries has just been great. Alliance are already calling the save. This round is looking done, and to be honest, Ted, this first half is looking just over for me. Alliance have given me absolutely zero reason to be fully confident in their ability to stop what 9 Pandas are throwing at them. The game plan is working out wonderfully for 9 Pandas, and they just look a head and shoulders above Alliance right now, even lacking seized, even without their leader, without their IGL. They are just dominating the server. And Alliance, to be honest, they look a little bit hopeless at times. They need to be able to stop these hits, but they just can't at all. Flash in, this could go from bad to worse right now as Glowing finds that kill. Robin needs to try and get away with his life to keep the money up. I believe he will be able to. Yeah, that's a good kill, at least to hold on to that M4. But still, your money is absolutely in the bin if you're Alliance. Once again, you're not going to really be able to, you know, purchase too much util on one player. It's still a solid buy, but you need something to change.
Yeah, it's not, the money's not the issue, right? Because you have the loss bonus stacking up, but you gotta find something to work out. I wanted to highlight the 9 Pandas have been switching up the pace fairly nicely, right? The previous round was a good change of pace. contrasting with the really slow and methodical rounds that we saw before that. That was a straight up A execute. Apparently, just catches the Alliance off guard, and this is the change that we talked about.
Yeah, but Bowden has already been tagged down to 27 HP, so he wanted to go aggressive. He's already been tagged low. And look at Nine Pandas, they're already accelerating through middle. Delaydays has got a wonderful timing. If he walks on A, I mean, he'll get a free kill. Avid will be down, but he might find that onto Bowden instead. And yet, there it is. That's the frag that they were after. Glowing spots out that aggression from Robin. Plesson's in trouble. He can't cross back right now. He needs some assistance, but Twist is a little bit wider, a little bit too far away as of right now. Zoma is going to fall at least, and Plesson is doing a whole load of damage. And Delaydays is just sitting ready and waiting. Drops Twist. Idispan's in the meantime finds the frag as well. And Alliance, it's falling apart once again. This should be a 9-1 lead. I don't expect Avid to go for this.
Yeah, it's in the dust. It's all dust and ashes. And now this is really scary. I mean, when it's CT side Anubis, you kind of want to give them some room to breathe, right? Even if they're down 1-4, 1-5, 1-6, even 1-7 at times is salvageable when you're talking about it. We've seen a lot of teams recover later on. You pick up one round that suddenly just triggers a bit of a streak for you. You get 3-4 rounds until the end of the half. 4, of course, would be ideal. But in that situation, we could be realistically looking at double digits for the 9 Pandas, maybe even more than that. We're going to take a look at it. What makes it even more disappointing is the fact that the T's wanted to go in towards the stacked bomb site, and they did commit towards the stacked bomb site. Delaydays catches a big gap in towards middle. Great reaction onto that aggression that you spot out towards the canals. Delaydays gets that kill. There's 3 more CTs in towards that B bomb site. They push in towards main. They get away with 2 kills, but they just fall down, and Delaydays even dropping Twist here. That was a nasty headshot. At this point, even if you have the right call, even if you have the right idea, you're just falling apart, not being able to collect the kills. The 9 Pandas are on fire. But if you're not contextualizing on fire as in winning 5 rounds in a row, they have been on fire for quite a while now.
AG lined up, but nobody home. 9 Pandas have been quite elusive in their game plan. They've put nobody over towards middle. This is going to be a fast B split through the connector area as Delaydays tries to go close. Oh, Plesson gets caught in a horrible timing, tries to turn away from a flashbang and ends up just going down. The refrag is perfect. Robin can only come away with 1, and Bowden is close, but he's going to have to risk going through a smoke, and now he's been heard. Oh, but he still manages to find the kill. Zoma comes back to deal with him, and now it's just a double B main flank, which is being held by an Opper. Idisbalance misses the first shot and will try to get away, but won't be so lucky. Now we've got a 2 versus 2. This is definitely a winnable round right now for Alliance, but that smoke is going to make things difficult. The extender to make their way out. Zoma is going to play close. This is absolutely perfect from him right now as Glowing applies the pressure. Twist panicking a little bit, looking left and right. Absolutely no idea where Zoma has gotten himself off to, and eventually he's just going to have to give this one up. Great job by Glowing to just fend them off, and Zoma will even get the final kill of the round. Needs to be careful. Won't go down to the bomb. We'll save that AWP. It wouldn't have mattered. Their money is in a fantastic position, and so are they. They're 10-1 up, and who am I to say that they're not going to get 11?
I mean, in our defense, we found out about the roster change 5 minutes before the start of the game. We didn't know that Tomo was playing the game, but he has been great. The thing is, he's been doing a good job, but as we pointed out, he's just fitting in the structure really nicely, and if he gives the right calls, he knows the nades. He's just being the IGL. When you have players like Glowing, like Idisbalance, and Delaydays firing on high cylinders, I mean, Klax is the highest rated player and has been the highest rated player of that team for some time now, and he doesn't even have to do much. Everyone else is just firing and being able to compensate Delaydays with a great refrag, but finally the CT is showing some signs of life. Aggression in towards the canals works out, but now the T's have started to realize that could have weakened the B bomb side, and they're on the right path to success. Plesson is the first one in line, and he's just holding the cross, but might not be able to stop that bomb from going down.
Yeah, especially being smoked off. Oh, that thing is good, though. Zoma. Won't actually fall. He'll get the bomb down. He'll get away. They need to be careful of Avid, though. This position is very dangerous. Soma might not see it coming either. Idis Balance being tagged up. Soma on the jump up at least gives an early warning sign to Idis Balance, who turns around and dispatches of one and a second as well. It's down to Bowden. No kit right now. Has to try and drop a smoke. He's going to be completely blinded by that flashbang. And Idis Balance with a double, a flash assist, and Glowing gets the last. It's been a spectacular performance from Nine Pandas, from their star players. Idis Balance had a rough game in game 1, Ted. We didn't get to bring it up, but he really struggled in the fragging department versus Sangl. Absolutely no sign of that here. Dominating, and Delaydays and Glowing are just complementing that to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, Nine Pandas are just looking like the Nine Pandas that we want to be seeing, right? We're taking a look at the 1xbet odds. They popped out on the screen early on in the game. They weren't as one-sided. They were still in favor of the Nine Pandas, by the way, a couple rounds in. But now you're looking at complete annihilation. One pissed around away, you could be going down and winning that one in the 13-1. That would be a statement and a half, and that would be a difficult blow to recover from if you're the Alliance. You need that pest around, but you're walking into a 4-man B stack.
Soma flashed in, looking for the entry, but he will be denied. A 2 for 2 isn't all that bad, especially when you still have 2 more CTs over towards this B bomb site, and you still have them there. The T's just keep on falling. Twist tagged down extremely low, doesn't have armor either. And there's a lot of Pandas waiting on the other side of this position to greet him. That's a great shot to drop Idis Balance. Claxto going around the world to make sure that Twist is locked in here and cannot get away for free, but does have a few, or rather one 1v1 on offer. It is versus Glowing. And Twist a little bit worried about where he should go and expecting Clax to be flanking, but Clax is being very patient.
Yeah, he's hoping that someone walks into him, right, with 40 seconds on the clock, but eventually you're just going to realize that someone's holding for the cross. No one's giving you anything. Clax is just holding the line. They have no reason to move. Eventually, Twist will have to start making his way back in towards that B-bomb side. And the main issue here, even though he can isolate fights, is that he's 33 HP away from death.
Yeah, and Glowing is seeing him. Twist now realizes he's in trouble. He's going to try and plant away, and he actually does plant safely away from both CTs. Glowing, just applying the pressure. Clax is still an unknown entity, an unknown quantity right now, and while Glowing is just doing a perfect job, jiggling, baiting Twist out, having him worried, and Clax is going to seal the deal, and that might just be the game, Ted. 12-1, 9 Pandas, 11 map points.
Wow, what a showing that's been. Going into this map, this is not what we expected. Even if you could say that the Alliance had to be, I guess, trying to capitalize, maybe 55% the favorite into that matchup because of the lack of, well, the absence of C's in the server. We didn't expect the 9 Pandas to just stomp them like that. That's been one of the best performances from the 9 Pandas we've seen in recent times. I mean, let's not forget, they've lost their last 6 best of 3s in a row. That's one of the first times, if not the first time, that's ever happened to those bunch, or to that bunch of players. I think it actually is the first time. But they want to put an end to it. Everyone at home should remember this is an elimination game, so the loser of this one is out of the tournament straight up. And the 9 Pandas are making a statement right now.
Still, though, there's chances with this buy that Alliance are able to field. Bowden trying to tap through the smokes and maybe find a kill. There's a lovely entry to find, and this really splits the map down the middle and leaves Clax on an island alone, but he sprays down 2 with the AUG. He might have just rescued the round right now, and he sticks around and stays alive. This is absolutely huge. Robin gets closer on the site. Twist is going to acquire the bomb, and they're going to try and plant this one. Clax still trying to hold the line, but the jumping Mach 10 deals with him. However, refrag is good. Twist really needs to hold on here. I mean, his teammate is a million miles away. Bowden needs to get over here. Twist has to hold.
And he can't. Ida's balance gets the kill, and now it's Bowden Master 1 versus 3, but you haven't spotted him out. Surely you're going to be considering that flank being a possibility. They're thinking it's camera. Bowden might have the first kill for free, but Glowen is just playing the off angle. They're going to stick it. He needs to deny that. Step made. Gets the first one, gets the second. He needs to get him off the plant, though, and he's off the mark. The defuse is getting stuck. 21 HP to spare, and Ida's balance. This balances the hell out of Alliance. A 13-1 on the map pick of the Swedes. No one, and when I say no one, I mean it, no one saw that coming.
No. Me and you didn't see it coming. If you said that you were expecting Nine Pandas to 13-1 Alliance on their own map pick with a coach, you're a liar. But you know, and that's fine. Look, but look, I mean, Alliance. I don't think there was any positives to take from that game at all. I think, you know, if we're looking at that game, that is quite desperate. You pick into that map pick, yeah, of course. Nine Pandas, if they were playing with their full lineup, they're a better team. We would be expecting, and we would be giving, you know, probably Nine Pandas their dues and say, you know, they will probably win this 2-0.
You know what? A 13-1, either way would have been too much, even if they had seized on the team. But the fact that they have a coach, even considering the circumstances, is just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Alliance, they need to bulk up their ideas. They need to hopefully come into, you know, this second map refreshed. We've got an Overpass Nine Pandas map pick coming up after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. And if it, you know, follow suit from map 1, you definitely don't want to miss it. Me and Ted will see you in just a moment.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
We're clear.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the #1 Counter-Strike stream over at Twitch right now. And you know what else is #1 outside of our tournament? Well, the number of rounds that the Alliance was able to pick up on their own map pick of Anubis in map #1 of this elimination game of Group A. A 13-1 in favor of the Nine Pandas, playing with a coach, playing with Zoma, completely flying over the Swedes, and going into Overpass. It's pretty simple, Jack. You either do 13 times better if you're the Alliance, or you're out of the tournament.
It's as simple as that. You need to get 13 rounds here, or of course, if we go to overtime, it's a little bit of a different story. But man, Alliance, look, there was absolutely nothing that we can really say about that map. I don't even really want to talk about that Anubis map, what went on, because you're playing against the coach. I understand Nine Pandas on paper, you know, there should be a much better team. They have been struggling in form, but they've been playing against, you know, some tough opposition. Alliance have also, you know, just not had the decent results anywhere. But, you know, on your map pick, you have to be getting more than one round. You know, that's a given. And we're moving over onto an overpass now that, okay, Alliance are going to start on the CT side. They're going to have chances, of course, to kind of get the ball rolling early. But from what I've seen from that map 1, I'm just not impressed whatsoever. And unless I see a drastic change and, you know, a switch kind of flip in the minds of Alliance, to be honest, I think they're in deep trouble and they could be out of this event.
Absolutely. Realistically, could be going out of the event. Just to bring in some context, at least, I guess, going into Overpass, the way to go right now if you're Alliance is not to think that you're overly disappointed. This was a map on which, realistically, we're just not present. And I feel like that actually makes it a little bit easier to swallow that pill, right? Because you don't look at a game in which you were just making the right, you had the right idea, but the individuals couldn't turn up. It felt like the individuals were there, but the idea was missing. Everything was missing. Everything was gone. You just scratch that, you forget about it, you reset, and you go into that overpass. That's 2 in a row. This is the right mindset for it. Question is, will the Nine Pandas allow you to actually feel that freedom and feel like you're a new team going into that map? 1xBet says no, understandably so, and they say no in capital letters apparently, because it's a 1.10 for the Nine Pandas to close it out here on Overpass.
Yeah, the heavy favorites. If you want to take advantage of those odds, there is a deposit bonus for your first time deposit. 130%.
Yeah, tell them about the code.
The code is 1X or ESEU when you sign up. Link should be somewhere below the stream. As we get into this pistol round, Pleasant feeling the pressure over towards this bomb site. And Delaydays is going to get into a very advanced position. Now, Pleasant has backup, but they still need to find these kills. Delaydays landing a dink is going to do nothing for Bodenmaster's confidence, but that Pleasant kill just might turn the tide of this round. This retake could be on as Zoma and the rest of the team really open up the distance, leaving Glowing to defend on the site, completely isolated, and he's dropped instantly.
Yeah, tap on the bomb. They have a kit. Robin can try and stick it. Avid gets another one. Smoke on the defuse though, and they need to connect the shots, but it's just not going their way. Avid with a big double on the Julies. Bowden and Twist with 1 apiece. The same for Pleasant. In the Alliance, pick up that pistol round. 1-0 in the lead for the first time.
Brings their round total to 2 for the series.
That wasn't necessary.
Yeah, no, that's just a little joke. Just a little joke.
I was thinking, I was gonna say they've leveled up their score from the previous map, but I wanted to let it just. I wanted to glaze over it. You know, just pretend it's not there.
Well, that's the start that they need anyway. They win the pistol. Need to make sure that they don't fall to this force buy. This is still a very dangerous round, regardless of what happened on Anubis. In terms of what it would do to your confidence should you come up short in this one. Robin, oh, the double would have been absolutely perfect, but Plessin might be able to get it, and indeed he will. So Alliance come out on top in the early trades and deny a lot of map control from 9 Pandas. Glowing goes down, Clax is going to fall as well, and we're seeing a vast improvement now from Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most convincing round we've seen from them so far today. And Pleasant shuts down Zoma trying to go through the smoke. The only kill that the 9 Pandas were able to get was that one refrag in towards the upper extremities of the toilets area, in towards long. Straight after, just Alliance fights. Every single one of them going in favor of the Swedes. That's what you need. You need some level of comfort, right? The 9 Pandas haven't necessarily been... I guess triumphing that much on overpass in recent times. They've lost their last 4 overpasses in a row, and all 4 of them have been their map picks. So it's not like you haven't seen them falter here. And if you can keep up building that momentum on the CT side, that could be only to your advantage. Now, we kind of have to give them some time up until we see the first buy round, but signs are there. It's not looking too bad. Pleasant with a nice little double. Everyone else is joining in. You're not letting them pick up a single kill on the eco, so money's going to be looking good. You hold on to 4 rifles. Bolden's still rocking that MP9. He can go for something more aggressive, or he can upgrade himself into an AVP. So the foundation is there. The base is covered. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep it up.
Yeah, let's see. Is this where 9 Pandas step up their game a little bit? Want to try and get onto a bomb site. Haven't been able to do it since the pistol. Alright, balance. Bringing out that AWP early. So, Bolden, his opposite number, doesn't have one. He hasn't decided to go for that upgrade. Maybe a close position towards connector is going to be more suited to his style of play here in this round, but instead he's just going to be spotting for information. Glowing getting aggressive up con here, and well, Pleasant, Molly doesn't burn him. Idas Balance gets that refrag. Idas Balance throwing caution into the wind here, saying, well, there's probably nobody else here, just taking a lot of liberties, sprinting all the way up. 9 Pandas still need to find an entry here. A bomb site is the weaker of the 2. But still, you have to make a decision. This slow style of play coming in once again from 9 Pandas, just waiting to see if Alliance are going to make a move too deep, if they're going to catch somebody out. But it looks like A is going to be where 9 Pandas are going to hit.
Oh, Bolden Master getting aggressive though. And he's on the MP9. Fate of the Smoke is going to be dangerous. If they clear him out, that's going to expose Robin. He's going to be all alone. No quick rotations in towards A. They need to hold on with the setup.
They do. Flash comes in. Idas Balance blinded, but it doesn't matter. He hits the shot. Robin waiting for his teammates to get up, but they need to get here in time. Robin cannot stop them. He's going to fall over, and well, Twist is going to have to fall away with Avid. 9 Pandas are going to get the better of Alliance in that first gun. And Twist is still sticking around to see if 9 Pandas are going to just overcommit into a hunt here. But that's not going to happen. 9 Pandas are just going to try and boost up their economy, simultaneously getting their first round on the board.
Yeah, this is the difference between this one and the forest buy, right? In the forest buy, I felt like the CTs were able to get away with a lot more information this time, trying to play it way back from the bomb side after the initial refrag in towards connector. They counter the presence towards short. They group up in towards that A bomb side. And in the moment that the MP9 falls down, you just know Boden's getting aggressive. He's only on an MP9. There's not going to be an AVP. You can just start scaling in towards that bomb site as quickly as possible. Of course, the moment that the second player in towards the back of Dice falls down, Twist was even thinking about throwing that Molotov in towards default. He decides he doesn't want to waste his util. Enough cash for the Alliance to go for another reinvestment going forward, and is going to be a significantly better one. Boden Master on an AVP for the first time here on Overpass. But you have some momentum to fight for. You don't want to let the T start building up back. And I this balance already showing us that he can hit a couple shots on that T side too.
Early on, the game plan for Nine Panda seems to be get control of connector, try and find those quick rotations towards A and B should they need them. Blowing needs to be a little bit careful. He's being put under all kinds of pressure from short. Delayed is, that is a little bit unfortunate. He did check for Bowden. The timing just didn't work out in his favor. It's a good advantage to get that AWP from the CTs. At least paying some dividends. Yeah. Oh, but the silencer. Yeah. He's been left high and dry from his teammates. Twist, though, boosted up here. Clax, is he going to realize it? Tried to get a shot off, but Twist is going to be able to drop him down. And although Avid was left alone, Twist does find that refrag now. But it's going to be the A play once again. Can Alliance hold on?
Oh, this is going to be tricky. Bowden on the other side. He's got a Molotov. He's got the AWP too, but needs to deploy that Molotov as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Zoma's already going to beat it here. The flash is going to be good, and the shot is going to be wayward. Player towards front toilets is going to be Pleasant. Zoma. Oh, he just about bailed out by Robin Pleasant. That is so unfortunate. An awkward gunfight does not go the way of Nine Pandas, and neither does the round. Idis Balance is hearing the steps. Needs to make sure he doesn't go down after time, and that kill will confirm it. He will keep this up at least, and Alliance will keep up their good record here on Overpass. That's a 4-1 lead now. It's a lot better, but oh, there's some sticky situations they're finding themselves in, Ted.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit disjointed, right? You leave Avid all alone in towards short. The boost was too late to cover even connector for him. If you had the boost going on so he can focus on the pipe, it would have been all right. But even though you lose that one player, the boost still answers back with one. You see Klax trying to make his way in towards A, and you hold on. It was a good hold. Gets a little bit scrappy between Zoma and Pleasant, but we can forget about that fight. We can focus on the future, and Klax doesn't realize how accurate he was with that lineup. It's a miracle that he wasn't able to connect one bullet. Of course, there was a wall between them.
Connector presence being shown from the tees. Pleasant is going to now show a little bit from his side, but it's been vacated as the A walk is happening up towards long on both sides. Robin is going to try and get a whole lot closer, get into an aggressive position, not going to be spotted out, tucked in the corner, but the lady still wins that fight. That's a perfect frag to open things up for Nine Pandas. Bowden is completely alone here. He's not going to get away from this position. He's going to have to stay and fight.
There's the first one. Molly deployed. He's going to be able to reposition in towards the toilets once again. Bowden might have the potential to get away with a couple more, but needs to be careful of the timing. They're already close up Banana. He doesn't realize.
Yeah, no idea. Completely disjointed there from Bowden and toilets. Absolutely oblivious to the fact that the T's were just going to be running him down, and now it's down to just Avid. Idis Balance will drop him through the smoke, through the truck. Absolutely no problems. And that is an absolute head scratcher, Ted, for me, to be honest. Maybe thought that it wasn't a heavy A play, didn't spot the other two players, but still, you have to know that that is a possibility. You have to know that there was presence towards long early in the round. Just no idea that they were going to be able to walk into him.
A little bit discombobulated, right? As you pointed out, you are under a whole lot of pressure because you're alone in such an upfront position. But you get that first kill, you drop the bomb, and from that point on, it just feels like you completely underline the possibility that there could be someone in towards Banana, and no one from the back of the side is even watching. I mean, it felt like the entire team was sure of it, right? No one is even thinking about that walk being a possibility. Everyone was sure that Banana was not an option, and well, We saw how that one turned up and what followed. So now no money. A couple nice shots from the pistols. All right, Robin. That's a good double on the Pitsy 50. And this is the bomb again. So this is getting a little bit sticky. Yo, wayward with the shot. And I am starting to get worried, Jack. A little bit.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit worried here. Oh, this could be so clever. Minus balance. He's not going to be seen. Oh, jumping AK. And Robin gets a kill with it. That is ridiculous. Getting creative with how they want to try and seal this eco round, and they might just have a great opportunity to. Glowing is low HP. Bowden doesn't have armor though, and Glowing just dispatches him. That's the bomb back, but Robin,
look at Robin.
He's just playing games right now, playing absolute mind games, but still, he has to claim 2 with 39 HP, and it really does come down to how quick 9 Pandas are going to be able to react. They're reading into it a little bit, but they've taken the bomb, they've seen nothing,
No way.
and they sprint away from him. His play means absolutely nothing.
Oh yeah, and he's 7. He hears the steps going down connector. He knows there's an AVP to get picked up. He's not even gonna give it a go. It was a good play, it was a good idea, but the 9 Pandas not really getting over anxious. They realized that the time was running low too, so they had to make a move on. They had to get a move on, rather. That's gonna be 3 on the T side. Looking like a recovery now. A good start for the Alliance, but now starting to drop the ball a little bit. Hope saved up. They are gonna have a decent amount of money. I wanna... Alright. Oh, the fire was catching him up there? What? We didn't get to see that in real time, but surely that's high enough, right? Surely that's high enough to defend you from the flames.
Yeah, I mean,
Or
you would
know
think
what?
so?
Physics. What you're standing on is made of metal.
Yeah, so they just cook you.
It heats up,
Yeah,
so it's painful.
burn through the
So-
boots.
Yeah, so you're not burning, but your boots are melting,
Yeah,
and it's hot.
could be on.
So you know what that is? That's realistic. That's real life right there. That's real life.
It is indeed, and well, Twist cannot believe that this is real life. But the reality is he's been dropped with 1:40 still left on the clock in an important round here for Alliance. Clax was thinking about going aggressive in towards short, but it's pleasant to get aggro over in middle. The late A's just didn't see it coming. A little bit of a risk taken from Pleasant for sure, but risks need to be taken early on. Especially when you're already a man down.
Yeah, doubling up towards short. They've left Monster completely, and that Monster walk is the perfect call right now for the 9 Pandas. They're going to take so much space. Robin is still holding for the cross. But if he goes down, then surely they recognize the fact there's going to be another player in towards short. And even if he doesn't go down straight away, even if it's a 1v1 or 1-for-1 refrag required, this is big.
Robin seen, Clax is going to drop him. The rotation is quick though. Avid, mollied out, still manages to find a peak. The connector play, comes in at a horrible time for Glowing as he gets no scope down and dropped, and Zoma and Clax are going to be thrown into a clutch here. Little bit of util, Zoma's going to be forced off the site and gets into a really good post-plant position, all things considered. This water spot could be absolutely great. Clax needs to look towards the heaven, so he's side by side with Zoma and Clax. He will be able to shut down that heaven plate. Now it's short, they need to be focused on. Avid making a lot of steps coming out, and he will find that kill. Zoma thrown into the clutch, and he could just do it. A 1 versus 2, and Zoma pulls it off. Who says coaches can't play as he gets it done and levels the game up?
Who says coaches can't play? Who says coaches can't clutch? What a masterclass. A 1 versus 2 from the mastermind of Zoma. And, you could make a point that this was a really well put up clutch for him to win, right? A 1 versus 1 against the rifle that's desperate for time and just running at him. And then an Oper that was already 1 bullet away from Dev jumping on top of the bomb site, giving him the advantage. But it's still the coach holding on to his own. Look at that kill from Bowden. We just saw that on the minimap. Looked horrendous enough. And there's the 1 versus 2 masterclass from Zoma, rolling back the ears. Showing us that he can still do it. And now this is already looking a little bit dire for the Alliance. I mean, it's 4-4. We're leveled up, but they have the pistols. And we're potentially looking at 5 T-side rounds on Overpass for the 9 Pandas. So, I guess opposing the first 4-5 rounds that were pretty decent for the Alliance, we are back to being worried about them, about their chances of survival. And on the other side, you have a 9 Pandas team that, by the looks of things, has just adapted really nicely and is starting to rock things in the server.
Ooh, nice
Speaking
shot.
of rocking things,
Now, you've got a few people with armor. I say a few people. You've got Robin with armor who wouldn't mind, I assume, saving that. But Lions are kind of sticking around here. I don't think it's to even attempt at the round. But maybe just to find a few exits that could go against them. Robin might be able to scamper away with an AK, which would be absolutely huge, as the T's will be pulling themselves into the lead. And Robin is going to try and do all the damage he can, and that's great damage. 2 quick kills. Idis Balance will try and get away. Robin's legs are going to be spotted. Oh, and it's a great shot before the op does go down. However, Pleasant will get his hands at least onto an AK to bring that one forward. Pandas win the round, but it costs them everything and more.
yeah, at this point though, it costs you so much. You're allowing the Alliance to feel like they're being competitive, but it's all about the rounds on the board. You've won 4 in a row. You're nearly on fire. 5 out of the last 6. Let's not forget, this was the Alliance winning the pistol round and the conversions too with them. So even if you get reset at this point, even if the Alliance end up winning every single round until the end of that half, even if all of that happens, you're still going to be fairly content with what you've been able to do here, considering the troublesome and turbulent start that you were after. Bowden, position with the open towards middle. Will soon enough rejoin with Pleasant towards long. Twist gets a nice opening, and there is a lot of potential for another one here on the room boost.
Okay.
What? He killed Bowden.
And Glowing finds Twist getting maybe a little bit aggressive. Yeah, he pushed through the monster pipe there as well.
Oh, God.
Oh, this is falling apart here for Alliance. That looked really good. I was thinking, if Pleasant gets behind that rock, how are they going to undo this setup? But the run boost up absolutely destroys Bowden. And that makes all the difference.
I wonder, you reckon, I would assume that Bowden was just double zoomed on the angle. And this is the worst thing that could happen to you, right? You're just double zooming, hoping that because your target is to just get the first rifle that's going to try to swing if they don't flash in. And then the Oper just flies on the right-hand side. Pleasant gets occupied with the rifles, going for the refrags. And yeah, I mean, even though he refrags Idis Balance in that scenario, is still not working out. B play coming up. Avid still hiding in towards CT, but Glowin finds him out. Robin in a 1 versus 2 though, and Glowin is 1 on HP. He's really, really low. Zoma already out of the equation. Robin finds a second, and he's heard the latest too. A 1 versus 1, he needs that, but the latest, he's one on the bomb side. This is absolutely massive. Robin doesn't realize it, and the latest plays it with all the confidence in the world. A 1 versus 1, and officially, the 9 Pandas are on fire. And I've never seen a panda on fire. I hope I never do, but those are.
That's an incredible play here. We get to see it again.
Imagine he lost them, by the
I
way.
was just about to say that. If he hit the
Imagine.
collateral there, that would have been the nuttiest thing I've seen in CS in a very long time.
That would be the best collateral ever. I'm saying it. I don't think I've ever seen a collateral where one of the people that you're killing is right in front of you, the other one is, what, 10 miles away.
And it nearly happened.
In our heads. But yeah, it could have.
Zoma. Oh, spotted out. Avid. Long range SMG. Well, mid range, I would say. Just spraying Zoma down from behind. Glowing is in a little bit of trouble here, as pressure being felt over towards short. There will be no exit granted for Avid. However, Twist finding that kill will at least give him safe passage back onto the bomb site with that man advantage intact as the ladies gets a little bit aggressive. He's going to walk through this smoke and kill him.
Yep. He's thinking about it. Oh, he's going to fade it, though. Wait for it. That might give Bowden a chance to recover. He needs to be really careful on that timing, though. He's holding in towards the banana. He needs to fall down quickly. Smoke fading. There goes the fall, but that's been heard by Deletus, and he's in towards the left-hand side. They have no idea he's that close. They have no clue he's already out of the toilets. Bowden, I still get the kill onto Plax, though, and he will. Bomb dropped, and now it's up to Deletus. He needs to find the first one, and the second is low. Clemson should be a dead man walking. Deletus drops two, but Twist comes in on the flank.
Deletus has to go back and get the bomb here. This is where it gets a little bit hairy, a little bit sticky right now.
No
but
way.
Deletus keeps finding the headshots and knows where Twist is coming from, surely, but won't be able to hit the shot when necessary. Deletus makes it a great effort, a great attempt, and nearly gets it done for 9 Pandas. And you felt if that one went out, that would have really just been the final nail in the coffin for Alliance, right? I mean, that really just would have shattered your mental. But still, the fact that Deletus is able to make this round that close is absolutely incredible. Last round and a half coming up. Alliance have a chance to, you know, at least have it level going over onto this T side. But they have to defend from what looks to be a Tech 9 short pop.
Wow. Absolutely crazy. Twist, up close and personal against a group of pistols. Needs to get away with more than one and get 0. A big fat no. Clax with the opening kill. Avid is there on the refrag, though, and the Yuto is good enough to at least make them slow things down. And Twist at least has spotted a lot of them, but it's just going to be the rerouting towards Monster. And they picked up an M4. Itis Balance drops Pleasant, and this is falling apart for the CTs.
Now they just run up towards A. You've killed the connector player. You haven't heard anyone else rotate up. The issue is Bowden is already going to be here. However, Itis Balance is already so close. Oh, but he doesn't have his gun out in time. Wanted to get a smoke up just to make sure that he couldn't swing on past, but instead goes right into the sight of the op. The swing is good, though. Bowden now under pressure, and he's overwhelmed by the pistols. Clax sits on an AWP as Avid has to sit up, lock in, and try and find this 6th round. A 1 versus 2 clutch required without a kit is going to be difficult. As he creeps his way onto the site, Deletus has no idea just yet and might be blindsided by him, but Avid isn't going to clear it. This is absolutely huge. Deletus just going to lock in that kill, blindsiding him completely and confirming a 7-5 half for 9 Pandas, which is, to be honest, a great result. Considering Alliance took the opening 3 rounds, 9 Pandas, I mean, rarely have put a foot wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another great first half, right? You compare it to what we saw with Anubis. Obviously, you can't really put it next to a 13-1 and say they've been doing as equally as good as they did on the first one. But again, as you pointed out, you're just one pistol round and conversions away from pretty much a 10-2 half at bare minimum, right? So even though Counter-Strike doesn't necessarily work like that, it's still a pretty decent first half for the 9 Pandas. 7-round T side. You're going to be overly happy with. A smoke and a flash being invested for the T-side pistol round. This is a must-win here for the Alliance. Otherwise, you're risking of allowing the 9 Pandas to see the light at the end of the tunnel. That tunnel being the 6 consecutive losses for the 9 Pandas in all tournaments. Losing their map pick 4 times in a row. Well, actually 6 times in a row, sorry. But yeah, 4 times in a row when they've picked up the other team's map pick. Just to put in some more context. 4 overpass losses in a row, an Anubis, an Ancient. And finally, they might have the chance to crawl their way back and convert. Slow, methodical pistol round. Taking their time, the Alliance, and as the 55-second mark comes in, the aggression from Clax will come in, and he might get unpleasantly surprised.
Deletus is going to spot them out. That's a wonderful reaction from Clax just to whip round with the Julies. Yeah, but he can't do anything about it, unfortunately. Idispan's falling over towards A. Are they expecting Glowing towards long? No, Bowden isn't. He was trying to take a lot of space for his team, but ends up going down. Still, the util is just going to be pumped over towards the A bomb site, but it's actually back towards B. They're going where Delaytis has not moved. He's found out Twist. He's now hearing the steps. Robin is down. That's the bomb dropped, and Delaytis is trying to lock in this round completely on his own as Avid tries to jump across, but it will be absolutely no use as 9 Pandas will take the CT pistol and look to push on to take the series.
Yeah, this is the Delaytis that you want to be seeing, right? We saw it from Glowing 2 on map number 1, but Delaytis has been outstanding throughout that entire series. You look at all the other players on the team, you look at the fact that Glowing was able to peak so much in the last chance qualifier and a lot of the big games that the 9 Pandas have played so far this year. You look at people like Flax, who's been the highest rated player when everyone else has been struggling. You look at the really experienced AVP of Idis Balance, and then you look at Delaytis, who's supposed to be the big star of the lineup, and he's been providing another triple, 14 and 8. And it's just pistols. Robin's playing a revolver. He's got the R8. Hold my hand.
Dispatched it easily. Oh, the peek from both sides is horrible. And Idis Balance nearly got both of them. But Glowing needed to finish the job there. However, if you're an opper and you're finding 4 kills with, you know, an
You know what?
SMG,
He's actually happy that he dies right now because he's got the excuse not to hold on to the MP9 and send himself in first aggressively. He can just purchase that big green. No questions asked. And for those of you that have never heard the sound of an R8 in an official game, that was the first. As you saw, it doesn't necessarily work out the best at all times.
No, it doesn't. This game hasn't really worked out so far for Alliance, but they still have chances here. Need this one really to go, or else they're in a whole lot of trouble. Twist is going to be spotted in the short pipe. That refrag, it's great from Delaytis. And Condor not opened, but however, a Patru monster might just have been with that frag. Bowden Master wants to get close as possible. Not ready for Delaytis in that elevated angle. Didn't matter, he wasn't looking the right way as Robin has to try and creep his way out himself, and Alliance are still committing over towards B, but some great defensive utility being put up by 9 Pandas right now is going to make it very difficult.
Oh, he's going to go in towards the Molotov. Zoma gets one. He spotted the player trying to climb on top. Robin gets one onto the latest, but he's really low on HP, and the AVP's arrived on the rotation. Smokes, making it a little bit awkward for the Yope as of right now, and they know that Zoma was up close, but where has he gone off to? He's trying to fade the smoke. They're looking for him, but they can't find him.
Yeah, eventually they will, though. Back turn, Zoma was always going to go down there, and that's just really great awareness there from Alliance. Once they find that kill into the opera towards Heaven, they know that player is up close, so they don't have to force a plant. They still have enough time that they can look for the kill together, just make sure they trade out, and the trade wasn't even needed. They just find the kill. 9 Pandas will buy up once again. Zoma, I believe, is going to be taking the hit, just wielding a USP. Actually, he's forgotten something in spawn. I believe that might be a weapon. 5-7. We know what they can do, Ted. We remember yesterday.
Yeah, we do. 5-7 in the hands of Zoma, and a heavy B lean from the CTs. Idis Balance just now starting to rotate back in towards the A-bomb side, but this could work out really nicely, especially with the majority of the T's being focused in towards that short area. There still is some Yuto, and the CTs, they look ready for something like that.
Molly smoke down, flashes in, but Avid drops clacks. That was the trick up 9 Panda's sleeve in this round. They wanted to get aggressive, but Alliance, just some great counter utility there to deny that push, being ready for the flashbang in. And now Glowing has to go searching as Alliance, they freeze for a moment.
Oh, Avid's made a step. Glowing's heard it. He's not pushing any further. And he's
They're
actually
rotating.
calling them back.
Yeah, this is a bad idea. thinking that it's A, but there's a lot of pressure going out towards B, and if you get this one wrong, I think you just save.
Bomb spotted. Zoma seeing the players rotate in, or rather cross in towards the bomb site, and as you pointed out, it should be a safe goal here. Lesson on the hunt. Balance will dispatch of him, so that's another rifle in the hands of the CTs. Actually, the purchase for next round is not going to be looking too shabby. You've just lost Klaxon, that's about it. And you already had two players that weren't on rifles in this round, so your purchase is even going to be better compared to this one. I mean, not in terms of the util, but you can actually half buy it with 4 rifles and have a full purchase in the round to follow.
Terrorists win.
Alliance continue to creep a little bit closer to 9 Pandas, who remain on 9 rounds. 2 in a row for the T's, looking to make it 3. Zoma has gotten an upgrade from that 5.7, still has it, but now he's wielding an SMG. Everybody else from 9 Pandas on a rifle. That save might just be worth everything to them here. It's all about where the entry comes from. SMG is quick up connector, which could be a little bit of a problem. But this heavy alien right now could be great. There's the molly forcing glowing back a little bit. Needs to be careful because Avid is going to creep his way up and snatch his breath away.
Oh, Avid. Not sure if he spotted that disbalance, but disbalance surely spotted him. Now they've seen each other. AK out of position, and Bowden is ready for the push in towards long. This play towards the A bomb side has collapsed fully for the 9 Pandas.
Completely unaware that the connector walk was a possibility. Granted, it was quite quick, but still, especially being mollied out of that position, you have to be ready for it. If Blessing goes down, I mean, Clack's finding this kill. I don't think it's going to make any difference. Yeah, it'll boost your confidence maybe a little bit, but 9 Pandas aren't going to go for this round, not in a 2v4, unless Delaydays finds a frag.
Yeah, wait a second. A 2 versus 3, you don't have the util, but you have a smoke for the bomb if you get close enough. You still need one more though. If you don't get another kill offered to you, it could still be the best possible decision to go for the save. They are still exploring their options. The time is running low. Do they want to make it sound, look like a save, feel like a save, and then go for a pretty late retake? That's what it feels like. And the T's are starting to leave. Clax, they're going to go for it. They're going to try and extend it really, really late, but Robin winning that fight should seal it. The latest, a 1 versus 3, and Robin doesn't need teammates. He's gotten both kills. Ready the attempt, but it doesn't work out, and the Alliance creep even closer. That's 3 in a row now, just 1 away from leveling things up, and it will be against the Pistols.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea of smoking over towards short there, thinking maybe Alliance have, you know, rotated a good few players off the site, and if Robin goes down there, yeah, that round is on for sure. The contact might have been the better option in hindsight, but you can understand their reasoning for sure. It's quite an aggressive play into short already from Alliance. They will gather that control. Pistol stacked towards long and 2 players, and 9 Pandas are thinking about rotating away, or you know where to position themselves. What I do know is how this game is going to be leveled up before 9 Pandas are really going to have any say in the matter.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit scrappy now. Obviously, one thing that we need to be, you need to be giving away to the 9 Pandas, and the reason we should be taking that score with a pinch of salt is that the CTs haven't really been able to build up that economy so far in a solid way. I mean, you're looking at round number 3, that was the only proper buy round, and ever since they've either had a 5.7, an MP9, a half buy, or something like that in the mix. Now this one coming up, round number 19. This is where it all gets serious. The 9 pandas who have everything that they can wish for. This balance can get his hands on an AVP. They're gonna have the M4s, the util. This is the one that you need to win if you want to re-establish your position as the favorite to pick this one up in a 2-0 fashion. Of course, never forget, make your way down to the description of the stream, click the link below, and head over to 1xBet. You can get up to 130% of your initial deposit as a bonus. And code is 1XRESEU. Time to get it going, though. A nade that doesn't do the amount of damage that it actually looked it would. And the Alliance, slowly but surely, getting control of that connector area and making their way up.
Yeah, that control early on is good from Alliance for sure. And Pandas are quite deep in terms of where they're sitting. Now, Idis Balance is going to get a little bit more aggressive just to find out that information. Connector door is going to creak open. Zoma's going to hear that. Try and output a little bit of damage. Still spotting out Avid. Needs to be careful. A spam death would not suit 9 Pandas right now at all. Double monster. Clax and Delay Days are just here. Smoke down. Twist knows there's at least one person towards the right hand side. 40 seconds. All signs are pointing to a B play here for Alliance, except the bomb, who begins to walk its way up.
You still have Pleston and Twist. He's gonna try and walk in with the flash. Flash comes in, but they're so close. The flash is not gonna catch them, and this is so much information. You get that kill onto Twist, nothing else is going on. He just spotted 2 people, and you've seen the long player. This is big. Guy, this balance drops Pleston. 15 seconds. What do? You have to save.
Completely undone by just 2 kills, and yeah, spot on. They have all the information towards Monster. They know it's not going to be a B hit because there's very little util being thrown, and this is not a good position for Robin right now. He needs to keep his gun up. He's going to go down. He gets no extra money there. Luckily, he's on nearly 9,000. But 9 Pandas, they hold on to that. They only needed 2 kills. We'll see it once again here. I mean, Twist tries to get past the smoke, and that smoke just fades straight away. Like, right after they get that kill, about 2 seconds later, they just see there's nothing else behind it. So the A players don't move. A great flick from Idis Balance, truth be told. And Alliance are going to call their first tactical timeout, which is a little bit surprising. This is their first tactical timeout of the series, Ted.
Yeah, I mean, Overpass I wouldn't say is surprising. Anubis, though.
I had no idea why they weren't calling them on Anubis, for sure. Yeah, just to break up the play a little bit.
That's the moment when you start thinking about it, right? Because we weren't even thinking about it. We were in the situation, in the moment too much. But now you see that tactical timeout. You're like, well, you had I guess, you had some struggles on the CT side. You never actually, it never came down to it. But now you've been winning some rounds on the T side. It's been a competitive map all in all, especially if you want to compare it to Anubis. They didn't call a single tactical timeout on Anubis, though, which is crazy. It's quite wild.
Reality may be setting in for Alliance. If they lose this, they're going to be out. They're going to try and switch up the pace here a little bit, bold and aggressive in towards short with that AWP. He's going to be mollied and naded back, and takes an unhealthy amount of damage on the fadeaway. This boost is great if anybody makes their way towards connector. It is a little bit of a risk, though, of course.
It's still alright. They have Clax that's going to be able to smoke off Monster, hold short for them. They still have enough vision. They can stay on here. The thing is, the longer it stays like that, the more uncomfortable, but there's the kill. You've been patient enough and you get rewarded.
And you see him walking down connector on 55 seconds, so you should be expecting maybe a little bit of a B play to happen here. If you can just get your util up and defend. That's exactly what they're going to do. Clax is just going to
Oh my
peek
God.
right into the boosted position. They know there's probably more players in towards short, and they deal with it. Now, if you're 9 Pandas, if you feel any pressure at all, you just drop your util. Make sure that they cannot get up onto the site. But right now, they're just holding crossfires. They've no more util left. Clax head down towards the barrels. Robin needs to find this entry. He is going to get it quickly. They're not going to clear out the barrels position. No, and Clax finds a double. Bowden with that AWP taps the bomb, tries to get off the site. Now they realize they're not on the plan, but Bowden, he's still doing some damage. He's still finding the kills, but he only has 10 seconds. Needs to find Clax, but he's the MVP at around 4 kills, 11-9 lead. It all started with the boost, but then Clax got going.
This is outrageous. What a round that is from Clax. I mean, we're going to see the replay of the kill from the boost from Delayed. They drop down instantly. Look at that pre-fire from Clax. This is such great awareness. And they overlook him. They get the kill onto Delayed in towards Water. That's just miscommunication, right? They don't realize that Clax is nowhere to be seen. And he was the player in towards the barrels. It's just a massive mistake on the side of the comps of the Alliance. They don't even think about clearing out the barrels position. And Clax even gets the final one, regardless of his low HP. 11-9. And now even the savings account for the Alliance is starting to dry out. Pleasant on a Diego utility is not looking great. You're trying to show some presence in towards A early on. But you need to invest a lot more still. Gotta be aware of Glowing's aggressive position. At least the possibility for it. Timing. Quite important. Pleasant is able to spot him out, but needs support to take care of him. Missed shot by the open. Glowing doesn't get the second, but Zoma does.
Yeah, it won't get any more though. Refrags are good. However, you have given up a lot of presence over towards that A bomb site. You've spotted out 2 players, and Delayed takes a big risk to go through that monster smoke there, knowing that he's got a 1v1 somewhere towards monster or short. And to be fair to him, Twist has usually been sat short side. Little bit of a risk. No joy for 9 Pandas. They're down a player. And they're going to be forced to make a gamble play here. The lurk smoke thrown over towards A.
I don't think that fakes anything.
No, I think
Balance should realize it. He was so aggressive in towards the toilets.
this just screams that it's going to be a B play. You see that lurk smoke. You know that you've seen nothing aggressive towards toilets. This is going to go against him. And Clax, I mean, he's just going to be sitting and waiting. 20 seconds. Any play to come towards monster. Robin is making all the steps in the world, and Idis Balance just needs to get ready. He just needs to hit these shots. Finds the first, Avid's the second. Idis Balance now waiting for Clax to get in on the action. Clax is going to fall. Idis Balance needs to get away, just needs to survive. Robin does not have it, and now swings in. He finds the kill, but it is not enough. It's 12-9. He was a split second away from saving the round from Alliance, but 9 Pandas, they're going to call a tactical timeout to cool off, as they now are only 1 round away from knocking Alliance out.
Oh, this is outrageous. What a way to pick up the round. There's the replay. It's a messy fight, but the T's get the refrags. They get the 2 for 2, and that was key. But there's the play. Idis Balance, even though he misses the second time, he just missed the third, and then he realizes there was only 4 seconds by the time that he gets the second kill. He just had to pull his knife out and run. Send it in towards the water, try and stay alive, and he does. Robin eventually hunts him down, but it was just not enough. A 24-12 showing from the IGL of Robin, doing his absolute best to keep his teammates in the tournament, but it hasn't been enough. 12-9, 3 in a row now for the 9 Pandas, and that's exactly how many the Alliance need if they want to force overtime on that second map. Otherwise, they will be out of the tournament.
What a perfect start though. Avid, he's tagged extremely low, but a kill is just worth so much for them right now. But they need just that little bit more. They need to put Idis Balance under pressure with this AWP. If they can take him down for free, that's going to be massive.
Ooh, they've walked behind him.
They walk by him.
They don't realize he's behind. Nope, now they do. And Pleasant executes him. That's awkward. Glowing is still in towards long. Surely they realize that he's missing. Pleasant, yeah, he's looking for him.
Oh, but Glowing drops that AWP, goes back for the scout. Bowden lands a tag, needs to seal the deal here with a shot, and Glowing doesn't want to give him a chance. He's being crunched upon from all angles, needs to try and turn around, but Robin just creeps from behind from long. Alliance are looking good in this round, and they might get it done. Do 9 Pandas want to even contest this at all? 40 seconds, a 2v4, and the T's could be everywhere.
Even Surprise is almost trying to close out the distance here. A 2v4. They're still giving this one a go. And go completely oblivious to it. Avid will get the kill. This is 10 rounds. Double digits for the Alliance. Money is not great for the 9 Pandas. So those 3 rounds that you need to win in a row, it might just be the 2 of them. The 9 Pandas will have to eco in the 1 that's following. I think it was 3 in a row that they won, so the loss bonus won't be the 1400 minimal loss bonus, which is a bit of a silver lining for them. If it is, big troubles. Oh no, it is 1400.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Oh no. Oh yeah, they weren't on. Oh, I've just realized that they did drop 4, but they pick up 3, and yeah, that's problematic. And now you need to make a decision. Do you eco here and play with, what, 3,300 in the next round, or you force it? Well, they're gonna send it. They'll try and play around that M4.
It's the correct decision. You have to. Unfortunately, you know, it's just not going to be enough what you're going to bring to the table. But in the next round, should you eco, but you need the rifle to go absolutely huge, and it's going to sit in Clax's hands. Surely if you're Alliance, so you realize the money is just dire for the CTs. That HE is not going to help anything at all, and there's a long walk happening that Glowing is going to have to get back to deal with. But they're sitting in a toilet setup, an Astralis setup without the AWP. This could go horribly wrong if they're not careful.
Pleasant. Might give them an early fight though, and he's showing real patience right now. He's waiting for his teammates to join him in. First player spotted. They're ready for the MP9. Cole with a nade in hand, but Abbott's up close and he's gonna support him.
Oh, they're still going to go into the stack though. This is a horrible idea right now. This could all go wrong for Alliance, especially with the 5-7 up close. But the ladies, he can't hit the shots. He can't connect. Glowing. The next point of contact here, and the pistols are just getting ran over by the rifles, and so they should be. But 9 Pandas, it wouldn't be wrong to say that they didn't at least have an opportunity to maybe wreak havoc. But when it came down to it, the pressure was too much and they crumbled.
That's about it. Money not really being there. You needed something special. You needed something spectacular from the pistols, but they just couldn't connect. Even the first fight, even when one of the T's was fully blinded in towards long, the bullets just don't connect. And it was like that on all the fights that the pistols were involved in. Clax needs to hold on to the rifle. That's all that they have. Twist is going to try his best, and now his position has been discovered. Clax needs to try to stay alive. Needs to survive. Gets one more. Does he stay alive? Time is running out, and no. Pleasant will take him down. And now this is disaster. Look at the money. Look at the purchase. This could be going into OT.
Disaster, disaster, disaster for 9 Pandas. Look at the buy. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. But they had themselves in opportunities and chances that they were, if they hit the shots in that last round, they probably could have taken down a lot of Alliance players. So I don't want to write them off. Alliance are going to be a lot more cautious this time around. They know that in a lot of gunfights, they did get away with one. Because 9 Pandas had the first few shots off before Alliance could even react in time. But they're not going to deviate from the A-walk once again. Avid, oh, he's going to make his way up connector. And if Nine Pandas decide to go for a peek now and walk all the way up, that would be a perfect timing to do so. Glowing, hearing all the steps that HE is going to tag him, and surely that's going to be heard.
Yeah, he needs at least one, though. He needs one kill. One kill to make a double. There it is. Tries to pick up the rifle. Not able, but he gets his one.
Oh, here's the bomb, though. Avid needs to be so careful. He's so patient. Idis Balance is going to check it, but Avid just takes him down. And now we'll sprint over towards Long. Zoma not ready for twists. As Nine Pandas, they're just being cleared out of every little crevice. And Alliance are just making sure there is absolutely no stone unturned. Oh, but what a shot to start things for Delaydays.
They don't know the MP9's here.
Yeah, they've no idea. And Delaydays is going to take first point of contact. This could be huge. Delaydays, if you can find one more shot. Oh, the MP9 dealt with. Now it is just Delaydays left. A 1 versus 3 with this Deagle. Bomb planted away from him. Needs to get a reload off. And surely, as soon as any point of contact is going to be made, he is just going to be swung by 3 people. There is no way he is going to win this. And Robin makes sure of it. OT required. Alliance not down and out just yet. It was looking extremely likely. But they've recovered. They've battled back. Now, can they complete the comeback and send us to a third?
30 bomb from Robin, by the way. This is absolutely massive. I wanted to point that out. The Alliance have been struggling big time so far today, and it feels like Robin has been the only one that has been able to step it up in order to get them over the finishing line, or at least to try and keep them in this. Even though you ended up losing your map pick after just picking up 1 round on Anubis, at least, even if you end up losing this game 0-2, you can say that you gave them a run for their money on Overpass. 1xBet still heavily favoring the Nine Pandas. Financial issues were haunting the Russian side for the last 3 rounds, so it did make their task of closing out the game a little bit harder. It wasn't like they had the guns in every single attempt. They just had them once, and then were forced to play with pretty broken buys, but still the Alliance showing at least the will to fight back. Giving us something to be a bit more excited about. Once again, quickly out in towards middle, but the bomb being dropped in towards that B bomb side might be suggesting that we get to see that setup get tested. And I don't believe there was a nade inside of that smoke. I think that was just the Ope of Idis Balance firing a random shot through it, and that's him a kill.
Glowing. He's going to walk his way in and just oblivious to Boldmaster being up that close. Dropped. Clacks. Oh, he's hearing all these steps. He knows it's going to be an A play now, surely, especially when he hears the second pair of feet. He's going to call for the rotation up. It needs to be silent. Twist. Oh, he's not going to clear connector. And Clax has got a wonderful timing if he wants to take it. He can drop the bomb here. He'll line up 2 and he'll knock both of them down. Zoma finds Pleasant. Bowden will be no match for Delaydays. Nine Pandas, when they have their guns up, Ted, it seems like they're a different beast. They might slip up at certain times, but this is something now that Alliance have to live up to. They have to put it up to these rifles. They got 3 rounds in a row, but most of them were against an eco. Now, they need to recover and guarantee themselves at least 1. And the nade, I mean, did blow open the smoke, but still, it's a great idea. It's a great idea, and it's a perfect way to find an entry.
It is a good play. It was going to be outrageous if it was just a random shot because of the position of the T, but yeah, it was the purpose of the play. So we're accepting that. Glowing might get tested from Pleasant. This is not poor Fango. You're just not expecting Glowing to be walking like that, but Pleasant still wins the fight regardless. This is a big find.
Oh, that's a big find for Pleasant. You need something to go your way, and luckily, that fight did. He falls to his 0 chance of a refrag. Twist holding in towards shore as Idis Balance goes searching. Nate opened the con door, and Robin just about got out of harm's way. Alliance still playing this one slow, though.
Got a little bit fortunate on the timing, by the way. iDisbalance just walked away from the connector peak, and that's exactly when they walked in towards it. A 5 versus 4, and as you pointed out, you just want to be as diligent as possible. You're not getting fooled by the CT side overpass thingy, right? You remember that 9 Pandas were able to actually get away with 7 rounds on their T side. You don't want to lose every single one here. You want to make sure you get something on the board.
Yeah, Clax Molly's short, so Monster is going to be open for business, but they need to swing by iDisbalance here. The flashes need to be good if there is any. Eventually, iDisbalance is going to be blinded. Still around the pillar, the op's going to be holding, the op is dropped, Robin gets a little bit closer, but iDisbalance still not got past just yet, and delayed is, and Clax are doing the damage from the waters. Robin needs to get on this plant now, there just is not enough time. If he gets taken off it, the round is over, but we continue, and Robin, the man that has performed for Alliance, now in the 1 versus 2, deals with 1, but iDisbalance with that reposition is going to be able to lock in 14 rounds for 9 Pandas. They're looking for a clean streak on this CT side of OT, Ted, and they are just 1 round away now.
Yeah, you're starting to feel the sweat right now. Those rounds are going down to the wire, but the 9 Pandas are able to run away with them. The opening kill doesn't make a difference. You gather up for a B play. You want to go in, but there was a 3-man setup waiting for you. iDisbalance in charge. Bowden shuts down Soma, but it doesn't make a difference. The refrags were so good. The latest going huge once again alongside Clax. And it has to be iDisbalance in the 1 versus 1 there. Doesn't miss. Know when he's needed. 14-12. The Alliance need at least 1 to make it competitive here. You need at least 1 to keep it competitive.
You feel that, right? You really do feel that if they do not get 1, this could be them done and dusted from the competition already. Out 0-2 without picking up a single map as well, Ted. Be an absolute disaster. iDisbalance looking for the entry. Twist is going to walk his way back. He's going to be spotted. And iDisbalance in these last few rounds has been absolutely ridiculous to deal with. Another opening found from the upper. And he's not done just yet. Pleasant needs to be a difference maker once again. Timing unfortunate. And he falls. Look at the bomb. Oh, Bowden. He just about connects on that shot. If he goes down, that round was secured for sure. But now Alliance still in with just a small chance. But it gets a whole lot bigger with that kill. However, iDisbalance on A or B, it doesn't matter. When he has that op in his hands, he is different.
Yeah, he's playing this one perfectly. He's going to get another one. iDisbalance can't get stopped right now on overpass. 23-17, but it's the impact of the kills that counts. And he's been doing what his nickname says in the last couple rounds. It's been extremely hard for the Alliance to find their form, to look comfortable, to feel comfortable, to stand on their feet. He's been landing punch after punch after punch. And it's just Bowden. 3 HP to spare. First apple the bomb. It's surely going to be the end of him. Flag swings. 15-12. 9 Pandas 1 away from eliminating the Alliance. And this time, financial issues won't be present in the server. This time, it will be the T side.
High pressure moments and your op are able to hit those shots, Ted. It's just so good. I mean, we've seen a lot of, young oppers in this competition that when it kind of got down to those stages where they were 1 or 2 rounds away or must win rounds, and they fall under the pressure. But I want to say iDisbalance in those perfect moments maybe has missed 1 in 9 or 10. And that's the wealth of experience with this guy. He's been around a very long time. He's played at an extremely high level for a very long time. And such a confident opper. Gets it done in important rounds for 9 Pandas once again. And even without their leader, with the coach Zoma in place of seized, they look to dispatch of Alliance in 2. And they're going to have 3 chances to do it.
He's been looking more like, iDisbalance more like iDismantle. on overpass. Pleasant on a second AVP. This is how deep you go. This is what you're counting on. Jump spot. Oh. Spotted Boden Master for sure. So now that might actually fool you a little bit. I think they've spotted the AVP. Well, at least they've spotted the player, that's for sure. But a 7-5 T side in regulation for the 9 Pandas. Now you're just hoping to get 1 out of 3. And Pleasant actually fails the jump, and that puts him in a pretty sticky situation. But a double op finds a kill, finds a second, and Pleasant will challenge. Missed shot, flash, perfectly played out by Zoma. At least they find 1 in retaliation.
Zoma looking for this kill. Boden has missed a shot. And Zoma at least is going to be dropped there. 2 op shots missed there for Alliance. And they could be the big difference maker. What is going on in towards short? I believe actually Avid is playing from far
Avid
back.
is playing graffiti.
Yeah, it looked a little bit weird on the mini-map there. I thought there was maybe a smoke up in Crims. And they were getting a little bit mixy with it. But instead, it's going to be an AWalk happening from Glowing. He's very separated from Clax right now, who has the bomb on his back, but Glowing needs to find these kills. Not ready for the truck position of Robin, who continues to find frags and impact for his side. 34 kills, looking for a 35th, and Clax stands in his way right now. He'll tap the bomb. Robin goes for the swing, wins that fight, and he's 35 and 15, single-handedly keeping Alliance alive in this game. But he needs help. He needs somebody else to step up.
Yeah, someone send help, please.
Yeah, like, it can't just be him. They need something to go their way. You need the likes of Pleasant. You need Boden to be hitting the shots. You need Twist maybe to get going a little bit. Avid has been there, here or there. Just anything at all. Somebody help my man out.
DMS Robin. It has been a long day in the server for him, and he's been given his absolute best. But it hasn't been enough. They need 2 more only to force another OT. 13-15. Quick short presence, control established, but Pleasant waiting in towards the connector. That same position granted him a kill over Glowing in regulation, and it works out here too. Glowing overlooks him. Flax needs to be careful. A lot of damage done on the spam, so Pleasant doing God's work for now, but needs to be careful. Deletus is in a position to look for that refrag. Pleasant doesn't want to give him the fight.
Yeah, Smoke just confirms that he can exit towards short if he wants to, if he feels any pressure, but he's going to stick around in connector, which could be a little bit of a problem, especially with Zoma walking on him, but Pleasant, he might just want to try and get out of here. Oh, he's going to nade himself. Needs to make sure there's a stand in the way of that. Not ready for the fight at all. Zoma, a quick and easy refrag. Boden up aggressive. Zoma, did he see him? Zoma's going to go down. Itis Balance had his knife out, couldn't refrag, but the ladies will. Robin towards the map. Can he be the hero once again? Sitting, ready, and waiting. But Clax is hitting B. This is going to be a big fight if they can win it. The ladies falls. Robin does find that kill, but the bomb is heading down. You've got Clax on the site, but he's dropped by Twist, and Itis Balance has no other option but to save that AWP. Oh, scrappy Counter-Strike Ted, but we continue. 15-14. Alliance can force a double OT here.
This is outrageous. Absolute carnage in the server right now. Just imagine the idea of us going for it once again. It all felt perfect for the 9 Pandas to close it out in this second half of the first OT, but it might not be enough. 3 chances. That would be 6 in total that they got to close out that game, and it could be their 6th that they miss out on. Double AVP once again for Boden and Pleasant. Again, we'll try and surprise them. 4 AKs and an AVP to close it out. One final chance.
Boden flashed off the angle. Oh, he's going to go for a deep peek here, is he? Itis Balance is holding for this. And, well, Boden needed to hit that shot and does. That's a Opening frag found. Advantage in favor of Alliance, but they need to hold on. If this 4v5 goes in the way of 9 Pandas, Alliance are still done. It doesn't matter how close you are. You will still be eliminated. Plessin waiting for a double peek here. Shadow's going to be spotted. He's going to walk away. Are they going to walk on him though? Well, lands the tag. Nade down. Somehow still alive. But he is under so much pressure. And he's just going to try and run away. But Zoma clears him out. And at least drops that AWP. But it's the Bowden op that you need to be worried about. Fragged instantly. Delayde's not expecting Robin to be up that quickly, but Robin's still over towards Ace, trying to spot out the second player as his Twist is going to be holding. Clax ready and waiting on the site, but it's too little too late. He can't rescue the round. Alliance force another overtime. And man, just looking at what is happening in terms of the timings towards toilets there, it's difficult to even say what we're even witnessing. Like, who is messing up in those fights? You see Plessin looking towards front toilets and then just turning away. He's surely spotted out the Shadow, worried about maybe a long player, of course, yes, but so many awkward engagements. And I can't split these right now. I really can't.
I mean, you couldn't even if you tried to. We are going into a second overtime, and, you know, there are games in which you could say that one team is obviously the better one and the other one is just fighting for dear life. The 9 Pandas have had 6 chances to close out the game and they haven't been able to. So at this point, it's not just the 9 Pandas missing out on their chances. The Alliance is refusing to give up. We go for it once again. Bonus rounds, the Alliance. 6 times, we're just 1 round away from elimination. At the RES Regional Series to Europe. And 6 times, they saved their lives. 6 times, they keep on fighting. And they keep on showing that they're not ready to give this one up. Robin, on top of the boost. Oh, timing. Completely against him. Clax doesn't see him, doesn't spot him out. Robin is going to get on top and still gets the kill.
Twist mows down 2, drops a molly towards Monster right before it as well, so Zoma can't even refrag this, and this round is looking done for 9 Pandas, especially because it's just on the coach. Standing in, needs to step up. He's clutched one before, but a 1v4 is off the cards and off the table. Alliance have yet another CT round. They're going to gain the advantage, and for the first time in a very, very long time, Alliance are going to have the lead.
You said for the first time in a long time. It is for the first time in a long time. I didn't realistically believe we would get to it. But hey, here we are. And Robin's on 38. He's fragging. He's still fragging. He hasn't slowed down for that entire map. You are seeing an inspiring performance from the captain right now of Alliance. Pleasant, trying to be the difference maker. Flashes great, and the latest setup for a nice opening kill. Bowden with the refrag, but for the first time in a while, the 9 Pandas have a man advantage, courtesy of Clax's kill in towards the Monster side.
CTs are going to get aggressive. Look at this. They're going to try and fade this smoke. And oh, Zoma and Clax both fall. That's huge. But Glowing, he can stop them crossing. He knows that there was another player over towards Monster. But he's not going to take that fight. He's going to back up and back away. Bowden is absolutely nowhere near right now. But if there was a man that you want to sit on the site alone that could definitely do it and find 2 kills, it probably is Robin in this scenario. 39 kills. He's looking for a little bit more as 9 Pandas, are they going to be baited into an A play here? If they walk up connector, they're dead.
It still looks like B. It still feels like B. Molotov in towards the barrel. Smoke heaven. They will get a bomb plan out of this at bare minimum. Robin is up close. Doesn't have a Molotov though, nor an HE, so nothing that he can do to deny. He's actually not waiting for his teammate. He's playing. The other person is coming in from connect. Robin gets the kill and Bowden Master wins the fight on to hide this balance. 2 CTs coming out of 2 different positions, and both of them win their fights. The Alliance gets 17. That's 5 in a row now.
And I want to say, I was saying somebody needs to help Robin out, Bowden has been that guy. He's been finding some impact with that AWP, gets the final kill there with the AK, but he is hitting shots, important shots, and denying a lot of space from Nine Pandas really to get up over towards the A-bomb site. Hasn't really been that comfortable. And Bowden, even though Pleasant might be going down, Bowden is finding the refrags to make sure that Alliance are still staying competitive on these CT rounds. But I still feel this is going to come down to one T round. Whoever can pick up a T round on their side is going to win this.
That's the bold statement. Doesn't sound like a bold statement, though. It sounds like a normal deduction. Flash, absolutely perfect. Sets up Pleasant for an opening kill. Smoke deployed, and he's got some support from short side, too.
Oh, that's such a great refrag from Glowing. It's a big risk. He's got the bomb on his back, and he just sends it up connector. But he realizes if Pleasant gets away with his life there, the round might be good as done. If he can exit through Con, that's a big problem. Now it's a fair fight. Bowden is isolated over towards Long Toilets, and Clax is ready and waiting to see if Avid is going to walk in. Can he find this kill? No. Through the chain link fence, he falls.
This is big, though. That might make them think a response is going to come in towards the A-bomb side, but because of Bowden's position, they should be aware of the possibility. Boost up, spotted out, and now they know. They know there's two CTs towards the back of the site, but they see in the bomb.
Yeah, they're delaying, though. They're going all the way around towards Monsters. Smoke over towards Heaven. The flashes need to be perfect. And Avid's already up close. He's not going to be blinded, but it doesn't matter. Twist has to fall back. Robin is here now trying to help out. Low HP makes it easy, but the op definitely does not. As Idis Balance thrown into the clutch, but peaks with the bomb. And Twist says, thank you very much. 18 rounds. And Alliance just one away from rescuing this series from the death.
That is absolutely outrageous. What more can you say about it? Robin getting another kill on the board. You're counting 41 and 17. This is probably the best individual performance we've seen so far. I mean, I know we saw that crazy masterclass from Brute Monster the other day against Bait, but this is in a competitive game. This is much different. This is a game in which your team needs you, and you've delivered. That's 6 in a row. Nine Pandas had that entire game, that entire series in the palm of their hand. And they let it go. One round. That's all that the Alliance need. Just the one. The problem is, it has to come through on the T side. And the offense has been problematic. You don't want to be thinking about a third overtime when you have 3 more rounds to play here. In number 2 and 3 chances to close it out. But you gotta make that offense work. You really have to. And whenever the Nine Pandas have had the guns, it's been the same story as in when the roles are reversed. The team on the T side has been struggling.
I feel early on, though, if Alliance are able to find an opening frag here, just put Nine Pandas on the back foot, it could be a completely different story. The momentum has shifted in this game. The momentum is with the Swedes for the first time. They've been on the back foot for this entire series, Ted, and this is the first chance that they're going to have to close out this game. The first time that they're going to feel confident going into engagements. And Twist is going to be the man leading the line, it would seem. Over towards short, trying to get aggressive, trying to find that frag. As the rest of his team gets set up for this B play, but the flash is perfect. Pleasant executes Bowden from behind. And they're 2 men to the good now, Nine Pandas. They just need to hold on.
Ooh, extra nade. Gonna do a little bit more damage, and as of right now, Idis Balance actually has that rotation under lock and key with the AVP and towards connectors, so they can hold on to the 3-man setup in towards B. They can actually rotate a 4-player too. Idis Balance one missed. The latest gets another one. This is looking a lot more like it now for the Nine Pandas. Once again, roles reversed. This first CT side round is theirs for the taking. And it's a convincing one to start off their second CT campaign in overtime.
Was he jumping?
What? No, right? Can we get a quick replay of that, please? There's no way he was. No way he was jumping, right? No way that was midair.
It looked very awkward. I think it might have just been a fast peek. No, he's okay. I mean,
his feet hit the ground, but
yeah, but still,
it's a millisecond. You know what? Let's give it to him. That was a sick shot. Yeah, that was nice. Good job, Glowin. We move.
Alliance need to continue to move forward. Get advanced positions, try and find a gap in this 9 Pandas defense, which has looked impregnable. And especially when Idis Balance is around every corner you seem to go around in this game. Oh, Zoma, you need to be so careful. How about the spam? Oh, he's a whisker away from finding some impact there, from finding maybe a frag. Zoma, is he asking maybe to be flashed in here? Surely you don't risk it. Surely once that util reign's over, you just start dumping utility to make sure Alliance don't make their way into the site. Twist is coming out monster. Defensive smoke up towards the barrels. Klax is going to have to jump out of harm's way here. Flashes are good. Delaying even longer. The A players chucking what they can to try and help the CTs, but Alliance have gone quiet. They might buy into this maybe being a fake. The smoke is going to clear, and now Alliance are going to try and hit it. Klax is down. The transfer not good enough for Twist. Zoma drops him. 12 seconds. You need to get your hands back on the bomb. Bowden needs to hit the shot, but it's not going to happen. Robin even isn't enough to save Alliance this time around. Delaydays gets that 30 bomb that he was after. Idis Balance is close to it as well. And 9 Pandas an inch closer to a third overtime, Ted.
This game is the definition of eternity, and to Counter-Strike, embodied endless game of CS. It never ends. It absolutely never ends.
The game is a gift, but at this rate, it might be over at Christmas.
I want Christmas socks. That's all I'm gonna say.
The best time of the year.
One more, and we go again. One more, and we reload. We get another bunch of rounds of action. Pleasant taking control of middle. Default util when Bowden's gonna help him out with the clearance of the toilets, but Glowin just playing that up close angle. They're more than happy to give away that part of the map. The Alliance trying to switch things up. The B-bomb side wasn't necessarily too kind to them in the first 2 rounds, so now they're rerouting towards A, but still need to get past Idis Balance and Glowing on that setup.
That's why they've been avoiding A. They don't want to go into Idis Balance because he's hitting everything that moves.
Oh, Glowin's still dead. Flash in. Pleasant should jump with it. Glowin fully blinded. That's a perfect execution, and the mid shot from Dio. That's a perfect opening.
You still have 35 seconds, though. You need to get into the site, and the rotations are going to be here. You're going to be up in time. Idis Balance stuck towards the map, though, could be a little bit of a problem. So he's going to try and get aggressive towards toilets. This is huge from Idis Balance. 2 players on his screen, and at a vital moment, Idis Balance finally shows he's human. He falls over. Zoma can't do anything at all. They line up for Klax as he tries to get something done. Delaydays getting in on the action with a double, but can't deny the plant. And it's Klax now in a 1 versus 2. Pleasant and Robin stand in his way for a 3rd overtime. Alliance, have they done enough to save themselves? Pleasant on the site, spotted out in the open, but Klax can't finish the job. and he's running out of time now. Plesson waiting for the peak clacks. Thinks that Robin's getting aggressive, but it's Plesson he needs to be worried about. And now Nine Pandas need to be worried about Alliance because they are possibly facing elimination as well.
Well, that felt like an eternity. That felt like an endless game of Counter-Strike that was never going to reach its climax. And you know what? That game actually had multiple climaxes. That was absolutely outrageous. That was one of the craziest games we've had in the tournament so far. And I'm counting the first edition too. I might as well count the South American editions, although this is a different beer. But that overtime, man, and what a showing from Robin. 42 kills. Yes, it wasn't double overtime, but still 42 kills for the IGL. Robin did God's work to keep the Alliance in that game. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a third and final map. It is Enshin, everything on the line. Winner keeps on fighting, loser goes home. We'll catch you after the break.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, folks, to the RES Regional Series 2 European Edition. We are ready to kick things off with the third and final map of our first series of the day. It is elimination on the line. It is the contender for the Guinness World Record of the scrappiest Counter-Strike game ever, and one of the most entertaining ones at the same time. So I guess we're getting a good combination out of it. But for those of you that are just joining in, we have the 9 Pandas taking on the Alliance map number 1. Was a 13-1 victory for the 9 Pandas on the map pick of the Alliance, and then an overpass double overtime, and 6 missed out map and match points for the 9 Pandas lead to that. The third and final map, Enshin with everything on the line. Jack, what are we thinking going into this one?
I don't know, man. Don't ask me that question. I'm not thinking all that much. I've absolutely no idea how it goes from one of the most non-competitive maps of Counter-Strike that we've probably seen to one of the most competitive maps of Counter-Strike we're going to see. So, like, are we going to meet, like, in the middle now? Is this going to be, like, a 13-6 or a 13-7? Or, what's going to happen? I've absolutely no idea. I know, we are seeing a much better performance from Alliance, which is what we would have wanted, we were a little bit shocked to see them, come out and perform like that on map 1. They've actually put it up to 9 Pandas here, especially 9 Pandas playing with a coach. I think maybe if Seized was in that position there, we didn't really notice Zoma struggling that much on Anubis, but on Overpass it was kind of maybe a little bit of a different story, relying on the heavy hitters, your Delayed A's, your Idis Balance, your Glowing once again, and even Clacks at times to pull out all the stops to try and get 9 Pandas over the line. But unfortunately it was the captain of the other team, it was Robin, that dropped 42 kills to make sure that they stay alive in the event.
Just to put it into perspective, by the way, the second highest fragger on the side of the Alliance, 3 of them were leveled up on 22 kills. So Robin is 20 kills clear from the second one in his team.
Yeah, I mean, a captain's performance, and he kept Alliance alive. Look, there's no way he's going to be able to replicate that on Ancient is my only worry, but it is a different map. We could see a different beast from Alliance. We could see a completely different 9 Pandas as well, though. That's the fun of it. We've no idea what's going to happen. We'll have to watch the night, friends, see who's going to get a choice of what side they do want to start on. Who are you backing, Ted? Who do you think? Who do you think are going to be able to take it? Are 9 Pandas going to finally be able to close it out? Or do you think the momentum is just with the Swedes now and they'll push on?
Well, you know what? I actually, after 3 years of working together, I have identified one of the worst traits in your character. And that's when you refuse to answer a question that I asked you. You asked me back.
Yeah.
The same thing without giving me an answer. So I don't like that. But you know what? Following the path of logic, 1xBet has leveled things up too, so that they can't make a decision, which I can't fault them for. Well, now they can, apparently. It is the 9 Pandas that they're favoring slightly. I do believe that the 9 Pandas have offered the more solid CS out of the two. And to be fair, I don't really see even though Robin has been playing extremely well recently. I don't see him drop 40 kills once again to save them in double overtime. I think I'm gonna go for a wild 9 Pandas prediction here.
We'll have to wait and see. I think you might be right, but it really depends how the pistol and the rest of the rounds do go to fake out over towards the A bomb site. Alliance are not budging over towards B. Pleasant will get that smoke down. Twist is in a little bit of trouble should he peek towards the cave. Lots of damage being done, and that flash wreaking a little bit of havoc. Eventually, the first kill is going to go the way of Alliance, and a second quick tap to the head from Twist as well. But Clax now creating space over towards that A bomb site. The bomb is going to be called back, but it's going to be caught in rotation. Idis Balance baiting out his coach there completely, but maybe needed to win the round.
Yeah, they still need to get past Robin, though. This is really important, and Idis Balance is able to clutch, or rather to cross, sorry. Not to clutch yet, and Robin's on the hunt, and that's allowed Clax to get into a really good position. Do they clear him out? That's the question. They'll try to, but they won't be able to. Clax gets the first one, and now he's got support from his teammate. About the second Avid drops him, and it's Idis Balance in the 1 versus 2, trying to chase Avid down, but it's impossible. And even if it was possible, Robin in the meantime was just taking the defuse, so it wouldn't have mattered, even if he had gotten the kill.
Yeah, Avid was just a distraction there. Robin dropped the smoke and had
He
a kill as well.
distracted him so well that I got distracted. I didn't notice he was defusing the bomb.
I was waiting for the penny to drop, all right. Well, perfect time. Definitely now. No point in waiting. If you want to sign up to 1xBet, you can use our code 1x or ESEU and get a 130% deposit bonus with your first deposit. You can click the link below the stream and head on over. Clax. For a nice little bit of a spray down, but it's not going to connect where he would have wanted. This force buy needs to work out for 9 Pandas, but it's not looking likely. Pleasant, unfortunately, doesn't get the third. It was nearly perfect for the CTs. Instead, Zoma will get the plant. He'll get himself at least positioned behind the pillar, but it's worth nothing, and Glowing is too far away to have any impact on this round. And especially with Twist holding, he's just going to absolutely destroy him as soon as he appears on his screen. 2-0 Alliance, 9 Pandas at least get a little bit of an injection of money, but we shouldn't see the force, especially with 3 rifles kept up in the round. This should just be a little bit of a half buy and maybe a set piece brought into action early on.
Probably. This is one of the best stars that the Alliance have had on Ancient in recent history. They've won only 1 out of their last 6 games. When it comes down to this map, and it was a 13-8 victory over Havu. They played against Amiga, got 6 rounds against them. Losses to Alternate Attacks, Eyeballers, Bed Boom, and Bleed. Leading up to that Havu win. That was the one and only, but this start on the CT side is not too bad. You still have to be careful about that round against the Pistols. This is a 2-for-1 in towards middle, and Twist is the only one that could stop you from crossing in towards that A bomb site. Still though, does a really good job at it. Robin, good with the swing from Shelf, drops the bomb, and just Clax left, a 1 versus 3 with all to look for Clax. And he's been taking a lot of space in towards that A bomb site on multiple occasions, but at this point, if you're the Alliance, you're expecting it. You know he's defaulting towards that part of the map, so it should come as no surprise. At least he's got time to work with.
Yeah, he can maybe get
He's
around
going to be a nerd.
behind a few people. Yeah, he's just going to maybe
You know
just
what?
catch one by surprise. And
Doesn't
just,
Clax look like a little really smart villain when you look at the picture? I feel like it might be the glasses effect, but he looks like an extremely intelligent but yet wicked person. Like if that was a superhero movie.
I can
Doesn't
see
it
it.
give you that vibe?
I can see it a little bit.
Yeah, right? An evil genius.
Makes a lot of steps running away here. He has acquired that M4, but
But good by heart.
that is really ideal, especially if you can drop Class in here as well. And he will go down, not before time is out, so he collects a kill, he at least damages Alliance's money, and now they can buy up regardless. So, not a terrible job. And that damage definitely was good. Nine Pandas have been quite solid on buy rounds though. We'll see what they're going to bring to the table here early on Ancient. It's looking like they're going to focus a little bit over towards middle just to bait out some utility. Not going to take it heavily. And it's quite the passive stance.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, I was gonna make a comment that these are not using the deep variation of the cave smoke, but look at Pleasant. I mean, it is a passive stance from the CTs in general, but Pleasant just getting ahead of the play, gets one Bowden with the second on the support, and this is a great outcome for the CTs. You get 2 kills, you lose 1, that's fine, but you get out of there and you just disturb that T side play so much.
Yeah, Twist playing on that pixel angle, deploys a smoke. Only thing is, Robin needs to be careful. If somebody walks into Red Room, that's the only real danger that they're in. So they're going to go back and clear that, which has left Bowden alone. Just for now.
He probably flash escape from long though, or Banana. He just needs to win some time.
He's going to try and win some time if he can. Maybe even find a kill as well. There's the peak, but Glowing drops him.
It's good damage. Rotations coming in from Shelf. They're going to be fairly quick. Twist needs to make sure he stays alive, though. He's going to get up close and personal. A lot of damage done through the box. But Twist needs to find at least one, and he falls down.
Not perfectly ideal at all. Robin moves into position. Glowing still on the site. He was low HP, so Glowing is just going to clean him up. Avid now getting in on the action. Clax is down, and Delaydays needs to go huge in this 1 versus 2. Avid is low, which will make things a little bit easier, but what won't is 2 players on your screen at once, and Robin will find 2 kills in that round and the round itself. 4 now for Alliance. And although that one was a scary one, Alliance are just going to be delighted that it went in their favor.
I feel like I might start having to actually get my worst back for Robin. Another big round from the IGL, but again, I don't want to be saying that early on, but it feels like this is the most cohesive Alliance that we've seen so far in the series in those first couple rounds on the CT side of Ancient. Really well timed push, 50-second mid clearance with 1 player in towards Donut and 2 in towards that middle area. They spot the information towards B. 2 people quickly scale up Shelf. It hasn't looked bad, but the 9 Pandas have another purchase, and it's looking like they will try and test that B bomb site. Thomas first with the bomb.
He's completely blind as well. The flashes caught him off. The Molly separating him from his teammates. The Ladies won't get past that smoke. Balance finds that refrag, but man, it's just not worth anything at all. You still have lost the bomb. You still have no control on this round, and Alliance can just rotate accordingly. They can just get players over here, make sure they lock down this part of the map. They've got the round in the palm of their hands here. 9 Pandas need something special to overcome this.
Something special sounds right. That just looks so disjointed there. And you know, that's the issue. The fact that Zomo was the player with the bomb. If you just lose 1 like that, it's no issues. But now you've lost the bomb. You need to recommit and recommit into that B bomb side. And there's CTs all around you. Balance gets 1 in retaliation. But this is just the 1 kill into the player that was pushing in towards A main. And you can sprint all you want, but there's 30 seconds. Those CTs are not moving. They're not letting go of that C4. And Balance, I think he might have lagged out and they're saving. Okay, he's not lagged out, but they are saving.
Well, I mean, what can you really do? You're going to be walking into an op, and more than likely 2 players.
You know what you can do? You can start a Macarena train and hope that they get distracted. They want to hop on your train and they forget that they're actually playing a game. That's what you can do. It's the
Wishful
best
thinking,
distraction.
for sure.
I
Tactile timing,
I might have
actually
been
called.
fooled like that a couple times in my life.
Doesn't surprise me.
You're saying that now, but when you hear that music, when you hear the text, when you hear the lyrics, nothing else matters. Well, as you said, first tactical timeout for the 9 Pandas. Things have been going pretty troublesome for them. 1xBet now favoring the Alliance, and we can't really fault them. The Alliance has been on fire. Of course, if you want to check out 1xBet, make sure you click the banner below the stream, head over to their website, and you can capitalize on some of the best odds out there for CS, other esports too. It was quite interesting. You can use our code 1XRESEU. That's going to give you up to 130% of your initial or bonus on your initial deposit. Play responsibly though, as the 9 Pandas will be trying to be responsible, but risking it just a little bit with that straight up call in towards that A-bomb site.
Yeah, not really any pressure at all anywhere on the map. Now there's going to be a smoke out. There's the flash. Bowden taking his time sitting on that angle, but eventually will pull the trigger and hit the shot. Zoma drops Twist, and Bowden needs to try and back away. He's got Robin in support here. Oh, that's a lot of damage to be done through that smoke, but they need a little bit more. Robin's going to nade open that smoke. Zoma's going to be dead, but he gets the bomb down at least.
Oh.
However, Robin with that double, and Pleasant now just swinging to claim 2 himself. This is a 6-0 start for Alliance. 9 Pandas are going to have a great bye in this next round, but they need to start picking them up, or it could be goodbye for good.
Swedish Redemption, this is what we're seeing right now. A lot of risk though. I mean, being an oper, getting fully flashed and not taking a shot, not doubling back, just staying and waiting for the flash to pass is such a massive chance, but still grants him the kill. Robin with another multi-kill, and Pleasant closes it out. And now it feels like Robin is getting the support right. He's still onto a great start. He's still on 6-1. He's getting 1 kill on average per round. He's died only once, but you have Pleasant on 9, and you have Twist and Avid on 5 apiece. This is looking much better for the Alliance. Another Bido, and look at that, Robin. He's let them pass. They have no idea. He's inside of the smoke. This has so much potential. He can just shut them down completely, and Twist is aware of it.
Oh, Zoma.
Oh my god.
Now Robin's going to move. He's
Oh
gonna
my goodness.
walk his way out. Claims Zoma at least. He nearly lines up too. That's an insane reaction from Glowing to make sure that 9 Pandas can still be competitive in this round. And it's interesting to see that Robin went that early. He might have been able to play for a little bit more there, but it looks like it might not matter, especially with the Avid kill. But Idis Balance finds the frag with the bomb, and Alliance are all pulled to that side of the map.
Yeah,
Clax
but surely
on A
you just
again.
see that Clax is alive, and you
Yeah.
realize this is a possibility.
He always seems to be out on A. Nearly in every single round, we see him somewhere on this A bomb site. Hasn't usually found too many frags from it, but now is as good a time as ever. Twist with that HE goes a little bit too deep. Idis Balance stands just about on 8 HP. Double donut setup, steps being heard by Pleasant for sure. Smoke and play for Avid. They can get this down and maybe stick this defuse.
They could. Flank coming in from A main. It's not really going to give them anything though. Pleasant is just taking his time, clearing out those positions. Surely you realize first player jumps up, second player jumps up. They've spotted the Oper. Smoking towards the bomb though, and this is risky. They can get onto it. They can try and stick it. That old bullet needs to be as accurate as possible, but it's not even going to go out of the chamber. Twist gets a double, and the Alliance keep on racking rounds on the board. This is 7 now.
That is insanely clever for both of them to jump over. Just to make sure if there's an op holding, if we're jumping out of temple, he's not going to be able to hit us.
Yeah, I think the first one jumped, spotted the Oper, and that was communicated, and that's why the second one peaked like that.
Oh, what a shot that was from Avid. We didn't get to see that from his POV. And then Twist, the first kill was nice, the second kill was easy as both our Idis Balance was low. Fast play out towards middle, denied instantly by Robin. He's completely blind and dazed, but a 1-for-1 is still a great result in that scenario, especially because it could have went a whole lot worse. Clax aggressive into the red room as Glowing drops Avid. This time, Alliance are on the back foot. This time, Alliance need to band together and find something.
Pleasant still in a good position. They're here in a mid steps, trying to get that equalizing kill though, and he's being as proactive as if he's got some support. This is so risky. The game that Pleasant's playing right now, but it's just the bait. He's trying to lure them in towards an A play, in towards the mid push, but it's not happening. Instead, they are rerouting back in towards his bomb side, in towards the B bomb side. And this is so awkward right now for the CT side. You have no idea where they're headed. Pleasant will have to go huge.
Oh, this is a massive reposition. He wasn't spotted
They
there.
didn't see him.
No, it's almost dead. Pleasant, oh, you felt you needed just a little bit more there. Clax has been seen now on his lurk. They know that there is a mid player in the round, and Twist has tagged him down extremely low. Bowden Master's going to help out. This is a 2 versus 2. This is still entirely doable right now for Alliance. Midas balance, nade on top of his head, flash as well, but he can hold on to that ramp control. However, the problem is Glowing is so low on the site. The molly might force him out of position, but it doesn't land flush. Yeah, but the HE might. It doesn't matter. But Bowden just sprays him down. Midas balance is low towards the ramp, low time, but it doesn't matter. They'll stick the defuse. They've got it. Alliance have retaken it. They leave it a little bit late for sure. If the players weren't so low, maybe it was a completely different story, but they were low. The damage was already done, and the output continues to just increase for Alliance. They just continue to ramp it up time and time again. The bomb plants just aren't enough at this stage for 9Pandas. They need a round, and they need it now.
This is starting to fall apart real quick. Only when you think about the fact that this was a 13-1 on map 1, a 12-9 lead. Then 3 chances to close it out, a 15-12 lead too. All of those in favor of the 9Pandas on map number 2 to close out the series. And now it looks dire. It looks helpless. It looks impossible. You're in desperate need of rounds, and the CTs are just not making it easy for you. Pleasant, once again, might get tested early on. He's ready for the boost. Spots out the lead side, this balance.
He goes back for more, claims 2, Bowden helps him out, and they're just being absolutely torn limb from limb every time they try and enter a site. Clax flashed completely. Pleasant will even claim 1 more. And that is the round done, 9-0, Ted. We were singing the praises about 9Pandas after their first map. Maybe an argument to be made about them getting unfortunate on Overpass. Had chances to close it out, but just couldn't get it over the line. But on Ancient, they've been non-existent.
This is so scary. It feels like a truck is running over you right now. Or a train. Or both of them at the same time. What can you do about it? A half buy coming up. Not even a bomb plant to justify going for another investment. You haven't picked up around 10 rounds deep into that third and final map, and you can't even justify investing everything that you have. Avid is hitting them with the jiggles. Here's the flash. Goes for the peak. They line up for him. Does a whole lot of damage, but doesn't get a single kill. Pleasant's gonna walk in.
Yeah, that's a great molly that he put down originally.
That's interesting. They switched positions. I don't think the latest will realize that up until really, really late. But Pleasant might be in a position to get him and a couple more. Pleasant's surely gonna wait for the initial steps. Robin gets the first one. Tapping away. There's the refrag, but Pleasant can activate.
The ladies can't believe it. The ladies cannot believe that Pleasant has pushed through the smoke like that, and eventually Idis Balance will punish him. 2 players left on the CT side, Bowden and Twist. Oh, but Zoma gives it up at the most unfortunate of moments. The smoke might help things, but Twist now creeping from behind. Idis balance is low. They still have a lot of util. It just comes down to if they can find the frags here. Clax is holding the line. He collects that kill. The HE is going to force Clax out into a position that he will fall. And Idis balance in the open. How is Bowden clutched that one up?
Kit.
No kit. He needs to get back on it. This is going to be close. but he might just have enough time here.
No
he
way.
believes he does. Does he just about? Yes.
Oh,
Alliance
my
have 10.
goodness. No way. They steal it away once again. That was supposed to be the one. That was supposed to be the round for the 9 pandas. What do they need to do at this point to just pick up one man? This could be absolutely outrageous. The 13-0 dream is alive for the Alliance. At least you can have a buy round, but this is so disappointing. A 2 versus 1. Ida's balance in the open. They know exactly where that player is. Clax wins the fight onto the ramp player, and by that time it feels like it was over, but not. That player didn't even have a kit. You're 9-0 up, you don't have a kit, and you still get away with it. Ida's balance picks up a double kill, and surely this is going to be the first one.
Yeah, I mean, if Alliance clutch this one up, it just goes against everything I believe in. Like, this would be ungodly if they're able to even attempt this, but I don't think they will. I think they're maybe just going to be saving. I mean, the damage might be worth it if you're Alliance. If you want to get a little bit closer. Now, hold on a second.
Just the sheer thought of you saying, hold on in a second, in a 2 versus 4, when they're towards the left-hand side of the minimap, and the bomb is planted B.
Okay.
That describes the situation. That describes the entire game so far. Our brains have been programmed to believe that this is possible. But yeah, this is one.
Anything is possible after I've seen that clutch. After I've seen Bowden run out, kills Clax, and... Wait, did I just balance just BM flashing there? In the middle of the round?
He
no-scoped the body.
Yeah. He did it.
Right, okay. Oh well.
It's like, I might not be winning the round, but I won that fight.
Yeah. But what are you doing? Why are you peeking me
Sit
like
down.
that? Yeah, literally.
Why are you not shooting back now? You're not clutching anymore, are you? Might have been a misclick. Might have.
Yeah.
Let's say he misclicked.
Yeah, that's a nicer way to put it.
Yeah. It happens sometimes, especially with the AVP. It's just one little click of the mouse. Twist. Molotov deployed. Nate should land flush and do some damage. Actually goes a little bit too deep, but still tags down Glowing fairly decently. Oh no, that was towards middle. Yeah, Nate went too deep.
Yeah, didn't really do all that much damage at all. Didn't even tie Clax. And hit Iris balance for 1. So, not the most ideal of nades. Bowden, okay, yeah, caught high and dry there towards the ramp. That flick would have been ridiculous if he hit it, but that's not going to happen. Avid in towards the cave, that is a big find. Glowing was low HP, but he's dealt with immediately. Flash lands, but Avid turns and then begins to ramp it up a little bit, much like Alliance. 9 pandas are down to just 2, and Ida's balance is a lucky man to be standing once again. 12 HP is going to make things extremely difficult, especially with Robin here, peering around every corner. So many CTs and so many CT rounds. That is 11, and 9 pandas. They can hold on to that one round that they won a few rounds ago, but it's just not going to be enough, Ted. They need a monstrous comeback on this CT side, but I feel ridiculous even considering it.
Yeah, I want to go back to that 9 pandas prediction to win the 3rd and final map, by the way. We can rediscuss right now. The Alliance, they've shown they have looked like a different team. And, you know, the signs were there after maybe 3-4 rounds. They did look a lot more cohesive, a lot more present, I guess, in the server. And there's your result. We just get a reverse sweep. First map is complete obliviation for the Alliance, the 13-1 for the 9 pandas. Then we get a double OT victory for the Swedes, and now we're about to get pretty much a part 2 of Anubis, but roles reversed. Of course, if you want to, and this is probably going to be the last time we tell you this, because the game looks like it's going to be over pretty quickly, so go and check out 1xbet down in the description of the stream. You can click the link, head over there. I disbalance though. not really giving us too much time to talk about that, as he's going for the aggressive maneuver in towards middle. Glowin gets the first, but Pleasant and Robin answer back in unison, since Zoma might have to step it up with the Dualies to give them at least somewhat of a fighting chance and hope going into that second half. As of right now, though, Lax is alone, and Glowing needs that frag onto Pleasant.
Gets it. Instantly. Twist takes a lot of space. Clax is hearing the steps. Bowden is creeping slowly behind. Zoma realizing that B is completely clear. Now, Pandas know what's going on. The question is, can they stop them? Twist is looking for these engagements. He's looking for these fights. Bowden cannot feel comfortable going for a plant here. They're going to have to fight either the Donut or the CT players, or hope that Twist can hold on. He's going to fall. Zoma will get the last, and 9 Pandas. They have a pistol, Ted. That is the first step to a monstrosity of a comeback.
I guess you could say so. Every great story started somewhere. Every great journey had a start. But a lot of them have failed throughout history. And the Alliance did get a bomb plant. So the first buy will come in. Still a lot to show if you want to even... if you want to even make anybody consider and believe that this comeback could be a possibility. You're just taking it one step at a time right now. You just got to play some pretty solid CS. Round after round, one foot in front of the other. And this is not the best of starts. Klax failing to jump a couple times, still will eventually get on top of it. And he's got the support of Idis balance. Klax will just deploy the Molotov in the moment that he spots anything. But the readjustment from the D's is coming in before they've even spotted him out. 3 of them heading in towards middle. Both the latest and Glowing get spotted, but they don't really have the nades to obscure the vision, so that makes that fight extremely precarious, extremely uncomfortable for the T's.
Eventually, Delaydays, the nuisance, has gone down towards Cave. He was just causing such a headache for Alliance. I mean, look at the HP damage done to all those players. That is just a horrible person to deal with, and now someone is going to go and take his place, but they have vacated the premises for now. And Pleasant tucked behind the box. Clax realizes surely that this is a possibility. No, he doesn't. Gun barrel seen. That's a free kill for Pleasant. Is there going to be a refrag here over towards middle? It's A where we set our eyes. Idis balance. A double might just keep 9 Pandas alive in this round. But are we about to see a Glowing and a coach clutch as Glowing gets dinked up? Zoma gets a whole lot closer. And it has to be really on Zoma here. It's going to be difficult for Glowing to get anything done, especially spotting him out. Zoma waiting for the swing, and the 1 versus 1.
He's run away.
It's on the clutch of the coach. Can he do it? Bowden just evading him, just dancing around. Zoma's going to tap it. Bowden is not going to take the bait, and he's going to see him. Knows he's off it now. Bomb has to be tapped once more. Zoma this time is going to stick it. Bowden, he has to move. Zoma might just win it by default, and he has. Too late on the peak. And you give the coach a chance and he will pull off rounds like that. Not at a disadvantage for sure when it comes to the clutch. And 9 Pandas stay alive once again.
Oh my goodness, this is what, a second, a third clutch for Zoma across that series, and this is a clutch that keeps them in the tournament fairly realistically. A 1 versus 1, and in the moment that he doesn't jump through the smoke straight away after the initial kill, you just feel like Bowden's got it, right? The moment that he doubles up in towards Brokey, he gets the cover of the tempo, he can just toy with him, he can make steps, he can jiggle. The first tap even doesn't bait him out fully. Zoma just takes it the second time, and Bowden even goes down eventually. Ob spotted in towards that B-bomb side. The Alliance ended with another reinvestment, but the 9 Pandas are fighting for dear life. And it has been successful so far. You need a whole lot more of that, though. You need to start finding some level of comfort, of conviction in the way that you're winning those rounds.
play is going to happen. Delayed is stops at least the first play from happening. Glowing gets onto the site, needs some assistance for now, but right now he's doing it all on his own. Teammate smoked off. He's going to be of absolutely no use as Pleasant tries to creep his way through the smoke, but Glowing had that one read and had that one covered. Robin surely just going to be spotted out by Clax, and Clax isn't even going to give him the fight. That's how serious 9 Pandas are taking this one. He's on full HP with an SMG, doesn't want to give Robin the chance, knows what he did to him on Overpass. And with 20 seconds, Robin has no other option right now other than to just save. But if he wants to go for it, if he wants to die, he needs to die now. Step been made, step been heard, 8 seconds. And Robin could go down after time. This could be an absolute disaster for Alliance.
And you can say it again. Say that again, please.
Absolute disaster for Alliance.
I wanted to hear it out again.
$600.
Yep.
Oh man.
Can we start getting worried now? Can we start getting worried about the Alliance?
So early. It's so early, man. But yes,
it is early.
I agree.
But
like it has.
You're
it does have the
it's
signs.
the way that they're winning the rounds. It's the fact that you're seeing the level of comfort of Clax to find this balance of Glowing and getting some of those multi-kills. You just imagine a world where the latest wakes up to Zoma clutching up a key 1 versus 1. An eco round coming up for the Alliance. Just a couple upgraded pistols. No armor to them, no nades, no nothing. Just a lot of hope. And the power of friendship. Glowing, tapping them away, gets a quick, nice little triple. And is Bowden master to get the only kill in the round. That's 11-5, 5 in a row. Oh no, 4 in a row, actually, sorry. For the 9 Pandas. Yet to drop around on the CT side. Another buy coming up for the Alliance. And this will be the first proper investment from the Swedes. This will be the first serious test that the Russian squad needs to go through. And if they manage it, then you can start tilting your head a little bit while watching this game. You can start thinking about all the potential different outcomes.
Alliance forced away early from that B lane control. There's a good reaction coming in terms of they are creeping their way over towards this A bomb site, but if they walk anywhere out on the site, Idis Balance is holding from CT, which could be a big problem. I don't think they're going to risk it all that much. They still seem pretty kind of set on maybe finding something over towards mid or B. Pleasant is going to fade out that smoke, so Delaydays needs to be somewhat cautious, especially because Clax has gone back and Pleasant finds that kill. Alliance have the advantage.
They do start to edge closer and closer in towards B. Ope posted on the angle, but look at Glowing. He's going to start moving forward. This is big. He needs to find that kill, and he does. Quick readjustment. Robin doesn't want to go for the swing. He's the one with the bomb. He didn't want to risk to lose it. 25 seconds though, and the Ope is still in position.
They have everybody here. They're hitting every single shot that they need to. Robin eventually is going to get that refrag, but needs to find the Opper. But the Op finds him first. And Twist, what can he do? Moving into position, Idis Balance checking left and right. Eventually he's going to miss an opportunity. They'll trade HEs. None of them will take either down, and Twist has to save. This is 11-6 right now. The Pandas are on fire, and the Swedes need to get the extinguisher out quickly.
Getting the extinguisher is the right way to put it. A 5 versus 4, you take your time, but again, not ready for Glowing, not ready for Clax, not ready for the Oper in towards the cave. In an instant, it all falls apart. Great shots by Idis Balance. The Oper starting to show some of that overpass form here. 11-6. Once again, down to the pistols and the upgraded MAC-10s. Just one rifle. And look at the utility damage early on. It's absolutely outrageous.
Clax with the opening. Looking for a second. Tempting Bowden with a little bit of a peek. Delay this does some kind of damage. It's gonna fall. But still, they keep themselves afloat, ahead, just above water, and a little bit ahead of the T's right now. But it's a level playing field. A great shot from Twist. The discussion being made, and Robin is going to be the man to lead the line with the AK.
You have a couple possibilities now, right? I mean, you've dealt with the player in towards the cave, but most of the time, the reaction from the CTs in those scenarios has been aggression in towards the ramp. And this is the case now again. There's two of them. The Oper and the M4 timing is going to be key. Do they spot out one of them at least initially? And the answer is no. And this is so risky. If Balance is able to readjust and get the first kill, this could all fall apart, but he doesn't. And now the Oper needs to... Actually, the rifle needs to go huge, and Zoma does. Collects a double. Bowden has a big green to pick up. Bomb's gonna get planted, and it's glowing on the other side, but he's so close. Bowden's tapped it the first time, and that's gonna win some more time to Glowin. He's gonna walk through straight up. Bowden's already. Glowin takes him out, and the 9 Pandas get another yet to lose the round on the CT side. My brain is just going spaghetti.
Oh, alphabeti spaghetti. I'm just trying to formulate words from the spaghetti soup right now. This is ridiculous.
Never been an easy task, by the way. I once was able to spell car, and I was really proud of myself when I was like 6.
3-letter words were probably about the height of it.
Car, the word for car has 4 letters in Bulgarian.
Ah, okay, right. So that's even more impressive.
Yeah, I took it to the next level, to the top shelf, my friend.
Do you know what would be even more impressive than that? If 9 Bandits
Alliance to close it out?
No, if 9 Bandits actually close this game. If they get this done in regulation, this would be the comeback of the ages. Still on fire. 6 in a row. 11-1 down at the half. And now 4 behind Alliance, who only need 2. 2 rounds, Ted. It doesn't seem like much.
Nope. No, it doesn't.
But it definitely feels like a lot.
It's like saying 1 minute doesn't sound like too much, but then you try and spend it on a plank, and suddenly, it's a lot more. Twist making his way in towards the A main. Clax aggressive, and Twist wins the fight. Massive opening, but he thinks he's got a lot more space to work with than he actually does, and Balance will punish him.
I don't mind that at all. You can see the Clax is in an aggressive position, and you just think, if I can get out on A here, I can wreak havoc. I can get into the back line, I can cause them a headache, I can cause them a problem. Balance was just so close there. That was the real difference, and it's unfortunate. A risk had to be taken there from Twist. Doesn't work out. Still a doable position. Balance is burning up, but still standing. Elsewhere, Glowing finds a kill. Zoma up close. Avid, is he going to clear out this angle? It doesn't matter. Zoma peeked before, finds the headshot, and now Alliance are really on the back foot. They need to step on the gas right now, accelerate into one of these sites, but they need to find the frags, and it has to really be Robin here. Zoma is going to give him a fight here in just a moment, you feel. And here it comes. Spots him out. There's the information. You've seen the bomb, and Bowden holding for the heaven peak.
Yeah, but look at Glowin. He's just holding for them not to rotate back, right? He can trust his teammates to hold it on, and they're both low on HP. You can't justify sending it. You need to hold on to it. This round falls apart too. That's going to be 8 on the board for the 9 Pandas. CT side masterclass in play by the Alliance in the first half, and now by their opponents in the second. This one keeps on getting closer and closer. And take a look at this round once again. Check that out. I mean, Twist getting the opening kill. As you pointed out, he tries to send it out there. There's no guarantee there's going to be a second player, and you might be able to take a lot of space and bait out a rotation after getting that first one. Balance gets the refrag, instantly rotates back towards the B bomb site, and switches with Glowing. Burns in towards the back of the side. That's the reason they don't clear out Zoma straight up. And switches with Glowing. Glowing takes one of those off angles towards the back of the side that you're not usually going to be playing with an AVP, and that's why he gets overlooked. 11-8. It's just 3 rounds between them, and Clax is going aggressive once again. Didn't work out for him last time around. Gets spotted. There's so many people, and they spotted the op too. Missed shots. That's a lot of trouble. Klax gets away with one, and iDisbalance deploys the Molotov to make sure
Look
that
at
he
Glowing.
doesn't get run down.
Glowing behind, he's claimed 2. That's huge. He pushed right through that mid-smoke. And he just drops him in the back line. What a play from Glowing at what a vital moment, Zoma. Oh no. He thought everybody was over towards A. He thought the coast was clear.
They still know Pleasant's there, and they know he's got the bomb. That's why Zoma's pushing, right? They spotted Pleasant. He's gotten 2 kills. The bomb was there too. Rotations might come into play, but the 9 Pandas realize that kill was confirmed in towards B. The B bomb side has been clear for 15 seconds, and the bomb hasn't been planted. You still are worried about a potential walk, and you can understand that. iDisbalance is just getting worried that Avid might try and lurk his way through the B bomb side in towards A, but it's not really the case. They're just gonna rejoin together, group up, and play in towards that A bomb side. iDisbalance will be up close any moment now. He should turn around and focus on A, with the B bomb side getting cleared out, and the only question is, where is Pleasant holding with that AWP? And he's not holding tempo as of right now. That should be a free kill. iDisbalance misses his chance, goes for the repeat, but Pleasant's already crossed.
Oh, how many of them has iDisbalance missed? You could probably count that on one hand. Not very many is the answer. And iDisbalance, spots, out, feet. Pleasant is going to miss.
That's big.
iDisbalance is just looking for him. Pleasant is toying and thinking about the idea of going for a peek. This is a lovely angle, but he misses now as well. The pressure is on.
No way.
Delayed ace drops Avid. It is down to Pleasant, and he's been smoked off. 9 Pandas, they need to get on the bomb, and Pleasant's not even going to try and save it. He missed his chance, and he knows it. It's 9 for 9 Pandas.
That's absolutely outrageous. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have imagined that we would see the 9 Pandas be so competitive in that game? They're yet to drop around, and a lot of them are so close. Look at that from Glowin once again. Just pushing through the mid smoke, recognizing all the havoc happening in towards A main, getting a double. Pleasant doing his absolute best. Avid as well, helping things out. That fight with the AWP in towards that A bomb site. Main versus Temple, that was so awkward, but they're still able to get the better of it. 11-9, another purchase, and Bolden was thinking about going for yet another early opening kill up the ramp, but scaling not possible through the flames, and Delayed opens things up.
What an entry to find here early on. Let's see if the spam is going to grant anything, and the answer to that is no. Robin still trying to get aggressive up towards the ramp. He might want to fade this smoke and try and get his team back into it. He's been the hero a lot of the time for Alliance. They need him now, because they are stumbling about Ancient, and this is looking like it's going one way and one way only. But still, chances. Still util that needs to rain over onto the site. A high-low being set up.
Perfect.
Are they going to get up in time? Both players turn from the flash. Yeah, absolutely perfect. Delayed will find a second of the round. And 9 Pandas have all the control. But Delayed falls. They know Zoma was in towards the cave. Doesn't see Robin behind the fire. And Zoma falls.
Double P comes in though. iDisbalance drops one more. Robin with the refrag. They're just going toe to toe. iDisbalance will even switch to the rifle. He's going for the spam, not really connecting, but he's waiting for Klax. Coming in from shelf, he could be the real difference maker. Robin needs to turn around, have that in mind, but Klax, he's going around the world. Coming in from the ramp, does Bolden reconsider? Does he think about it? Surely he does. No, he's got no idea. He's completely tunnel vision, no clue. Klax turns around, he's expecting Robin. He's read that perfectly, and now they've spotted him. They can just stick it. There's the top of it. They're just gonna stick the defuse. Robin lands the wall bang, and now it's 1 versus 1. He's gonna attempt it a second time. Klax is just taking it. Pros don't fake, and Klax doesn't either. As cool as a cucumber, Klax will even get the kill. 9 Pandas reach double digits, and it's despair for the Alliance.
It's not despair just yet. They still have a chance. They're still in the lead, Ted. They're still 1 round ahead. But they were 10 rounds. They were 10 rounds ahead. A script that was given to Hollywood writers, and they handed it back and said, "This is too unrealistic. We wouldn't make anybody believe it."
I was gonna say even Bollywood wouldn't get that.
Yeah,
they would just give it up. You can't write it. You couldn't, even if you tried to. Even if that was a Bollywood projection. Absolutely outstanding. Bowden Master opens things up. Zoma goes down. But look at Glowin once again. Oh, gets caught in the stop. Delayed is good only for one. A 4 versus 2, and I Balance is the only one that could disturb. Surely, this is when you convert. Surely you get up to 12 here.
You know Clax is still alive. You're looking for that A player. If you're Pleasant, you need to be so careful. Clax is going to begin to walk, and this is the only place that you should be looking at. Timing should not be a factor, and yes, you have your eyes peeled, your eyes set, and this looks like it's going to be the 12th round. That has been eluding Alliance for so long.
They're still going to be. Yope's here. They've sent one. He's not going to see anything. Do they consider K for the Yoper? That's the question. He can still get 1 kill on paper, then turn around and play that 1 versus 3. Chris walks in. There's the kill. I Balance. Oh, that was so quick. Too close for comfort. Doesn't get it, though. And now you have a decision to make.
Save.
And it should be a save. Look at the money. You've been winning rounds left, right, and center, but so many clutches. So many rounds down to the wire. Clax, Zoma, Delayed. They have nothing left. It looks like a bank account right after Christmas. It's pretty much empty.
Pressure moments.
And I thought the Man City Real Madrid to quarterfinal was a dramatic matchup.
Yeah, this is definitely up there.
Try and best that.
Yeah, definitely up there. And a tactical pause. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Something.
We filled up the bingo card at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
a technical timeout was the only thing that we were missing.
Yeah, literally. And it's come at maybe.
Well, probably a DC and a 1v1 or like a really important round. That's the only thing. But we don't wish that to ourselves, nor the players. Of course, ladies and gents, for those of you that have been watching since the start of this, don't you worry. This is only our first series of the day. We still have 3 more best of 3s to go. Of course, number 2 being another elimination game, but in Group B. Right now, we're staring at the Group A brawl between the 9 Pandas in the Alliance. We have Group B, Havu taking on Bait right after this one is over, and we're going to proceed with the winner matchups. Right after that, we have Namiga taking on Sangao and Zero Tenacity Parry Vision. So a lot more CS to be played out. We already have the schedule for tomorrow too, Jack, by the way. And tomorrow's going to be an exciting day. We have Alternate Attacks Enterprise, Bermuda Nexus, Bleed Mouse NXT, Passion UA Young Ninjas. We have an Academy Brawl. Yeah, it will be a good day.
Both Academy teams coming out with a victory. The Young Ninjas and Mouse NXT in the opening round.
Yeah, that's big too. I mean, yeah, I guess you can classify the Young Ninjas as an academy now that they don't have Maxter anymore and they're still winning. This is really impressive. Yeah, I get it. Because at a certain point, the Young Ninjas was the better team out of the two. For a little while. For a bit.
Well, we're back underway. Tech pause over. Can Alliance close this one out?
Quick fire answer. Yes.
Yeah, looking at the buy, it's looking likely to head but 9 Pandas. You never know. Alliance have only won, what, 1 tier round?
Yep.
They just need one more.
They just did it. It was the last one. Glowing. Gonna go looking. Oh, the spray is so messy and Robin punishes. That's not the best start, but Clax confirms the double with the MP now. Where does that come from?
The A player over towards B, just claiming a double, getting it done towards the laneway, and just applying so much pressure now on Alliance. They're going to be made work for this round for sure. The CTs could be anywhere, but instead, they vacated.
The latest is dead. He's so dead.
And Pless has cleared all of this. They know that they can walk through that smoke freely now. That's all that control relinquished now. And Clax tries to get into position maybe to do damage. If he goes aggressive, that would be absolutely... it'd just be insanity. It'd be ridiculous.
Smoke comes in. Molly too. They're gonna double push in towards the cave though. They will vacate the bomb site, but no one is coming in towards cave. They need to focus their attention on the site.
Oh, Zoma, good damage being done. Robin, he's going to be able to get that bomb plant down. The ops trade kills as it's down to a 2 versus 2. And Zoma continuing to do damage with the FAMAS. Bowden, AWP in hand. There's the jiggle. There's the shot. 1v1. Zoma's been so good in the clutch now. This is to keep 9 Pandas alive. There it is, but Bowden hits the shot. Alliance extinguished the flames. They were able to stop, drop, and roll before they got stopped, dropped, and rolled out of the tournament. And instead, it's 9 Pandas that are out.
Man, I'm absolutely speechless. What a game that was. From a 13-1 on map number 1 in favor of the 9 Pandas to us thinking that was a done deal, right? We were just looking at that 7-5 T side on overpass for the Russian side, and we were getting ready to wrap it up after 2. But no, the Alliance, they come back from a 9-12 deficit on overpass. They force an overtime. They end up losing the first 3 rounds in the first half of OT, only to come back again, force another one, win it, and then make us believe that they can actually throw away an 11-1 lead on Enshin. But you know what? They close it out in the end. It's 13-10, and the Alliance eliminate 9 Pandas from the tournament. With that being said, we are a little bit disappointed for the 9 Pandas. We are a little bit sorry. The thing is, they did play with a stand-in. They did play with their coach. So in the end of the day, considering the circumstances, you still will be extremely sad because you had plenty of chances to close out the game. But bottom line, the Alliance was the team that, I guess, had fewer reasons to justify getting eliminated from this tournament that early on, right? And losing that matchup. So the Alliance staying alive is a good result for them. And then for the 9 Pandas, it will be all tears and bad vibes. But in the end of the day, they put up a fight. They had to play without their most experienced player and their IGL, and they did a pretty solid job considering the circumstances. With that being said, though, Jack, I am extremely sorry for my monologue and to the audience, but we are a little bit behind schedule because of how dramatic that matchup was and because of how long that Ancient took. So, ladies and gents, we are going to send it into a quick little break. We're going to be right back. Game number 2, Bait taking on Havu, another elimination game on the line, coming up right after the break. Stay with us.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A short little break in between games, and we're nearly ready to get going with our match number 2 here, Ted. It's another elimination game, unfortunately. Bait versus Havu. We will have to say goodbye to one more of these teams before the day is out, and then, of course, we will be looking at who will be moving forward. We've got that Zero Tenacity Paravision game coming up later on. I believe that's the last game of the day, and we've got Sangal taking on Namiga coming up after. But focusing on this lower bracket game, Bait got absolutely destroyed by Zero Tenacity. There was no other way to put it. They got 3 rounds on both maps, as in 3 rounds altogether across
as in
2
the
maps.
number. Yeah,
Yeah,
not the plant. Yeah,
not the
number.
plant, no. And Havu, I mean, a little bit closer versus Paravision, but not that second map of Ancient. I believe that one finished 13-4. Also lost both maps that they've played in this event. And this one, I mean, it's very difficult to read into, in my opinion.
It is, right. On one hand, you have a Ukrainian team that's after a revamp. Obviously, we're going to take a look at the rosters. And on one hand, you have a bait team that yesterday actually got their first win, right? They got completely smoked by Zero Tenacity ever since, sending Renko over to NIP, or, well, technically NIP bringing Renko or buying him out, right? They get head trick on the way in, and initially we got really excited, right? You see MPL, you see head trick on the same team again after the Navi Junior days. You see Captain Kirk. Obviously, they've had to play with Alex, as we were unaware of what the situation is with Bass currently. But you look at this lineup on paper, it looks like a solid team. But then, ever since signing head trick, they have registered 8 losses in a row, and only yesterday did they get their first win, and surprise surprise, it was over Zero Tenacity, and it was a pretty comfortable showing. So it hasn't been a clean sweep, so to speak. It hasn't been an easy adaptation period for Headtrick into the team, but they finally get a win, which is pretty much the same situation that we have over on the Finnish camp, right?
I mean, they're kind of going through a little bit of a rebuild phase of their own, but they're also a team that, man, they're struggling for form in any really game that they play. Although they did win against Alternate Attacks last time out, they're kind of struggling just to find anything really to boast about. It's tough. It's tough to kind of look at this Harvey side and see them in this position. You know, with Yellow kind of joining back in. I know he spent a little bit of time on the team before, but he's only been officially in this team for 16 days. Puha being in for around a month as well. So they're, still trying to get these young guys into a situation where they feel comfortable, but they're coming up against some really tough opposition. Like, they're facing teams like Permita, Bleed, Paravision, Passion UA, Sangle, Aurora, Koi, like that. And like, that's just in their last 10 matchups, you know what I mean? Now, a lot of them were with, a few different lineups. I don't believe all of them played it, but it just hasn't been the best of days for Havu.
No, you're looking at a lineup which we're going to speak about the core of the team, right? You're talking about the core of the team of Yuli, Alto, and Arax. Obviously, Yellow and Puha have been around for quite a while now, so you can chunk them in the conversation too. But before winning that 2-0 against Alternate Attacks, which, to be fair to them, was a pretty convincing one. I did watch the game, even though the score 13-9 on Vertigo, 13-11 on Mirage doesn't necessarily spell that they were the dominant force in the server. I still feel like they played some solid CS. They look really good from the outside. And that was the first time that I've actually watched Havu since the Elisa Masters Expo event in 2023, that I've actually liked what I saw in the server. And I really hope we're going to see the same. Before that Alternate Attacks matchup, they had lost their last 10 best of threes in a row, which is pretty self-explanatory, right? And 7 of them being O2s, right? Just picking up a map only on 3 occasions, which is anything but ideal. So I feel like this is a pretty interesting matchup in terms of something that you touched upon and hinted towards at the start of our conversation. The fact that both teams are in a they're pretty much in the same spot, right? Both teams going through a rebuild stage. For both teams, it hasn't been going great. The honeymoon period term is not really one that it feels reasonable to use in that situation. It's kind of like the other way around, right? You're getting the, I guess, I don't know, period, because everything has been just dark and no light has been spotted for those two teams. So going into that matchup, I feel like the potential is there for Havu, for Bait. I just want to see a good game. But before we get into it, we got to see the veto. We got to check it out.
We do. And what maps we're going to be seeing today? No Inferno, and I don't think we're going to see a Vertigo either. So, not really too many surprises.
Give me that Mirage.
And, no surprise that we're going to see Havu pick into a nuke. That's always been a classic in their veto. We've got a Mirage from Bait, and we've got an Anubis Decider. What are your thoughts about this?
Okay, so hear me out. As you pointed out, nuke, Havu, it's been a classic, always. Mirage, Bait, Anubis is the third for those teams. One interesting thing that we can actually touch upon is the fact that those two teams play pretty similar maps, right? So you're not going to get a punishment pick in the sense of of a hard punish on which it's your best map and your opponents have played, let's say, 5 times and they've lost all of them, right? You're not gonna get a free win out of that game. It's going to be more so about the level of competition and the level of play that we see on the day, the level produced or provided by the individuals, by the teams. Bait isn't a bad nuke team. Havu isn't a bad Mirage team. Both teams have picked it occasionally. Both teams have nothing against floating those maps as third and decider maps as well, other than picking into them. So I'm actually expecting a pretty close game. I mean, this is one of those vetoes that you just look at. You know that both teams are going to be comfortable. On one hand, you have the possibility of Bait starting things off nicely on the CT side of Nuke and then running away with it and closing it out in the 2-0. And then on the other hand, you have Havu winning their map pick and potentially showing that Mirage has been going all right for them recently too, and replicating what they did against the alternate attacks. So with that being said, we are going to jump into map number 1, but to answer your question that you're going to ask me on who I'm favoring, this is that type of a game that could go 2-0 Bait, 2-0 Havu, or all 3 maps for both teams, but I will side with the Ukrainians here.
Yeah, this is it's always difficult to kind of read into games when both teams have just been on severe losing streaks and they're kind of in their early life in terms of how long the team has been together as a full 5. Oh, and well, you're going to need a little bit of togetherness to get back in this round. If you're the CTs, Essential, the last player standing towards the heaven, that is an absolute explosion of a round from Havu over towards A, outdoor, and in through main. And even though they found nearly every single kill in the beginning, Bait responded with 3 nearly instantly to make that still somewhat competitive.
Yeah, Alex and Captain Kirka there made it a bit closer than it initially looked. Obviously, it is... wait, is that that's a tactical timeout after winning the pistol round. And you're up against the CT side. That's interesting. Give me your thoughts on this. Why are they going for... Let's do a little bit of brainstorming. Why is that tactical timeout?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you why. I think you're just extremely paranoid that they will disrespect you. You're playing against Captain Kirka, which is the Ukrainian equivalent of Bird from Sky. You think they're gonna force into this and do a lobby crunch. You want to make sure they don't upset you with a surprise force by second round. That's my crazy theory. So that's why they hold inside as if a lobby crunch is coming up. Or not.
They wouldn't have naded off the door, and actually here comes the lobby crunch. It doesn't really matter all that much because the CTs are dispatch stuff.
I'm gonna take it. I'm happy with the outcome. I think I was on the right path to success.
Half right. I wouldn't really say.
I predicted the call from the CTs. Lobby crunch came in.
Oh, lobby crunch came in.
Yeah.
We're actually walking towards them, and should they actually have had upgraded weapons there and went for the lobby crunch, that could have been a completely different story.
It's a shame we'll never know.
We will never know. What we do know is there is a great offer from 1xBet going on at the minute. If you want to sign up using code 1X or EU, you will get a 130% deposit bonus on your first deposit. Of course, click that link down below the stream to get involved in that one. Make sure to gamble responsibly. As now, Havu are going to see if Yellow is going to take some responsibility. He's in a great position, locking off that vent rotation.
Yeah.
But it's not really enough. Needs his team to do a little bit on top of that. They haven't crossed over towards Secret. This is still screaming like it's going to be an A play, and Yellow is going to just pop up the vent at a moment's notice. Who's going down the vent? Oh, no. NPL's just walked past him. What has happened?
Yep. And if NPL opens the door, Yellow will hear that. He's just jumping. You can't hear that, though. And that's going to be an unpleasant surprise for Yellow that there's somebody down the vent already, right? And now NPL's realized it. Now the pennies drop. And now you spot the players in towards the ramp. You're expecting a B play, but it might all be a ruse. They could be still grouping up for an A execute.
the setup is still pretty solid. I mean, you've got two players here up the vent. Captain Kirka is going to stop the first to swing towards door. Alex needed more than just a one. Damage is great, but they've no idea MPL was down the vent, and this is going to be a horrible surprise for them right now. He is so quick up, but Yuli's holding for it. Head Trick's been naded down. Yuli looking for a little bit more, and Head Trick not going to be smoked out towards heaven. In fact, it lands in hell. But I don't think he's going to get out of this one alive. Not with Yuli's position, won't be able to react in time. And Havu will have a hat-trick of rounds already.
Yeah, that was really well played. I mean, if you're able to get one player down the vent every single round, that's going to make life extremely more uncomfortable for the CTs to react to it. I'm surprised that MPL doesn't get away with a single kill. We didn't spot it out. It didn't look bad, though, for Bait, right? The moment that the Heaven player gets the first player, that was, I think, the Mac 10 jumping out of Squeaky. You're thinking the CT vent swing will come in. He's just going to mold him down. Alex gets a kill and a half, does a whole lot of damage, but then the Heaven player gets refragged too, and they just all follow suit. So Bait down to the pistols and down to another aggressive play. But this time, it's just in towards the ramp. Just in towards Trophy. With a Santhiel up close, 5-7. Could be dangerous, and he's got Captain Kurtka to support. It's just a delayed lobby crunch. It's a passive-aggressive lobby crunch.
Still being quite patient with this, and there's not really going to be anybody in lobby to crunch upon. They're going to hear the smokes outside, and that's going to trigger the play. Yellow's just going to be scared off by the mere sound and sight of the pistols. But if you're the T's, you've got a clear path down towards the beat bomb site, or so you think. But Kurtka and MPL are already here.
This is a dangerous setup. If you walk forward, one of the 5-7s gets a kill. He falls back, suddenly you need to deal with another one. If you try and sprint your way down in towards the single door, you will be running into MPL, and Essential is rotated too. And they will commit here. The bomb is here. That's the play. That's dangerous, unless they want to go up the vent, but it seems too risky when you're up against the pistols. They could be walking into the meat grinder.
Yeah, but they've got Airax going towards the heaven. Yeah, they're going to go straight up the vent here. Head Trick is sitting towards CT. Puha blindsided. The pistols are picking up the frags and the round with it. Bait lured him into a trap, but it wasn't the B trap that we were expecting. It was the A hold that managed to do it all. And Bait, what a response that is after losing the opening 3 rounds to win a round like that. Look at the amount of AKs they have. 3 in their hands. They've got a little bit of a money bonus, money cushion as well. And Havu, their banks are beginning to dry up. If they lose this round, they will be back on an eco, and Bait will be back in this game quickly.
Yeah, you were just trying to be really reactive, right? You spot MPO in towards the econ, and then Captain Kirker towards double, and you want to run away. But you run back into the pistols, and now Bait don't have the pistols no more. Up to the guns we go. Alex climbing on top of that hut. Some early presence shown in towards the A-bomb side in the form of Uto from the T's, and that has actually expended the majority of their utility, which could be problematic. They just have 3 smokes and 1 flash left. Thinking about maybe crossing down in towards that secret area, they will need to use the majority of their nades, and Hetrick's already down there, already waiting. The CTs will be quite reactive, and MPO is already thinking about rotating down the B-bomb side. Hetrick gets a double. How did that happen?
He was in towards secret, just claims 2, and backs away.
Not even flashed.
No, just straight up fight. Yeah, hello. Oh, this is a little bit of a problem. Luckily, MPL is going to deal with him. Is the bomb going to go searching down towards secret? No, Otten is going to make his way back up. Yuli could be spotted making his way into hell. Has actually just got through the glass safely. Head Trick still just clearing out all the possibilities. This is a great spot for Martin to be in, but he's going to have to move first, unfortunately. But Head Trick with his back turned, Kurtka seen towards Hut, and Kurtka is going to be taken down. Alex needs to just hold from the door. There's the bomb drop. Yuli has to get out of the heavens and get closer. Yeah, Alex can just be holding, doesn't want to pull out any util at all. Just wants to hold the line with the gun. MPL was going to be there at a moment's notice anyway. But it's another bait round, and you just wonder, how did it start? Well, here it is. No flash. Actually, there was. He was completely blind by a second flash. It wouldn't have mattered. Wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, that's the thing that made me confused, right? Because we didn't see a flash assist there. Because we saw that MPL was actually leaving ramp to go and assist Hetrick, but then Hetrick just gets the 2 kills before MPL even left Hell, right? So there was no way he would have flashed for him. Great play by the Opera on the AK. And it's down to the pistols for the T's and back in towards that B ramp. Smoke is laid as Stenthio. That's a little bit scrappy on the first. Well, up until he got the first one. Still ends up mowing down 3, so he salvages it quite nicely. When you see the first couple bullets miss against the pistols, you have a whole lot of things going through your mind. A whole lot of thoughts just rushing, but he controls it.
Especially when you're on a committed angle like that. Fair enough if you're on like behind the box or something and you can just like, or even on top of the box and you can just fall away down the ramp. But when you're committed like that and you miss the first few bullets, as a ramp player myself, you know it's over. You're just like, oh, I need somebody to save me quickly. Where's my rotation player? And Hedrick was there, gets lucky that he is close. Alex, that is ridiculous. Just runs right through the hood. They're not ready for it. Essential shuts down Puha, and Bait are taking the fight to Havu right now. They were a bit slow in the early goings of this map, but look at them now. They are soaring above Havu, and they could take the lead off this.
He didn't want to cancel the play. They wanted to do a lobby crunch once again with the double aggression from Ram, but they get mollied off. They can't push through. Alex still goes for the fight. Gets the first one, and then the T's think, okay, he's peaked alone. He's not going to go for a second. Psych. Caught with a nade in hand. And the 4 versus 2, Captain Kurtka. Really looks like he wants that fight, even though he doesn't really need it. He is all alone in towards the back of the A-bomb side in the end of the day, so want to make sure you stay alive and wait at least for Hetrick's arrival, which has been fairly unsuccessful. Yuli gets that kill. Kurtka's alone. If they want to go down the vent, MPL's going to be waiting for them, though. That 1 kill doesn't open too many doors. Kurtka's still alive towards the back of the side, and he can just jiggle.
Just chip away at health as well. Look, he'll drop this smoke. Yuli's going to try and beat it, but he will not beat the bullets. And Kurtka lines up 2 of them, shuts it down. It's a 4-3 lead now for Bait. And it's looking a little bit hairy in terms of the money for Havu. We've got pretty much nothing. Next to nothing.
I was going to say, it doesn't look hairy. It looks shaved up.
Look at this. Whoa. And luckily Puha came back for the trade, but then just swings right into Essential. Wasn't ready for him to be on that angle at all.
Pretty proactive. Alex is playing with so much confidence, by the way. The fights that he's going into, he just looks like a player that believes he can win every single fight that he goes for. And this is something that you obviously would really value, especially when it's coming out of a player that's going to get more supportive for also a lot of the maps. It's going to be an anchor. He still has the confidence that he can individually back himself up.
Insane heaven smoke, by the way.
Yep. We saw the lineup.
We did.
From T-Spawn. It's, I'm pretty sure I've already seen it, but in case I haven't, Nart, flip that. Oh.
Oh, clip that. Hetrick dead. Essential is down here towards the lower extremities of the site. Yellow could catch Alex by surprise if he's not careful. Arax trying to walk in the heavens. So he's going to be found out. Alex was looking to win one more fight. But still, the bomb is down towards B. And Essential is still not spotted out. Is going to try and just play underneath the rafters here. Otten is going to spot him. The high-low peak is going to be too much to deal with. And Kurtka is low. Havu might have just outplayed Bait in this round completely. Puha hasn't moved a muscle, though. As Kurtka gets into position. Single door closed. And as soon as he opens it, the play is up.
So uncomfortable. He doesn't realize it, right? I mean, nothing happens in towards the B-bomb side. It's been free for so much time, and for Captain Kurtka, it's just really difficult to realize what's going on. They could have picked up the bomb and run up towards the A-bomb side through heaven, to be fair, so he wanted to take the initiative, I guess. Still, the pistols worked really, really nicely. Essentio's position, by the way, was absolutely perfect. The only way that he doesn't get away with both kills is if he gets spotted the way that he did and doesn't get the kill initially.
Yeah.
If he had the time to reset, he probably gets both of them and wins the round. They play it really nicely, though. Unconsciously, they make it uncomfortable for him. Taking a look at the 1xbet odds, 1.31 per bait to pick up the win here. That's the second tactical timeout for Havu, leveling things up. Now you're up to 4 rounds on the T side. You get one more, you're working with a pretty successful offense when it comes down to Nuke especially. But the thing that scares you a little bit is the fact that you're yet to pick up a proper buy round up against bait.
Molly needs to be extinguished there. If you're head trick, you're taking a lot of damage and you're still quite aggressive. This setup is good. If Havu go towards outside, you've got 3 players here. But the issue is, if Havu want to double back and hit a ramp or an A bomb site, you're in so much trouble. That's why Essential gets a little bit nervous and looks for the information, because it's been so silent all across the map.
Yeah, the thing is, Havu don't really have an official confirmation that there's more than one player in towards outside, right? They can just guess. They've spotted one, but not too many. And now they're going to try and retake it, or at least fend them off. And this is perfect for bait. They won that. They won the fights, and Essentio gets the kill. Yuli goes down, and now the reaction from the D's needs to come in.
Yeah, they're going to react towards ramp. Alex has made a step, and he can't afford to even fight it here. He just has to give this one up. Relinquish control. Havu can freeze if they want to, but freezing is a bad idea because Essential is wrapping all the way around behind towards lobby.
Erax is dead.
Yeah, he's just dead. You're never expecting this. There's a free kill. Alex still needs to hold on. That smoke towards glass makes things so difficult. Allows the T's to scale accordingly. And now the CTs are down, but they need to deny this plant. Need that door to be open, NPL, unfortunately, and it will open and close Puha's round for good, but Yellow taps the bomb, gets off it, sprays down 2 as Hendrik moves into position. Now Otten will strike, and Kirka needs to clutch up, finds the first, knows the second is somewhere close, and Kirka in the clutch. The captain comes up trumps.
Oh my goodness, this is so huge too, right? He gets the kill onto the player that's in towards the side. This is the harder one. And then he turns around instantly. He knows exactly where the second player was. What a clutch from the captain. I want to get back to that flash from MPL though. That was a new lineup. There's the replay, of course, Essentio getting that kill, and Yellow with a massive double in response. Nice reaction onto Hedrick. Okay. Our production team has decided that we're not bullying MPL today for that flash, so we're not gonna see it on the replay. But that was a bit odd.
Erax being made in 2 pieces on the entry into that A site, and it will not buckle. It'll hold strong. But still, these AKs are a big danger with the HP of Kirka and Hedrick. This is not an ideal scenario at all for either side, really.
I mean, you're down there, but you don't really have the bomb, so eventually he's gonna have to climb up.
Yeah, he's just hoping to maybe catch a timing onto MPL. Maybe he's just razor focused on outside or something like that. Maybe he just peeks towards main and is just not expecting Yuli to be there. But I mean, it's so difficult to even conceive Havu picking up this round, especially with Yuli now spotted. Essential's just going to drop him, and Yellow gives away his position with that Molotov, and he's going to receive one in return. 40 seconds to wait this one out, but he's just walking into, I mean, take your pick. How many crossfires? That's a 6-4 lead for Bait.
It's not looking bad. It's looking extremely solid on that CT side. Look at that. What a double kill from Kurtka. So much damage done. And those are the protocols, right? Kurtka starting the round towards the top of the rafters. One more in towards the top of the hut. You just needed 6, 7 chain flashes to make sure that those two don't see anything and they don't get anything. You shut down that quick Hail Mary play from Havu. And this is a big thing, right? A lot of teams on the T side especially, they want to have that as a possibility. Just sending that quick inner rush with the nades and knowing that this is something that's going to get the CT's word. This is crazy from Alex. He just pushed through the smoke and he's going to get punished for it.
Fast play, the pop out towards this A side. Kirka at least just annihilates the hut play, dropping the bomb in the meantime. And once again, Havu have a player down the vent, but it's worth nothing. They know yellow is towards the door, and surely they're going to be clued in and switched on to this being a possibility now. Hedrick, oh, nearly caught on a horrible timing. He's going to go back, and well, now they've figured out where he is.
Yeah, it feels like a really bad deja vu right now for Hedrick and MPL, right? They've just 2 rounds in a row experienced the same play. Of course, MPL didn't go down last time around. He wasn't the one to get into the fight. It was Ascenthio. But again, you're playing in towards main. There's a rush in towards A happening. And suddenly there's one walking out of secret. Yellow gonna try and maximize the casualties, the damage done to the Bait team. It is important. The money on the CT side isn't great, even though they've picked up so many rounds. But that crossfire, he seems to realize what the crossfire is, but it's so difficult to break, nearly impossible. MPL will shut him down. There goes the replay. Hedrick with a bit fine in towards outside. But after losing Alex, once again, it's Captain Kurtka being the hero with that double kill on the players running out of the hut. This is what, the 3rd, the 4th multi-kill we've seen from Captain Kurtka so far on Nuke. He's been impeccable on those A-bomb side defenses.
Just finding the multi-kills and really denying any space for Havu. You know, in those pistol rounds, if they get close to you, they're going to cause you a nasty little headache. And Kurtka, the man of the hour really towards this A-bomb site. He's 14-6, sprays one down through the smoke, receives a little bit of damage to the hut, but he's still okay. He's still fine. Just above half HP. However, Hedrick will just be absolutely destroyed. And Kurtka moves into position. He's left his hidey hole of A and decides to take a gander outside, which MPL does gather some information, and Kurtka now needs to be careful because he's actually trapped, whether he realizes it or not.
Yeah, I think he's got a clue, but it's still a good position, still a good angle to work with. And that player of Yuli, you'd rather put your money on him to start making his way in towards Secret here, or not in towards Secret, in towards Hell, pardon. We'll stay around. MPL already rotating down. Bait seem to be getting a pretty good idea on what's going on, and this is because of the aggressive play from Ascenthio in towards the lobby. They've cleared out the entire inner bomb site. MPL is already down here, and they're thinking about sending more down the vent, but they need to hurry up if they want to be down there in time to support MPL.
Well, Alex is down and he's gotten past and he catches one by surprise. Puha's going to be spotted with the bomb.
That's
now
correct.
They know the B play is happening. Now they know that they're about to make their way out. Otten towards single. MPL needed to find that kill. Kurtka rotating down, catches Otten by surprise, but now he's in a 1 versus 2 and the bomb is only tapped. Now the captain is realizing it, but it's too little too late. Havu will have 5 T rounds as it gets close. Very, very close, but I think Bait are going to be happier of the two for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you are happy considering you were down to all 3, right? And in CT side nuke, you're able to get the momentum. It looked fairly solid. You still won't be overjoyous with this round because it did look good. Alex getting that first kill, staying alive. MPO needed to get at least 1 kill from the top of the rafters, you feel like. But him going down made it a little bit tougher on the edges. Rougher on the edges, I should say. 1xBet still favoring Bait, but as you pointed out, that does look like one of the better games that we've seen from Bait. Of course, a lot of it has to do with Captain Kurtka being on 15-7. And if you want to take advantage of those odds that you just spotted on your screen, make sure you head over to 1xBet, click the banner and the link in the chat. You can get up to 130% bonus using the code 1XRESEU. And the reason we're spelling that like that, we know it's not the spelling bee, but it's not res with a Z, it's res with an S at the end. It's like how you spell resolution. Me saying a word that sounds like it's got a set instead of it doesn't really help, does it?
Not really.
No. Respect. Yeah, that's the one.
Any
Took me
respect
long
going to
enough.
be given here to the CTs? Because this looks like an A pop. Hedrick has a molly, Sentiel has a molly, and they've got 2 flashbangs. But this HE could ruin a few people's days if it lands flush, which it does. Lots of damage being done, and the CTs look to hold on. They won't even make it past the hut entrance, as Havu look to lock in a 6th round. Hedrick, his feet are just being tagged up, and he is nowhere to go but to T-spawn for the beginning of the next round.
And that's a big shutdown. Now you're starting to feel like Havu could be in for a pretty comfortable start. You've picked up both pistol rounds on your map pick. I mean, you can't write off bait still, because obviously it's too early in the second half. But if you're Havu, you've picked up both pistol rounds on your map pick. You get away with 5 on the T side of Nuke. You get the second pistol on the CT side. Now you get to play against the Eagle, so we're looking at a leveled game with Havu being on the CT side. And this is a result that Havu would need, right? Not only because it's an elimination game, but because of the entire story of the team. You have some of the, I guess, young players with the most potential out of the region. You're looking at a 17-year-old Puha coming out of the team of Enhanced, the team that myself and yourself remember from 1 year ago. We got to look at them for a couple of games, and it was just filled up with 16, 17-year-old young Finns. One of them now joining the team, not able to find any success. Are they? They're gonna get a bomb plant out of this.
No, they're not.
Never mind. Sure. I thought so for a second.
Yeah, I mean, if he plants behind,
Yeah.
sure. But wanted to plant open. Maybe thought he had the time to get away.
I think it was him just playing the racing game with the people coming down the vent behind him. It was like, I'm gonna plant the bomb as quickly as I can. So the moment that I walk inside of the zone that allows me to plant the bomb, I'm pressing that E and sticking it.
Also a great possibility. 7-7. Quite level. As level as it gets, some might say. Bait kind of lacking a little bit on utility, to be honest, Ted. They can only throw one variation of the outside smokes. Actually have 2 more that they can put down if they want as well. That nade open the smoke door from Yuli could be great. Oh, but he's just not ready for the peak. He naded open the smoke and just couldn't see anyone.
Yeah, feels like he expected not to see anybody on the other side, right? He just expected to call the bluff with that nade, but it doesn't work out. They get the kill. Arax will rotate down the vent. Essential still holding for the peak from Garage. It's not the cleanest kill ever, but Puha still confirms it. It's a 1-for-1, but the T's are making their way down, and it's just the MP9. Oh, there's an M4 behind.
Oh, and the M4 is the one to deal massive amounts of damage. Yellow just drops 2 players. Molly comes in. Alex goes walking. Yeah, this is a big problem. They're going to catch Hedrick out here. Or are they? Hedrick just finds that kill. Autumn has been seen going down the vent. You can make as much noise as possible right now if you're Hedrick. You can just sprint. Autumn is now going to realize it. And Alex, he's just going to lock in that vent control. And once you don't see him coming there, you know he might be heading towards Secret.
You must know, Alex on top of main, and you see that smoke in towards the main position. I feel like this should be a safer auto. You press top, you look at the money. Yuli and Yellow are the only ones that have something left in the savings accounts. Bait will pick up that round. It was not bad from Havu. They tried to be reactive. They tried to have a read on what's going on. They even had the double rotation down into our Secret. A great refrags from Bait. Hedrick getting a double out of the situation. Winning that 1 versus 1. MPL with a double too. It was a fairly slow first half for him. We're gonna see on the replay. MPL opening things up. Refrag coming up from Puha, but the real time of action was around the 50-second mark, down in towards that secret position. Yellow with a good double, but it wasn't enough to net them the round. So Bait, the first time that they actually get their hands on the guns, they pick up the round on their T side Jack, and that definitely actually breaks the money on the CT. So we're just about to see them up against the Hero AK and a couple pistols.
Need to get this one right. Air axe. Oh, feeling a little bit cheeky. Not going to be given a fight just yet. They are holding for it. They realize it's a possibility. But Alex, made out. Gives away an AK. Air axe could do some real damage with that weapon, but it gets taken out of his hands before he has the chance. Otten still has his primed and ready and on the flank. Hedrick is holding. It's all about if Otten is ready for that gunfight, and the answer is no, he's not. Can't do anything with that hero rifle, and I don't think they'll be able to do anything with the rest of this round. AKs aren't really in recoverable positions either. You might as well play for exits if you're on these pistols.
Might as well. Bait, get a pretty good control of this round, all things considered, right? Especially after you spot the initial, I guess, willingness of Havu to be aggressive. Bait were able to deal with that pretty nicely. Response in towards the A-bomb side was good. They were aware of the different possibilities. Captain Kurtka holds on to his great showing and form from the first half now with a double. He's on 18 kills. It's not like he's not getting support. I mean, Alex is on 10, Hedrick and Essenthio being on 12 apiece. You get that, you see that kill from Arax, you're starting to get a little bit worried, but Kurtka once again getting a really impactful frag in the mix there. It is starting to spell confidence once again for Bait. The response will come in. Not enough money to actually get auto on an AVP. Of course, the most experience out of that Havu team. The only one that has played international CS2. We all remember those days from teams such as Contact, like Valiance, Crazy. Played international CS for a couple years and then came back to try and make something happen with his fellow countrymen. Hasn't really been going too well so far, but he has been showing some promising signs. Puha gets tested, deploys the smoke, and they're gonna chase him through. This is really dangerous. Still gets away with a double though.
Yeah, Hedrick actually got tagged pretty low there from Alex, which is a little bit of a problem. Kind of slowed them down a little bit on the entry. And they're able to recover it a little bit. Yuli is quite low, but he's in a really good position should Bait go back. Having known that they don't have ramp control, they're not really in a position to push into lobby. So Yellow just has to make sure that he's not being wrapped towards heaven, periodically checking the hut. This setup is still actually quite okay, especially if they walk outdoor. Yuli in this spot. Is he waiting for a peek right now? Oh, the timing nearly goes against him, but he has his gun up now. The trade needs to come in. Yuli's got two. Bomb's going to be collected, and Alex trying to get out onto the site. Taps it, sticks it, dead.
Wow, what a double kill that is. They make it look so easy in the 3 versus 3. And as you pointed out, that crossfire, the only thing that could have gone wrong is if they just sent all 3 people to go out of hut, right? And if they were able to catch that player towards the back of the side on timing. There's the replay. Great work by Puha. Getting the first one in even a second. He was getting run down. Good refrags once again by Alex and Captain Kurtka. But Havu being able to pick up their first buy round in the second half. And that Bait's out. Excuse the pun. A tactical timeout out of Bait. They're going to take their time, talk about the things that went wrong, and make sure you're not just letting this one slide, I guess. You are feeling competitive. You realize that you're in with a pretty good chance to try and steal this one away. Of course, this is the second time when we've seen Maddened or Maidened. I'll stick to Maddened. Join in. try and help with his expertise. Of course, for those of you that don't know, that is the name of the coach of Bait. Another reinvestment though, and probably that's why. You're using all the money that you had, literally all of it, scraping the bottom of the barrel. You have an AVP, 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and not too much utility, so you need to make every and each grenade count.
Kirk is going to go on a wrap. Okay, that's a perfect kill to find. He was going down regardless, but Yuli still doing damage in towards CT.
Wait.
And Yellow's just spotted Alex creeping out the hut. The bomb is dropped in the middle of no man's land here for Bait. They have to get their hands back on it, and I love this from Yuli. He's not giving any fights at all. He's just going to sit on top of the forklift back and spawn. This is a horrible angle to shoot from. MPL knows this, doesn't really want to engage in him all that much, because that's going to happen if you do. Head trick in the clutch, hits the no-scope to get this ball rolling. He can get a bomb plant down here. Molly in the vent to make sure nobody's going to rotate down that way. Ramp really is the only possibility, and he will plant for double side.
Oh, he's going to walk off the side. This is massive. He knows that one of the players was in towards the back of the side, and the other one is Yuli, who confirmed that triple kill from CT. He's ready for the ramp. He hasn't scoped, though, and he's going to try and let them get closer. Head trick. This could be a massive clutch. Timing is everything. He just needs to get one, spot the second, and then reset. Yuli, the starting making his way in towards control. Head trick gets the first one, but knife out, not ready for yellow. And that's going to be the round. Habu level things up.
That is so good there from Habu. Hedrick was never in a million years going to expect that. He's so late coming from ramp there that they just delay, and then all of a sudden one player comes walking out, second player just slowly creeps on him. That's just such a horrible situation to be in. Hedrick makes that doable. By all means, he should not be making that doable. That should have been a Havu round. That should have been them home and dry very early on in that one, but instead they're made work for it. Gets a little bit sticky. Money pretty much upset by it. And now it's Bait with Tech 9s. They have a smoke and a Molotov. That is it. No flashbangs. Smokes land outside. And they will try to get down secret. MPL is already down. He's made lots of noise. Alex, once again, though, might give away his life for free.
MPL's really quick, though. Oh, he's crossed. Yuli didn't spot him. This could be big, but Airax down the vent. Thankfully, they had that in mind. A good reaction. They haven't seen the rest. The gap between MPL and his entire team was too big. But Yuli's going to clear it out. He has a suspicion that he could have them trapped, so sticking to the headshot angle for now, making sure that you keep as many of you alive as possible. This round is 99% going in favor of Havu, you'd think. It's just about making sure that you keep it clean.
Yeah, Yuli's just going to chuck that flashbang in. Oh, he's taking a big risk there, running through that Molotov. I don't know if it's been heard. I don't think it's going to matter. Yuli's still up close. Puha been spotted out. They're going to try and clear this angle. Hedrick collects that frag. Oh, Puha, lapse of concentration maybe, gives them a chance as Kirka jumps to steal the rifle. But Hedrick, oh, he's creeping on the upper. Luckily, Airax has walked out to save the day. Because if Alton goes down, he can maybe run up towards that A bomb site. He can maybe pick up an AWP. The possibilities might be endless.
Yeah, I mean, if he's allowed to get that kill into the upper, this is an entirely different round. It's a doable 1v2. But still, Havu starting to look really comfortable on that CT side. And one must say, you will start feeling bad for Captain Kurtka because he's been having a great game. And he might end up losing the map still.
Alex back in the server. I believe we were just waiting on him. I think his game might have crashed, but looks like everybody is back and ready to go. Maybe somebody just stepping away. That's usually what happens, right? Is you're waiting for somebody to join, and then somebody goes to do something, and then you're waiting even longer. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, you understand it. You just get put in a tactical or a technical timeout. They tell you that he's restarting his game or whatever, and something crashed, and like, okay, toilet break. It's time to go.
Yeah, just sometimes. I mean, when you have to go,
Or you
you
get
have
a
to
drink.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, at times.
It's not like they're sat there scrolling TikTok or something. I hope.
No, for sure. Especially Puha. A 17-year-old, Gen Z, he would never.
Never.
Just imagine that scenery, by the way. That's one of the things that I've always... I've always thought this is one of the toughest things to actually compose yourself at witnessing. Your teammate just not paying attention because he's on TikTok. Thankfully, we're looking at professional gamers, and no such things are happening here. A lot of killing, though, in the server, and Yuli drops the bomb alongside Head Trick in towards outside, and he's actually picked up another one through the smoke. I'm not sure if he had another nade or if it was handled by a good teammate, but Bait are just falling apart right now.
Yeah, Havu really kind of come to life in the last few rounds. Yuli's still in a really good position. He's having a fantastic game. Kirka won't even get to cross in front of Yuli because Alton is going to stop him from close towards door. MPL creeping his way in. Airax is going to drop the bomb and win the round as well. Bait, I mean, they look down and out, Ted, to be honest. I'm looking at this now and I'm seeing Havu. I'm seeing a lot of blue. 4 in a row. Looking to make it 5. They could get on fire if they just deal with this little pistol round. That's all it is. And then they'll have 3 chances to close it out. Finish the light.
Might as well be. Bait struggling. Now would be the perfect time for that old school typical set piece from Captain Kirka. Just a handy play, a Hail Mary to catch them off guard, but the start is not great. Yuli gets the first one, and Diopo follows suit.
It's just a great shot from Otten. Even to have the confidence to re-peek into all those pistols, knows he only has 1 chance to hit it, and he does. Puha trying to lock in a few kills, messy on the second one, but just thins the herd of Bait even further. And they're stuck towards hell. They're looking left and right, saying, well, where are we even going to go from this? And look where the op is. He's already rotated all the way around. True secret. You're not going to expect this. They nearly line up. But Otten will use 2 bullets to take both down. And Havu are on fire before this game is out. 3 chances now to go a map up and put Bait and Mirage away from elimination.
And this is a great series from Havu so far, right? A great showing in this map. A 2-0 victory against Alternate Attacks yesterday, especially after the Parivision matchup. As we pointed out, they've been playing against some teams that are not only big in terms of the names on the lineup and in terms of the organizations, but on good form. Against Parivision, they got 10 rounds on Mirage. They got only 4 on their map pick Evention. Mirage is the second map once again, but this time your own map pick is looking a whole lot better. Alex, though, opens things up. Airax gets shut down, and oh, a player gets spawned with a nade in hand, but look at Yellow from behind. Oh, no. He's just whiffed it. What a blunder, Yellow. This is just falling apart.
I don't believe it. I don't believe what has just happened in this round. So many horrible situations. Otten tries to beat the Molotov. He does do it, doesn't burn, and finds the kill.
Round, I quit.
Oh my.
That would be the crazy cherry on the crazy top of the crazy ice cream.
Yes, never expecting that position from MPL. Not at all. Didn't even consider scoping in. And why would you?
Okay. Are we looking at that round? Are we going to try and digest what was going on? Lobby crunch coming up. Alex shuts down the first one. They're ready for the second, but he pulls out a nade. but then they miss the player running up the ladder. Yellow from behind lands the dink with the first bullet, but couldn't finalize the kill because he thought he got the kill into the first player and tries to get the second. And then the Oper gets ahead of the Molotov, gets a quick skull, but MPO shuts him down.
I can't lie, there's been a lot of rounds in there that have been chuckled a little bit. There's a lot of kills, should I say, that have been chuckled. And that's not ideal. It's going to be an AA pop here, flash out. And is there going to be a commitment with it? Yes, there is. The T's try and swing onto the site, but Havu have control for now. Two players in towards the hut. They're going to try and get back, but Alton had his sights set, locks in the frag, and Alex, the man that's supposedly standing in for Baz, has been playing with this team a little bit, now has to step up in a 1 versus 3. Yuli's already down, has very rarely missed, and Alex is trying to bait out a peek from him. There's the jiggle, there's the headshot. Alex has played that one to perfection so far. Gets an early fight, wins it, and now can reposition completely. But the CTs implement this buddy system. They're going to stick together to try and get this one over the line. However, Alex trying to be elusive, evasive on the site. Sitting, just holding single. The glass is open, double is not. Noise being made regardless. Alex is not budging. Time is ticking. Smokes, mollies, Alton's looking. Arax needs to find his kill, needs to find it now, and he has done it. He hits every wall in the place trying to get over to the bomb, but he might just about have it, and does. Havu take their map pick.
Wow, it wasn't the cleanest way to close it out, but it was convincing towards, I guess, the second half of that second half on their CT side. They had a couple of good rounds, a 3 versus 1 that was really scrappy. It was a really nice attempt by Alex, but in the end of the day, it is the Finns to pick up their 3rd consecutive map win. If you're counting, of course, all their officials on HOTV. A 2-0 over alternate attacks. Now they take down Bait on Nuke on a game that I feel like it felt like at times this nuke could have gotten out of control. They get a grip of it. They get a hold on it. A great performance by Captain Kirka. That wasn't enough to net them the win. And with that being said, Bait now are 1 map away from elimination. Ladies and gentlemen, we are throwing this one into a little bit of a break. And we are going to be right back in around 7 minutes. Map number 2 of the series to see if Havu will be able to upset Bait on their map pick of Mirage and close it out in a 2-0 fashion. Stay with us.
Changing quickly.
To clear. Copy. Safe to clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much.
One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the RES Regional Series 2 European Edition. We are ready to jump into map number 2. Map number 1 between the teams of Bait and Havu was a complete bloodbath that in the end of the day went in favor of the Finns. With that being said, though, that was their map pick. So going forward, we have a Mirage picked by Bait and expectedly to be won by Bait. So we could be going to a third. We could be witnessing another Bait Masterclass, though, and or another Havu Masterclass, sorry. And I'm saying that on the back of a 13-10 against alternate attacks for Havu yesterday, and a 10-13 really close loss to Parry Vision in their opening game here in Group B. Jack, give me your initial thoughts on this one.
I think it was a great result for Havu. Obviously getting that first map of Nuke.
Sure.
It's always usually been a great map for them. Close game though. I think Bait, we've seen a massive improvement. I think that goes without saying from what we've seen in the first game versus Zero Tenacity. But we still need them to kind of step it up a little bit here. It is their map pick. They need to win it to stay alive in the tournament. And, we can make the excuse that it's still a very, it's a very early life for this team. But, with the players that they have against Havu on a map like Mirage, you back them to take it. You really, really would.
Sure.
They just need somebody to step up, whether that be Hedrick, whether it be somebody like Kirka. We've seen a really good performance from him. We've seen glimmers of Alex with a big performance. Somebody needs to do something, though, to really kind of just get Bait going, get them into the swing of things, because if you let Havu build up any momentum on this map, then I really, really do fear for Bait.
That is fair. And no, it's not pissed around, as we did say. We have seen a couple closer games from Havu on that map, even though unsuccessful. So Bait will be hoping for a good start. Molotov in towards the window and sprint in towards the connector, but Erax and Yuli collect a quick double to start us off. Did I say a quick double? I meant a quick 4K. They just massacred them. What happened there? It's just a complete shutdown out of the bat. Bait tries to go for something quick, but it gets completely obliterated in a matter of seconds.
Counter-terrorists win.
Complete another shutdown. And Havu do have this pistol to work off. Have been quite good on them. Won every single one so far. As we do wait for this technical pause to reach its conclusion. Just waiting for a rejoin of one of the Havu players. I believe it is yellow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, those are not good signs. Obviously, we'd want to be able to carry on with the game without those, but it happens every now and then. We did mention it on the previous map. We're gonna get those technical timeouts. Online CS, it happens. It happens. You can't do anything about it. But we get to podcast for a little bit. Well, not this time around because he's rejoined rather quickly, but we get to podcast usually.
Hopefully we'll just have some smooth sailing. It looks like it wasn't too big of an issue, and we're back and we are going once again. No bomb plan for Bait, not a single kill to boast about, so this is just going to be full Glocks. 5 of them. And Bait are just going to slow walk towards under. Maybe just holding to see if anybody is going to give them a peek, if anybody's going to jump out towards the window. you've got a horrible stack waiting for you.
Sure.
Or a lot of kills.
Ooh, a lovely camera angle, by the way. Shout out to the observing team. Look at that. CS looking like a single player game. Like you're getting one of those, you know when you're playing Assassin's Creed and you get on top of a church, you have those really nice views. The panoramic views.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't.
That's what we got.
Yeah, I mean, very, very long time ago. One of the original ones, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really played any in a long time, but you know what? It's the good old days. Ezio Auditore, my man.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
They slapped, man. They were really good.
Ezio Auditore.
Back on the Xbox 360, way back
Oh,
when.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Now we're talking.
You know what's no, yeah, too. Getting 4 kills with an M4, just mowing them down. Well, 3 in that scenario, probably. Oh, yeah. That's no secret. They've heard that boost. With 20 seconds, they're going to turn around, so the mow down should come in 3, 2, 1. Yep, they're not getting that bomb plant, my friend. It was a nice attempt, but Yuli shuts it down, so in the end of the day, it is just the IGO of Arax to go down. Arax, by the way, a pretty interesting story he's got in his career. Well, I say a pretty interesting story is the fact that he's 28 right now, but he's not one of those hyper-experienced guys. He's a bit of a late bloomer, you see. I even did my digging, asked around in the Finnish scene, and apparently he just started playing high-level CS at 25, which is a phenomenon that you don't see that much. We saw that with Jax a couple years ago. You know, the French Jax. There's a couple more.
Safe.
Yeah, Safe is another one. A couple examples, but not too many.
So you're saying this time?
You know what that means? It means it's all about the will.
And if you
The will to work and win.
yeah, if you put in the hard work, you know, you can maybe reach
Age
that
is
level
just
for
a
sure.
number.
True. Well, I mean, age isn't really that relevant anymore. There used to be that big discussion, you know, about obviously are they going to be able to do it as the age goes on, reaction speed slowing down and all the rest of it. But in my humble book, doesn't really matter all that much. Yellow. Lovely shots onto MPL. No chance to react this time around. Arax is going to try and get down safely, and I believe he has done, but surely he's just going to be cleared out. Lots of damage. It's going to at least help things for his teammates rotating into this site, but they've lost it, and they've given up a bomb plant.
Yeah, and this is not an easy retake. A lot of smokes that you need to wait to fade, but Alex is playing an angle that's really easy to clear out. He's looking at the wall, but if they hard clear him, that's going to be an easy kill. They overlook him. Hetrick gets the first one, but they're both low on HP. Yuli gets the first. Does he realize there's one more in towards the connector, though? Alex, he's going to get completely ignored. They don't spot him out. They don't see him. He gets way more than he should have. Low on HP. Yuli gets the refrag, but the time is running low. He needs to get that kill onto Captain Kirk, and Yuli does. Coming in from the heavens, but no defuse kit on offer. It was dropped in towards the connector. He didn't realize that there's not enough time.
I mean, he makes them pay, he hurts their economy, but I mean, the CT economy is going to be hurting massively as well from that one. He'll save the AK at least. And I mean, it's a valiant effort. It's a great attempt from Yuli. But it's just not enough. And they go 2 kills up here. This is a 3 versus 5, and all of a sudden, Bait just find the kills. If Arax even gets 1 from that position, it's a completely different story. But Bait, they're able to get it done. They have their first round. Still dangerous for both sides. Reset potential extremely heavy. And another technical pause.
Yeah, so we can have a podcast right now. What do you want to talk about? What's on your mind? What have been the hot topics in Jack Kelly's life?
Not a lot, to be honest. I mean, same old, Ted. It's just, you know, I'm a little bit boring, mate. Do you know what I mean? Nothing too mental going on. Nothing really of worth mentioning.
Right. Well, sadly, Jack, we are back to the game, so we'll have to keep on listening about your exciting live later
Yeah,
on.
later on,
Back-
later on.
Yeah.
For
Back
another
to the
time.
action. And Alex looking for an opening kill in towards middle. A little bit of chip damage exchange. Yuli stays alive. Odo's there to cover him. That's a great pickup. Another opening kill in towards middle goes in favor of Havu. That's twice in a row now. They've been able to punish. Couldn't convert last time around, but this one looks a little bit better. Although, Yellow is still all alone with a 5-7 in towards that A-bomb side. And they're really low on Yuto.
Yeah, this alien could work out wonders, but you need somebody to go more than just 1-for-1. Yellow doesn't burn up in that molly, and he might be able to get back underneath the balcony as the molly ticks out. So this is perfect. They're not going to realize he's here that close. They might realize maybe it's a possibility because they're going so slow, but still, it's just going to be so difficult for them to clear out this position. They're just going to take some necessary precautions just in case, and they realize it is, of course, a possibility, but as the round goes
Hedrick's
on, you
walking
might
out.
overlook it. Yeah, Hedrick is in a really good position here. Yellow just looking above him. Hedrick is sat in the sandwich, Otten trying to stop the Palace play from coming out. Hedrick needs to get going. 25 seconds, needs to try and find these kills, and there's two instantly. Yellow's now going to be spotted. That position is worth nothing, and Arax has to try and save the day, but Essential will not let him. This is going to be the game leveled up at 2-2, and Puha will be very lucky to get out of this situation with his life and his SMG still intact.
Yeah, looks highly unlikely right now. This is back-to-back buy rounds for Havu where they get the opening kill in towards middle and they're just unable to convert. Puha. Not sure if he got spotted. Apparently not. Any moment now, he will. Never mind. All right, MPL's furious at the way that he goes down there. Hedrick up close for the refrag. So Bait get away with it. It was a big round for Hedrick. As the name suggests, he did get 3 kills. Just walking out. The T's didn't really have too much util either, so they needed to actually rely on that walk to work out. But Hedrick, great awareness, getting the first kill onto Auto. The CTs looked a little bit undecisive in, or indecisive in towards connector, should I say. Even though middle was completely clear. They were still wondering about it. Still being worried. That's going to result into an eco. So Bait back to winning ways here, starting to gather up that momentum on the T side.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at that round and you're saying, oh, well, they're a little bit worried towards middle, that's because they were making so much noise towards Palace and nothing was happening behind them. So instantly your mind goes to, oh, they're waiting for something. What are they waiting for? Are they waiting for a lurk? Are they waiting for somebody to go, you know, out B to maybe take a little bit of contact? What's happening? And just the longer you wait, the more paranoid you get. Won't have to wait too long in this round to see a lot of frags as the T's begin to absolutely mow them down. Essential overlooks that angle and the USPs are now finding kills. Pooh has picked up an M4, but Alex from above.
Oh my god.
Might have looked like he was from the heavens because he has absolutely bailed out a Bait in that situation. That's a lot of damage for 5 USPs.
It is, right? You get away with 4 kills, and usually it's the other way around. Usually it's the T's doing damage when they have the pistols, and the CT's wondering about their economy and whether it's going to be alright. Now you look at the money of Bait. It's not the economy of a T-side team that's just picked up 3 in a row. By the way, getting back to that conversation that we had about late bloomers in CS, Glowing is another really good shout that we just watched earlier today, right?
I mean,
Glowing is a good.
Yeah, but he's been playing a while though.
Yeah, but he's 30. So
I know.
He didn't start, like, he started in 2020. So he started when he was 26. Is the same conversation with Jax, Safe, Arax.
Oh, I didn't realize he just started in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because it's 2024. 4 years isn't a short period of time.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is.
That is 2020 is 4 years ago. Where has the time gone? I've no idea, but I know our MPL is gone, and that is to the grave. Sent there by an op bullet to the chest. Yuli. Making a little bit of steps, trying to get back to make sure window is going to be covered off, because Bait are boosting in there right now. Newly. Oh, doesn't realise it. Essential's right behind him. Oh, and that's a lovely fight to come away the victor in. If you can get one more Essential, that would be absolutely insane. But Otland, he has your cross back. You're trapped in towards jungle. Yellow has to try and to get into a better position. They are still quite worried about A, and they should be.
Gotta be careful with Ram, though. I mean, Arax is just overlooking it completely right now, and now the penny's dropped. He's realized that he needs to win that fight. Yellow gets one more from the top of the ticket. Arax needs that kill onto Gurkhan. He's got the advantage. It's a great find. Locking down the attack is one-dimensional now for Alex and his Enfield. They need something special. When one of them's really low on HP too, it will be a Enfield going into that first kill, but actually gets the instant headshot, and Alex will double up and double down. How are they turning this one around?
Oh, Sentinel, though, he will eventually fall. Alex gets off the bomb. Puha does enough just to spook him away from it, but Alex has his AK up, and Otland was just not even ready to fire a bullet. Alex tries to get into a position. Puha tries to get ahead of the plant, but instead, he goes behind by 2 rounds. Alex, 1 versus 2. That was a 2v4 that they managed to overcome there with really aggressive positions from Havu, and the question has to be asked there, you know, when you're in that position, more often than not, you should be winning it.
Yeah.
But what went wrong?
Over peeking, straight up. I mean, you look at Arax getting that fight, then you spot the remaining 2 players. You just swing from the ramp. You could have waited. Then the player in CT gives them an early fight that he probably shouldn't be. A lot of people just giving fights, whereas they should have probably been waiting to play it with their teammates, right?
Yeah, seen a lot of 1v1s there, just,
Exactly.
you know, giving them straight up aim fights, which, you know, I mean, I know you want to get the round over and done with quickly. I know you maybe know that there's a player, you know, low, he might be tagged up. You might think, oh, this is going to be an easy frag, but just play it safe. Because if you don't, something like that can happen.
Thank you, Professor Jack.
Yeah. It's one thing I don't like is overpeaking. This is a great position, though. Was a great position.
Oh my goodness.
Yellow. Will not want to see that one again.
Oh. Whoa. Oh. That's a great position, and Puha makes it work for 1, but Captain Kirk is there with the shutdown. Yeah. Ooh, alright. That's the bomb. Another follow-up with the Eagles. Doing damage. Arax, that must have been hurt. MPL doesn't react to it, but Arax does walk through the smoke and into his demise. MPL gives his life away through the smoke. Not ready for the repositioning from Auto, but no armor means 1 bullet connects and the crosshair goes fully Macarena around your screen. So Hedgehog will get that kill fairly comfortably. Bait on fire now, getting 5 in a row on the D side. It does sound like an off the... Okay, yeah. Why did we have to do him like that? Okay, now we can point fingers towards the observing team. Now we can say that was not necessary. I'm joking. We all wanted to see that again.
That is a kill that, if you lose this map in such an important round, you're going to have nightmares about. And it'd be a nightmare if you were stuck on that A bomb site right now, but Yellow does not play close. Instead, he's ready for a spam through the smoke. Man, he's doing some amount of damage here. MPL can't quite believe it either. It's the bomb now being planted. The util is just going to rain on over. In fact, they're going to nade open the smokes and look for these fights, line up the wall bangs and continue to do the damage. Yeah, they're just being cut apart here. They haven't even seen anyone yet. This is horrible for Bait. They got a bomb plant down, but Havu are just outputting bullets and connecting them at a rapid rate. Now, eventually, the dust will settle on the site for now, but it's going to heat up a little bit later on. Puha gets up close, gets the information on 2 players. Hedrick now falls. Yeah, they need to get going. They need to move a whole lot closer. Alex still on the site, looking to tap away the heads. They won't be able to do it. No kit. Havu have to run, and they might go down to the bomb here as well. This has been a disaster. They leave it too late. They cannot get it done, and somehow, after all that damage, after all those kills, Bait still win it.
Oh, it's just so painful. So many times you've had the man advantage. So many times you get the opening kill. You even at times got a 5 versus 3. You do the damage. You don't see anybody. It's so perfect. They're trapped on the bomb side. Nowhere to go. No util. No hope. But Havu just haven't been able to convert those rounds. Haven't been able to get a single clutch to work for him. A single retake to work out. Bait. If you ask them how they've won 6 in a row, they probably wouldn't be able to tell you so many close rounds. And this time, you're not going to be fortunate enough to get an opening head trick. Just down Arax is quickly responded to, but it's still 1-for-1.
I mean, if we want to just count, Havu have lost 2 rounds just by the sheer lack of a diffuser. So it's been horribly unlucky for the CTs. And when it rains, it pours as they try and pour out onto this B bomb site. Essential is going to be caught off. Oh, please.
Oh, no.
Okay, thankfully, we see a kill from behind actually work for Havu.
Wow, that was scary. Head trick. Get spotted on the crossing towards the bench. You know where the Oprah is. Captain Kirko was the planter, so you can make an educated guess. But this time, Havu are not giving anything away. They're going to group up, play it together. Yellow and Otto have the kids. And Yuli's got a smoke. They need this one.
Oh, you could say that again. They're going to be begging for this one. But Kirka says no. Head trick nearly says no, but he's a whisker away. It has to be Kirka to do it all. Yellow tries to get close, and Kirka will hold on. A hat-trick of frags from the captain. He's having a quiet game so far in regards to what we've seen from on Nuke. But it wasn't enough, his performance on Nuke, to get it over the line. This time he's got his teammates playing with him. He's got his teammates fragging. And they've got 7 rounds in a row on this T side. Havu look a bit stunned, Ted.
Yep. They do look stunned. And it's not being incapable of being competitive and winning those rounds. It's the finishing touches that have been missing out. We haven't really seen them.
Can't win a
They
retake.
just need 1 or 2 rounds to get him started. But it might not even go to it. Bait grouping up for another B play, and once again Arax just gets executed straight up.
It's such a great opener to find. They're looking for a little bit more. Kirk out, low HP. Puha just mows down 2. Yuli needed to find something from that position. But Otten, has he been spotted just yet? Yes, he is. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's head trick just running, jumping over the top of the smoke and quick scoping you out of the round. And Yellow doesn't have a kit this time. Has to go quite quickly. Head trick holding. He is going to be wayward that time around. Beats the Molotov. Spot out on the jiggle. Will not miss a second. 8 in a row for Bait.
Yeah, and now those are starting to look a bit more convincing. Even though once again you're doing the damage, it goes down to the wire. But this is back-to-back rounds where they've exploited that opening kill in towards the B-bomb side. Great sequence by Ascencio. And head trick. Wayward with one of the shots, but still gets 2 more. Havu just going for the reinvestments at this point. You just need rounds to try and stay competitive on that Mirage. They haven't won one in such a long time. They did win the pistol in the second ever since. It's been bait and bait only. Havu need a miracle. They need at least 4 to stay competitive on that Mirage for the second half.
Well, I mean, you say that, it's been bait and bait only. Havu have done a good job getting back into rounds, but they just haven't been able to defuse a bomb to really kind of actually get anything going in gun rounds. It's desperate, really. And they can feel pretty hard done by, but at the same time, it's just down to, you know, finding the kills just that little bit quicker.
Topcon smoke. Lined up for MPL, sorry. Gonna come in. DAX is in play, and Otto's all alone. He needs the support of his mid players. They've left it in hopes to actually cut off some kind of a lurk. Oh my goodness, Alex. How do you play against that? Now we're reaching that part of the game where Bait are feeling it. They've gotten away with so many rounds that they shouldn't have. That now they're just taking everything by storm. And at this point, you can't really fault Havu. They were just helpless in that round.
They're hitting so many headshots, they're even headshotting their own players. Like, what can you do if you're Havu? You're just being locked out of this game and you're going to a third. unless something drastic changes here. You need to stop them from getting out on the site, and you're only going to get one more opportunity to do so. You'll save these weapons and bring them forward, but the possibility of a 10-2 half is really on the cards. And that's incredible to say, Ted, because think about the amount of one-sided halves that we've already seen today. Ridiculous.
And this is the closest one. I mean, the closest in terms of the dynamic of the rounds and how they've been played out.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
the closest 10-2 you can see. That could have easily been a victory for Havo in that first half.
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily. There's so many
But this
rounds
is how
in there.
CS works sometimes. And sometimes you just feel like you let a lot of those slip, and eventually you start just getting absolutely blown out. You stop being competitive. And that's what we're witnessing right now. Bait, the favorites in terms of 1xBet's prediction. You can check them out in the description. But look at that, Bait, not really wasting any time. Essenthio already up in towards ladder. Even if NPL goes down, which he doesn't, Essenthio's already up short.
Yellow needs to be aware that Alex and Kirka are already out towards the ramp. He's not going to see them. That timing is going to go against him, but he still wins the fight, not the second one. Shut down. Essential doing damage over on short. Timing is everything here. And actually, he's crept past him. Arax, he does actually collect that frag, but now they know exactly where Otten is. Bomb dropped, Otten thrown into a 1 versus 2, and he's read into this perfectly, but he misses the shot. Shut down, 10-2. Bait. What a response after such a close and competitive nuke to come out on a T side like this, play like this. Yes, get a little bit fortunate in terms of Havu not having a kit in a few rounds, but they've been the better team, Ted. And, you know, nobody can attest to that, or nobody can actually dispute that, should I say. And you feel if they win this pistol, we'll be going on to Anubis very, very soon.
Most certainly. 10 in a row. Yet to drop around after the first pistol round in the anti-eco of the first half. What a streak that has been. If you're able to close it out straight away and just fly over in towards Anubis, this could be a massive shift in pace in terms of that entire series. Steps being heard. Defensive smoke deployed. They need to go through this. Essentio's going to be in a great position. Alex actually picks up the first one, and Essentio with the second. One-man advantage. Bobo will get planted, but the retake is on.
Yeah, Essentio doesn't want to go down with the kit here either, and nobody's going to come towards short right now, so the market players need to go first. They need to try and create a space, but Yellow locks in 2 kills. MPL trying to battle back with a double on his own, and he has done so, but they've lost Essentio. Oh, actually, no, they haven't. He's rotated all the way around. So the kit is now with the pack, and there's only 2 of them left. Otten, this is still entirely doable, especially if he blindsides the first, which he does. MPL thrown into the clutch, taps the bomb. Otten now swings wide. MPL just needs to find one more kill, and he's got it. Bait have a kit. They have the defuse. They have the pistol. Do they have the map in their hands?
Yeah, absolutely. They should. You gotta feel like they do. That was a great maneuver. What a counter. Are you ready to get smoked off defensively into a short like that on the pistol round on the D side? Probably not. But the smoke just baits them. It makes them run through. They both just throw their lives at the mercy of Alex and Essentio when they didn't miss. Essentio, of course, recognizing that he was the only one with a kit. Doubling back, joining up with MPL, making sure that all 4 retake from the same position. Yellow with a good double to keep them alive, but it all comes down to the 1 versus 1, and MPL stands tall. It hasn't been his best day individually. It wasn't on Nuke. It hasn't been so far on Mirage, but Bait as a team has been functioning perfectly. Captain Kirk is at the bottom of the scoreboard with 8, and Alex is on the top with 13. 5 kills in between. And have a go for a force buy. At least you get a bomb plant. But Bait are still winning rounds. They're not even on fire anymore. They've won so many rounds in a row that they've broken the graphic.
They're looking for yet another one. Head trick. Oh, Yuli, that double is insane. Close SMG and connector player already just destroyed. Head trick, has he seen enough? Or are they just going to reposition?
It could be a save. Ascencio gonna stick around. If they give you a free kill early on, you could think about it, but no kit. Util's low. You want to make sure you hold on to the big green right now. Havu will finally put an end to that 11-round win streak. Ascencio will still try and do some damage. There's just the one kill. And Yellow might lose his life too. This is still dangerous. If Arax goes down, this is an extremely expensive round, even though they might win it. And Headtrick goes for the rephase, but Arax shuts him down. That's going to be an AVP to be recovered. Alex is not getting his hands on this one. He'll try his best, but Arax is already up close. Alex needs to be careful not to go down. And now he spotted him. He realizes that AVP has been lost.
A little bit silly from Headtrick there. Backed himself to get the kill, but it's not worth it. If you die with the op there, that's not going to be recovered, and now you're going to pay the price. If Headtrick has an op in this round, it's a completely different round. Now, having
You gotta set up the M4.
heavy favorites, yeah. Fast boost into the B apartments or a boost over towards short or something of the
Most
likes.
likely.
Yeah, fast boost into the apartments, but it's a fast play out towards A. 5-7, drops Yellow, Headtrick.
No way.
Can do it with a deagle. As Kirk waiting to receive Arax, looks the wrong way at such a vital moment. And now, bomb's going to be tapped. Here comes the swing. The SMG sprays them down with the M4 getting in on the action. And it's the saved AWP. Now thrown into a 1 versus 3. But what can you do when MPL is peeking you like that?
Oh my goodness.
They get 12.
They were just not ready for the swing, right? They didn't even try to tap the bomb. They wanted to stick it. They were 100% sure it was an aggressive play towards B, and it was. They were right, but the pistols towards A, they did God's work. Finding 2 kills, slowing things down for such a long time. Habu didn't realize it. Yes, it was a B stack. Yes, it was a B play in towards the apartments. But they didn't realize how much time the pistols wasted. How close those players have gotten to. 12-3. 9 chances for Bates to send this to a third. And surely they just capitalized from the first one. Look at the purchase of Habu. 1 AK, and that's the only rifle.
Oh, Sentiel's in a really good position here. I don't know if Puha's going to be ready for this. I don't know if he's going to clear it out. You don't have a molly. He's going to get very close. It really comes down to just if Ascentiel can get 1 and get away here, or even get 2. There's the first. Here comes the swing, and he'll spray down both. Flashes too little too late. Both players are already down. Kirka elsewhere on the map will find a frag. And this round has Anubis written all over it. Unless Yellow and Yuli can make their deagles work. Ascentiel is waiting for a timing. Trying to recover that AK and get away. In 40 seconds, they'll go back, try and acquire the bomb, but this round is out of the question.
Yeah, this will be it. You can take your time as much as you want, but a 2 versus 5, it will be the end of Mirage. We will be going to a third and final map. Nuke wasn't the most one-sided of affairs for Havo. It wasn't the cleanest, but they were able to convert well. Bait answer back properly, and they answer back in style. A 13-3. Both players now spotted. It's just a matter of time. And Alex puts an end to it alongside Headtrick. It's a 13-3, 13 out of 14 rounds after losing the pistol in the first anti-eco. That's a response and a half, ladies and gentlemen. Bait leveled things up. We are going to a third to see who's going to be staying alive in Group B. But until then, we're sending it to a short little break. You are watching the RES Regional Series 2 Europe. We'll be right back after the break.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xBet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xBet, respect. From 1xBet, respect. From 1xBet, respect.
Elimination is on the line, ladies and gentlemen, as we keep on going with the action of Group B of the RES Regional Series 2 European Edition. Habu taking on Bait. Habu started things off with a nice little victory on their map pick of Anubis, and Bait answered back with a flyover Habu pretty much on Mirage, just completely breezing past the defense, not giving them any chance to fight back on that second map. With that being said, though, we are moving into Anubis, and well, the task is pretty easy. Get up to 13 rounds, you eliminate your opponents, you stay alive in the tournament, you let the other team get up to 13 rounds first, and you're out of the competition. Mr. Jackie Boy, I'm going to put you on the spotlight. Who's got it?
I think we're going to see a pretty similar story to what we've seen in the first game. Whereas, you know, we've seen Alliance just absolutely kind of run over the initial part of it and then be able to close it out. I think Bait are going to have a lot of the momentum with them, to be honest. Kind of comes down to it as well, though, who wins the knife round. I don't know if Bait are able to start on that T side. I think they should have enough to dispatch of Havu, but I mean, that's the joy of these games, man. I have no idea, but I'm going to lean towards the Ukrainian side.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the ways that both maps played out too, right? I mean, you could make the point that it did look a bit more realistic for Bait to pick up the nuke rather than for Havu to pick up the Mirage, right? It looked a lot more competitive on the first map. I know that doesn't necessarily lean towards the fact that Anubis will be so, but Bait overall has looked like the more solid side so far in the series, and I feel like this is a fair assumption to make, even though there's a lot of close moments and misfortunes for Havu on that second map. Bait end up winning the knife round too, so they will get the pick of sides, supposedly starting things off on their T side. Now, the last time they started things off on the T side was in their game against Zero Tenacity and their opening game in Group B here at the RES, and it didn't work out nicely. They won one round, so now you're just after doing a little bit better than last time around, I guess. The good news is they were able to quote unquote beat their demons the day after, took down Zero Tenacity in a 13-5, 13-7 fashion on Inferno and Mirage. But we're back to Anubis. T-side start. Early smoke in towards the window in a quick round, which will probably result in a drop down canals and then towards the B-bomb side. But Havu seem to have the right idea.
Seem to. They've got a lot of presence here, but it doesn't matter if the T's just absolutely destroy you. Only one kill netted out of those three players. Airax is a little bit all over the place, but manages to correct himself and drop head trick in the nick of time. He's still going in this round, but as he walks forward, just destroyed by Captain Kirke. Distraction caused, and MPL will strike. It's Bait taking the pistol, and relatively cleanly, all things considered. When you walk into a site with three players, you take it that easily. That is promising signs.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially for a map that, once again, we did point out last time you lost 1-13. The game before that was a 6-13 loss to Sangao. Then you had a couple closer ones. Yes, 3 victories in a row. But traditionally, Bait have always played really, really close games when it comes down to this map. So the last 2 ones, I feel like, could be considered and classified as anomalies even for that side. You're looking at a team that has a pretty well-playing Hetrick, pretty well-performing MPL as well when it comes down to Anubis. Of course, Hetrick being the highest-rated player of the team on this specific map over 5 played maps, standing on 1.23 for MPL. You have a bit of a larger sample size at 19 maps and 1.16 rating. Of course, you're going to be looking forward to NPL's entry work. Quite comfortable. One of the maps that he used to play quite a lot when he was back on Navi too. Of course, he didn't get the freedom. He didn't get the Didn't get the success back then on Navi, but still a map that he's pretty familiar with.
Oh, he's got a lot of freedom in this team for sure. A lot of faith put in him. Even though it wasn't the most successful of spells with Navi, he definitely learned an awful lot just playing at that level, week in, week out. The same can be said for Headtrick with his days over at NIP. Both these players trying and replicate some of the success, or rather get some success with this Bait side. And once again, the success is over towards B. Bait cannot be stopped by the single player. And yeah, I think so. I think you've just been bested. Airax was completely isolated and alone. You had nobody close. You were expecting an A play, but it never came.
Yeah, that's one of those moments when, as you pointed out, you're expecting something, it doesn't come to it. It's not a necessity. You don't really need to throw yourselves trying to save a round that has already been lost, right? You can just hold on to the M4s, cut your losses. You get to replay that buy round pretty much in the next one. Now, you want to make sure you actually hold on to all 4 of those guns. If you start losing and dropping players, that could be an issue. And Bait are going for the hunt. They really want to take those weapons out of their hands, and it is successful to some extent. MPL and Alex find a double. It's just Buha and Yuli left. They need to try and stay alive. MPL finds another, and it's just Yuli that will survive in the end of the day. So this is a bit of a disaster here for Havel. Not only you don't give that retake go, not only you have no chance of picking up the round, but you still have just 1 gun to show for it. This is not a great start.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, in hindsight, you're probably better off actually going for the round because nobody gets to save bar Yuli anyway. At least you have a chance to win it, but of course they didn't know that. They didn't know that Bait were just going to come running at them. They were backing themselves maybe just to hold on. Doesn't happen, and now you're just going to pay the price. Just pistols, Yuli making good use of the only M4 in the round, but he's been tagged down extremely low, and he needs to hand that over to maybe Yellow. He was thinking about giving it to Ottend, but he doesn't have armor, so Yellow will be the one wielding it. But they have an advantage in play now. MPL, no space gathered. Information over towards B. Seen, or rather, lack of information seen over towards B. You think it's A, but it's a Canals walk. This is going to go against him completely.
Yeah, and the timing is going to be awful. Airax, he's not going to spot them. He's not going to see anything. They're just going to walk out the B-bomb side. They can contact their way up, and they seem to have an idea. I think they heard some of the steps in towards that B-bomb side. He's not going to spot anything. Essencio just walked inside of the smoke, and Buha's walking back, but he's not ready. Hetrick is already on the bomb side itself. Airax finally gets the kill into Essencio, but now the penny's dropped. You realize what's going on.
And you may as well give this one a go. You're only have 2 pistols in the round. You've picked up 2 rifles. You'll get a whole lot closer. No kit in play. So you need to go quickly, but you need to wait out that smoke. And the CTs really need to have some impact coming in from CT. Yuli, just an information gatherer on that low HP. Headtrick continues to gather the scalps and the heads as they try and swing into the site to get something done. Ottend is the last player standing, and Aim Punch being a massive factor in that fight. Once he gets tagged up, he was never going to win that duel. And this is a 4-0 start for Bait. Havu need to hope that this gun round is going to be able to stop them. And you've got Ottend on an AWP to do so. An early entry seems like a must for Havu to feel any way comfortable at all.
So far, so good. Feels like you've been able to avoid most of those decisions from Havu. Of course, the CT side of Anubis really entices you to go for a lot of gamble stacks and setups. Is Bait rushing A straight up? No, it's going to be an A-pop though. 4 people dedicated towards it. Hetrick just holding with the AVP. That's a big nade, but the CTs don't realize it. Yellow needs to be really careful. He's deployed a smoke without even being forced to, and this could be an issue. He has no Yuto to work with, neither does Buha.
Oh, Pua's actually picked up nades and smokes now. Here, the util is going to come in. Pua's going to try and get a molly and a smoke down and try and get onto the site to help out. Yellow not being spotted just yet. Kirkin needed to find that trade and does. The kills go left and right, but it's the CTs coming out on top, and it's Yuli to spray down too to at least restore a little bit of order to this bomb site. Hedrick, he wants to go aggressive. He wants to take a fight right now. Arax sat in. It's a difficult angle. Hedrick's out of bullets. Has to go forward with the pistol. And he's going to win that gun fight now. Trying to wrap all the way around. Hedrick's being heard every step of the way. But wants to double back. It's a game of mind games.
Yeah, he's faked the steps. Does he realize that Otto might have been towards middle and he might have heard him? He's still intending to go back in towards that B bomb site. He's going to get a 1 versus 1 in Otto. Just 1 USB bullet needed. Hedrick got a couple out of that M4. If there was an instant headshot in the mix, he could have had the round. Tried to bait him into pushing in towards CT. Didn't work out. The experience of the Opera 1 step ahead. Habu get away with a round, but look at how chaotic that was. Yellow gets the first. Refrags all over the place though. Bait. Great spacing up until Yuli gets away with a double. If Yuli doesn't get that second kill, the round is pretty much up in the air. Hedrick still gave it a good go. But as you pointed out, finally a round going in favor of Havu will make them feel a little bit better about themselves. The thing is, they still lose 4 people, so money's not going to be in necessarily the ideal shape for defense.
And that's what Bay are probably discussing, right? They're saying, all right, Alton survived. We know we're up against an op. We know that he can probably drop over an M4, but maybe maximum we're going to see 2 M4s in the round. The rest are going to be pretty low. They've got utility, 3 SMGs. Havu might want to try and go for something a little bit aggressive here.
Yeah. I was going to say, the crazy person in my head says, you just do a default for the first 10 seconds and then you just group up into an A play. Just execute, but the grouping up, or well, the spread around and the default works out, pays dividends. Also just goes for an aggressive peek and Hedrick is just 1 step ahead. That's a big kill to find. In the opposite, in a non-recoverable position.
And the round might be in a non-recoverable position as well. Should you get this one wrong, you can see the discussion is being had with Havu, how they want to adjust the setup, how they want to adjust the defense, but they've got 0 information. Hedrick could be completely there alone, just sitting, waiting for a peak like that. They could be freezing. They could be doing anything right now. And instead, you're just going to batten down the hatches on the sites. I don't hate this, but you're just going to get crunched upon right now. There's going to be 5 players going up against 2. Only promising sign is you're going into the M4 and Yellow has spotted a foot of a Sential. They know that A might be happening and Yellow will at least stop the first, but then he's going to be taken down. SMG long range, never going to work out. Hedrick had the flank covered and Puha needs to get a little bit closer, but man, I don't even think you attempt this at all. I think you just need to save. Is there any rifles that you can maybe find? That's all he's hoping for right now, is maybe a rifle or an exit frag.
Yeah, fundamentally just played out really nicely by Bait there. Even Hedrick in anticipating that A play. And it is a pretty common thing to do, but the thing is you have 4 different possibilities on the CT side to go for an aggressive play with an AVP, and Hedrick gets the right one. He was ready. Punishes, and from that point on, a 5v4, as you pointed out, the mid wall comes in. You know the OP is not really on their disposal. Upu will still be able to hold on to a single AK, and they can hear his steps now. They know exactly where he's saving, but nothing they can do about it. But again, check that out. I mean, Yellow gets 1 kill. Refrags are absolutely perfect. Once again, 1 for 1s. It was like that in the previous round. Is the case here too. And Hedrick shutting down that flank sealed the deal. Bait looking pretty strong here on that T side. Of course, it is the T side of Anubis, so you could understand it. We're not looking over the chances of Habu to come back into this one and still be competitive, but Bait have been looking extremely strong.
Oh, and it goes bad to worse for Havu right now. Alton actually nearly lines up everybody with that deagle. But Kirka winning the fights when he needed to. Airax on a flank once again. Hedrick won't be able to catch him this time around. Yellow up close. He just needs to connect a single bullet. Won't be able to fire it. bomb is safely across, and the round is safely in the hands of Bait. Survive that one. Always good when you can just kind of swat away those pistols. As we go into another technical pause here.
Ooh. Okay. Got another podcast topic?
Well, if you guys didn't know, you can head over to 1xBet. Sign up using our code 1XORESEU and get up to 130% deposit bonus on your first deposit.
To bring that up.
Of course,
that's something that I wanted to talk about too.
The link should be underneath the stream, and well, podcast over, Ted, because it looks like we're back underway. Full
that was
gun
probably
round,
the shortest
2 ops.
podcast in history. But yeah, the change coming up. Or at least you'd be hoping for a change if you're on the side of Habu. A cheeky replay of a kill from the last round, but we're back to the swing of things. Arax deploying that passive smoke. And once again, Bait are just anticipating something new from Habu. They're anticipating a spanner into the works, and thus they've just spread around, letting Hetrick work in towards that A-bomb side, and he is working. Let's see if he finds that opening kill. Slowly making his way forward. Yellow does stay alive. Baits out the shot. Has some support, but needs to be careful. And initially, that defense is looking a whole lot better.
Yeah, but all of a sudden you find 2 kills and you might have just found a path in. You've seen Puha, surely. He's going to be mollied off, but he will get aggressive and find Alex around that smoke. That's a big frag to find. MPL can plant away safely. If Hedrick wants to go over towards main, he can, but he wants to fight now and help MPL, who is stuck on the site, was stuck on the site. He's going to try and get towards heaven, but he has made a lot of noise. He just drops right down and will fall. Otton takes down Boat with his boomstick as Havu. They will have 2, but more needed. Job is not done yet. Still have a long way to go before this map is even competitive, because so far it's been all Bait with just some glimmers and glimpses of Havu.
Yeah, but that was good. Also getting a double kill. Aggression in towards B main, working out for a kill. Initial hold on A was good as well. Getting the information without giving away a kill. Winning time with the util, allowing the rotations to arrive and not letting Bait set up in a comfortable post plant. All of those bases covered. Most of the time would equal CT side round. MPL though, looking for an early opening in towards middle and some early damage inflicted to Yuli. I believe that was utility though.
Flash out. Arax comes away with nothing. They want to get aggressive. They want to get that information early on because they're playing for the sites. You don't like what you see. Seed? Seen.
Yeah. Planting the seeds of a successful round here. Bait ready for the aggression, and this is a straight up play, but Habu have the read. They're rotating everybody. They're gambling this one, and it's the right call.
Need to find the kills, and there they are. 3 kills to the good. Need to find just that little bit more. All of a sudden, the T's spark a little bit of life into the round, but that life has just been sucked out of it by Yuli. Claiming head trick. Yeah, just... It's risky, right? But at the same time, you need rounds. So, I mean, make those gamble calls all day.
That's so brave from Arax. He just rotates everybody. It's not like they had an aggressive play somewhere on the map. It's not like there was any type of giveaway. They just get pushed out of middle. They wait for 15 seconds and they rotate everybody back towards that B-bomb side. What a call from the IGL. That's what Habu needed. They needed that advantage. I mean, it goes close even with the 4 people in towards the back of the side. So it turns out to be the right call. If they had stuck to the 2-man setup, it could have just fallen apart. But now you're up against the pistols. Confidence could be building up. Of course, you want to make sure you keep this one as clean as possible. Nice and easy cash flowing in the bank account. Getting some confidence up. Not really allowing Bait to feel like they were competitive in this round. And that conversation might go as far as us saying that Havu are going to be the happier team at the end of the half. If they get 4, potentially 5 rounds on the CT side of Anubis, Buha just playing a fix to angle. Here's the steps. Molotov deployed. Hedrick did try to catch him off guard, but falls down.
Yeah, just nothing coming behind it. Not until now. Puha still even claims 2 more, and Airax should be in a great position to deny. Even if you realize it, you have to try and take him down, and he'll just claim a double for himself. Habu are back in this game, and this is now just getting closer. It is now getting interesting. 3 in a row. This will be one of the toughest tests that they've faced in quite a while.
Two rounds in between. NPL, once again, trying to take a lot of space in towards middle early on. Yuli's not aware. NPL is so close, and he hasn't been spotted. That's a big play. Yuli, still thinking about it, though. Seems to realize it is a possibility. Doesn't feel the level of comfort because of the T-side smoke in towards his Molotov. But in the meantime, Alex does find an opening through that connector smoke onto Airax. So 5 versus 4. Now suddenly NPL, from the initial aggressor, he can just press the pause button and wait for the CTs to walk in towards him.
He was waiting for them to walk in. One fight doesn't go your way, and neither does that one. Bait cut down to just 3 players, and they're going to be forced into A here. They just have to go. And luckily for them, Otten is the only player that resides here. He's completely blind, forced out into the open. The rotations are going to be quick, but are they going to be quick enough? Not going to be able to stop the plant. Bait are going to get into aggressive positions in this post-plant situation. But Havu have 3 Molotovs to force everybody out, but it doesn't matter when Kirka does something like that, and Yuli says absolutely not.
Wow. What can you do? You just gotta save. Captain Kirkus has found another multi-kill. That's a 13 and 5 performance, by the way. We're seeing shades of Captain Kirk on map number 1. For those of you that missed out on that nuke, I mean, Bait ended up losing it, but Captain Kirk played outstandingly well. His multi-kill potential was all over the place. Finished the game as the top fragger in the server, even though they lost the map 10 to 13. He was on 23 and 16. Look at that. Great clearance. MPO goes down. Also drops 1. But the response from the T's has been great. Massive flash from Captain Kirk to set up Alex for the kill. And then the man himself finishes things off. That was a lovely reaction onto yellow. The captain is a wild one. Oldest standing member of Bait now. And has been for a long time. One of the
Probably will be
original.
for a long time.
Yeah, probably will be. It looks like a dynasty. He's starting to look like Jerry looked on Forza a couple years ago.
Great flash. Util just forcing that A main presence out. Puha's thinking about going for a peek. This is a big risk here, and NPL is just going to spot him. Puha, he can't afford to go for that once again. And, oh, how about that from the captain? Straight through the smoke. Headshot. Airax under pressure towards Khan. Essential with the refrag. Kirka will even find another one as well. He's really stepping up his game, and Bait are really stepping up the chase and the hunt for this series. They want to stay alive. Yuli, last round of the half, so you may as well go for it. Drops down into Canal to surprise Essential, but there's going to be no surprises. Bait are locked into this position, and Hedrick will lock in another frag as this half concludes. 8-4. Bait in the driver's seat for now. Can Havu steer the ship back on course?
It's still a competitive one though, right? 8-4, 4 rounds on the CT side. Look it up from Captain Kirka. Perfect spam on the first one. He even gets second in the meantime. Essentio was going for the hunt, by the way, and then someone communicated and he realized it's the final round of the half and the CT should come to him. And he tries to go back there. It was a little funny detail. 1xbet have made up their minds onto who's gonna pick up that series. Of course, getting that pistol around here for bait would be a massive difference maker. If Habu do it, the game is on. And it's on in a way that bait might not like it in the end of the day. Even though they have an 8-4 lead, this is far from over. A dedicated A push. Arax the only one lurking in towards middle, but he's not gonna get involved early on. For now, you have the smoke, the molly for Puha in the initial play. Smoke probably goes camera. Molly Brokey, and you go. You can smoke heaven too. Alright, got it. Although the molly failed.
Yeah, I don't think it's not really gonna matter. Kirka's hearing all the steps. He's just going to open up the distance a little bit. Airax is in a good spot out towards middle. Sees nobody rotating from that. So you can push CT or you can go back and fight main. And Kirka realizing he's under all this pressure. He's the man with the kit. So he needs his teammates now to just swing right on through, find the frags and create space for him to get as close to the site as possible. Yuli now is going to be spotted out. The swings keep on coming in, but the T's continue to rack up all the kills. Kirka's getting on out of there. He's trying to run away and open up the distance. He realizes this round is as good as done, and now it is. That kit dropped too far away. Alex has to back to save. And will he get out of here with his life? No. The answer is to that one. Havu. Take that T-pistol. They're going to keep this game as competitive as possible. And that is not the ideal start for bait for closing this one out.
No, absolutely not. Captain Kirka played that one perfectly, right? I mean, there's nothing you can do in that situation. Maybe try and get one kill and then fall back. But you just realize that if you go down early on, that's it. And the round is over. He was just spraying, but they completely overlook Otto's position. He gets a double. Of course, the Fountain player and Yuli as well gets away with a kill and stays alive for a little bit longer. So Habu will be able to get 6 rounds on the board, you feel like. There's only USPs on the other side, although Arax might be going down any moment now, and he actually goes down after only spotting 2 pistols. So this is a bit problematic. Thankfully, they think it's A.
Yeah. Well, now they're going to realize it's B. You've got a HE if you're MPL, which, I mean, you need to open that smoke as the pistols get close. You might be able to catch a few players in transition. The nade is going to go a little bit deeper. Here comes the swing, and the CTs are actually doing a little bit of damage, but all of a sudden the rifle is at that long range with the distance open up, making it look quite easy. Although they will have been worried for a moment or two. Only losing 2 players out of that situation is definitely not the worst of scenarios. Havu gonna call for a tactical timeout, realizing this is a pivotal, vital point in this series, in this tournament for them. A slip up here could be extremely costly. And they want to avoid that at all costs.
A lot of costing, a lot of costs, a lot on the line. As you said, this is the buy round in which you know bait won't have the AVP either, unless it's a crazy glass cannon, but Hetrick hasn't really gotten off to a perfect start in that second half, so he doesn't have the kills to grant him that extra cash to go for it. You want to make sure you convert. Either way, it's not going to be ideal. Even if there was a glass cannon that's minus Yuto, minus a kit, which they either way don't have going into this one for bait. You want to use the chance created, offered to you right now, if you're Habu. A slower default to start it off. Quicker in towards the connector area though, and Yuli's trying to put some pressure, but he's burning himself. Down to 33 already.
Oh, Arax is creeping on MPL. Don't know if he's going to be ready for this. Oh, yes, he is. Just gun up. Crosshair placement, excellent. And Arax didn't stand a chance. Yeah, you're hearing this. Drop your util. The T's are going to try and push you back. Try and get into the site, but it is just a little bit of presence being shown. Nothing actually behind it. But the re-execute is coming.
That's dangerous though. Yellow's got just 1 smoke. That's all the Yuto. Otto needs those 2 flashes to be absolutely perfect to set up his teammates for success. No smoke for Heaven, no smoke for Cameron, no molly for Brokey, no molly for the back of the side. Bait will get straight up fights.
I mean, that's if Alton even wants to throw them. They might consider contacting in or maybe just dropping one flash in. And look at this. Bait have seen nothing. They're going to rotate everybody over towards A. They're going to have all hands on deck bar one for a chance at this round. Flash goes over pretty high.
They're
It's
going
the
back.
fake. They're going back. Yeah, Puha's
20
going to be
seconds.
calling them. Essential. He doesn't have any real util to delay. He's hearing the steps. He's calling Alex to get on over here. And Essential just needs to hide here. If he can find at least one, that would be huge. Alex now trying to cause a little bit of the distraction. Essential needs to be cleared out. 6 seconds. Needs to get Otten off the bomb. The kills are coming. Otten is off it. And the round is done. Bait have it. The rotations were nearly too much for Bait to deal with. But Havu, on entry, just didn't pick up a single frag.
Yeah, and that was great wasting of time there from Bait, right? The player, I think it was Alex who was in towards the back of the side, or not in towards the back of the side, in towards Tempo. He was just jiggling. He was just being a nuisance there, and Essentio hiding in towards the quad, just not giving them anything, right? Just playing for his life. They realized the time was so low. Tempo player just jiggles, wastes time of the teeth, makes them uncomfortable, and now you're out of money. Nothing to work with. Pistols only. Essentio goes looking early on and he gets a kill. A nice opening to make sure you're going to have that man advantage. Not that it makes that big of a difference. You're up against only 2 Glocks and 2 Deagles. 2 flashes, 2 for Yuli. A lot of number 2s in that round, when you think about it. Something else?
Not that I can think of.
Alex has got 2 10s in his score.
Looking to add to that if they come peeking him towards Con, but it is just the walk towards mid, and you're going to have 2 players peeking in just a moment. One of them has been dealt with. Airax with a nice shot with the Deagle, but MPL has now dropped the bomb, and he will even collect one more. This is looking like 10 for Bait. And then they're not 2, but 3 rounds away from closing out this series. And indeed they are. Havu will buy up what they can, I believe. It's not going to be a pretty buy in terms of utility, in terms of Yellow being on a Galil. But they're going to have to try and make do here. Because if this one doesn't go right, you're getting 2,400 into the bank accounts. That's, of course, not accounting for if they get a bomb plant. And another tactical timeout called. This is the business end of the game here. This is elimination staring you in the face. You need to step up.
And it could be really hard, right? I feel like throughout the series, it has been obvious that Bait just have a lot of players that when the game is going well for them, just like going for those really aggressive fights that sometimes when you're on the receiving end of, you're actually getting under your skin a little bit, right? You're thinking, why are those guys peeking me like that? Why are they giving me those fights? They're just destroying me. And then the moment that you're ready and you want them to give you the fights, they're being hyper passive. That change of tempo, that change of approach for a lot of the individuals is just really hard to deal with. And as you said, the buy is not going to be perfect. They go for a tactical timeout. Etrax needs to try his absolute best to have some impact going into this one. You just have enough util for one set of execution, of proper execution. Maybe you can try and bait some more out. But with those default nades being thrown in, smokes in towards middle, connector, molly in towards mid, you need to just commit to that A play. No other choice.
Yeah, but Kirk is in a great position. He's going to mow down 2. Otten is going to be there as well. Kirk was hoping that Head Trick would find that frag. That would have been the perfect scenario. He is forced to run forward and go into a fight, but it's a fight he loses. And Otten still has the bomb. Oh, but this is great from Essential. You don't need to overcommit here, but he is anyway. Goes for the fight, wins it, doesn't even take any damage, and now
There's one more.
can back away. Yeah, they're sprinting up. Alex is still here. He is the unknown entity. Spots out both, and they were extremely low, so he makes it look easy. It's gone all sideways, all wrong for Havu. And at the most disastrous of moments, the by Pistol's head But man, this is tough. This is very, very tough for them.
Yeah, what a round by MPL, by the way. I wanted to highlight it because even though he doesn't, on paper, he doesn't get anything done, right? He doesn't get into a fight. It's just the fights in towards main and then the kills in towards the B-bomb side. He deploys all the utils, slows them down, covers middle, covers A. He is the reason that they can actually hold on to that double setup in towards the B-bomb side. They can push and the second player can stay B and expect that connector walk too. Great communication. Habu down to the pistols and the set play towards B.
Molly down, the pistols are going to try and pop on through, and they do cause a little bit of havoc for now, but bomb dropped, and Hedrick now has the sights set, trying to swap over to the USP to get something done, and it's a good hold. It's a decent hold. You lose 2 players, but you make sure that you pick up the round, and it doesn't really matter about losing players at this stage, as long as you win the rounds, because you just need 1 more, and you save yourselves. Havu. 6 on the cards for them to force an overtime. And this Finnish side have had no success, really, in recent memory. And it's looking like that when it rains, it pours.
When it rains, it pours. It's not the best feeling in the world right now for Havu, most certainly. You could be facing another early exit from a tournament that you just need to work out for you. Things have been really, really harsh. 1-2-0 victory over alternate attacks, but before that, 10 consecutive best-of-3 losses. And it's not looking like that one win will rejuvenate them. It looks like it will stay the same. Kurtka from the Molotov. That execute not looking too bad, and Arax coming in from middle. They might stay alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's a perfect play, a perfect call, and all the entries really going their way. Nice job from Havu. Keeping 4 guns up as well. No point even hunting these guys right now. Get your own economy in check. Make sure everybody's going to be on an AK. Next round, go nuts.
Did you say go nuts?
Yeah.
All right. They could go nuts.
Terrorists win.
2 rifles saved up. You have enough to go for a reinvestment. MPO can drop a note offer. He's going to receive a rifle in exchange. So another investment coming up. This one is very different from the situation that we had, I guess, in the first series. I mean, I was thinking about the overpass. It's not really different from the one that we saw on Ancient. We saw how close that one was. And now Havu's on the T side of Anubis. So if you're bait, you don't want to be underestimating that game. But Alex isn't. Again, aggressive in towards main. Gets the kill. And oh, both of them fall back. This is so big.
Just get away. You don't need to fight. You have the advantage. They're on the back foot. They have to make a move. They have to make a play. Otten might be the man to do it. Oh, he's getting tagged down so low, but he wins that fight. That is so important. And now Hedrick's eyes have to go over towards middle, where a little bit of pressure is coming in. Essential's going to try and help out his teammate. Oh, it's so messy. They just panic it a little bit there. And Hedrick alone towards A. Locks in the first. But now they're going to go back over towards B, where it's just Alex. But Hedrick is hitting shots left, right, and center. Does Alex read into this?
No, they have no idea. Alex, he's thinking about it, turns around and gets the headshot, nails him. In towards the tempo, and Bait eliminate Havu from the tournament.
The Finns finished. That is unfortunate for Havu, man. Look, it hasn't been the best of times for them at all. No. They are still going through quite a painful rebuild, to be honest. But they are getting the reps in these competitions. They do make that game extremely close. Mirage could have been a whole lot closer. You know, a good performance from them on Nuke to even just get a win on that map, even to just get maps in your favor. But they need to be getting a whole lot closer, especially to a team like Bait, who have been struggling for form themselves. If we really want to, look at Havu as a real contender in these tournaments, and unfortunately, look, it doesn't go their way today. Bait, I mean, all props to them. A massive improvement, obviously, from what we've seen versus Zero Tenacity. They were looking pretty down and out. It was looking pretty desperate. Of course, we don't really know what's going on with that roster either, but some promising signs coming out in them. They do manage to stay alive. And, well, they are going to face off against the loser of either Zero Tenacity or Paravision. And if I'm Bait, I'm hoping Paravision win that, because you've already got revenge off Zero Tenacity once, but I mean, how sweet would it be to do the double over them in a few days?
It would be really sweet. Also, there is the other, I guess, way to look at it. You don't want to be playing. You don't want to be playing against that lineup of Parivision in an elimination game if it's not playoffs, right? You don't want to be joining the server and seeing Patsy, Jerry, Kickard, Artforce, Belchinok on the other side if you're not in the playoffs already. You'd rather face off against the Balkans, but hey, who knows? I mean, Zero Tenacity have been one of the pleasant surprises of the tournament so far. With that being said, though, Jack, we are, I believe, right on schedule. We have 10 minutes until the start of the next game, which means that we need to rush it up a little bit with throwing it over to Jay and Dweg with the next pre-game that is about the third and final, or well, third out of four matchups of the day, should I say. Ladies and gents, those were the losers matchups for the day. We have two more games coming up. It is the winners matchups in both groups A and B, and it will be the lovely Dweg and Jay to take you through those. Stay with us. We're going to be right back in just a couple moments.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
is changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
And welcome back to the West European Regional Series number 2. We're continuing on with our third day of action as we go to the promotion games of Group A and B. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne for the second half of today's proceedings as per usual. And we have seen some not so surprising results, I guess you could say, in our first 2 games. And hopefully these next 2, or at least the last one at the very least here. Obviously, Alliance beating out 9 Pandas is the big shock of the day. But Bait dispatching of the Finns certainly seems like it's a bit more standardized in terms of our schedule today.
I mean, even for Alliance, right? They go into map 1 of that best of 3 where they legitimately lose 113 on their own map pick of Anubis and yet somehow come back and win the series. It shows that there's a lot of wildness, right? That there's a lot of things that are off the cuff, right? I mean, another aspect that we do need to talk about in that game is that the coach was standing in for Seized, so maybe that's another factor to why 9 Pandas are getting grouped, because they're certainly a team that should be in the playoffs at least.
Well, in this case, they're not exactly going to the playoffs again. They're out in last place. But then one of these next sets of teams are going to end up having at least a second chance when it comes to their losing games overall. We are focusing on Group A for our third match as Sangha will take on Amiga. And of course, the loser of that match will be taking on Alliance in the decider game in a couple of days' time. And the winner will be moving on as our first team forward to the playoffs. So as our first up best of 3 in our second shift today, Dwight, this certainly has a lot of intrigue because obviously for the Sangha side, they did beat 9 Pandas at the same time in their opening game.
Yeah, Sangul are in a very strange spot at the moment where they're on a 4-game winning streak, but the last 3 games have all featured them losing their map picks and yet still winning the series. So there's certainly a bit of an issue with their map pool, and it could come down to the idea that they've got some newer pieces involved, but that is a bit of a concern. If you're not taking map picks and you're going up against a strong team like Nemega, who's towards the higher end of Tier 2 right now, who's getting a lot of victories on their belt, one loss of your map pick and the series might just be over.
Well, focusing more in depth on that Sangul side, and obviously you mentioning the idea of these guys trying to figure out where it is they're standing. I mean, actually, you know what? Let's talk about Nemiga first and foremost, because obviously you mentioned them being a squad that are currently within the higher end of Tier 2. And I guess you could say that based on how easily they've made their way up to the IEM Chengdu and how, well, I don't say easily per se, I think it might not be the right word, but how well they did in terms of getting to that event. But again, the key thing for them is maintaining that initial spike. How do you think that they've been able to prove enough that they can do that so far this event?
Yeah, pretty much so. I mean, against Alliance, it was a comfortable game. They had the similar 8-4 halves on both Anubis and on Ancient on the T side, and moved into the second half and just kind of closed it down quite easily. They haven't dropped a map in the Thunderpick World Championship qualifier either, and they went all the way to 3rd place and advanced, and obviously making it to Chengdu, they had to beat some very good teams, some high-end Tier 2 competition. So 12 out of the past 15 best of 3s on HLTV have been wins for them. I can see this being a 13th for them.
There's been a number of players that have also stood out over the course of the last couple of days for this Nemiga roster. Is there anyone that really caught your eye in this team?
I think Khan was certainly the shining star for the what-if moments. I think out of any player on the team, he can actually produce rounds that just seem unheard of. I remember a couple of rounds on Anubis, right? Hitting some like wallbang headshots, hitting some really up-close multi-frag kills. And for a guy that really hasn't played much Pro CS, he's got the least amount of maps played on HLTV out of anyone on the roster. Mate, I want to see more from Khan, and I want to see more from him in the group stage transitioning into what we should expect to be a playoff position.
He's surrounded by a team of solid players that are stabilised in this team. The same cannot be said for Sangha. As you mentioned a moment ago, Dwayne still got some question marks about how the final 5 is going to look. You've got a current lone player on Jota. You've got a stand-in on Sammy. Not sure what his future is going to be like. Obviously, they've had to sort of make moves away from the likes of Gangino and Sasul earlier on this year. So in terms of the roster composition, it's not 100% clear what Sangha are doing at the moment.
Well, for Sammy, this is a guy that we're a little bit familiar with, Jay. He played out on Honoris and Anonymo, where he made the majority of his name. Now, he's never played on a non-Polish team. So I don't know what his English is like in-game. I don't know what his English is like overall. This is a new project for him, and if he can get himself into a position where he can keep proving that he's strong, that he's an upgrade to Gangino, he'll probably find himself with an official signing on Sangul.
I mean, certainly the prospect is there. I mean, whether or not that works out, though, is obviously still up for debate and up for discussion, both for them and for us. But in terms of the results, things do look good for him as an individual in terms of this roster. And Sangul, of course, as mentioned before, did beat out Nine Pandas, who we had down as a team that should have been able to make it out of this group in first place as sort of an expectation. But with that loss from earlier today, does that devalue their run so far in the group?
I don't know. It's 50-50 for me, right? Because I just mentioned it for Nine Pandas, they had to play with a coach, right? Maybe if it had the full 5 and they still lost, then possibly. But it's always very difficult to judge those kind of matchups. So for Sangul, that's where I need to judge them elsewhere. And we saw them in Rest last time around, and they didn't really do a lot, did they? They kind of beat Rebels. I should say lost to Rebels in their opening game. They beat Havu, then lost to Rebels on the rematch. So last time they got grouped. Can they make the playoffs? It's a possibility, but I wouldn't say it's a massive likelihood at the current stage of the group.
Well, they're 1 out of 2 best-of-3s away from doing so. Will Namiga be the team that they beat out? That's the key question on the front of everybody's minds, and perhaps they have to beat them out in the map veto process. Dwayne, talk me through it.
Both teams like their Ancient. Normally an Inferno ban will come through from Sangul. I know that Nemega don't like their Overpass at all, so Inferno and Overpass should get banned. When Ancient is liked from both teams, and we've seen Sangul struggle on their map picks, I wonder if they go into something different like a Nuke or an Anubis, I should say, is one. They go into Nuke, so at least we see Ancient. They might try and float Anubis to the tail end.
Yeah, not wasting any time with that pick there for Namiga, and indeed we will see that Anubis at the end of the veto process. So kind of like some positivity, I guess you could say, in terms of this one being quite an exciting matchup.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about Nuke. We don't see a lot of it from Nemega being played. We haven't seen a lot of it recently from them either. The Ancient... There's a bit of risk, right? Anytime you go into a series where both teams like this map, it could be won or lost very easily on the first map of the series. So there's going to be pressure on Sangul to be able to put up a good showing. Anubis is a bit of a decider. Both teams actually pick a little bit of Anubis, and the Anubis that we saw from Nemega against Alliance in their opening game, it looked comfortable. They didn't sweat it too much.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we go towards Anubis, I could see quite a fair amount of fun times ahead of us in this best-of-3 if we go that far. I think the next question to ask is, will we go that far? Because you mentioned the risk there for Namiga picking into Ancient. I would also say there's some weaknesses for Sangul as well, because, yes, they played quite a fair amount of Nuke. They haven't exactly been winning it a whole lot recently.
It's true.
So there's also that thing to sort of like counteracting that, yes, it is their map pick and you expect the protocols to be there, but will the actual result be there in this best-of-3?
Yeah, they picked Nuke in their last couple of games of the second stage of ECL against both Monty and against Bait, and both times they were unsuccessful. Both times they actually showed some inconsistencies in the second half. So for Sangul, they've only played 7 games under their belt with Jota into the roster, with Sammy standing in. So it's a very small sample size. It's a very small amount of games to give a lot of judgment for.
Yeah, so as a result, this will be a bit more of a discovery period, I guess, for those guys. So, I mean, it doesn't really bode well in terms of my predictions, because obviously when we're taking a good discovery, it means we haven't got a whole lot to pull from in terms of predicting this particular side. For me, I do have to go towards Namiga personally in a 2-1 fashion, just because I feel like that they're a team that are a lot more solid. I think the Sangul still got some things to figure out, and I'm not sure whether they're going to make it to the playoffs overall here.
I'm going to go 2-0 for Nemega. I think for Sangul, they're going to have a tough time in this matchup because the level of competition's only increased.
Well, there are risks involved in this veto process. Let's see whether Ancient is going to be one of them. Nemega on the T-side start with the pistols pulled out. The jewelry set for Xcloud. The Sangul, just wait for contact.
And 9 wins and 2 losses in the last 3 months on this map for Nemega. 9 wins and 6 losses for Sangul. It gets played a lot in the pool. Xanta around that deeper red smoke from the CT side. You've got Youngster and Sammy on the crossfire, and just an automatic entry to come up from Ram.
Lam is drawing out first blood. LNZ's going to get forced back, but Youngster and Xfire get a couple of trays. The extensions are so quick, and the kills are just as quick from the T side as well. Man advantage gained off the P250 and Glock, a 3-on-2 for the post plant.
It seems unlikely that this retake is going to come in successful. You've got a very passive setup coming in for Sangul on the man advantage. You've got a couple of players defensively out from short, one towards long. And it means for Xflan and Jota, they're going to struggle to force these fights out in the open.
Lean into it, spot players, again dishing out some damage towards Khan. Only a kill deep in this, make it 2 as X-Flowers will drop, and Joseph will take his teammate back out. That bomb still open up for the long position. He's going to try and force out a fight against Khan, who's having none of it. His P250 gets a triple, and the start sits with the T-side.
And do you reckon Khan's maybe putting Kazakhstan CS back on the map? Because when you look in the past, right, we had the 100 ping gods with Winter and Icy and those kind of guys in the past where we sort of saw them in and around the tier 2 scene. I think if you look even further with some of the Gambit guys, your Adren, your Mo, your Kickit, we used to see a lot of them in the space. But in 2024, there really aren't that many still kicking around.
No, I mean, certainly the one that obviously will spring to everybody's mind is Hobbit, but outside of that, that's pretty much it. Well, Kicker as well, obviously, from the XVP lot.
Yeah, now on Perivision that we'll see a little bit later on.
So maybe they can make a comeback in their combined forces. For now, the combined forces of Omega are doing fantastic work with the AK and the MAC-10 to kick things off. A lot of damage done towards Lear and Xanta, so that could provide some trade potential. But Scout, Deagle, and SMG to try and get that trade potential.
Yeah, this looks very uncomfortable from Sangal. Samey would love to get a bit of a returning pill out here from the cave position, but a little bit too high. And the SMG gets away with one, and probably expected a multi-frag with the low HP there onto Xanta, but not to be.
Yeah, triple in for him this time. The Deagle back here will get one player in from mid, so a weapon that they can carry forward to the next round. It wouldn't surprise me if Mega went in for the hunt here, though. You can see players are making their way forward of this from Red, from Spawn. In the end, Khan's going to get the casualty. X-Cloud will drop. Risky Bob won't be able to recover the rifle, unfortunately, so it is a little bit of lost investment for the T side, but positives for them. Sanga will not get a gun into the next round. It should be a harsher eco.
And one aspect of the Swedish CS scene that we've seen in recent years is very infrequently do we see them not only leave their scene, but leave it in an in-game leader role. I mean, Hampus is obviously one that we can look at playing on NIP and playing out on Bleed. LNZ is sort of another one, but all the other Swedish IGLs are still in the Swedish scene.
Whether those they can lead their scene to success. Whether this internationally based project will be favorable to Linus.
And isn't it surprising where, from an outsider perspective, a lot of people might look at Fnatic and say, oh, QB's a bit of a supportive piece, like he's not the most intriguing person on the roster. But yet, as soon as he left Sangal to go and join that, it's felt like the end of Sangal, that we haven't seen them at the same height since that move happened.
Omega reaching heights in this matchup, the 3-0 lead, of course, to kick things off. Only, again, exit frags and the upgrade potential, the half buys, the force buys, the eco rounds. Getting a kill here and there, nothing that should mount up to significance. Maybe might cause money problems later on in the game. Maybe if they can get a rifle win coming up next in round number 4. They're going to sneak in for one more exit onto Khan, but he's having none of this here. Damage up. Only to the HP, not towards the kill counts, not towards the economy game, as LNZ will drop in the end. And Jota accept his fate for the 3-0 start again for Omega. Sanga will now need to get their start in. Their CT basis has been off to a back foot.
And it's nice to see sort of a lower-end CIS team start featuring more at the higher end. I think similar to Nybandas, right, where you look at that roster and there's some good pieces. I mean, Idis Balance has obviously been a very good AWPer in the past, seized as an in-game leader, but it took them some time to start at least getting closer towards a top 30, a top-end tier 2 position. And Omega, I mean, obviously, because of Chengdu, they're getting closer to that conversation. I still think they're probably a few months away. But the more that they show in this tournament, the more it adds to that conversation.
And the more they show across the scene, the more it will give them credit. Their whole journey from here is to establish themselves solidly within their place in the scene. As Samey establishes the opening kill with his AWP out, shots on the second player is going to be flashed off, blinded. The third phase disallows any further kills from Samey. Risky Bob going to come up with that trade, and the blind sprays back from Risky Bob, eventually assisted by Khan. That Molotov does not extend towards the back corner of the site, so Bob is safe. The plant can come down relatively safe as LNZ gets picked up. X-Cloud going to make a ton of noise. Lear will get caught off guard for it, but that's the only kill that M4 is going to get. 1 on 3 now for Jota.
And how quickly do you just forget that an opening man advantage actually came there from Samey? That is just a collapse of the bomb site. That is so many successful entries where even Jota on the retake might be able to get away with one, but it should just be an instant save. Recover that M4, bring it forward into the next round and upgrade it lightly. Nemega, I like that sight here.
Yeah, pacey from the team, and Sangol are currently struggling with it. Overwhelmed, effective. At least these rounds are damaging. At least they are able to take 3 rifles away. Imagine that Flamus is going to take this M4 back, though. Does lose his life, so it does indeed become a very expensive round for the T side. Even then, Sangol won't be able to buy back and punish it in this one. If they do get it in, it's going to cause even further problems for their own economy's sake. So half buy around the M4, try to see if he can keep the damage up. But this should end up being a 5-0 start for Nemega.
And we've spoken about Sangol and some of the changes that they've made recently and understanding why that's the case due to just some of the lackluster results. But this is going to be tough for LNZ. You're working with Jota, who's never played at this kind of level previously, and you're also working with an AWPA that's never played on an international team before. So I expect the 4th and 5th player have a lot to show over these next few tournaments.
Nothing to show in this round. This is overwhelming now.
It's a shame that the rifle didn't get to do a lot.
The first man down, if I remember correctly, or well, at least one of the first 2 down in mid. Sammy maybe might push forward and grab it in the later portions of the timer, try to see if he can keep that gun in for the next gun by, which is inbound. Any damage would be a pipe dream for him. No Kevlar to win out these fights, so just got to hold on to the weapon.
And Nemega clawing a very one-sided scoreline. And the aspect that Nemega have now gone back-to-back in best-of-3s on HLTV, absolutely stomping competition. We had that game against Alliance in the opening match of this tournament, where they went 13-10 on Anubis, 13-6 on Ancient, and then yesterday they took on Secret in the round of 16 of the Thunderpick World Championship EU closed qualifier, and they got a 13-8 on Ancient, where they had a 10-2 half, and then they went out into Mirage, had another 10-2 half, and finished with a 13-2 result. So you've kind of got potentially 5 maps back-to-back of one-sided scorelines, just really disrupting any chance that the opposition has.
Well, the way this is shaping up, you certainly feel like it's on, and with the idea that one of those maps in that Secret series was Ancient. Lots of positivity right now for the CIS team. Sangol have got to try and deal with it. This next round is one of their better chances. M4s, AWPs, one will swing forward and get Kant a start, but so quick on the trades in Omega.
And they put that molly up there towards Shelf and just disallow Jota to continue to press, continue to put emphasis up. Youngster needs help because those rotations in from red are going to take some while to get out to B.
And take their time with the smoke subs, so that means the 2 players can make their way up from short. Samey's AWP landing onto Risky. Bob, blind fire will continue, but Xanta reads Youngster so well. Counter HGs will try to chip away at the HP Buzz. There's also backstabs coming in from Cave that they're unaware of. There is a counter in Flammers who's going to be far too late as they do lose the man advantage and cannot get it back. But that does provide another option, though, with mid control being taken. A-site can be a target if the bomb gets away from Cheetah.
This is very workable because Flamus is making a lot of space happen right now. And knowing that both players are high HP, that they've got 2 smokes to work with, I'm looking at this 2v3 and I'm saying this is still on.
AWP starts to consider the options. The players at the B side haven't seen anything over at Ramp or Cave.
This kill against Flamus is everything.
Can't afford to overextend. Smoke will go down. That will indicate what's really going on. Plant will be secured shortly afterwards. Still 2 on 3 for Nemega. Flamus. This could be a round-winning play. All he's got to do is take the AWPA in the back, and that's it.
If you're Sammy, you're just fuming. I can't believe he's just walked in front of his own smoke at CT, and now double donut, double red, they're actually going to split.
Judge is taking a quick play about it. Flash is sent away from Donuts. They now have information as to where both these players are. Smoke center of the site. So isolated. Flamus waiting for X-Floud. When does he peek? Doesn't see anything ahead of that smoke. Did he spot him as it cleared? I think he might have done. He certainly has done now. X-Floud to 1 versus 1, but Lear is unaccounted for, undetected, undefused, tapped, spray, blinded as the AK forces him back off. Counter HGs will try and dish out some more damage. He's going to make his way through, and X-Floud is full blinded. Lear gets the kill in the end to make it minimum 6 in a row for Nemega.
And I can look at that round and quite easily, Jay, I could be quite critical and say, I can't believe you're losing a 3v2 like that. That's just an unfortunate timing. Samey realizes the smoke's down towards CT, knows, okay, I want to try and reposition. I want to get out towards Temple, and a player just re-aggresses through that smoke. It's a gimmick that works out for Nemega, But for Sangul, one aspect that I certainly remember us talking about, Jay, in the last Res event was the lack of fragging ability for LNZ, especially on Ancient against Rebels. He's now 1 and 6, and he's the cave player. That's the most active role that you've got on the CT side.
Trying to change it up, but Xanta is going to take him down so easily, as will Lear follow up on the trade. Only reason he got that kill was because of the damage done earlier by the Molotov. Advantage taken, even Sammy giving up the ghost, trying to see if he can duck his way out of position, but evidently didn't really know what he was trying at there. Shot doesn't quite get the kill in the AWP, but it's still 15 HP for the man. Meanwhile, Jota going to start making his way in from mid, covered off by Flamus. Spawn is not accounted for, though. That could be the one thing that xCloud has until he starts making noise. Khan didn't hear him, though. Bomb denied.
And that's actually quite surprising, considering that they saw an elbow player that no one's even watching the backstab out there towards T-Spawn. A lack of communication, and this could actually start turning into a bit of a steal here from Sangul.
Flamus hears the footsteps, but doesn't know where to aim towards. Jota now gets the man advantage back for the Sangul side with the bomb and all. 45 seconds for Risky Bob and Lear to make their moves. Sammy might go down because he's pressing the issue. Flashed forward, but low HP doesn't take the peak. Risky Bob's got a HE, though. He puts it out over the head of the doorway. Smokes come back. They try and look for the challenge. Sammy gets away with a kill somehow, and that should be more than enough unless Lear gets through smoke kills of his own right. He's running out of time.
He's trying to give himself another smoke to almost walk in and make a bit of a caterpillar effect, but there just is no hope. The HP is so low.
Lear tagged up hard, 14 seconds. Shots ring out. He's trying to act. He doesn't know where they are, though.
He's got the bomb.
Oh, my God. Is he going to sneak away to get a plant? Surely not. Surely he doesn't survive the chase. Too little time. Jota knows it. Jota knows it. Sangul going to steal one away from the Omega camp. First one of the CT board.
Yeah, it's a good round there from Sangul. I think it definitely dictates the issues that maybe some of the teams and the players and concerns that we have about CS2 audio, that players are kind of making footsteps, it's just not being heard. xFound obviously coming through on the backstab, Jota as well. And overall, it's a round victory. Am I convinced of this first half as sort of, I don't know, a projection of what we can see from Sangul? I'm still thinking it's going to be quite a limited scoreline.
I mean, look, their first round comes in off the back of a half by steal. So, and you've still got to make up 5 more in a row to equalize against the Omega before the turn. A lot of work that needs to be done from Sangul in general to convince us of an opening half. That much is absolute certainty. At least they've got a start. At least they've got some rifles. But now comes that next key concern. Over the last few days, we've seen a number of teams that have gotten their opening start and then allowed the other team to return a few more. And then the scoreline never really gets to a competitive level. Maybe at the turn of the half, you get those pistol and conversions and start bringing up some ground, but that won't be enough. Round 8, very important to the CT side.
And Omega bringing 3 players out towards lane and a double elbow set up. Quite aggressive from Flamus, but not wide swinging. Instead, just tucking himself and waiting to see if Sangul get aggressive down mid and maybe try and lean up towards top shelf.
M4 finds the fight. Flamus caught off guard. Opening advantage beyond that smoke. Risky Bob's still out there in mid, but has to fight onto the AWP soon enough. His teammates are suppressed by vision, but they are trying to find aggressive angles in over at the B-bomb site. Sprays a manic. Xanta comes up with a couple of kills. Low HP, but runs out of ammo for the 3. xCloud keeps it even stances. Bomb yet to commit.
A Risky Bob against Sammy. If he just waits and has patience against the AWP, some aggressive duel down there from mid might just open up the A-split potential. Samy's not moving, and nor is Risky Bob. Both players are very patient against one another.
Someone's going to have to make a move here soon, particularly on the Omega side. AWP of Sammy set. xCloud's challenge down to 40 points of HP. Tags against them, but not quite kills. 40 seconds on the clock. Risky Bob now starts the jump up. He's running right into the AWP's trap. Oh, he still sees him and forced him to make a mistake. Meanwhile, Khan's caught his AWP kill on xCloud. Couple of low HP players in server, but now Omega need to make the move, and Jota's got a perfect trade until Risky Bob takes his head clean off his shoulders. First shot timing and accuracy, and Omega answer back.
And sometimes, Jay, you can win a map and you can win a series just off of sharpness. We've seen it in a lot of best of threes. We've seen it in a lot of these group stage games. Nemega are hitting hard. Even Xantar, I don't know how he gets two there. He kind of comes up ramp. He's being pop flashed through that ramp smoke. He gets a first kill and he's red HP for the second. And then right there from Risky Bob, we can both look at that one and say there's no way a T-side should get an entry there. In that sort of position, with the pre-aim being there, with the low HP, that shouldn't happen. But Nemega individually are just winning silly jewels.
And Sangor continue to struggle to find an answer. A consistent one at least. And they got that man advantage start again.
9
Look at this
HP.
from Xantar. Unbelievable scenes.
It's so tough to win a fight on that red HP.
Khan with his kill and Risky.
And that's 10.
Yeah, it's just like it's so remarkable to me that he was somehow able to not only get the older AWP to miss the kill shot, he also got damage against him and the kill on the B bomb site.
To be fair, he does have sort of the left eye peek, doesn't he, when he's coming up there from shelf? So you've got a little bit of a peeker's advantage against the AWP. I mean, the AWP's obviously going to have the advantage if they're coming from cave to shelf, but if they're going the other direction, if they're going from mid to shelf, you always give the advantage to the rifler.
It was that fine margin that did push it past the finish line for the T side, though. 7 on the board. AWP stays in, at least for Sangor. They can buy around it. Another set of rifles they can bring forward against Nemega. And try and find that reset point, because admittedly, these rounds have been going the way Nemega. Sangor have at least had a number of frags to their favor. They've kept it expensive. Good round win, could be a back-breaking one, but they're not allowed the opening kills. The smoke's down, is suppressing all common angles of entry. Jota's going to get headed one towards Donut, but Risky Bob immediately takes him out.
No assistance in from Red because of that smoke going down, and even Samy's positioned himself as an A anchor. Now he's going to get sandwiched from both Red and out from main, and Xantar just gets a 1-for-1 trade out there in lane, and it brings LNZ's attention involved.
Flammer's pushing on from Red. X-Cloud's going to get caught. LNZ and Samy isolated positions, more concerned about the AWP, who could get backstabbed at any moment. At least he's caught Xantar. That flashbang not blinding him off entirely, so mid is cleared up, but the bomb is not, the site is not, and it will get planted. Meanwhile, Risky Bob continues fighting out from Red. Second kill in a round for him, and that leaves another 1v3 for Sammy.
And not often do we see a team on a map that they proficiently play and actually win quite frequently struggle like this. It does not feel as if Sangor are even competing right now. They are just in a position where the gun rounds aren't even close. That round, there is a massive exploitation with space. Not only do they get the opening kill here from Donut, but they're getting players into Red Room. They're getting players into CT. They've still got lurks out there from lane to make it expensive. As Sangor are just having a really tough time.
7 to the good. Should be 8 to the good soon enough. Sangor have no money to reinvest here. Put everything behind that round. No warp save this time. No drop weapons can come through from Sammy. Even if they could, what could they get around it? X-Flab's Deagle at least starts things off well enough. Risky Bob with the first fall. Nemega just back away.
Well, the first time they won a round, it was off the back of an eco, so man advantage. Maybe there's some legs.
See if Xantar get it responsive on X-Floud. He was peeking in for a moment, but didn't spot him.
Yeah, they need another kill. They need to strengthen this eco, and even recovering a rifle would really help, at least damaging up and trying to steal it.
It was around a 45-second marker. They dropped the bomb in awkward places, so perhaps that's another answer for Sangor. Nades and mollies. Oh, that's a bit of an awkward molly. That forces Lear straight into the donut position, and that bomb is on his back. LNZ finally seen. Burst through by Xantar, gets that kill. Flammus now watching out of main, seeing where Jota's coming from. Flashes will try to keep him blinded. They're not sure where to go. Sammy and Jota get a couple of picks back. They're not aware of the mid-presence. Lear's going to have to get out of the way because the Deagle is closing in. Both the Deagles are closing in fact. Bomb can get tapped. Will they face it? AWP caught off by Flammus, who turns back on a second man. Lear will just about keep control and evade disaster.
And this is where possibly, Jay, I need to rip in and just say you can't be missing shots like that. Doesn't matter if it's an eco. That's a 2v2 when it's a 1-8 deficit and you've legitimately got an AWP donor against a bit of a jiggle to wide swing out on the mid-bomb side. Those connections have to be made. And if they're not being made, you're going to get slaughtered. And this scoreline is going to look very uncomfortable.
How about buying the next round? Try and get some impact on the tail end of the half. The Mega, look at how fast they're going into the B-bomb site with straight rush tactics. Extinguish the flames, get the kill on Youngster. The 1-for-1 trades and blind through the smoke. Risky Bob gets exfiled, but LNZ, he's got a couple of trades and Jota is closing in the pincers. The AWP strikes back as a 2 versus 2. The right timing is perfect and all. Has Sammy been spotted? He certainly has been now as LNZ peeks in against Risky Bob and Sammy closes out the last. Finally, a good round for Sangle.
I've never been a fan of that sort of in-game leading style where you feel as if you want to make a change with the pacing because you've been so successful, because you feel as if the opposition might finally be able to adapt against your default. In my eyes, if Nemega just keep defaulting every single round, they're going to go 11-1. But they try something different. They try and go for the B rush, maybe anticipating a heavier mid-take where there might only be 1 on B early round. LNZ out there from the cave. He's actually pretty much won that round by himself. He's multi-fragged crazy and given themselves a lifeline.
Tacticals taken by Nemega. Second one called, and interestingly in line with the 2 rounds that the Sangle side have taken. Finally, we're going to see the awkwardness of that buy. Come in very late. They can't capitalize upon the reset because it is the last round of the half. Even they find their own limitations. SMG on Youngster, specifically on the Sangle side. Lil and Deagle out for Flammus and Xanta, respectively. Trying to make it a third. Trying to get some sort of decent groundwork to play with. Even though it's going to be a long way back, no matter which way it cuts. Nemega, either a 9-3 or a 10-2 T-side half, and Khan wants to find those double digits. The opening kill caught up so early. Lear undetected. Is he going to find Jota? He will find Youngster. Timing's everything. SMG finds its fight and wins it back. Xanta can't get the trade. He's behind that smoke.
And they're walking out on A, but the NWP is watching for this. And for Sammy, he might be able to just get one freebie. A very good start to the round, because now the bomb's quite hesitant on whether it commits towards A or not.
Yeah, overcooking the flick right there. Meanwhile, the Eagle back of Youngster takes his fight, re-smoked off, and look at the backstab of Risky Bob. X-Floud has no idea he's in danger. 3-on-3 now.
Sammy only saw one, so a lack of information. Risky Bob needs a follow-up, though. They need to deal with this AWP who's deep in temple.
Swing up, shots on Khan, taken aback. Risky Bob leaning further forward as Sammy tries to escape. He made some noise. 45 seconds on the clock. The AK will just keep himself away. Plant might not easily be secured. They're still watching the gap. The smokes come down. The AWP trying to find them. They'll make their moves in, unawares that they're at the back boxes, or if they're still in a CT spawn. Sammy peeks up ahead of that HE, down on the smoke. Risky Bob, a 1-on-3 has been found. The bomb has been recovered at least. Jota maybe next up the task. Oh no, timing's awful. That's the kill. Should be. There it is. 9-3. Still heavily favoring the Mega.
And if you are Sangle, right, I mean, the conversation that we keep addressing over through this the rest regional series is that we're trying to get the points to land, right? We're trying to see who from Europe is going to make that qualification happen. Now, a lot of teams that were in the first event aren't in the second. So if you get double back-to-back invitations, you need to be consistent. You need to be trying to add to those points. And at least in the matches that we've got today, we didn't see Nemega in the first series, but we did for Sangle. And for Perivision that we've got up in the next best of 3, they were there last time around, but Zero Tenacity wasn't. So if you are those teams that are participating in back-to-back events, mate, you've got to at least be striving for the playoffs, right? You've got to at least be getting into top 8, top 4 positions, because otherwise, if it's a double grouping, if it's back-to-back group stage exits, that's not going to be easy to qualify to LAN.
Well, at least in Europe, we've got 6 series, and this is only series number 2. There's still time to recover, but you are right in terms of getting on the board early. mentioned how Fnatic with their 100 points have pulled away of basically almost all the competition at the moment. Omega. Love nothing more than to get on that ranking board, and they are only a couple of maps away from doing so. I mean, realistically, this one does feel like it's on the way to becoming an Amiga win. On 1xBet odds do favour them quite heavily.
It's funny you mentioned Fnatic as well, because the other team that was in that grand final was obviously Bleed, and they're a team that's playing in Group C. They've already won their opening game. So maybe that international squad as well tries to look for a back-to-back grand final. That would be quite impressive. It's all about the consistency from event to event to see more from these guys. And for Nine Pandas, obviously that's disappointing out there in Group A to go out already. Alliance, I'm sure they would love to have another bit of a crack against Omega. Let's just say, hypothetically, it's not looking all that likely at the moment, but if Sangul can upset here, if they can get first seed in the group and we get that rematch between sort of Nemega and Alliance, is it a different result when they play one another the next time around?
This is all assuming they actually do face them in the decider game here in this series. The pistol win may certainly take away this opening map, and if they take away Ancient, then prove to be the most positive of starts in the one-sided fashion. Again, we talk about the risks of Ancient and Nuke as the respective picks, so have to consider that with Sangul's performances so far today. But now, let's get into the second half. Might be a short one if the Mega have their way. Pistol set in, Liz, USP having to take face and fight. Youngster caught so flash blinded. Only one kill goes the way of the USP. Another one comes back from Risky Bob and Khan. Catching Jota and Sammy. X-Flower backed up. The Pistol try and run their way back as X-Flower gets run down by the Julies. Flammers with that kill. LNZ 1 on 3. Still only 4 picks. Now 5 picks in this matchup. But no more in the Pistol. It goes the way of Omega again.
And I always get the vibe when I've watched Omega over these last few tournaments, Jay, the last few best of threes that we've casted from them, and they give me that sense that there isn't a fear factor in their playstyle. I mean, normally you'd say there, okay, you've got a one-for-one trade, you've got to pick out there from CT, you've got the man advantage, slow it in, give the respect of the bomb plant, allow Sangul to get the bomb down, then you can get your pieces in. No, we're running forward. We're getting on the front side of that donut smoke. We're getting on the front side of that CT smoke, and they just keep adding pressure round after round, and maybe that's why they're getting such one-sided scorelines in the majority of games recently.
Well, case in point, here and now. Force buy back from the Sangul side. They've got the Tech-9s and Deagles. Whatever they can muster out of this round, because they are kind of in trouble at the moment. Remember, with this force buy, they have to take a round win. A bomb plant will not be enough to continue the investments. Molotov set, smokes down to cover off lane. It's all down to the B-side defensive, which holds strong on Xanta and Lear. Great kills, one trade. Xanta continues to hold his nerve as backup arrives in Khan. A triple for the M4, nicely held. All confidence, continuing to maintain for the CT side. Sangul, well, I mean, I don't see much more left in Ancient.
No, not at all. And I do like this one, Jay. Xanta is the lowest rated player for Omega in the last 3 months on Ancient, and he's 19-8.
Yeah.
That is a very good showing from Xanta. And even the kill distribution, it's very close. There's not one player that's carrying. There's not one player that's struggling. Overall, everyone is performing here.
Yeah, I don't distrust your stats per se, Dwayne, but on that particular one, given how well Xanta's doing, I do not believe you. Like, he is just a monster right now. And again, having the team around him to back it up, to just continue to put up the hurts. Khan takes center stage for this one. At least Jota trades him back. LNZ, considering the walk of the smoke. Risky Bob actually does get caught off guard, switching to the rifle, but Lear has the trades elsewhere. And Samy's down on 4 points of health, so surely he shouldn't last much longer. Risking the peek in against that Famar. Still takes those fights, as Xanta is also involved in that position. LNZ will form up with his teammates. The B site looks to be the target, and a walk forward from Ramp may prove to be possible. Xanta does take LNZ backed up. The bomb still was not crossed. It has to get smoked.
Samy's got to be very careful, because even one spam bullet through that smoke and he's just a goner. Oh, it gets so close from Xanta.
Unaware of how far Jota's walked up, though. That's a kill that might change things. Bomb not denied, therefore the plant comes down, and now it's Flammers bursting through. Samey caught. Jota also spotted. Burst fire at SMG from range. Doesn't win out enough damage. Jota with an all-important frag, an all-important triple in general. Takes top frag of his team and a survival opportunity for the T side.
And I suppose for Eternal Fire, as an overall pitcher, we're very familiar with their main squad, but we're not too familiar with the players on the Academy roster. Now, Wakadia was one of the guys that got the promotion. Jota, while he's never played on the main team, he's come from that Academy team, and he's out here on loan. You'd expect it might be a little bit of a trial period as well, see how he fits into the team, start a bit of an international project. So eyes are going to be on him for sure.
Well, straight in for Flammers as he tries to take eyes on him, and Khan as well. Similar story, 2 kills to him. Low HP against Jota. The USP even gets the dink on Samey. It's a fast player, the CT side, that again works out so well for them. 3-on-2, HG's down. Samey is back on 4 HP like he was in the previous round. And here at Tree, Risky Bob is here to close it down. So well done by Omega, answering back as they have done every single time. It's map points.
And Khan is playing seriously well, and this is certainly a guy that we need to keep our eyes on for, not just in this tournament, Jay, but in a tier 2 landscape. He's having some really impressive games for Omega, and not just always with the AWP. I mean, that one right there, his teammate, while he does chip damage, isn't that successful with the kills. It's Khan that recovers that in A main.
And even discounting the 3rd pick, the flick to the 4th man was still a dink on that USP. If that was an upgrade pistol, then perhaps it could have been a bit different. 8 map points for Omega. Spray through. Risky Bob's caught 2. Jota at least gets ahead of the spray and trades it back, but it's still a man advantage for Omega. Couple of AKs to play with. Jota about to get challenged by Flammers, who catches him looking the wrong way. LNZ drops, and a Tech 9 is all that's left to save the Sangle side. Map 1, the pick on Omega going the way of Omega at 13-4. There's nothing left in this one. What a solid way to start off this series.
Yeah, quite disappointing from Sangle, Jay. They played Ancient in their opening game against 9 Pandas as a 3rd map decider, and they got away with a 13-9 victory. It's a map that, okay, in the pool, hasn't been played a huge amount with Samey in the roster and with Jota in the roster, but this is still one of the better maps in the pool. This is still one that gets played a massive amount, and to not even hold your weight, to not even be able to contest the majority of rounds, I'm surprised. That looked really easy for Omega.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, they were all firing on all cylinders. Yes, they did have one man that took quite a heavy lead there, but ultimately we are talking about a map that they picked into and they were able to win it wholeheartedly. And that's, of course, with a success rate that we have already seen so many times, so much over the last 3 months. Now we move towards the pick of the Sangle side, who, as I mentioned before, haven't always been taking wins on this map, even though it is one of their common picks. So this might become a little bit messy going into map 2, especially with what we've just seen on Ancient.
And just adding to that conversation, the last 3 best of 3s back-to-back, they've all won them, but they've all lost their map pick. Now you're going up against an Omega side that today looks really solid. They'll be starting on the CT side of Nuke as well. This looks very uncomfortable for Sangle. I will be surprised if they can send this to a 3rd map.
Gonna have to invert the result if they want to try and do so. Nuke is coming up next after this short break, so don't go anywhere. And Omega might close this in 2. Sangle will be fighting for their lives after the break.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. 1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Lots to smile about for Omega, taking their map pick quite confidently. A simple affair, it felt like, on Ancient. Didn't really give much breathing room for Sangul, and now we have to move to Sangul's home territory. And I'm thinking about a lot of things right now, Dwayne. I'm thinking about the playstyle that Omega were bringing to the table, the aggressiveness that they were taking, even on the CT side, catching those boys off guard. Thinking about the map pick of Nuke, which obviously has had its losses for Sangul in the past. Admittedly, it hasn't always been all that amazing for Omega the same. But I just think about the where we are at the moment with what we've seen in that last map up, with the style being played and all those factors combined, and I'm just thinking that possibly we are looking at a 2-0.
Yeah, it should be a 2-0. Again, things are going to be tough for a little while for Sangul. You've kind of got a new coach that's been involved in the roster. You've got a new 4th and 5th player. You've got an in-game leader that's never played with these guys before. So it's going to be difficult to get results straight away, to be able to put wins up on the board. And I think they've done quite well in their recent few officials to just edge out best of 3s. But they beat sort of 9 Pandas where, okay, they got grouped in last place here. They beat Zero Tenacity. They're quite on weak form recently. They beat Bait. They're on weak form recently as well. They haven't really sent a statement against the higher end of Tier 2. And I think in this kind of game, it outlines the difference. And Map 1 just was not competitive at all.
Yeah, I think if you are taking on Omega, you at least are looking at glimpses of a team that can make it to the higher end of Tier 2, just yet to find that consistent form that established themselves as such. So for Sangul, you are right. They're going to have to put in a hell of a lot of work right now on the second map. Is, of course, their pick of nukes, and Omega will start things off on the CT side. And again, we saw how aggressive they wanted to take CT sides on that last map up. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried some lobby crunches and outside plays to catch the entire Sangul side off guard. So Pistols setting up very quick indeed. It's aggressive from the T's. It's Flammus and Lear just tear them apart. 2 easy pickings on the Julies and the USP. The Julies will get involved for a second kill as Jota overwhelms. Flammus not given a chance to reload and actually does overextend a bit too fast. So 2 versus 2, making it 1 versus 2. Omega down by a man. Xanta being accounted for by LNZ, who puts his fragging boots on and gets a double that secures the pistol for his team.
And that certainly was a bit of a surprise. The initial outset looked as if that was going to be a cleanup round. The top heart and floor crossfire initiated a 5v3 almost instantly, and it got to a bit of a cancel. Obviously, Youngster got just that 1 kill, and then slowly, Jota out from door just starts ripping, and then they sort of freeze up. They're watching the backstab. LNZ gets a couple, so good recovery from Sangul, because I thought that round was done already.
Same right here, just with how confident they've looked. Omega, this time taking the much harsher pistol basis. Eco straight. Mac 10 of xFlower are going to be charging straight down through Secret. May or may not get flanked out by the likes of Khan, but Khan has a number of players to meet him, and he will get removed by the Mac 10. So plenty of cash going the way of the Sangul camp. Omega, this round is all about just trying to do any damage if they can at all. Let's make it a simple affair for the T side.
And realistically, for Omega, if they get a 2-0 here and they get a fairly comfortable 2-0, you'd have to say that they're going to be one of the biggest threats for the playoffs. They're going to be one of those teams that you look at in a high regard of saying, okay, these guys can go very deep. I mean, even on this anti-eco, there's a heavy lower stack, and unfortunately for Sangul, you're coming through from Secret, you're going down to the lower corridors. It actually gets very expensive. I mean, losing 3 casualties could actually shape up a pretty near reset if this rifle round goes the way in Omega.
I mean, 3 casualties ain't that bad for 5 USPs. That's why that firing squad worked so well together. Even this final pick onto Sammy, very nicely done from Risky Bob. You are right about that economical basis. $50 for Jota and xFlower after the buy, $400 for LNZ. Risky Bob spotting players towards outside already. Those nades sent in to try to clear up vision, but still xFlower wins that fight. Khan very fast to the response.
Xanta with the AUG playing long range to the back of Orange at deep round. LNZ against the FAMAS. This could be a strong duel outside to initiate the ramp hold. Oh. Very good timing here from LNZ. An easy kill towards top hearts.
FAMAS to strike back at least, maintaining control. Meanwhile, Khan makes his way back towards Hell with his pick back. The AUG lines him up and mows them down like dominoes. Place your orders for an opening round for Omega.
Khan getting 2 kills there does extremely well because he's in a position where he needs to just distract enough to set up that org. If he gets some extra damage, if he can drop a few players, then even better. And that 1-for-1 out in heaven, and then Khan just on the swing out here from Hell gets that first, and then just drives both of those T-side players to look straight towards Hell. An easy couple from Xanta, and an instant response from Nemega.
And there's that reset you were talking about, no bomb plant bonus, so it's Tech 9s, back 10s, and a Galil. And Nemega's opportunity to really put up the hurt here, really put in the streaks of the CT side. Risky Bob has already started things off on X-Flower towards outside. Xanta lining him up again, triple, making it look so easy. At least LNZ gets some answer back, taking out his teammate of Khan. The bomb known, last man known, backstabs closing in, LNZ has no escape. And his footsteps might even pull him into a forced security run right into Flamus. Actually loses himself, okay. A little bit expensive, but nothing that should make a major difference considering that there was a force buy for the Sangor side, so no secondary rebuys, 2 apiece for Nemega, and they hope to try and take a lead from here.
And it's funny, Jay, because you and I, we do a Tier 2 award show at the end of the year. And 2 years ago, I actually put Nemega down for most disappointing team of the year. And I remember at the time thinking about the heights that they had. Again, we were talking about it in their opening game. A team that was at the high end of Tier 2, in top 25, top 30 positions, qualified to the Rio Major. And then we just didn't really see anything from them for a good 18 months, 24 months, and now they've gone into youth players. They've gone into guys that we're not too familiar with, and they're bringing the Nemega name back on the map again.
Doing really well and doing so of that. Making it look easy in this anti-eco round because it should be. Only Glocks out as Zeus in the hands of X-Flower. Jota found by Flamus, and on no such opportunities will present for the last man remaining of the Sangor camp. So this will be a 3-2 start back in favor of Nemega. Rifles will be out for the next rounds. Nice attempt to do Zeus, but nothing that really comes through, and very little damage in general by that eco.
And something that is nice as well with the background staff of Nemega is that they're true to their roots. I think Na'Vi, as an organization, a lot of, obviously, the coaching and the analysts and even the managers are all like old 1.6 players. And it's very similar with Nemega, that their coach of Box, obviously a previous player on Nemega. The analyst of Roman was a previous player on Nemega and Nemega Academy, even coached Nemega Academy. And I think their manager was also a player on Nemega. So it's all the old school players that are still involved in the team. And that's probably helping a lot of the young players get in.
Well, they got eyes for talent. That much is coming up to be more and obvious by the day. Nemega, currently their talented man is Xanta and Risky Bob. 2 players on 6 kills apiece now. Opening frag of this round going the way of the Risky Man himself. And it just forces Sangor to go so passive in this round. They're slow walking their way through those smokes and right into the clutches of the Nemega side. The AK does peek in from Secret and does lose his life to one trader, Samey. Adjustments from Khan can respond back, grab that AK and put more pressure onto LNZ. Might get forced out into the open into more CT presence. He's all alone out here with the bomb. As he goes down, it's isolated and the round is over with him.
I'm just going to say this now, Jay. Sangor are going to get absolutely pumped out here on Nuke. I'm looking at the way these rounds are being won. I'm even looking at the pistol, saying it probably shouldn't have gone the way of Sangor. With that initial 5v3 that they had, they probably could have closed it up, and one pistol and anti-eco conversion. Outside, there is just instant damage and instant press to look to fight. You got the player out towards Credit Card, a Risky Bob that kept fighting for 2. You've got a double Secret sort of engage where they're looking for more. It's the playstyle for Nemega. It looks so positive.
I mean, you say they're going to get pumped as they haven't been pumped in the last 4 rounds in a row. Very confident stuff from Nemega. Sangor just been that pistol, just been that eco, and even that eco saw 3 casualties, so cool, calm and collected they looked. That one response the same. He did look pretty sick. And that's basically been about it.
And it's when the CTs are playing that aggressively, when they're always looking to fight you, it makes it difficult for LNZ to kind of call adaptations, right? I think on a T-side of Nuke, an in-game leader's dream is to really slow the game down, to maybe have your diag smokes, where you can A-split through main, where you can work in through garage, when you can flash over high and take deep hell, where you can even fake down 1, 2, 3, go into lower, and you can just kind of toy with the lack of information. You can force over rotations, you can force info plays. But if you're not being able to work that slow pace, if fights are constantly coming towards you, it means that it's a high tempo kind of game. And that makes it uncomfortable from a T-side caller's perspective.
It's something I thought about in the transition between the two maps, just considering the aggression that the Mega were taking on Ancient. It's coming back out here for Nuke, and at that point you have no choice. You have to fight. And the individual sharpness of this team has been unmatched so far in this series. LNZ seen on a shadow, get called out by Risky Bob. Flamus so focused instead on Squeaky Door, and LNZ keeping himself hidden from beyond that smoke. Jota finds trades against the initial kills elsewhere on the map up, so it is a 4-on-3 with Risky Bob's kill, and they're aware that they have lost control of Hell. Xcloud gets back in with a pick on the center of the bomb site. Flamus is there to take him and trade him all again. Advantage remains here for Omega. Jota and Risky Bob could be a very interesting duel. Sammy going to catch one with the Tech 9 again. Jota finally, with patience, forces out an advantage for Stangle.
Now, luckily enough, Xanta down at the lower bomb site has the double doors opened up that he did himself, so doesn't need to make any noise, but this is not an easy clutch for a 1v2 at all.
Both players, very different positions. Xanta, got a flash to enter into the bomb site that will give away his position. Jota watching him from heaven. Half the time would tick by. AK's looking to swing. Check the rafters. Check the open bent door. Didn't see him. Sammy gets the kill at the right moment and does win out a third for Sangle.
And it could very much well be that for Sangle, we see a couple of these gimmick rounds every once in a while. The odd eco, the odd gun rounds. But I'm doubtful that it's consistent. I mean, even this kind of play outside, if that AWP does not connect onto Risky Bob, if it goes the other way, the round's just over. That round is only on because of that one duel from Jota.
Yeah, things do not really look all that consistent from Sango. And they did the same thing in the last round, in the last map as well. One eco steal off the back of that. Omega answer back. Look at the flashback. Look at the aggression. Risky Bob's going to see so much. Get a kill and nearly a second. 15 HP for Youngster and his teammates taking damage as well. They'll concede red box. They'll look for the player up towards the silo. The AWP well aware of what's going on there. Fighting onto Youngster with a quick flick back. Does get caught off guard by Jota, so the man advantage remains at a 3-on-3.
It's starting to get chaotic, and Xanta's pressed ramp, and he's already into lobby. He's setting up that backstab now. Jota will give away the shadow advantage if he comes back indoors.
Seen, sprayed, but he staggers his push. Flamus has made his way on top of the roof, though. Is Jota ready for a second aggressive fight? Is he ready to take this man back down? Reinstate the 2 versus 2. His teammate protecting the B bomb site. A could still be a target and could be an easy pick, so long as they defend themselves in lobby.
And this is all about timing now. Flamus knows that Jota's going to be hanging around somewhere, but both players might just pass one another.
Oh, it's all timing. Feet away from spotting. Flamus, no noise made. Check the corners. Backs are turned across the board. Smoke set in. Flamus finally finds him, but Jota too quick to the response. And Lear now has no choice but to save. Sangle forcing out a 4th off those training games. Maybe a bit too aggressive in that last round for Omega.
It could be Omega doing too much, right? I mean, they're outside, they go 1-for-1, but rather than kind of just holding back, the intent is just keep going. The AWP is looking to fire outside in garage, gets traded from credit card up there at silo, and then there's an info play into lobby. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of aggressive maneuvers going on. And Sangle have been able to have Jota with a lot of impact in that last round.
Xflower with the closer. All those duels from Jota were just so sick. And that should gain a bit of a lead here for Sangle now. There's no money left on the board of the Omega side. I think as well, if Khan hadn't faced all the way towards outside, I thought he would have spotted the player up at side. I would have expected him to be there for the reface. Wow, what a flick. Oh my God. And some of those moments are starting to become good moments for Sangul, and Omega were winning a number of good rounds because they were so sharp on their fights. And in this one, that was a very sharp fight indeed. This should be a lead for the T's.
And Omega have to look at an overall picture and say they're going to have to work hard in the second half because they're not going to have that security of sort of the 8-4, the 9-3 that probably was shaping up to be that kind of scoreline.
It was initially. 8-4 is the best case scenario, and that assumes they win this eco round, which honestly they probably shouldn't. USP, a risky Bob caught off by LNZ early on into the round. They spotted a player also indoors. That's Flammus going down. Khan right behind him. Nade should reveal him. P250 fought upon, dealt with, 2 left standing, and this one's going about as well as you expect it to.
I've seen a lot of nuke involved for Sangul in their recent officials with Jota and Sammy into the roster. It's still only 1 win out of their past 7 matchups, though, on HLTV.
Xanta engaging X-Floud. Trying to make it expensive. A 3rd kill certainly would be lovely. And for Omega, that certainly would be a positive setup for the next rifle buy. Out a reset again against Sangul. Do what he did in the opening 4-round streak that they had gained. Xanta just taking his sweet time with this. Youngster trying to fight onto the man. Eventually will take him down. So no AK in for the CT side. No major damage or well, no deficit damage done to Sangul. Omega have their gun by.
Reflecting back on, obviously, the previous series that Sangul had against 9 Pandas, it was actually Sammy, sort of Jota and X-Found that had some really good performances. Between those 3, that allowed them to win Overpass, to have a good performance on Ancient and close that series out in a 2-1 fashion. Jota 9-4 at the current moment of time. A lot of impact in the last few rifle rounds from him. Sangul have got a lead of 1 and would like to try and extend it.
Xanta's involved first and foremost against Jota. Sprays from both players from beyond those smokes over at Ram. From beyond the smoke, it'll be a fight from Risky Bob as well towards outside, but he does lose his life this time, 4-on-4.
Xanta has still pressed aggressively through that smoke. So he's maintaining eyes on lobby at the moment where Lear kind of trades places with him. They've got 1 individual down at the lower bomb site of Flammus, and Khan is waiting for the duel outside at Credit.
Shot misses. Samy's caught his own AWP pick instead. And now Molly sent in from that cubby corner will reveal LNZ's position. M4, AK rather, will watch it. The AWP rather gets back onto the bomb site. LNZ still wins another fight. Now down to 2 players on Omega. X-Flower makes it 1 as Khan is left all alone. Back site over at A. As soon as they lose that first fight, if they lose it at all, they're going to counter-rotate to the B-bomb site and they will win the round off the back of that. Sangul will at least be able to tie up the half.
And Omega, what I've probably seen in a couple of these rounds is them winning or losing duels that they probably should be winning. I mean, that one from Khan outside, what we saw previously with a shadow advantage against Jota outside in lobby. AWP can at least save moving forward into the next round, but Sangul have actually worked some pretty nice defaults. They're getting some good impactful kills. They're trying to slow the rounds in. And this could very much well be 7-5, 8-4 from the T-side perspective, which is obviously a massive surprise.
You mentioned the slower game that LNZ would love to have called here on Nuke, and eventually he got his way. He started finding the punishments against the aggressive players of the CTs, and now here they are about to potentially claim the half. Certainly feels like it. That AWP trying to defend itself. He won't have any buys around the man. Lashes against it. Will not see any aggressive forces forward of the last 2 players of Sangul. Samy's the only man that's out there. His AWP. Nice attempt at the nade, but doesn't get the kill against Khan. So AWP will stay in, but again, there's nothing around it.
And for Sangul, this is now where they've got to look at their way into the series. That opening kill out there from Ramp gave the man advantage. But it's these aggressive duels constantly being punished. I don't remember the last time that I've seen a CT gun round for Omega where they've actually just kind of sat deep in the bomb sites, right? Where they've given respect and they're playing up against the exec. They're constantly making these aggressive walks forward and constantly being punished.
Maybe that would be the adjustment they make at the very end of the half. Obviously, for this round, it's not going to mean much because they've only got upgrade pistols. They have no choice but to get Sangul into uncomfortable territory and win the fights from there. Got 2 Deagles, 3 Deagles actually, in the 5-7 onto Lear. Molotovs will force him off. They heard that drop off. They know that he's somewhere close towards the entry. The AK actually gets away with only a 1-for-1 trade. The Deagle of Flammus has also been hurt on the tags. To the back side they'll go. Risky Bob will lose his life. Flammus should be next to drop. Xanta and Khan 2 versus 4. Need to run away. The AWP especially. Save into the next, which will be the last round of the half.
Sangul in a position where they can seriously drive home this series to a final map decider of Anubis, where if it actually does go to that, things could be on for a little bit of a steal and a little bit of an upset victory to get themselves into the playoffs. I would say in the recent day for Sangul, they haven't won a huge amount of Anubis, but it used to be quite a strong map for them, and they still play a lot of it.
Well, no warps in for the last of the half here for Nemega. They could still buy it if Khan really wants it.
Yeah, he's going to get the AWP and body armor.
Everybody else will also be able to buy back all the same. M4's in for the last of the half, so full gun set. Can Nemega turn up that 5th and they bring the deficit down to 2? Because Sangul have been on a row since they went down at 1-4. 6 on the trot for the Sangul camp. Well, sorry, 5 on the trot rather. Pistol and conversion, obviously. This time a much slower approach from Nemega here. Sangul are ready for someone to face outside, but no such luck.
They do have a lower player from Xanta who has been anticipating a lot of vent drops, and we actually haven't seen one over the entirety of this first half. And the only lower plays have been either via ramp or via secret.
Engagement over at Mini instead comes in from LNZ. Look for Flammus as he gets one back of a youngster. They have found the insertion point. Big gap in that defense. Xanta tries to recover it from making his way up through the vents. X-Floud waits for Risky Bob, deals with him, and Khan tagged to less than 60 with a HE. AWP versus 3. A minute on the clock. Plant will be secured. There's not really much you can do about that. The retake is another question entirely, and that doesn't look all that likely either.
Khan evading the majority of the flames by sitting on the ladder, but this 1v3 is near impossible.
Trying to check positions. Footstep made, that's it. Any chance he had in this clutch has been negated, as little as they were. Time's too far ticked. CT's completely nullified in this round. 8-4 half for Sangul, and what a turnaround from the last map of Ancient. They were getting pummeled. In this one, they were doing the pummeling.
I'm very surprised, because again, the 4 rounds that we saw from Nemega were very solid. They showed us a lot of consistency in the gun rounds, and then all of a sudden, they just couldn't adapt to the default. And again, for LNZ, he's going to be calling a very heavy default game on a T-side of Nuke, because they're not really that well drilled. It's still very difficult to work Nuke with a fresh 4th and 5th player on the team. But they've actually done very well, so credit to him. And at 8-4 on the T side, you should just be closing it down. Nemega might show a little bit of a threat in the second half, but we should be going all 3 maps for sure.
Pistols set. Glocks, USPs, Julies making their moves up as LNZ takes his fight, trying to catch off Khan. Risky Bob gets involved with the opening kill of the half. Jota is the man down. Khan comes up against LNZ, who didn't know he was exposed towards the hell hole. 5-on-3, Lear looking for another tap, and he lands it so confidently onto X-Floud. Nemega switch halves, and it feels like they switched their confidence back on in this one. Plant to be secured. The round should go with it here, because Sangul have been locked out of the bomb site. They've been locked out of any advantages. Khan does get youngster Samey known about. Fought upon the P250, gets a double. It's an all-important start to the T side.
Yeah, quite a statement on the pistol round. Smoke off main and go deep outside and just instantly connect with entries. They get down to that lower bomb side. They crunch it in nicely. Sangul can have the opportunity of force buying in the second round if they like. Nemega, though, that will at least keep the spirits quite high for the second half.
3 to the good still on Sangul's advantage. And again, they're going to force buy here. So this is the perfect opportunity for Omega to close the gap. Win this one set to Eco Pistols, win that one. At that point, it becomes 7 to 8. Smokes. Just get in the way for now, as Flammers predicts there's going to be some aggressive movements. Instead, that's not to be right now. Being allowed all of this map control. Counter incendiaries will try and block off vision, though. Jota will hold his nerve over at ramp.
Now, Sangul are running out of util, though. They've only got a single smoke left for the in-game leader, and that's it. And even that's been one of them being used out there towards ramp. It's a bit of a heavier A stack. You've got LNZ on the floor jiggling to door. You've got a player at Mustang and a player on top Heart, which means outside is completely free because of that double ramp setup.
Taking their sweet time with it. Smokes will eventually come down. Molotovs to ensure that Secret is completely cleared up. Eagle towards outside, but Sammy will try and defend it from spawn. 40 seconds. See what kind of play he can make with this. 3 around that corner, about to be detected. As soon as they get this kill, they're going to have to make their way into the bomb site very quickly as well. He's playing protected, sees them all, gets tags, no kills found, surely. It's just time stalling, should get overwhelmed soon enough. He does get leered though, and LNZ follows suit. Risky Bob forced to fight back as X-Cloud up from heaven, turns them down to 2. Khan drops to his knees, and the AK of Risky Bob, desperate to get a trade, is getting dinked down. Backup is on the way in from hell, and there's 10 seconds on the clock. This round should be done as Xanta starts winning fights. Youngster will get caught off. They will win those, but LNZ is so far away from the action. He knows he's won the round. Sangul with a steal and even an after-time kill on Xanta.
It's a fantastic force buy because it comes to a position for Omega where they're getting a lot of outside space. They're just getting it for free. They can work in garage. They can work out deep hell. And it's Sammy who, okay, doesn't have a huge amount of impact, but he wastes so much time. He drives all of those CTs to start helping out from heaven, from hell, and eventually for Omega, they just run off of the clock. So that force buy is everything from Sangul, and now they should be able to catapult themselves to go 11 to 5 up.
What a steal. It's a pivotal round for this CT side. Omega, anything they might have gained off the back of that pistol win has been nullified in an instant. The M4 of X-Cloud strikes on Risky Bob. The AK has already dropped. Forced by around and has to pick up the pieces. They're going to get the AK back on Khan's hands. Highest fragger that has Kevlar here for Omega. Working their way downstairs. The T side are going to have to face LNZ.
Yeah, LNZ just needs to go 1 for 1. There could be a ramp drop to the lower bomb site from Jota. Khan and Lear are desperate for this player, and LNZ actually gives up on the fight and repositions.
Back up now by Jota here in the rafters. They're going to check the silos. The AK drive-by now spots the information as to where Jota is. We have one more on the bottom side itself. The Tech 9 and the P250 step up. LNZ now back over towards the double doors. SMGs trying to clap back. Sangul down by 3 versus 2. They get those trades together, making it 1 with Samy's casualties. Khan trying to make it expensive, but it won't mean much. This is a force buy around. Omega had to win it, and that is what they don't do.
And this is an LNZ in-game leader that struggled individually on map 1, but has come into his own on map 2. He's had some really impressive rounds. He's had some key multi-frags, and obviously in the last, getting a kill after time kind of wrecked the buy even further. That was a very uncomfortable force buy for Omega, and while they got down to the lower bomb site with the trades, they can't even get themselves close to trying to get the bomb down again. Man, that hurts. Win pistol, but lose the anti-force buy. You're pretty much just done here in the second half now.
Smoke set, SMG finding fights and sprays through, trying to dish out some damage. The pistols rush the corner, they get that kill in the end, but Samy's so good for the Quadra. M4 and USP combination. Nothing of value was lost. 11-5 Sangul, gun by coming in for Omega in the next round. They are going to need to make it happen for 6 in a row to equalize to Sangul.
And the biggest surprise for me is that this was a 4-2 scoreline at one point. This was an Omega side that looked quite comfortable on the CT basis, showed us a lot of threat in the first few gun rounds of the map. And now you compare 4-2 up to now 5-11 down, it feels underwhelming.
It feels like they just got I don't want to say overconfident, but just felt like after that initial streak, they got caught flat-footed. The punishments kept coming from Sango, and Omega's aggressive style didn't work out, stopped working, they didn't have anything left in the back pocket. Aggression in from the T side towards outside. Khan is going to get caught by xFloud. That deep Molotov did not clear him up, so he's allowed to strike to a second kill on Xanta as well. Insertion towards the outer yard still isn't going to find the player at Garage. xFloud will be left to his own devices. Jota could get hurt out here, but Risky Bob's going to play for a much grander scheme of things.
This timing at least gives him an easy kill towards ramp, but they might need trigger discipline. He can get out towards heaven and initiate the A-split if he likes.
Might be the best call to make. Presses in from ramp, players over at lobby. Gun barrel towards Mini has been seen, and there's not going to be revealed. Youngster will get caught, forced to fight, tapped forward. Second kill for Risky Bob, 3-on-3. As Flammers finds Samey outside of Mini. Advantage tips the way in Omega.
Now this bomb, though, still needs to cross into lobby.
Lear has to face with Flammers. Distraction plays will sacrifice himself to get the bomb down to the bomb site. Can xFloud deny? No. Risky Bob watching him from the vents. Gets him together in the end. Omega stave off map point for now.
And I want to say that Nuke is one of the only maps in the pool that a single solo lurk on T-side can actually just win a round by yourself. Just because of the timings and the space that you're able to create. I mean, right there for Risky Bob, he knows that someone's in Garage. He knows another individual at Jota is out there to ramp. So when you can come up heaven, the A players aren't going to expect you. Good trigger discipline, instant impact, and as soon as both of those A players fall, the round just collapses, doesn't it? There's just some really easy kills that come through from Omega, and that's a massive survival round to at least show something on T-side, to at least play for a few more rounds. Because when you're working at this deficit, you kind of know, at least we know, Jay, this map should be over. There's not going to be much in it. There might just be a little bit.
Well, Sang will just need 2 rounds. Omega needs 7. Pause is called out for the time being. Risky Bob is out of server. Sangle, bit of time to consider their options. Of course, they have got the buys together. They are going to force the issue in this round, but you can see they're only going to get a couple of rifles out for it. The AWP is Samey and the M4 of xFloud. To their credit, they have done significant things with pistols so far in this matchup. I mean, you think about that second round of this half. The steal that set things up for the scoreline we see right now. Sangle. Still playing from the front foot. How much time is it going to take Omega to make it up?
Yeah, you can't expect too many rounds. Sangle should close without allowing Omega to get to double digits. And this is a Sangle side that's currently on a 4-game winning streak. A lot of those best of 3s obviously going all 3 maps. And they've got to work hard for their results. And this is proving ground for Jota. This is proving ground for Samey. There's a lot of pieces in this organization that want to prove that they've still got what it takes to be at the higher end of Tier 2. I mean, take even the coach of Jumpy. We saw him on Fnatic. We saw him on North, and then he kind of just disappeared for years. He had a little bit of a stint casting the female team of G2, but that's been it. Hasn't kind of been around the Tier 2 scene for a very long time. You've got an in-game leader that hasn't had that many international projects outside of playing with the Brits way back in sort of 2017, 2018 days. A youngster as well, only played in the local scene before coming out here to an international project. We know that there's been some very good AWPers in the Polish scene over the last few years. Samey being one of them that grinded on Honorous for a seriously long time before going up against that Anonymo roster, where even that in itself was a long-term project. So this is something new for him, where he's kind of getting thrown into the deep end. So a lot of key pieces all looking to prove themselves.
Five rounds to make up for the Omega. 5 chances to take map point for Sangle. Upset. Shot doesn't connect for Samey. He hesitated, didn't quite catch the vision on Flammus. Doors opened, man advantage not taken. Teams allowed to play their defaults here. And it is this orb, it is this M4 that you're looking at to try and make the nice amount of damage. Same, he's finally caught off guard as he's forced out into the open, but the first casualty goes against Youngster playing Distraction.
A Youngster gets aggressive to try and save that AWP, and now Samey's got to do something with it. xCloud does get one spam outside, but Samey needs more.
Flammus continuing to work his way indoors through lobby, out to Trophy. xCloud starts making his moves. Samey caught off, M4 does track back, but does get dealt with by Khan. LNZ, all that is left. 5-7 versus 3, has spotted that bomb carrier, can grab an AK. Is he going to try his hand at this clutch?
I hope he doesn't. I hope he tries to save. I mean, it's not going to happen. Flammus out here towards Garage is going to siphon him off while he tries to get back to that big green. And Omega give themselves a fairly decent anti-force buy. There wasn't a huge amount of threat in there. Just when there was a kill outside from Garage from that M4, there's an overpeak. There's a wide swing out from the crosses of the smokes to try and see if they can fight to the back of T-Red. And maybe the round could have been very different if xCloud strikes with a little bit more of a multi than just that one kill before being traded by Khan.
Four rounds to go, and this one should be a formality one at that angle. No further upgrades. No further force buys, USPs, and I think a P250 as well. A P2K rather for xCloud.
And this could be a chance as well, Jay, for some of the other teams to maybe spot what Omega's nuke is going to be like. Because they don't often play it. They kind of ban it out in the second wave of the veto. Sometimes we see it as an opposition map pick. But we're more familiar in their pool with probably your Ancient, your Vertigo, your Anubis. Nuke is just, one of those that just doesn't get played that frequently.
And there's still a handful of results on it, but they are generally at the lower levels, like the open qualifier events and advanced, obviously, when they play it there. Not an often played map, not necessarily a go-to. Trying to keep pace to a team that play it a lot more frequently than them. And certainly had the one up on them over the course of this map, but that gap is starting to truly close now. Within 3 on Omega. Sangal, bye-bye.
And this is Sangal's 29th best of 3 in the last 3 months on HLTV, and the 7th time that Nuke has been picked. It goes in the pool of their favorites as being Ancient as number 1, Nuke is probably 2, and then Overpass to Anubis as 3, 2, 4, in that kind of order. So they'll look at that one saying, okay, didn't perform on Ancient. Was a map that we're still quite happy with. Let's go into Nuke. Let's go into something that's weaker on our opposition's part. And then Anubis, as a decider, still looks pretty from a veto standpoint. And you'd love to be able to send it to that. The last thing that Sangal want is struggles to close when you had an 11-5 scoreline, which is quite a scoreline in MR12, on Nuke especially. And Omega, they've got to look at this, though, and say, one more good rifle round, and then the difference is only 1. The difference is only, what, the 10 to 11 scoreline. And if you get to that point, that's when there's a threat. That's when pressure starts really building.
Sides and opposites, though. 1 round for Sangal, and they'll be up on map point. Omega. Pressure will be against them until they can finally equalize or usurp, and certainly would be likely to usurp if they can make it up to that 10 to 11 victory on top of that. Get them to map point first, and at the very last hurdle of the game, how incredible would it be for them to be down as much as they were and to take it at 13 to 11 and a 2-0. It'd be such a shame for Sangal more so because they were absolutely battered on Ancient, and the way they've turned it around on Nuke has to be admired, but the idea it wouldn't be enough would just be heartbreaking.
Yeah, it certainly would be. There's no denying that one. And again, it gives us more of a gauge, more of an idea of where these teams really sit. I would say that there are certainly quite a few teams in the groups that are on the weaker end in comparison to the last RES event, but that also allows yourself to cause upsets, right? To build your own story. And for Sangal, I mean, going into what? Your 8th best of 3 with a new 4th player and a new 5th player on trial as an AWPer? And you're going up against a team that's inside on the top 40 on HLTV that's won 12 out of the past 15 games? It's never going to be an easy battle.
For Masters on 2 players for Sangle, the buy's not perfect. LNZ already forced off the top of Hut. Engagements with Xanta did spot Youngster, but didn't take a shot. Neither did Youngster do the same. He goes for a wider face and loses the opening fight.
And once more, Xanta on the T side. We saw some excellent stuff from him out on Ancient. And now we're starting to see some goods from him on Nuke. Sangle lose the opener. Where can they find another? It seems like they want to have a bit of an insertion out to Hearts.
Xanta, timing's everything. Looks back in. LNZ saw the position right, but didn't see any more of Lobby. They don't know if they've got heavy presence towards Trophy, but they're starting to connect the dots here. Players on the way in. Flash forward. AK engagement. Lear takes the casualty on Jota. Sammy trying to respond. Did see that bomb diving down, so CTs will start the rotations back from vents. 5-on-3 situation for Omega.
A double player down towards lower. This is a really good read from Sangle.
Oh, they've all grouped up together. LNZ has turned the tides once again with damage done towards Khan. X-Floud unaccounted for. Window is open. Third T-side player has room enough to go for a rotate back. Xanta's made his way downstairs. LNZ swings into his demise. And the AWP so focused up on X-Floud here. Molotov sent deep. He's not been seen. Check dark, checking all those positions. Rotations called up. Finally, Xanta finds X-Floud, and Sammy is all that's left. 1-on-3. Can't deny the bomb plant. The smoke's all clear, but he doesn't see anything out in the open. And he's really got no breathing room here.
Xanta may be the biggest X-Factor player that we have in this comp, Jay. He just wins duels, and you don't know how it's happened. He's on for 3, could be on for 4. Sammy has just got no chance in this one whatsoever. Even a backstab presenting out to Secret. I just can't see a way that this FAMAS stays alive.
Only if Flamus maintains his back being turned. Sammy doesn't have any idea. Ooh, there you go. FAMAS doesn't stay alive. The AK does, though, in the hands of the CT side. So a small consolation for Sangle, but the wider concern is in the next investment, because that AK should only really be supported by upgrade pistols, unless Sangle want to try their hands at the force buy reset, which I heavily doubt.
Yeah, just go lightly around this, upgrade a few pistols, maybe get an MP9 out for LNZ. Just that first encounter out towards A on default where Youngster fell, the trades were really easy out towards Ramp. It's only LNZ's multi-frag on the lineup that actually for a moment gave that round a chance.
Bit all looking on Omega's positioning, which was perfectly punished by Sangle. You see Sammy also dropping an M4 off the X-Floud. He invested heavy into this round, everybody else going in half buy. Sangle. Just happy to hold their positions. The Omega, similar story for the T side. They've tried aggressive plays, which stopped working very early on into this map. Take their time with this, because they don't know what Sangle are playing with here.
Sangle is starting to choke now. This is where pressure starts really coming on. Even on this anti-half buy, you're still looking for damage. And if Jota can pull distraction, Sammy might just be able to find at least 2.
HGs go deep. Sammy catches none of that. Third man also downstairs at the B-bomb site if they need it to be. Actually going to come up through Ramp. Xanta with a completely dry face. The kill's found for him. Lear follows suit. Deagle back of LNZ. Oh, struggles to get that pick together, but in the end he does. One trade back. T-side players working their way forward as Flamus finds kills elsewhere. Youngster down. M4 of X-Floud continues to press the issue. 1 of 2 players, and if he gets these 2 casualties, he'll have the bomb control.
And the issue is that they're going out towards Ramp, which means that the bomb is getting further away from him. I say that, and they're actually going back into lobby. Where's the trigger discipline?
Right here. Right now. Flamus, seen. Bomb will be seen a moment from now. They make their way in. 2 kills. Oh, the triple for X-Floud. May have broken the backs of Omega. Xanta has the bomb, but now he's in his own clutch situation. Plant for back sight, and the CTs are hot on his heels. He'll get the plant in. Low HP on X-Floud as well. LNZ gives up his game, and Xanta keeps Omega in the game.
Oh, Xanta's done it again. He did it in the last round. He's done it in the next. Back-to-back massive rounds from Xanta. Oh, the trigger discipline was magic. That was such a sequence on the CT line. An impressive triple, but not a round victory.
They're pulling out all the stops now. Sangle, patience, paying off intros, but not paying off enough. Xanta, what a clutch. And Omega have to take a moment to calm down from that, rightfully so. We're not done yet.
No, we're not. And if you are Sangal, that was the one to win. That was without a doubt the one to close it out, to get yourself at least up to that point. The investment of the hero M4 really came into its own. The issue is, you're not really looking at trying to disrupt the economy. You're not really looking to force that reset. You're looking to get up to that map point. You're looking to steal one of those half-buy rounds. Nemega have won 5 in a row, and Xanta is farming. He had a really good map number 1. He's come out here on Nuke, and once more, he is delivering for the CIS squad.
Talk about Khan and his AWP presence, while Xanta's giving him a run for his money. 2 players that could emerge from this Nemega roster. Look at xFlow taking a leaf out of his opponent's playbook. Outside walk from him and Sammy, fast plays indoors here from the T side. Xanta has no idea about LNZ who snuck forward. Flammus, point blank. AK is going to try and find these CTs from blindness. Flammus does get caught. Lear and Khan with a couple picks back to a 3-on-3. Khan is extremely low though. Needs to win his next shot, and that's exactly what he does. Jota next to task. Lear, is he going to get caught looking the wrong way? Will xFlow find anything back at lobby? Will they even look to go further than this? Sangal down by a man. Slow pressing to find their right positions, and Khan will drop. Back to the retake will go. Jota's head not seen. Lear has been though. Risky Bob, another difficult clutch to win. xFlow will get caught off guard. 1 versus 1, Jota in with the casualty. And Sangal at last have map points.
Oh, that round comes down to the thinnest of margins, and you could see out from Tetris, Risky Bob is meant to be holding heaven. He's meant to be in a position where he's watching for that wrap to come in, and whether it was a slight mistiming or maybe him looking at his radar, he did not see the peak come forward, and it means that Lear legitimately just drops at default on 100 points of health. He was the guy that needed to stay alive.
Awkward positioning. Info missed, snuck forward to the CT side, and that insertion could be enough for Sangal. 12-10. 2 map points. Nemega straight in on Khan. He misses the shot. Jota's arm sticking out, accuracy missing. That could have been the perfect start for Nemega.
Yeah, LNZ putting a lot of nades out there to the door. A lot of players on T-Roof. This is a triple HE stack.
In towards the back of the site, though. Doesn't catch anybody. Youngster and LNZ. Bit of info was given up. Let's try and catch a wallbang spray from the T-side line, but not to be at the moment. It's slow. As slow as it has been in this small comeback from Nemega. Because they know that's the strategy that they need to take into the last 2 rounds of regulation.
Xanta has been so on point with some of these opening kills, but up against the AWP and the M4, this might not be easy at ramp.
Jota leans, AK, catches him. Opening advantage shot, AWP, flicked back, missed. Sammy comes up from Secret to double up, triple up! xFlow does so much there. Xanta, all that's left for Nemega to concede this map and take us to a 3rd from a dominant start on Ancient. Sangal bounce back, and eventually they take Nuke.
It's a very entertaining map, isn't it? We had some really big highlights at that tail end. We had a couple of rounds of xFlow obviously getting a multi-kill in from lobby, but not being successful with the round victory. And then right there, he's the one to close it out. He's the one from Secret to get another multi-frag in. For Sangal, it helps with the scoreline. 11-5 is obviously a very good position to close out that game, but it does make you think about the what-ifs. If that second round conversion in the second half for Nemega gets one, if they don't lose it to the LNZ sort of slow round, if they don't lose it to the upgraded pistols, how different that scoreline at the tail end could have been.
I mean, even considering that 11-10 scoreline round where they had that one player that made his way in from heaven, if there was a player directly watching, maybe that headshot comes in, maybe we're still playing, maybe we are now a map point for the Nemega side as we speak, but as it stands, it is a 13-10 result for the boys over from Sangal, and they do press us to our 3rd map of the series. It will be Anubis to close things out, where things get very, very interesting, and a hell of a bounce back for the international squad. Can they maintain that form? We'll find out after the break.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xBet 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 respect. Respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect.
We get pushed the full for 9 yards, the 4-3 maps in this series. Despite what we saw on Ancient, despite pretty handily wrapping this one up off the back of that result, Namiga could not get the job done on Nuke. As Sangle pushes all the way, we will be looking at Anubis to see who is going to be our first team forward to the playoffs. However, Dwayne, from a scoreline perspective alone, it does feel like Namiga have certainly played the better series so far.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. I don't think that means a massive amount going into Anubis, right? Both teams are pretty comfortable on this map. Both teams have had some pretty good results on it recently. We saw it, Chengdu and Omega played this map and went all the way to overtime against FlyQuest. We saw them against Alliance in their opening game a couple of days ago, look pretty comfortable. We've also seen Sangle on a 3-game winning streak of Anubis. So I'm quite keen for the third map decider.
Yeah, like I said during the start of the show, I was very excited if we did go to this third map. I was very keen to see the most competitive nature being on this third map, and certainly with what we've seen so far, I could certainly see that being the case, because we have basically seen a set of one-sided affairs, right? The initial starting map was one-sided to the result of the boys over on Amiga. Then you get that 11-5 advantage that turns up to the favor of Sangle, and yes, there was a comeback in the midst of it, but eventually they closed it down. So I think this one could be very different in the sense that we have seen the best of both teams in those moments, and they'll both be out on full force in this map up. I still don't know who to favor. I guess I still fall back on Omega just because of the nature of what we said earlier about them being a more stable team. But this is one of those cases where third map affairs can get very, very wild.
I think either team has a fairly good chance of winning it, right? Obviously, I'm going to bat Omega just because of the team formation. But when you get a map that's fairly comfortable and gets played quite frequently, yeah, Sangle can win this. Sangle obviously showed quite a lot on Nuke, and they can go into this final map decider and say, look, we can upset a top 40 team in the world. We can try and get into the playoffs and step, I suppose, higher up the ladder of what they were able to do last Rest event, where they couldn't even make it into the playoffs.
Well, Sangle will have to be dealing with some of those key star elements over on the Omega side, and there's been several players that have impressed us over the last couple of events, and obviously in the last couple of days as well. But for me, in this series, the guy I'm watching out for the most is Xanta. Map 1,
sure,
he was an absolute numbers beast. On map 2, he had the numbers and the X factor and the impact to have it as well. That whole clutch, there was the tail end that kept Omega in the game for an extra round or two. That was so him. He has been an absolute monster for them in this series. So I'm excited to see how far he's going to go for an Omega, because I think that he's going to be a huge threat.
Yeah, he will be. For X-Fan, he obviously had some great moments too. He had 2 massive multi-frag rounds at the tail ends of regulation to close it out, and he's actually a good Anubis player too, so I'll be watching out for the Turk.
Well, knife round to the side, choice of side. Is the T-side bias going to be a major factor in this final map?
I don't know. Again, the sample size is so small on this map for Sangle. We've only seen it be played 5 times since bringing Jota and Sammy into the roster, so I don't think so. No, I don't think there'll be a huge amount of bias.
Well, I do know statistically both these teams have a number of T-side bases, and Omega, obviously, I do know that they're going to have the knife round win, so they're going to get their chance at the choice of side. I imagine that they will stick on T, so that certainly will be a positive for them to try and get started here. The same story for the CT side of the last map as well, and they weren't able to finish the job with that, so perhaps that might be a non-factor. Regardless, I'm looking forward to a great matchup, Dwayne. I'm looking forward to this one just being blow for blow, lights out stuff from both teams, and some very fast paces as well if Omega start off on T and all, because that's what we've seen from them basically for the entire matchup thus far.
And I would say, too, it's a bit of a wake-up call for Omega, because a lot of their victories recently have been 2-0s. The Chengdu close qual, 2-0 against BetBoom, 2-0 versus Amcal, 2-0 versus Espionage in the grand final. Even in the Thunderpick World Championship, 2-0 versus Zero Tenacity and 2-0 versus Secret, 2-0 against Alliance in their opening game. So when you've kind of gone at the notion where there's been a lot of success, there's been a lot of wins, and there hasn't been many games to go to a third map, the realization where Nuke probably shouldn't have even been as close as it was. I mean, a 5-11 deficit is a really striking kind of scoreline where we probably should have expected Sangle to close earlier than they did.
Yeah, again, a lot of positives for this team in that last map up. But again, I do believe more positives favouring Omega by a small amount. showing that they can battle back from those deficits in a way that Sangul couldn't on the opening map. So final decisions made on the choice of side again. Omega will stick towards T. So any particular final thoughts, anything you're specifically looking out for in this matchup?
I just want to obviously see who's going to make it to the playoffs and who's actually going to be a threat in the playoffs. Now, you and I, we could probably both say that if Nemega come out in the third map decider here, they'll show more in the playoffs than probably what Sangul do. At the same time, though, for a fairly new build here for Sangul, for some new pieces, that might be the accelerated maybe jump up that is required for them to at least start showing that, you know what, these changes are for the better, that benching Sasol and benching Gangino, it was the right idea.
Well, the 1xBet odds have evened out a little bit, still favouring Nemega to make it to the playoffs. One map in it between them and Sangul. The winner will make their way into the top 8 and therefore the first set of points available in this regional series. So, map 3, Anubis, Sangul take on Omega for one final time today as the pistol goes live.
Lear with a lurk smoke and just taking contact out there from B main while the rest of the guys walk through from mid. Unsuccessful as the kill goes the way of the B site anchor of Jota.
I've drawn a lot of attention towards this B bomb site. 4 players are out there, only one man, Asami, to hold on to A. He needs to go 1-for-1 in this trade game. Allow his teammates to come in for the retake, because the bomb will be hitting the A site, or will it? They'll be walking right back into this stack. I think a footstep was just made by one player. Jota, timing is everything, seeing the bomb carrier. Flammers might look to take a fight as well for it. Glock needs to win an engagement, but only does the damage as it returns back against the T-side name as well. LNZ, seeing them coming in from spawn. Khan, first to face. Flammers needs to get his kill in soon. He's stuck into the back lines. Jota continues to engage. LNZ does get overwhelmed, but Youngster and Extra with their trades. Khan involved with 2 picks. A struggle from Jota leads to a 2 versus 2. Xanta seen. Khan overwhelms, but needs to go back for the bomb that Sami's playing Overwatch for. First headshot seen, second player spotted. Xanta can get the bomb down, but Sami is very quick to make his way up here. A fast execution kill doesn't come through. Khan takes the pistol.
A word that I've been using quite recently, Jay, when I talk about maybe whiffs or uncomfortable fights, is a bit windy. And I think that basically screams what happened in that last round. That's very uncomfortable for both teams. Obviously, there's a heavy contact in from Temple and that wrap back into B, but there's a lot of missed shots from both teams, and it allows Khan to somehow not get traded. I mean, he should have only been able to get away with a 1-for-1.
One final shot for Xanta is enough. Both him and Khan on the rifles is appropriate for this next round buy, and as per usual, Sangul will force the issue. SMGs, Deagles 5-7. Early resets can amount to a CT side streak, but it carries a ton of risk.
Sangul, and we know that they enjoy a bit of a force. A little bit of a jiggle just to try and spot for some early information. HE placement looks pretty good. MP9 goes down actually quite low when you consider that it probably could have been more damage there from Xanta.
HP advantage favors Sangul for now. Slower to the uptake are Omega, completely contrasting to their faster paces that we've seen. Wary that Sangul have sussed them out when it comes to those engagements. Even on this new map in the series. Risky Bob. Leaning in, Youngster caught off. MP9 lines up 2, only gets 1. Damn near gets Xanta. The Deagle is saying he might be able to get him, but only that 1 pick onto Flammus. 3 versus 2. Plant will be secured. Exfil very quick to the marker. Khan's going to get caught off guard. Xanta's rifle is in the worst place possible. No real vision and no HP. Mac 10 from range can't get it done. Xanta now left in the clutch. Going to have to back off and try and hold his nerve towards the defensive. Bombs open for him over at Electric, but these CT players are rushing him down. He's going to force him into a very awkward fight, but the HP is just far too much to handle. It's a steal back from the Sangul side.
The issue there is you can't even save the AK, can you? Because you're going to make so much noise running away that even if you do start walking back towards the T-steps, you're never going to be able to save onto that AK. And he knew that round was done. 1v2 on 20 points of health. There's just legitimately zero chance. Xfound has had another sick round. And to be fair to him, he's had a lot of multis over the course of this best of 3. Obviously more so on Nuke than what we saw on Ancient. And I'm all for it. I'm keen to see the Star get involved.
Even stances for now. Omega forcing back. Bomb plant bonus and now enabling a couple of Galils to come in from Risky Bob and Khan. X-Cloud leading the charge on the kill count, rightfully him with an AK. LNZ has the other one. Criticised his lack of frags over the course of this series, and he's only on 0 in the early portions of the matchup. Let's see whether that changes as time goes on. Mega need to make this counter steal.
I would say only critical on map 1. He actually performed quite well on map 2. Actually had some really good impactful kills. X found though the spam as the flash comes in towards A main. They've got 2 players close by, a 3rd player that can rotate in from camera of Samey. Omega have actually not put a massive amount towards mid in the last round, and now obviously in round 3, it's a lot more outside of the canals.
Swing of Lear. Omega moving up from mid with that Tech-9 leading the charge. 4 players grouped up. Probably hearing those footsteps of the player rotating in from Temple as well. Time is very short on the T execution. Samey will at least have 2 players on the crossfire to hold as they start to make some decent noise. Flashbang allowing him to peek. Risky Bob to go down lid. Gats Khan involved with a kill back to a 4 versus 4.
Another molly goes down out towards A main that slows it even further. This is really going to run the clock.
X-Flower backed up. Flammer shoulder baiting him with the AK, comes up with a spray. The second one comes up with a spray of his own. LNZ struggling against Lear, gets it back to a 2 versus 2. That bomb can cross and get planted, but the Deagle now needs to strike for Xanta, caught off by Jota, who should make it an easy second on Lear. Cash bonus won't be enough against the force by Sangul Connect 2.
And for Nemega, they actually didn't need to buy in this round. Because they had the bomb plant bonus in the previous, they weren't double eco. Now they're in a situation where you can't really rebuy again. You can buy down lightly, get a few, maybe Tech-9s, Deagles out. But for Sangul, that force buy in the second round, we spoke about them enjoying the force up to keep that emphasis on trying to force in that reset. They're going to be rewarded with a few rounds in a row now. It's a massive risk.
Again.
Yeah, I don't like this, to be honest. Not a fan.
Try to measure up that risk versus reward. They took 3 players down on Sangul, so you can see the thinking is obviously to try and reset them again here in round 4, but I'm kind of in agreement with you. I'm not exactly the biggest fan of this. Fast execution, smoke sent, flashes over Youngster. Samey just mow through them all, calm with the 1 trade. It's a 2 versus 4.
And Omega pretty much shut out of the round already. And I suppose another thing to kind of take further conclusions as they still try and split themselves into B is that you're force buying on the T side, which obviously is the favored half, which is the one that you want more safety, the one that you want a stronger scoreline. So if you're not sort of taking it to the safe approach, you could be throwing away a lot of rounds. And now for Sangul, you go up 3-1, possibly 4-1. We won't expect a massive amount of investment in the next round. This is the perfect start for the international squad.
Especially with Lear dropping himself, had that insertion point towards mid. If he was faster, he could have slipped past X-Cloud. Obviously had to give away the information for it, though. The end result is now the lighter pistols coming in. Now only the upgrades of the Deagles. You're right about Sangul's position now. Should go to 4-1 on the CT board. Not much left in it for Omega, of course. See what damage they can do. Try to see if they can get a reset opportunity in the next round. And the rifles come back. They'll have to get 3 kills for it in this one if they want to do so. Swing towards mid. Nothing found.
And I actually did think that Anubis could have been the map pick from the Sangul side in this best of 3. There's a few maps in the pool recently that's got a winning streak of 3 or more. It's Mirage at 4, Anubis at 3, and Vertigo at 3. Now, we're only seeing one of those 3 maps. Against the Eco, it actually does get a little bit expensive, but Samey makes sure that it doesn't get threatening.
And with the bomb drop, Lear on his luck. Obviously known to the CT side, he got that 1 kill, so a rough idea of the main positions that he can come in from, and they'll cover off all those positions as standard. The A site angle being watched, mid control established. Players in canals. I'll just hold their nerve until that last T-side player faces, and then from there, Sangul will just close down this one. Make it look easy enough as it should do with these pistols. One cheeky deagle shot is really what you're looking for here for Lear. Again, trying to make it expensive, but that's very unlikely.
Then Omega off to a slow start, which is something that hasn't really happened all that frequently for them. In the last few officials, they've been able to get off to some really good leads. Even in this series, Nuke was quite contested, at least in the early game. 1-4 down. Sangul probably feel as if they're in prime position to cause a bit of an upset, to go undefeated in the group, to get first seed, to help themselves out in the playoffs. And to be fair to them, they are a team that can make the playoffs. I mean, they made the playoffs of the European Pro League of Season 13. They made the playoffs of the A1 Gaming League. It's just that it's something that's not that frequent. And obviously, with 2 new players that haven't played that many officials, this would be a very good outcome to cause this upset and get through.
And you make changes because you're not happy with where you're at before, so to get to where you were at the start of the team's life cycle, and as well as that in a tournament like Rest, which I don't believe they made the playoffs of this kind of caliber ever. Let's see whether it ends up coming to fruition here and now.
I mean, the last time that we saw a really competitive Sangul team towards a higher end of Tier 2 was when they had, what was it, Panix and Corey, and Skrunk was there as the in-game leader. And it's just been so long since that iteration of the lineup.
Not been long since we've seen Sangul opening up the kill counts, though. Jota involved to Flammus immediately starts the kill. Advantage gained by the CT side, and Omega caught flat-footed again in that B main walk. Mid-walk can come through, has at least been considered in that map control. There's 2 players that don't have to fight for it. Khan needs to win these engagements. First one falls. LNZ responded to risky bomb, gets him back. A 3 versus 3 as Sammy pushes out from main. They'll allow that bomb to get planted over on A and look to hold fire for the retake.
Now, can't do much here without teammate support. He can H-open the smoke just to see if 1 kill presents. Everyone is coming actually towards A main. No one in from camera.
Looks like everyone came in from mid. Now wary of it though here on the T side. Smoke sent. Molotovs come back from the T's. Flashes go over as Risky Bob gets his kill. Has Xanta in with support. Samy's AWP picked back. Only good for the exit, not good for the retake. He knows it. Keep the AWP in. Try go for another buyback in the next because there is very lopsided economy basis to play with. He's on a high roller. Several players down low. That's assuming he even gets allowed it. Lear is going in for this hunt. Eventually he does back away. And the AWP will stay in play for the second of the Mega.
And what I love about City side of Anubis is it's one of the only maps in the pool that you have to be constantly active. You've always got to be looking for info plays and insertions. And we saw that out towards B main, getting on the front foot, looking for an opening kill. Unfortunately, they let themselves down in mid, didn't they? We sort of saw between Youngster and LNZ, not a 1-for-1 between the 2 of them and just getting overwhelmed. And then even there from Sammy, he just gets smoked immediately. As soon as the T's come out to camera, they don't even give him a chance for him to get an AWP pick off.
Answer back. Available for the CT side. They get all those weapons together. Sammy dropping a couple of M4s out of it. Slightly limited utility basis. They are going to keep suppression against the Mega up, but you can see how this early 30 seconds or so it's forced him into starting to take fights ahead of these smokes. Xanta going to catch one with his pistol pulled out. Risky bubble fall, but X-Cloud is traded.
Lear's getting the chip damage of that incendiary in the HE. Sammy not making any noise getting out to the back plant. AWP does miss, and Xanta gets close towards the trade, but as soon as he double dips, that's when he drops.
Flammus going to try and find a responsive back over towards B main, but Dota gets away unscathed. Advantage now for Sang. Maybe a bit of overfighting going on there in main. Maybe Xanta would have preferred to, or maybe it would have been a better option rather to go back and regroup with his teammates. 4 on 3, LNZ, 2 to line up in mid. A bit thrown off on his crosshair though. Flammus gets 2. And now the AWP is all that's left.
Yeah, Sangul just lose the rounds once more to individuals. And that's actually what happened in the last. This is a shame because they're actually being very active to open him out advantages. but it's the mid-round scenarios. You're expecting LNZ to maybe get at least one out there from mid, and then out on B, it is just a fundamental collapse of the bomb site.
Leading up to 3 for Omega as a result, and even that AWP doesn't stay in play. He was playing so carefully, but unaware of the hunt coming in from Lear. Free sniper to play with the next round, which Sang will not be able to answer back to. They've got no money, they've got no buy.
I wonder if Sangal are starting to lose their edge. Anytime you're an underdog team and you're going into a third map decider, you want to try and keep that pressure up and hold a lead in the scoreline for as long as possible. And just knowing that you went 4-1 and now should be tied up at 4-4, this could be Omega developing quite a round streak and actually a lot of success in this first half.
Well, this one should be a formality round. Gamble stack into the A bomb site. Whatever was working for the last map and for the beginning of this one has seemingly stopped working. Individual stepping up for Omega. Aggression will come in with the CT side. They'll realize the stack is in. Xanta might end up getting sacrificed here. Does maintain his lifeline with Lear's double as well. Now in 1 versus 5. Nothing left for LNZ. And in fact, very little damage done to the T's overall.
And Lear clearing out as much of the cubby corners as possible. Don't necessarily need to hunt down this last player, but they're going to do so anyway. And actually LNZ gets away with a single kill, so it's a little bit of upgraded damage taken away. The next rifle round, though, will feature an AWP if it wants to get dropped from either X-Fan or LNZ. Sangal in a position where if they're not striking back in this next gun round, Omega probably start putting the pressure on the underdogs.
Pressure being a key point of contention in this series. Can Sangal alleviate it? They won't have an AWP to try and do so. They don't opt for those drops. M4s across everybody. Omega pressing forward, risky Bob, damage taken very early, known towards mid. The sound cues were heard by Sammy. Molotovs against his position will force him back. LNZ and Youngster come in with extra support in mid, so this could get very interesting in these fights.
A very pacey, and now the CT's come out wide. Good shot there from Khan. Jump spot hasn't spotted out Youngster just yet.
And Lear has been seen. Youngster going to fall back away. The M4 of Sammy tries to get back involved and will do some chip damage onto Khan, but he maintains himself at a little over 80 points of health. Advantage still maintained by Omega. No trades for Sangal.
Jota has struggled out on this B site in the majority of B leans in the last few gun rounds. So that might be an aspect of the game plan that Omega are thinking about. Set up the default, but NB. Put emphasis on the young player. Make him uncomfortable. Make him pressure. Make him make the mistakes. They've working canals. They've got a couple of players in the bomb outside main. So it is going to be a B lean. Youngster and Jota do not have a smoke or an incendiary in sight.
40 seconds on the clock. HE's come back. That's perfectly timed as well, but doesn't do all that much. Omega apply the brakes. Now they can try and work Youngster down. Goose down at 63 HP, eventually dealt with by Lear. Xanta deals with a man in the backside. 2 players left standing for Sangal. No trades found. Low HP on a couple of players, but Sammy and XCloud know the best bet is to save the guns.
Omega get off with a very convincing round. And this is screaming of a very uncomfortable Sangal right now. They had a great start to this map, but it is falling apart quickly.
Trying to keep those exits. XCloud trying to protect his lifeline, but you can see how quickly Omega are going hunting to take this AK out of CT hands and provide nothing for the next. They recognize the same things that you do, Dwayne, that this one is starting to really get out of hand, and Omega, yes, allowed a very tidy early game to go the way of their opponent, Sangal, with those 4 rounds given away by some risky streaks, advantages that do not get negated. XCloud does make it expensive for the T's. Keeps that AK in, but what do they get with it?
Yeah, not a lot. And Omega, I mean, another aspect to their entire organization and the team is that they don't have the luxury of playing in ECL and getting best 3s on HLTV. They're still grinding in ESEA Advance, where they've been there for the last few seasons. They play Genk tonight in a best of 1. And getting promotion to Advance to ECL is not easy like it used to be.
Yeah.
Sangal are one of the teams that placed 3rd in their group and lost to Monty and beat Bait. They're playing TSM tonight in a best of 3, actually.
I don't like the new ESEA system. The Mega would have certainly had a chance to make it into ECL with the placements that they've had in ESEA Advanced recently. Here they stand to continue the grind in the rest of the circuit, maybe work their way up when promotions come around. If they make a good run in this one, then they can try and match the kind of level that Sangul are playing at. Try and usurp them if they get those opportunities. For now, all about this best of 3. Do drop an M4 on the part of X-Floud, who is still set with that AK. Youngster gets the 5.7 involved. However, the rifles grouped together with the main A gamble. The Deagle strike back into the AWP. This is getting a little bit risky because now the bomb's been dropped.
And they've still got plenty of time, and they've got a lurk. So they can have that wraparound from Lear to come out from A main. This shouldn't be too much of a threat.
40 seconds on the clock, and time might be good for now, but not for long.
That's
Smoke's
actually an
especially
excellent
involved.
smoke.
Yeah. Blocks off the electric position. X-Floud now about to fight onto Lear. Unawares of how close he is, pops out of the left-hand sideway. Flammis gets involved. Sammy overwhelmed by Flammis's double. And they do recover the situation very nicely.
And it was just one of those moments where Khan maybe stays a little bit too long with that AWP and that bomb, rather than just committing up into the canal straight away and getting to electric and getting that bomb down. He just gets caught on the timing. So for a half buy, it's decent, but it's not a threat of a round. It's not a steal of a round. So it makes this round streak just grow and grow.
Can feel it getting closer for Sangul, though, and they have done great things with pistols over the course of this series. Those 2 kills were perfect examples of that, but as you mentioned, didn't get the all-important factor. AWPs do, though. Sammy wins the AWP battle. Khan is down.
Opening kill. Sammy with the AWP striking, but what about out towards the canal? You've got both Jota and Youngster, and at least Youngster's been detected.
Flash is turned away from X-Floud. Going to get Xanta in the end as he extends out of main, make it a 5 versus 3. Risky Bob drops his life. At least Flammis gets that responsive, but that's a 3-for-1 responsive. Omega down by 2 players.
And this shouldn't be workable. 2v4 and only got mid. Even a bit of an off angle being held by the in-game leader. Flammis does drop down, so separating himself from his teammate.
Maybe trying to work an ace split. Oh, Lear's about to run into fights though. 2 to line up. None to go down. Bomb dropped and all. This round is Sangul's.
It might just be one of those situations where look to try and keep it a little bit expensive. Maybe take out the majority of AKs that are going to get picked up there from mid. And no point saving. Money's really strong.
See what you can gain out of this. Anything at all. Nah. Sammy shuts him down. Sangul trying to recover the CT side. And from a scoreline perspective, 6-6 wouldn't look all that terrible.
I'd say it's actually a very good scoreline.
The Mega may have found their 5-round streak, but the 4 in a row that Sangul would gain certainly would set themselves up in the overall. As you mentioned, money's still strong for the Mega, so they will get their guns together. AKs, AWP of Khan, all across the board, all the standard as you would expect. Samy's AWP will try to respond towards mid. He's been pretty good at winning these AWP v AWP fights, and Khan was facing up from mid, but those smokes deny any vision. Flammis now waiting for Jota, waiting for LNZ and Youngster. X-Floud that wins the fight outside of main on A, though.
Yeah, he's actually winning a lot of duels. 15-6 for an A anchor is very unrealistic to see that as a possibility. You do not see many kills from A players, but he has been on the money and he's been very impactful for the team.
Oh, Jota, what a fight to win against Flammis as well. Crosshair placement pretty perfect to the pre-aim and just pulled the trigger, got the dink in. 5-on-3 gain, it's a bit more like it from Sangul. Omega tested time and again in this half. May not be allowed to win the half itself, although Khan has other plans. Youngster down.
Now off angle being held out there from Jail. Resmoke down to Temple from Khan. Rotation doesn't actually come from Temple. Samy's got the AWP towards CT and Cave.
So far extended from main in case there's a split involved, but all 3 are coming in from electric, so this will act as a backstab to the retake. Man advantage for Sangul here.
And not an easy retake at all. Another flash, but no aggressive. The T's are shaping up to fight Temple straight away when that smoke clears, but no one's going to be there.
Khan's wary of a backstab, but is he going to check the right positions? Live pixels away from spotting his man. The AK Risky Bob fire back, gets flabbed, low HP, still finds the headshot. 1 on 4 now for Khan, nailed out to low points of health. Diffuse being stuck, nothing he can do. And Sangul will look confident to equalize the half.
Xfound has just played perfectly over the course of this series, and he's a guy, right, where I think a lot of people actually felt for him. He was on Eternal Fire, and then he got benched, then he got brought back, and then he got benched, then he got brought back, and he got benched for a third time. And it just feels like it's a kick in the teeth every single time you're playing on a top 30 team, a team that's borderline getting close towards that tier 1, that you're not getting, I suppose, the belief from the players and the belief from the organization that you have to go into a different pathway. You have to go out to an international team. The way he's performed on Nuke, he was the reason that it was won. I'm not denying that at all. Like, his rounds that he had to close out that game, the multis were just immense.
And with that T-side, 1xBet for the first time are favoring Sangul here. Is that an omen of things to come? Khan will try and turn the tides back in his team's favor. Lear involved against Sammy Jota with a fast responsive in this pistol. They've charged up mid, and Sangul are giving chase here. Risky Bob allowing them to cross 3-4 players spotted. One headshot has been gained. A second one, not so much. 3 on 3. B side is opened up, and they challenge at CT. Khan's going to get overwhelmed, and Xanta not expecting Jota to still be to the right-hand side. Flamus is known. They're going to go back to the A side, get that plant in, and Sangul will have the lead.
And this is turning into a similar notion to how Nuke was, where it's quite streak-heavy in the first half. And if that translates out to the second, we could see a one-sided scoreline. Jota with a huge amount of impact with the P250.
4 kills in that round. Not top frag, but doesn't need to be. Even started that one with a goosh and still found as much as he did. What a flick. What another flick. Omega set on a serious back foot and opting not to force buy this time. It's probably in the wrong half, as you mentioned. Probably needed a bit more security in the T side. You start to look back to that call, that one force buy that allowed Sangul to, get that streak together. Wonder maybe was that enough to start tipping things back to their favor.
Sammy trying to deal with the Eco pistols quite aggressively out from A main, and for the most part, they seem to be doing a pretty good job. They're not out into the canals. They haven't been able to recover the weapon, and they certainly won't be able to recover that weapon.
Mac-10's just farming them up. 3 kills for LNZ, 1 for Youngster. Get the Galil back from Sammy's casualty, so. Economy well built, 8-6. Done by inbound for Omega. Start getting some rounds on the CT side very soon in this one. Sangul with a rifle win may find themselves up 10-6.
LNZ knows, win this rifle round, and we pretty much win the game. And we set a very good example with the lead. We get ourselves, economy-wise, in a very strong position. And it's quite fast and aggressive out towards A. HE placement towards Rugs barely does anything.
Omega gonna force the fights. Got boosts in play to expect him to aggress from main. He puts that smoke down to reveal his general positions. Utility is sent. That's going to indicate the execution. Nade sent. Flash is catching him completely blinded. And his blind spray does so much kill and damage. LNZ drops the bomb. The USP even gets a chance, but doesn't find another impactful frag. Flashes against both CTs. Smokes will still get set up as the M4 of Liz off kilter. Off position with his adjustment frags. Risky Bob trying to trade back onto Khan. As Sammy brings it into a 1-versus-1. It's him versus Flamus.
And knows that Flamus is the B player, but can't expect where he's going to come from. Does he go canals, backstab A main? Does he rotate out to camera? Does he go CT? It is all the mind games. It is all the timings. And Flamus is now getting closer to the bomb site, and he's just not seeing anything.
He knows that Sammy must be out towards main or snuck into the bomb site, so he's going to adjust towards heaven. Seen him. Shoulder out. Burst. Fire of the Galil is not enough to get the kill. Flamus working good off his team's trades to bring an opening CT round for Omega.
And for Sammy, that's going to be quite frustrating because you've got the jump on him there, don't you, at the plat position? As soon as you see him out towards heaven, you feel in that 1v1, that fight's yours. And that fight probably does win the game for Sangul, but it doesn't happen. At least the economy is extremely low. 1 alive for Omega. Come the next gun round, Can we even call it a gun round? I mean, you've got a FAMAS, 2 M4s and 2 MP9s. There is a lot of limitations.
It's a gun round in the sense that they buy off their round win, but you are right to the limitations. This is very, very difficult to work.
Probably the weakest rifle round we're going to see all CT half and Omega.
M4s are going to have a lot of importance about them. Flamus and Xanta. Xanta had quite a series so far. He's lagging behind the top fraggers of Khan and Lear here. Might be his chance to step things up and start to really put the impact on the Omega board. 2 players about to make their plays in from the main. Maybe they have to try and fight for man advantage. There's a dry peek and it works out good for the first kill. The second one is also traded back. Flamus now about to face on Sammy. His AWP making his move up. Risky Bob hidden behind the pillar, and teammates just slow walk their way forward of this no invo. Given up now, he's seen what's going on. 3v3, Flamus has to hide.
It has to try and set up that crossfire, but Lear's getting smoked off from Temple. And Flamus has been able to pick up some extra pieces of util, and the bomb can go down, but there's no space to be taken here from Sangul. They can't take space.
Molly, Smoke, and HE. Shot on from Sammy as he swings out. Sangul do find a man advantage in the end. Omega started off with a 2-for-1, now with nothing left. The blind fire of the M4. They have to upgrade to that AK that was dropped out there in the corner and just run for it, save it into the next Lear. Can't find anything, no aggressive plays, no opportunities given up by the Sangul side. They will fall back out of Electric, go towards Canals and hold on to a 9th. The Omega getting responded to. The AK of Flamus at least keeps his lifeline. It provides a little bit of a crutch to work with in the next. But there's very little money on the CT side.
And there's very little Polish AWPers that have actually left their scene to progress their career. Ones that come to my mind straight away is obviously Hades. Another one is probably MHL. Outside of that, a lot of the Polish AWPers have always stayed in their local scene. And while this is a bit of a trial period, while this is a bit of a stand-in situation, Samy's playing well. And if the attributes are coming of more victories and deeper playoffs, I'm convinced that they'll look to sign him.
16 deep. AWP still on him. Flamus aggressing with the AK. It's generally a half buy, although with that said, Xanta has force bought to $500 on him. Flamus from beyond this smoke. LNZ trying to flash his way out. AK and his crosshair trained on him. Seen. Advantage T.
Xanta trying to get that trade back, trying to see if he can get out towards that AK. How many more players are around him, though? It's still a lack of info. He knows that LNZ was somewhere at the T-stairs. Everybody else is pretty much regrouped outside of B for Sangul.
Or lands a shoulder shot on Khan. 14 HP. He's barely alive. Teammates seen as well. Nades will eventually get that casualty counter. HGs are they going to find anything? Indeed, Lear does find Sammy, but caught by the aim punch. Spammed down by Xfloud. Xanta trying to get involved. See so many T-sided players. Has info onto where they're all at, but he's the only rifle to play with. Risky Bob's USB doesn't have any workability here.
Unfortunately, there was a rifle towards the back of default and Temple entrance, but with that smoke clearing, there's just no way that he could even get close to it.
Smoke available for Xanta. Maybe try and hold the defuse, get in the way when he kills back. Flashes turned away from. Xfloud leans. Risky Bob just heard, dealt with instantly. Xanta looking for exits here. Doesn't get any of that either. Omega may start praying for a similar comeback to what they saw in the last map, because at this point they might need it.
And that's the issue on the City side of winning rounds down to clutches, is that your economy can just get ruined. The next gun round that we see for Omega is probably the most important round they're going to have in this second half. And what are they missing? Money for the AWP. Khan will not be able to bring the AWP forward. And once more, it's a buy state with a lack of util and MP9. This is rough for Omega.
Desperate. They're getting so desperate here with a charge up from mid and nothing's going their way. Khan down, Xanta to half HP. This is turning into a disaster for Omega.
I think this is over, isn't it? The economy management, Sangul with the opening kills. They are breathing success. They can feel it. It's just there. Jota tucked outside of B main. 2 players with the bomb into mid. Deep and passive, waiting for more overextensions. Almost toying with Nemega to say, hey, make another info play. Get desperate again and we'll capitalize.
T side moving onto mid. B side left open, which is where the bomb's going towards. X-Floud is going to get isolated, but through the doorway, he still gets more HP damage. It requires Xanta to get tagged up some more to get that casualty, and that brings Sangle into life. Execution lined up by Lear. He gets 2 more outside of the temple entrance. Finally, an advantage for Nemega. HE's not revealing themselves. Bomb will get picked up, should get planted. Jota is hunting for these next 2 trades. Players are so low on the CT side here. Blocked off by Lear, making his way forward as the Orb Saming gets a bit too hungry, forced to fight over Electric, and now Jota is in a 1-on-4.
Spots that player out towards main, knows that there's one Electric. What about the third guy?
HE's against him. 15 seconds, Bomb too far away from the man. Xanta just jump facing for information. Risky Bob taking a risky peek, losing himself to the tap. 7 seconds, Xanta is forced out the fight. Jota, is he going to get the SMG? He's going to have to charge straight through the canals. He has no idea. Flappers right around the corner. Oh, no. A little bit too late, and that kill came in just after time. $950. And Nemega, an all-important one.
And this is a huge swing round, because once more, Nemega have won a round on the City side with 1 alive. So their economy's in the bin, so is it for Sangle. 1 player drops after time, and there was 1 on $6,000. I wonder, do they get the AWP? Because you could get AK and Galil and give 2 players 2 strong weapons, or you just get 1 and allow someone else to be on a pistol. And no, they actually don't opt to go for the AWP. They try and get stronger rifles involved instead.
Only 2 of them out for Sangle, though. Nemega, this is a serious chance to turn everything back on its head.
Look at the read. 3 on A.
Only 2 in the half, and they have stacked up the right bomb site. AWP of Khan is ready and raring to receive. They got a good idea of the playbook. They will now. Shots on, first player falls, nades back, smokes are in the way, incendiaries get out as Xanta gets the 2nd kill of the round. Khan's finally forced away from the fountain. 5-on-3 gain, rotations called in.
And that is the first time that we've seen the ace side stacked up in the entirety of the second half. Man, that is such a good read. And Sangle just runs straight into the trap, an anti-strat for sure. And on a round that's so important for the international squad to win.
Two more to make up on the scoreboard, and surely this should be one of them. Plays in from mid, seen him, Xanta playing around the doorway, catching Sammy off from the back lines. Mac 10 of LNZ will get that responsive, go back for the bomb, but meanwhile on the B site, Flamus has won against Jota, and LNZ has just got nothing left in this round. Should be cleaned up. Nemega, lifelines aplenty, clinging on for dear life to this map, to this series, to their playoff spot within 1 of Sangle.
It actually gives me vibes of a bit of an overtime game right now. I mean, knowing that it's 10-9, will be 10-10. Haven't seen a lot of consistency from Nemega in the second half. Economy's always been ripped for them. There will not be a lot much left in these last few rounds of regulation. Both teams have a fairly equal chance of being able to close this out and make their way forward into the playoffs.
Tactical taken by Nemega because they know they can't afford to put a foot wrong. It's in these rounds where Sangle can feel like they're the most dangerous, when they have only pistols in play. And there will be upgrades, limited upgrades. Deagle on LNZ. Let's see whether anyone else can justify any more.
Not really. Not the 1900 players. I mean, 24 loss is not a lot.
Samu's got 25.
Yeah, but he wants the AWP, doesn't he? Obviously not next round, but he wants to prioritize a strong economy float for that.
2 back-to-back tacks called in by Nemega. That Deagle on LNZ may become the only way to steal anything for Sangle. Certainly picked up his numbers from the start of the series, like you mentioned. 12 to 11. on his board. It's the other guys that you look at and think they might be the ones to find the most impactful moments here. Sammy, 16 kills. Jota, 16 kills. xFloud, 23 kills. Far and above anybody else in server right now for him.
I actually think this deagle is quite unwarranted. I feel like it's unnecessary. When you're not having upgrades around it, to me, it's a waste of $700. Now, obviously, if LNZ comes out into this round and wins 2 jewels, then it's kind of worth it, right? You're targeting the CT economy from being farmed up. But I do look at this and think, when economies aren't in a strong spot for your own team, I'm not a huge fan of wasting $700 on a single deagle.
We've still got time to refund it if he wants to do so. Scenario has percolated. Omega. I've talked it out extensively. This round may not be the concern, but the next rounds may well be significant to their game. 10-9 on the Sangul side, favouring still Omega. Have to get as confidently away from this round as possible. Have to ensure that no man goes down. LNZ will try the opposite here. One engagement onto Xanta. Utility is in his hands. He's not going to extend far enough to spot the player.
And Omega just know, probably try and keep the util in stronger floats, not use a huge amount of it. HE down there, close towards A main. Going to do some chip damage. Sammy down very low.
Incendiary on xFloud, keeping him at bay towards mid. Khan, Xanta, mow through them. Deagle of LNZ down to 7 points of health. Got nothing out of that. The HE doesn't actually take him down. Not like it matters, though. xFloud's been not spotted by Flamus, or has he? I think he's aware. Should be now. Spray through. No bomb plant bonuses. No casualties. Nothing gained for Sangul in this round. This Deagle was indeed a waste for LNZ. And Omega will go up 10 apiece, standing at evens against their opponents for the first time since the turn of the half.
And this is where I want to see both teams perform when pressure's on. For the Sangul side, this is the 8th best of 3 that they've played with the new players in the roster. They've also won 5 out of their past 7. They've won 4 games in a row. For Omega, they've won 12 out of their past 15 best of 3s on HLTV. There's a lot of success in recent history for both squads. But at 10-10, in a third map decider, in a playoff game that advances you, of course, this comes down to in-game leadership. This comes down to captaincy. Who is going to be able to deliver on the calling front? Who's going to be able to make the right reads, make the right stacks, make the right gambles? It's going to test both Lear and LNZ.
Who's going to call the better end game? Who's going to have the impact to make it successful for their respective sides? Highlighted some of those higher number players on Sangul. Khan has started to really step up, and I mean, not to say that he wasn't performing in the rest of the series itself, but he is top of the board. That was an honor taken by Xanta for the most part. And credit to him, because he was pretty low pretty earlier on, but now he's starting to match Khan's numbers.
Yeah, it is true. Xanta's obviously been a big X-Factor player for Omega. And I want to say as well, it's probably quite surprising, considering how one-sided Ancient was, of how competitive Nuke and Anubis has been. You'd expect with the recent form for Omega that after map 1, they're probably looking at this series saying, mate, we should 2-0 this. We should be able to body the likes of Sangul, because that's what they've done in their last few games, is just bodying teams.
And that's what we thought was going to happen right here in this best of 3. We thought the nuke was a far-gone conclusion before it even started. In those first 6 rounds, it definitely felt like that was the case for Omega, but Sangul found their responsive, carried it forward to this first CT half, and now on their T side, they have held a lead right up until now. Omega. Defensive still holds on to the FAMAS. Bonus weapons in a pivotal round here. M4's adjusted against very fast pace in towards mid, looking to set up the A-split.
Oh, there's so many CTs. Look at how many there are at Heaven.
Once again, heavy-handed on the defense, but Sangul, will they make moves away from it? Will they opt to call out towards Temple? prods from Xanta. Are they going to get punished? Risky Bob's right behind him. Adjustment of the AK gets that first. M4 looks to engage, but Youngster takes 2. And meanwhile, the walkouts, they're not aware of this. Over at spawn, Khan, his back will be turned. The AWP is a goner. And Flamus needs the most magical of sequences. 2 to line up, only 1 to fall. And Sangul have regained the advantage.
Youngster's had a disappointing series. He's been underwhelming, especially here on Anubis. But that round is pivotal. He's gone from 5 kills to 7 and 2 highly impactful kills out there in A main.
Waiting for the aggression of the Mega. Punish them perfectly as Lear will drop next. 11 on the board of Sangul. The Mega. Another buyback, but another swing opportunity for Sangul to truly take over control and take this series in the 2-1 fashion. At 13-10 would be that score. Round 22 is everything to the CT side once again.
Yeah, just the right read that it was shaping up to be an A split, but they mid-round it. They changed the adaptation. They end up going in from Temple and out to B. Nemega are up against a very aggressive T-Smoke. That's obviously a missed piece of util there. Nemega have got 2 out from mid, but a rotation back to the Temple sight line. An opening kill could mean everything.
Blind sprays attempted, right idea. And with a line it up against Jota or Lear. Nades back, sprays through, doing more damage. Jota now to 27 points of HP. Flashbang sent back by Lear, has no idea how close they really are. But X-Floud is forced out, his own team casualty. Youngster does respond to keep the man advantage in as LNZ forces the fight. Khan and Flamus get a couple more. Flamus with a double. And Sami's all that's left. The Mega have clapped back.
This is really chaotic, really pacey, and Sami's being watched by the NWP. Khan should have an easy kill. No, he actually misses the fight against Sami.
1 fight isolated, 2 more to go, but they are smoking off this camera position. Sami charging up against Risky Bob. Shots to the left, adjustment there was so sick, but it's still not enough. Flamus with a triple and the Mega stay alive.
I think they have to play for OT. I can't see Sangul buying here. Sami, Youngster, and X-Cloud are the only ones with actual cash. This has to be an eco.
The Mega tenacity to continue fighting on. This one should have been over a while ago. Sangul, they're buying down here. They aren't going to play for OT. They want to decide a winner here and now, but it might go against them. Start to get flashbacks to earlier on in this series. The upgrade eco steals, the half buys, the force buys that have worked so well for Sangul in the past. Will this round be one of them? The AWP certainly wants to make it not so. As Sami lands the first of Flamus, the AWP picks him right back.
And they don't know about Risky Bob. Finally, they hear him rotating back over. They'll know that 2's on B.
Smoke on position, Incendiary blocks him out of Electric. LNZ forced into the open to fight. And now the teaser sprung into action. Khan with an AWP pick. He gets overwhelmed. Risky Bob holds the bat lanes. 1v3 for X-Floud. Aware of the one man. Unawares of the other 2 rotators and where they're going to come from specifically. Now he's been seen. Quick burst up. Headshot gained. But he's going for a wider angle play.
And Lear's hearing this. Knows that reposition. That bomb's going to try and go out towards A. Lear might have the chance of denying.
Mind games from X-Floud. He knows he's brought so much attention his direction. And Lear rightfully assumes he's going into the A-bomb site. His teammate starts checking out from mid. Xanta, knife is pulled out to check for the shoulder bait. He gets away alive. Low HP. Martov sent in to try and win a decent fight. X-Floud gets him back. 1 versus 1 against the M4.
Dropped nearly 30 out on that last map. It might just happen. He's going back into Lear, though.
Knifes out, pulled in. M4 wins it. X-Floud playing 9 games to perfection right up until the very end. And Nemega are on map and match point.
And for LNZJ, the in-game leader, he's actually lost that round from Sangul. He got mollied out there from Electric, and rather than retreating, he goes out in the open. The team's not ready for him to go out. They haven't come through from main just yet. They didn't have that second rifler through from Electric. LNZ hesitated quickly out of Electric, and it just breaks the round apart completely.
And look at Sangul now. Broken buys, fast pace. The Mega have refound their confidence. Will they get punished for this aggression? Not yet, it doesn't seem. Fast Exy out to the B-bomb site. Youngster does find Khan first, but Risky Bob hiding in the smoke. His teammates are getting all the picks. The bomb's denied. Youngster's denied. Sangul are denied. Nemega were forced to fight off the back of an extremely one-sided opening map. We should have called it. It should have been over. Nuke, the battle back was still not enough for Sangul. Not when they go to Anubis. Not when they had this lead. The late game, just better from the CIS-based squad, who should close this out at 13-11, 2-1, and take their spot in the playoffs.
The aggressive mid against the aggressive B, and that MP9 at jail just didn't get any spam bullets against it. Allowed Flammers to kind of just play by himself and make it uncomfortable. Jota just keeps getting re-smoked. He's got no time to even take a dry fight.
Push it anyway. Oh, he's found a gap. He has to win this clutch. He has no choice in the matter, but he's seen Xanta bust through and rightfully closes out this game. A 2-1 series locked in for Nemega.
At Nemega, they had to work extremely hard for this. This was probably one of the most uncomfortable victories that they've had in the recent history. And fair play to Sangul. This is, again, a very new team with their 4th and 5th player. And they've really brought a fight against a rising team in Tier 2. A fight that certainly I didn't believe that was going to be possible to this kind of an extension.
And certainly off the back of the 13-4, not a fight they were expecting in this series, right? Like, they gave it a hell of a go, and in their own map pick, it felt like things were really going to turn up for them. There was a lot of doubts as well when they got that initial CT half of things, but for some reason, it felt like in maps 2 and 3, when they got to that 11th round, Dwayne, there was just something stopping them from pushing past to the finish line until the very late portions of the game, and in the case of Anubis, at all.
And it could very much well just be time, right? The time to embed the newer players in. Sangul, for me, I actually would look at this as a result. I would look at this as a win, not in the legitimate sense of taking the best of 3, but you have beaten 9 Pandas in your opening game. You've then nearly beaten Nemega off a team that's barely making playoffs, right? You've made a couple of changes. You've put up some good performances. This looks really positive. For the first time in a while, I'm actually excited to see what Sangul can do on the server.
I mean, look, we are still sort of feeling out where this team is going to go. We don't know whether Sami is going to be a permanent addition. He's certainly making a good case for himself, but obviously there are internal factors that we don't understand. But in terms of this series, I think you are right. I think Sangul can be happy with what they posted up because they've still got a chance. They dropped to that lower bracket of their group. They hold on a second opportunity to make it into the playoffs, and I don't put it past them. I genuinely think it's very possible that we could see them in the round of 8.
Well, they have to beat Alliance, and that team's very inconsistent. That team, to me, isn't a massive threat. LNZ's going up against some old teammates, right? He's going up against some guys that he's familiar with in the scene. That's a very winnable game from Sangul.
Yeah.
So as an overall picture, yeah, they can definitely make it into the playoffs. And for Nemega, I'm kind of looking at the field of teams, and I'm thinking, I'm not sure who they're going to lose to in the playoffs. Like, I know, obviously, this game was quite a pressurizing one. Outside of maybe Bleed, I look at every team in this comp after the recent performances of now 13 out of the last 16 best of 3s being won from Nemega in a playoff bracket and say, do you know what? This team can go very deep.
There's a serious chance that they can do some magical things. And I think that these guys would certainly be happy with a decently good run, right? Because we're still sort of feeling these guys out as individual talents. They're so new in contrast to the rest of the Tier 2 space. So a positive result for Nemega, a positive takeaway, silver lining for Sangul. So many things in that series that I think could be positive about. And I'm very excited to see Nemega when they make their way in as the first team in our playoffs. But now we move forward to find the second team in our playoffs after this short break. Was our final best of 3 of the day. Group B's successes in Parivision and Zero Tenacity are coming up next on stream. We'll close out the day. We'll see who's going to the playoffs after the break.
The world is changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much.
One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And welcome back to the Rest European Series. We're getting into our final match of the day to decide who is going to be our victors, our first place team out of Group B, and who therefore will be the second team forward to the playoffs. So far today, we have seen 9 Pandas and Harvu getting eliminated, and the Amiga, of course, we just saw making their way into the top 8. Zero Tenacity and Paravision will look to join them.
And 9 out of 9 maps played so far, so a lot of best of threes going the distance, a lot of best of threes having some fairly competitive score lines as well. And for Zero Tenacity and Perivision, these are two teams that are kind of looking to just go that little bit further, right? To get a few playoff positions, and winning out an opening game for both squads obviously looked quite impressive.
Now, dispatching of the Bates side and Harvu respectively. I mean, we did talk about this group as being the weaker of the 4 here, and that certainly might be something to consider. So I'm not sure how much those opening matches will be all that matterable here for both of these two teams. I mean, especially for the likes of Harvu, who did go out in last place, and Paravision, who have an opportunity now to try and make their way forward out of this group. They obviously want a big turnaround here against Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, for the Paravision side, they just got slapped around in the last Rest event. So this obviously looks a lot cleaner for them. And there's a lot easier competition for them. I mean, last time around, they played the 15th best team in the world at Monty and Ecstatic at 29th. Now they've got Harvu at 104th and Zero Tenacity at 102nd. We've kind of spoken about it. It is a weaker group, which does mean getting first seed into the playoffs can actually be a real helping hand to at least making top 4, at least being able to upset one of the playoff games.
I mean, just based on, I know obviously limited pool of teams, but just based on what we're seeing right now of our playoff ranking, I don't see either of these teams wanting to go up against Namiga, for example, during that playoff bracket. I don't think either of these two teams can mount up a map against a team like that. And then just thinking about the other squads as well, like it's going to be a very difficult time for whoever makes it out of this group regardless here. Let's start by talking about these lineups, and hopefully we'll start things off with Zero Tenacity here, because obviously this is the team that have at least been trying to make runs up in terms of the tier 2 space, and they've had a little bit of like presence in tier 2, but they're not really a top end team at the moment.
No, do you know what? It's funny, because when I look back at sort of the January to February period, I was actually quite impressed by a lot of the results from Zero Tenacity. They made it to the RMR closed qualifier, they had a top 4 in Rest Season 6, they made a top 8 in the A1 Gaming League, and I was kind of getting a bit of a vibe of, all right, these guys are coming here to play. Like, these guys are putting on some decent results. But unfortunately, they've kind of slipped back down again. They had a really early exit of advanced playoffs, they had a last place in the European Pro League, and as of the current day, they have only won 3 out of their past 11 best of 3s.
And that's also combined with the fact that their attempts to make their way up to further positions in the Tier 2 scene haven't been all that successful. Right now, they're 0-2 in Elisa Invitational. They're currently fighting for their lives in the CCT play-ins, and also Thunderpick. That event was a straight-up loss to Namega as well. So they've not had the best of times in terms of making their moves up. Unfortunately, it feels like they have had their moment. They have had their spike, now plateauing and falling down. Maybe a serious risk for them against the likes of Paravision as well. Maybe a likelihood these guys, again, so sick individuals looking for that big burst of success.
And it might be a while until we see it. I mean, I've not been impressed with what I've seen from Perivision. To be fair to them, Belchanok did play his first game in the opening game. Otherwise, they'd had Blix as the stand-in. They still had X5 on the team. He's a bench player, but he's helping them out. And he actually played really well. He had a really good Ancient. I remember some really good moments from him on CT side towards Donut and A. So if Belchanok can start finding some decent form, then it feels like there's a little bit of a helping hand to Artfrost, because the vibe that I get in the majority of their games is Artfrost is delivering, and then no one else really is. We have some decent moments from Times, from Patsy, and some okay games from Kickit, but it's not consistent. It feels a lot of the time like a one-man show on this team.
And the fact that Beltranok is benched doesn't indicate they want to bring him in as a permanent fixture yet.
Yep.
Obviously, so for now, it's great that you've got that backup dancer to assist Artfrost, but in the future, will that continue to be a factor? The answer to the question right now certainly seems like a no. And with him continuing to perform and stand in for teams like Aurora as well, elsewhere, the chances available in the rest of the CIS scene, maybe he does go away from this team, and maybe you lose that sick element here. I mean, they're going to have to do quite a lot to try and keep him in the server here, and if they can't get results with his performances, maybe he doesn't want to stick around and renew his contract.
And I legitimately think that Artfrost and Deco are probably the two go-to guys that Cloud9 are going to pick up. So if you are Perivision, you need consistent riflers, because if your only one key player is your AWP that's probably going to get poached, then this could be very drastic for the team. So for Perivision, they are certainly struggling. And when you get up to a team like a Zero Tenacity for both teams, the squads can look at this and say, yeah, either one of us can win this game. Like, there isn't a heavy favorite in this kind of matchup.
Well, hopefully there can be a heavy favourite forced out in terms of the veto process, Dwayne. So talk me through the picks and bans.
Well, it should be Ancient ban for Zero Tenacity and an Inferno ban for Perivision. It should be a Mirage pick to come through from Perivision and an Anubis pick to come through from Zero Tenacity.
Okay, then. So we got those basics down pat in terms of our default bans and picks. Obviously, there isn't any real opportunities you can move in any one direction. So Ancient Inferno, indeed, it's taken out. Anubis is picked by Zero Tenacity, and there's Mirage. So well predicted, Dwayne.
Yeah, towards the tail end, both teams like their nuke. They actually pick it a little bit in best of three contexts, but Perivision actually don't opt towards it. So they go into Overpass, which is quite surprising because we have not seen a lot of Overpass be played in recent history for Perivision. They've played more nuke than they have Overpass. So maybe looking at it as a little bit more of a weakness to their opposition to maybe one of their strengths.
I mean, I would say that maybe they're trying to see if they can, because Overpass has played a little bit more for Zero Tenacity. They want to go towards a slightly different map in the pool, or I'd rather go into that one because they've got a bit more, a different map in the pool because they've got a bit more information to pull from. It's not by a massive amount, though. Anubis very clearly is the map of Zero Tenacity. It's the most played in the entire pool. So I do think that maybe Nuke might have been the more obvious option. It does make me question what they might have cooking up in the Perivision camp.
I reckon both opening maps of the series are going to be pretty convincing. I don't know. Can we get a 2-0 from either squad? I doubt it. I'm not sure how I rate either squad. Again, 3 out of the past 11 best of 3s being 1 from Zero Tenacity and 2 out of the last 8 for Perivision. There's a lot of losses, and there's no denying that this is a weak group. So because of that, on-the-day performance is going to be very pivotal. I mean, for Zero Tenacity, they beat Bait in their opening game 13-2, 13-1, and then the very next day they beat them again and won a total of 11 rounds in the entire best of 3. So I don't know what to think. On-the-day performance is going to be very key for both squads.
Yeah, most certainly. I feel like that's always going to be a discussion point for all these teams trying to break through into the Tier 2 atmosphere. Maybe you can consider them Tier 3 in some capacities. I certainly do believe the statistics do favour Zero Tenacity to try and steal Mirage more so than the likes of the first maps taken away, because they have been winning it quite a fair amount. Admittedly, some of those results have been a little bit far gone, like the alternate attack series. They went all the way to a triple overtime, went quite deep overall. So, but they have got victories against the likes of Young Ninjas, for instance, which gives me a little bit more encouragement that they can sort of like spike up and get a good result here and there. If this is going to be one of those cases, that certainly would be a positive if they wanted to try and steal it into 0. But I do sort of agree with you in terms of this one should be going to 3 maps. In terms of who I favour, I honestly don't know if that's really worth the discussion, because it's one of those series that could very easily go wild.
It could do, but you have to give favoritism to Zero Tenacity, because again, this is a core 3 that's been together for nearly 3 years. It's a core 5 that's been together for nearly 2 years, and you're going up against a Perivision side who's made drastic changes only a few months ago, and they've got a player benched. I mean, just from roster stability in itself, there's huge favoritism to go the way of the Serbian team.
That's true, but in terms of the players on server, we've been saying it for ages, Perivision is so well sort of like, so well built in terms of the talents on the server. So, like, are those talents going to find frags and really, kick up their boots and make a good, overwhelming series like we just saw Namiga try and do during the first map of that last best of 3, right? Maybe that could be a possibility for the Perivision side. And that's why I say it's so unpredictable, because, yeah, logic to me would dictate that Zero Tenacity have the more stabilized foundations. But this is one of those matches where teams are so sort of, like, lowly ranked that anything could really happen here.
Yeah, and I suppose as well, we've seen a little bit more from Zero Tenacity Tenacity, I think they're approaching their 24th best of 3 in the last 3 months, whereas for Perivision, it's only about 14 to 15. So there's more officials, there's a little bit more tournaments, some deeper runs that have come through from the Zero Tenacity side, and they need to look at this entire event and say, this could be the one to really capitalize on. You mentioned the O2 in Alyssa main Swiss, the last exit in European Pro League. If you can win this game against Perivision, you go first seed into the playoffs, we could be seeing a top 8, a top 4 kind of placement, and that would at least start the conversation again for Zero Tenacity of, okay, now we're starting to get an upswing. Now we're starting to see more results come up on the board for this squad.
I mean, equally, the conversation could also veer in the direction of, well, they're a team that occasionally do well, right? Because we have that RMR placing, and that was the one result where we thought, okay, yeah, that was pretty good in terms of the qualifier run. You don't make it to the RMR itself, but you do make it to the closed qualifier, which is more than it could be said for Zero Tenacity in general. And then it's been sort of lackluster ever since to a certain capacity, right? So maybe the conversation certainly could improve for the team if they make a good run here. They certainly would love to try and insert themselves in terms of the rest circuit, but that's all conversations for if they win this best of 3. I mean, certainly it's possible that they can get but either one of these 2 matches in. Obviously, loser will go down to the lower bracket decider. But again, I'm not sold on either squad being a key and definitive favourite as of yet.
And to be honest, I'm looking at Anubis, which obviously kind of strikes me as a map that's very consistent for Zero Tenacity. They play a lot of it. It's their go-to map in best of 3s. The 3 wins that we've actually seen for Perivision on this map in the last 3 months is Apex, Bait, and 3D Max. And you kind of look at that one and say, Apex and 3D Max? I mean, there's some really decent teams in Tier 2. Whereas for Zero Tenacity, yes, they had that 13-1 versus Bait a couple of days ago in the opening game. They were also on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 game losing streak. Sangle, Yano, Alliance, Mouse NXT, X-Preezy, Nemega. There's a lot of teams of losses in a row. So for Perivision, a good performance out here on Anubis might at least throw a little bit of spice into the series.
Yeah, again, like there's so many different points to consider and so many angles of prediction you could come from. So, I mean, I do feel like the Mirage still has a better opportunity to be stolen away because the last 2 results from Paravision were still losses to Rush B and Mouse NXT. So you've got those high highs, you've also got those low lows at the exact same time. So we'll have to just sort of see where it sits up. Again, Anubis is our first map in the series. Obviously, you seem to predict the way of Zero Tenacity because their stability. Is this going to be a 2-1 affair?
I want to go 2-1 to Zero Tenacity. There's not going to be a huge amount in this best of 3 for me.
All right, well, I'm not going to make a prediction because,
of course, lovely.
I don't know who's going to take it. I think we have to see at least the first map to sort of fill things out at the most here.
Yeah, maybe the second as well. Get a bit of a glimpse of even the third map and then make judgment. Yeah. Just might as well watch everything.
Yeah, we'll make a prediction when we see the 2-1 coming.
Yeah, when it's series point, it's like, do you know what? I think they're going to close.
But no doubt in my mind that it certainly is going the way of the 3-map affair. That much I can certainly agree upon.
And for Zero Tenacity, again, they're one of these squads where they might be in a similar conversation as the Guild Eagles and the Bad News Eagles, where can you make a roster change, right? I don't know how many other players in the scene could kind of fit into this roster. They are the most long-standing roster that we have in all of CS. They have been together for a seriously long time. And it creates a little bit of brotherhood. It creates a bit of a family vibe in from the team. And for Zero Tenacity, I mean, they were ranked in the top 60 for most of January and February of this year. So that was the first time in a very long time that we've actually seen them have some decent success. Unfortunately, it hasn't translated to later on in the year. And they need a little bit of a turning point moving into the summer break to at least upswing some of the results again.
Certainly things to have a look at when time goes on. If they do decide to make those changes, they're trying to make those moves. I mean, the one key factor for me that I have to think about is more the intangible aspect, because when you've got a team that's been together as long as they have, all that chemistry goes out the window with a single roster change. So lots to consider in terms of that wider conversation than just this matchup. Paravision need to find some chemistry about themselves. I think the one thing they've been lacking the most is consistency and general depth in the tactics.
But for Zero Tenacity, at least, I mean, I watched their game a little bit earlier on today. They played the team of alternate attacks in the CCT qualifier and obviously made their way into the play-in. They actually looked pretty decent on the CT side of Mirage. They had a 4-8 deficit on their T side, looked quite uncomfortable, moved into the second half and pushed it all the way to overtime where they eventually won out in the end. And then they kind of came onto their map pick of Vertigo and they were just pumping. They were just getting a lot of rounds. They were getting some tidy round streaks. They ended up getting a 9-3 half and closing it pretty easily. So knowing that you've kind of got an official under your belt already, you've had a few hours to kind of relax and maybe do a little bit of prep on Perivision, this could be a really positive day for Zero Tenacity. This could be a play-in and a playoff on the exact same day.
I'd certainly love to take both those accolades. The playoff certainly is a more, a very tangible aspect, rather. Only one best of 3 separates either of these two teams from making it to the top 8 and thereby being inside of the points, which at this stage doesn't mean too much for them because neither team are on the board as of right now in terms of the rest points rankings.
I mean, realistically, neither of these two teams are going to be at the LAN, right? Then the teams that we're going to expect to be in the LAN qualification is high-end tier 2 teams that can be consistent, and neither of these squads are that. So the expectation shifts a little bit more, and maybe it's having a deeper run, right? Facing off against stronger teams on HLTV, and more so rather than looking to seriously be a contender with the points.
Want to at least be on the board and to try and replicate some of that consistency might not necessarily be a case of going to the LAN, but more a case of just showing, well, yeah, actually, we do have something about us here.
And we said it in the opening game of Group B, any one of these 4 teams can make the playoffs. There is not a lot between all 4 of them. There is not a heavy favorite in the group. There's not a heavy underdog in the group. They're all been performing underwhelmingly. And because of that, one good showing kind of allows a bit of a boost and probably puts some positivity in the sides of a Zero Tenacity, of a Bay, of a Perivision, because they're all looking for wins and they're just not really coming.
Just those starting markers can get you so far in the current situations that both these teams find themselves at.
I mean, I'm very surprised that Perivision are inside of the top 70 on HLTV. They don't really have the results. Like, I don't know how that's happened, is kind of what I'm getting at. Because, yes, they went 5-0 in ECL, but they've had a very disappointing stage 2 of the high group, where they lost out to Rush B and Aurora. ECL the season before was a top 14. Thunderpick qualifier out in last place. Bet Boom qual out in last place. Yellow Compass 1 and 2. Last Rest event out in last place. I don't know how they're 70th. I don't know how they're in that position.
Maybe it's just the 5-0 group stage. Like maybe it's just those 5 matches that look proficient from Paravision, the victories on the board that gave them that boost, and one of those cases where it spikes for now, but maybe the ranking is overinflated to where they actually are, which obviously, given it's outside, just barely inside the top 70, is obviously not very encouraging, but maybe that could just be reality for them. Again, this is a team that have lost out in so many opportunities in the tier 2 scene. All those cups are fledgling and failing out for them. So many last place exits.
And there's a lot of teams in the CIS scene that are doing really well recently, and Perivision are not one of them. So you're losing the gap quite frequently to a lot of the other stronger teams. And we know in the past the CIS teams could always be quite competitive one another in derbies and to try and trade games. But for Perivision, I'm sure Jerry looks at this as a long-term project. I suppose it depends on how much does the organization give them. I mean, the organization gave us a very different looking roster at the tail end of last year than what we're seeing now in April.
Well, we're talking about several projects potentially pulling the plug, so whether Paravision will do that is something, a question for the future. Whether they can win here and now is a question for after this break. We are facing some technical issues right now on the Paravision side, so we'll see if we can get them in the server in a few moments' time. So do stay with us, because this match will begin when we return. Welcome back. It's time to get into it. First map of the final series of today. Anubis between Zero Tenacity and Parry Vision. Pistols set in. The Julies on 2 players of the CT side. And the taps of Art Frost will get involved first and foremost for the CIS squad.
And most played map in the pool for Zero Tenacity. 8 wins and 9 losses in the last 3 months for them. They love their Anubis and they like getting it in on best of 3s. Namanha and Chofo out here with the Julies out to Electric. Everybody else is stacked up quite heavily to mids.
Hold their positions. To the utility coming in, get ahead of the game for Chofo. Nicely done for his double up. Namana down to 1 point of health, though. The Gucci is good for the Glocks. He's going to be very little involved in terms of this round here, but to say that, he's still playing outside of the bomb site. His teammates coming in from Electric will get those kills together. Bomb plant bonus is all they can receive as the pistol goes the way of Z10.
Well, now they could actually go for the buy-up. That bomb plant bonus actually didn't look like it was going to happen with all of the casualties that got dropped on the initial contact out from Electric and the swarming of the CTs on the bomb side. I'm surprised the cash injection actually is allowed, but for Parry Vision, they can look to buy it up and put that emphasis back on of a reset.
Yeah, just that cash injection off the back of the pistol. Very early doors so they can afford this rebuy. It's a case of the next sets of gun buys, which we obviously criticised in the last series. Didn't stop Nomega from getting their series victory in the end, so it might not be the case of Parry Vision. 1xBet odds do have them as favourites by a small amount. Ranking definitely help them, and they are definitely banking on the idea that these guys are going to hit their highs here and now. There's a decent high to hit for Belchenok to start things off.
Patsy and Art Frost have been the 2 farmers out on Anubis in the majority of their previous officials. A kicker out towards the camera gets a very easy pick, and Brute Monster is pretty much alone to defend the A bomb site and through mid, so this round could be over and done with already.
Plant should come down. Brute is not caught off. The M4 does find 1 fight back, and to their credit, there are a couple of players on very low HP here for Parry Vision, so if Zero Tenacity go for this, there's a chance they can find those trades very quick. They are taking their sweet time with this, though. This looks to be just the exit setup.
Yeah, they're not keen on this at all. And I definitely believe that Parry Vision have a higher ceiling than Zero Tenacity have. It's just whether that ceiling is going to be, I suppose, presented even to a somewhat extent in this kind of isolated game. Very good force buy, very solid. But how much do they lose out to AVN? I mean, still out here to the backside of Rugs, watching top mid and out to the T steps. Even if they lose a couple of players, the force back could look pretty solid in the next.
We'll have these 3 guns to work with, so...
They drop a couple of MP9s.
Yep. SMGs out from Nana and Joffo. Set up those rifles to do the rest of the damage here. Parry Vision should be aware of that being a factor. Very quickly over and out of that round. Didn't waste much time getting into it. It's a very nice response to the pistol.
Now, Parry Vision, we've seen them actually pick Anubis in a couple of games. Saw it recently in ECL when they went up against Rush B, and they picked out to Anubis, had a good CT side. So even though it's Zero Tenacity's map pick, we do know that the Russians don't mind getting this involved into the map pool. 3 out on A, HE towards the Rugs, actually out towards the T steps, so no one there on the default.
Damage done to Art Frost initially by the HEs. Even stance against the Manus, but nothing lead towards a definitive advantage. Maybe an easier pick against one of those 2 players when the rifles do face them. Be a chance available for the SMGs they can fight onto Art Frost. Both players out here on the A-bomb site. It's Patsy that will face onto them. Count the smokes a little bit late to the party. They can get ahead of the game here, but Flash is not enabling the opening picks. Finally, Patsy gets faced upon by Chofo. Jerry, however, takes 2 back. Belchenok also outside of B main does get overwhelmed by Simki. The 3v2 still favours Parry Vision.
Belchenok's done insanely well there to almost get 2 kills. I mean, Simki is so low HP. He's going to go down for sure. This is an A fake to a B crunch.
Brute may start to detect it here, seeing all this utility, hearing it all coming out, but no one's watching main. Perfect chance to deny the bomb carrier. Focusing on Jerry. Art Frost got to face the fight. The shadow is seen. Damage is done to both players. Brute on 17 points of health, but he lands that headshot as Simki somehow caught Kicker on a 5 HP fight. Zero Tenacity answer back.
And any games that I've seen from Zero Tenacity, anytime I've followed them in the majority of events, it's Brute Monster as the star. He is a cracked individual for this team. Very strong on the AWP, very consistent with impact frags. That game that they had against Bait in the opening of the group, he went 32-9. Had just an insane individual performance.
Paravision now forced to take the basics of the eco, this time with no bomb plant bonus, no opportunities to force the issue. Got some cash that will stack up to a buy in the next. This should allow Zero Tenacity to get to their 3-1 start. The AKs will certainly mow through them. Namana with his triple and Simki there with the close-up, so nice and effective formality round. The kicker does get away with one pick. Nothing major lost there.
Upgrades the XM out towards an M4. Didn't quite recover that extra AK. Zero Tenacity, though, after a bit of a flyer of a start, and kind of looked at that last previous real attempt to thinking, oh, that could have been a 2-2 tie-up of a scoreline, and that could have been a little bit of back-and-forth nature at the start of Anubis. But not to be. AWP not in the hands of Brute just yet, but he'll look to try and get it in the next gun rounds.
Setting for Art Frost here on the Paravision camp. Trying to look in from mid initially, did get forced off by a flashbang. Very nicely placed there by Z10. Got a good handle on how to play this map. Doing well to keep Paravision from initial contact face. You've got Kicker, Jerry, and now Art Frost all grouping up to try and play the mid control.
And Belchnok not driving a huge amount of distraction out there from B with Util, so he's going to regroup up as well. They've got Namana, the in-game leader, down on the other side, spamming through, but no connections just yet.
Kicker just leans. Hoping to lead the charge up to this mid position. Patsy. Some presence over towards water, so if they want to try a split play in, they can certainly do that. All they have to do is take the mid presence. No real challenges in this water or canals control from Z10. They are playing just as passive as Paravision are.
Yeah, no surprising nature that Paravision are going to run the clock. I'm going to expect that in pretty much all maps of this series. I mean, bloody hell, Anubis, Mirage, Overpass, it's going to be very slow. You don't have high-tempo maps like an Ancient involved into the mix. Choffo, Molly deep out towards A main, so has to protect himself by falling back further into the bomb side. Distraction being made from Belchnok out at B, but it is going to be an A lane.
20 seconds on the clock. Couple of good kills will be enough, particularly against that bomb carrier over at main. You see Choffo starting to move forward. Namana is watching over at camera. Choffo wins that first fight. Second one goes back to the favor of the T side. Alongside a follow-up kill from a Kicker. So a 3 versus 3. The plant will go down.
Just about. Kick it, though. Is he ready for the quick reposition out here at Heaven?
Brutes are given no information back. They will start to adjust. The AWP known towards mid. Shot missed out. Artfrost takes some damage. Brute will strike forward and adjust towards Kicker so well. Artfrost known about. Bomb's not planted for him. He's out of there to save. Zero Tenacity, successful retake.
And that's the Paravision side committing in with, what, 15, 14 seconds on the clock. I mean, I just hate it when it gets that slow because it's just painful because the T side are going to really struggle to take space away and get into some good post-planting scenarios. Unfortunately, the AWP misses out. Now, if Artfrost got that kill in mid, it probably is a round victory to go the way of Paravision. It sets up the 8 players on the site nicely. But Brute does well out there from Heaven and transitioning out to the bricks to kind of get those 2 kills almost instantly.
It was similarly slow in the Harvoon matchup to open up the tournament for Paravision. Were able to make it work though. That round lesser so. Those executions come in as slow as they do, it always poses that risk, and it's always the thing I'm so concerned about with Paravision, just that one kill against that one player that holds the bomb. If it was a double there in main, no chance they even get a bomb plant, and therefore this buy would have been looking just as weak, if not weaker. AWP and AK brought up by Patsy, alongside the upgrade pistol to try work their way into the B bomb site. They are outside of main, but they aren't moving yet.
AVN's got a HE. If he gets it down at the right timing, it could do a lot of sponge damage to the players out in main.
Simki, nades open electric. Both players start peeking, seeing nothing. That prompts a little bit of action from Paravision. Counter incendiary instantly cancelled. That was the only smoke they had there as well.
And Amano's bringing that third player out. This is a very good read from Zero Tenacity.
Patsy takes a fight, loses it. HG's at the ready to go out to center and match. Jerry does get that one pick in, but Simki's so good for his double, almost his triple USP's pulled out to deal with the likes of Belchanok. Artfrost at least turns it back to 2 players and can secure a bomb plant. This guy, you highlighted him as being the one man leading the charge for Paravision in the last few months. Will he end up clutching this 1 versus 2? 4K overall available if he can win it. Scopes heard, Choffo swings on it. Not looking the right way and not at the right time. Again, successful retake for Z10.
And here's another thing, Jay. Do you reckon that that Liquid did something to some of their imports? Think about Rainwaker and Patsy getting that move over from the local European and CIS scene, going over to North America. They come back and they're just on teams that just can't perform. They're on teams where they're not striking with the same success that they had previously.
Yeah, that does kind of suck for them individually.
At least Rainwaker's playing well, to be fair to him. And Patsy has definitely struggled a lot on this Paravision team to be able to find consistency.
1 and 5 right now. So just to highlight that point in terms of this map. Maybe there was a reason why he was removed. The bomb plant was secured by Paravision, so they can return to the buy-ups. They can bring in the AWPs and the AKs.
And another thing to consider is how much of the players buy in to this project. Because for Paravision, you've got a lot of scalps in this team that have played at a tier 1 level, that have played at a really high tier 2 level. And with so many losses going their way, it does make you ponder how much belief there is.
When we're already considering the idea that Artfrost might get a call to a tier 1 team, and discussing earlier the the question marks around Belchanok's future still right on the bench right now. It's a point to consider for the other 3 as well. Do they want to stick around with this? Paravision. Need to get wins on the board, need to get good tournament runs, and so far they have made very little progress in getting a win on the board here of Anubis. Zero Tenacity, a single round away from taking the 6th round in this half. Jerry's been tagged, some responsive comes in against Simki. 30 seconds to the clock, they have to form up for the hit.
It seems to be a bit of an A fake into a B lean, and Jerry falls straight away. Well, round's over.
5 on 3, AWP has seen the bomb crossing, doesn't opt to take the shot here. Brute gonna bait them in a little bit closer, 20 seconds. They know they can't afford a wraparound. They haven't got time for that. They have to commit in from camera. Kickert doesn't quite get away with the kill, but he's unable to follow suit. Choffo and Amada get those trades. Choffo keeps it all 5 alive for the CT side, and this was the key concern. This is the reason why I looked at Paravision and said I'm not sure where to go, because they have those high ceilings, but then they also have this.
Yeah, and it's funny, right? We were working another event, Jay, where we did an interview with Grassog once 500 beat Paravision in a best of 3. And I remember the in-game leader of 500 saying, yeah, well, you know, they play really good CS. They're difficult to play. And I'm like, are you watching the same game that I'm watching? I mean, even that one there, they try and commit into what? A bit of a B fake. They come into A. Anytime you're coming camera, late round, into an A bomb side, you need that flash outside A. You need that flash in from the canals to help come in and spot out Heaven, spot out Bricks, close cake, those sort of angles. I mean, right there, we're working with less than 20 seconds on the clock, and there's just no util available. It's legitimately just a dry play into A.
Yeah, I do remember the twitch under your eye when you heard him say that.
I was like, what is this? This can't be right.
Talking about?
Prev is waffling.
If it was me, you would have like exploded on stream. Just
100%,
what are you talking
100%,
about, fam?
Definitely.
Yeah, Paravision, we are seeing the worst of them in this map. They have at least called tacticals to try and adjust against it, but feels a little bit late, honestly. T-side success. Kind of very pivotal to this kind of map, and unfortunately we are just not seeing it from Paravision. They have a very broken investment in this one. Hero Galil on Jerry, not even a Hero AK. Upgrade pistols already tagged low. Belchanok on 7 points of health.
A HE placement, very good from one of the A players. And for Paravision, you're just desperate for anything at this point. To take weapons away, to make the economy uncomfortable. I don't expect that this round's gonna give us too much though.
Advantage taken, no response. Slow to the uptake of Paravision as per usual. Tried a bit of an aggressive fight with the lesser weapons and they don't really find anything for it. Zero tenacity. I mean, they're happy just to sit back and wait for them, honestly. They've been winning each of these in every single one of these fights when it comes to the engagements, when it comes to the execution. Just hold tight, spray, hold mouse one, and then Paravision just die. 30 seconds to the clock. Smoke start to get set in from main. Jerry adjusted towards by Simkey. So now it's a 5v3. Namana gets through the smoke on Patsy. Kicker known about. Now he's dead. Scout of Outfrost gets a tag. A leg shot on Namana to 10 points of health, but not a kill for the Paravision side. All 5 alive again for Z10. And they have the CT half.
And the issue is, because they're so slow to execute to the majority of bomb sites, anytime they've leaned B, there's always been a gamble stack, or maybe not so much a gamble stack, there's been the read. But Namana keeps rotating out towards Temple before they've even committed into main, and it just makes the site so difficult to take. And maybe the conclusion is that Paravision aren't losing these games down to the individuals, they're losing these games down to their own tactics.
I can't disagree, honestly. It feels like such an absurd thing to say, but you might just be right. Like,
it's just a stylistic thing. It is not working with the players that they have.
The players that they have aren't even finding picks to compensate. We aren't seeing that star power potential from the individuals. Finally, a little something from Patsy as he doubles up his kill counts over Electric to a man advantage. Incendiaried off by Namana. And with that, the backstabs close in from Z10. They are making moves with Paravision to try and slow things down through the smoke. Namana gets more damage. Kicker can't get that trade back, though. Patsy close to the corner. Choffo does not get anything out of it. The AWP of Brute expecting further aggressive fights, and he might just get it on Patsy. Indeed, he does, but that's still a man advantage for Paravision. Zero Tenacity are so far away from the bomb site, so this looks to be the second of the T side.
Well, it's easily able to unpack that round and say the only reason they won it is because Patsy gets 2 kills in at Electric. He gets a multi-frag, it doesn't go down. A little bit of a hunt at least makes it more expensive. Brute with the AWP actually might fall.
Belchernot goes with him, though. 15 points of health, kick out on 21. Another exit frag to take. In both those sets of footsteps, Bruce is going to evade them. He's done enough damage here. The economy's still going to be very awkward for Paravision. Vi should be having no issues for Zero Tenacity with so many players maintaining their lives. There's so much cash available for the CT side. Paravision at least do break the 6-round streak that we saw from Zero Tenacity and try and post up some more in terms of the streak, but obviously the concern then is the answer back that Z10 might have.
And just knowing a lot of the previous Anubis performances that we see from Zero Tenacity, they've got a very strong T side. They're very clinical in the second half, so already being 7-2 up, you're probably kind of in a winning position already. So any extra rounds that you can kind of bring to the fold, the 8-4, the 9-3, it would just be an added bonus in this matchup.
A 5 for the good as it stands. 2 to the good, guaranteed at the turn of the half. Zero Tenacity. Playing from behind these mid-smokes. The Molotovs involved towards the main check for Choffo, but doesn't extend so far as a challenge Jerry or Patsy. The nades don't quite do anything right there. A little bit off kilter with them being behind the walls. 60 seconds remain, and they've still got a bit of a setup happening towards mid. It could be an A split.
Here's the read once more. I mean, another one of these scenarios where 3 on A with a re-smoke down. Paravision might actually need to cancel and split B because of this.
They don't have the information, though. There's nothing gained. Z10 haven't made any noise, haven't taken any fights, haven't tried to push the issue. Nades, Incendiary sent to try and block them off. Jerry, first fight. Kicker does come in with the flank eventually, leaving Choffo alone on the back of the bomb site. He does get overwhelmed. Belchernot needs to win an engagement against Avon, but no. 3-on-3 gang with that trade. Plant can be secured. Kicker looking the wrong way, loses his life.
AWP trying to come in very quickly from camera, but gets smoked off. Another player rotating in from Beach. Patsy needs 2.
Doesn't get 1. Artfrost alone, 1-on-3. Bomb is in the open. Backstabs aren't coming out for him. Loads of footsteps being made. Shots to the leg of Brute. Unable to get the kill for it. Zero Tenacity, another successful retake.
It's a very good round there from AVN, a real veteran in the local scene, an honorary Brit, someone that we're very familiar with, Jay. Anytime I kind of reflect on Serbian players and from that scene that have done well in Tier 2, it's him, it's maybe Impulse, it's Yadimki, it's guys that we used to see a lot in the previous years. But in this iteration of the team, in this Zero Tenacity roster, he's the one and only veteran player. He's got a lot of young guys involved.
He might not be top of the board, but the impact felt in that previous round. Art Frost not having much impact at all here. 2 kills deep. The first orb shot gets nothing. Avan checked upon by Belchinok. He still wins that fight scene. The flashbang's coming his way as well. He is isolated. Backup can't reach him. And the other smoke against Kicker. The Incendiary revealing his general trajectory as Kicker wins that secondary engagement. No one left on the B bomb site. Simki just protecting Electric.
That resmoke comes down and Patsy's limited for that split potential. Now, because Brute Monster is still aggressive out here from mid, it can force that rotation from the in-game leader out to Temple and on B. Vision have got 3 outside of main, and Patsy's actually going to regroup, but it seems like it should just be a B exec.
2 smokes, 1 flash, 1 molly. Can cover off both of the key crosses in the back of the B site, but the
full
concern
info
is
play
all...
mids. They've already got Chofo as that rotation.
Being watched by Art Frost, though, does lose his life, but is that going to matter? Namana's going to get flashed forward. He's going to go aggressive in this one. See them all. Vision, are they going to continue to commit? I think they might just do. Time is very short.
Oh, this looks really promising. Even an Incendiary to waste time. Vision need to commit. They can't double back here.
They had to make the move as soon as they were spotted, as soon as that swing came in from main, but Zero Tenacity now hearing the utility. We're starting to consider the idea of pushing up towards the canals and going in with the backstab. Instead, it's all about the execution towards B. Patsy gets another kill. Chofo down. Namana caught towards the corner. Jerry and Kicker seeing Simki out. They're going to hold their nerve. 1 kill found, 2 lined up. Only damage being gained as Vision eventually get their 3rd.
And, I mean, once more, you can't tell me that this playstyle is going to be consistent enough to win best of 3 series. Right there for Zero Tenacity. That's such an easy read. Now, unfortunately for them, they get unsuccessful with the duels. They have the right read. Art Frost, yes, he's watching top mid, but there's 3 on B. They just can't quite find those isolated picks out there through main. Zero Tenacity even going with the double orb setup. This is quite rare. Don't see this frequently.
I mean, I reckon in that last round, the only reason why Vision won that was because Art Frost was watching mid. That info, the backstab could have closed out so much if they were setting up for the execution. If it was a little bit later, maybe that would have been the case. And instead, Vision with their 3rd round on the board. Zero Tenacity. See the shots ringing out of Art Frost. His Orb trying to engage against Simki. He's got teammates right behind him over Electric. It's just prods for the opening kills. Counter util will be there to drive them away.
Now, he's done very well towards Electric. Always been on for damage. 3 on B as that rotation comes through from the other Orb, and Belchinok falls.
10th kill for Namana in this map. Advantage, Zero Tenacity, Vision respond with silence.
2 players aggressive towards main. Brute Monster can scope it after that flash. Good shot against Patsy.
Didn't see that coming. Mana rotating out towards Temple as well to try and deal with Kicker. Knows that he's out there at camera. His teammates might have to focus fire on it because Choffer's going to get overwhelmed and Brute does not connect another kill. 3 on 3 from the 5 on 3 advantage. Retake is once again on.
Now, this is not going to be an easy retake. 1 in through main's being watched by 2.
Jerry flick down on Avan. Headshot gained, and Art Frost has his own Orb against the Mada. Bit of positivity for Vision, it seems, at the very end of this half to go 8-4 down. Zero Tenacity. 2 Orb crossfire. They both missed their shots. Art Frost eventually does connect that kill. And great recovery, of course, off the back of the openings that Zero Tenacity had gained. So 4 to the good still on the CT side, though. I don't know, and I'm certainly don't think that was a good enough T side.
No, it wasn't at all. And even a lot of the rounds that Vision win and kind of got success of in the first half, they probably shouldn't have won it. I mean, even this one is a 5v3. Jerry gets a very good timing to bait the AWP and to open up the bomb site. But it's been down to individuals multi-fragging where pretty much all of the rounds have come for Vision.
And as you mentioned, that playstyle is not going to be consistent enough to win yourself a series. Has been enough to at least even up the odds. Of course, Paravision had favoritism. Now it's slightly underdogs. Zero Tenacity go onto the T side of Anubis. Their chance to take a starting pistol, one that could well send us to a one-sided early map in this best of 3. Much quicker on the pacing than previous Paravision rounds here. USPs hold the nerve of Kicker, finding Alvin first and foremost. Patsy's going to get overwhelmed. Amana trying to win this fight back over at Heaven, but he's unable to do so. He's sent to Heaven, but not the right kind. Advantage Paravision on the retake.
Chofo's trying to cut one of these rotations out from at least the canals through Electric, but no one's coming. He needs to get out to the bomb site and get out quick.
Dog, 2 kills from Brute. I thought the Julies might have choked it. Instead, Jerry's now challenging Chofo. They're aware there's one player on the bomb site. Brute's finally going to get overwhelmed, and the firing squad sets themselves up for the last man. They get towards that defuse. Art Frost now just engaging, stalling. They're going to hold the 10 seconds to it, and Art Frost gets his double up in the end. Paravision do take themselves the pistol round.
A good effort in the tail end of that round to try and recover it. Brute Monster getting 2 very clinical kills out there in Heaven. But not to be. Zero Tenacity can still force buy. Look to try and get the upgrades, the Galils out, and put the double eco status involved.
I want to see those shots from Brute again. Those were sick. I thought the Julies choked it, but man, that adjustment and getting tick up was so quick. It's unlucky it doesn't work out for Zero Tenacity, but they got their bomb plant in. They will be up for a buy here.
It's surprising the lack of deaths as well that guys like Brute Monster and Simki have had, considering how involved they've been in fights. A lot of times in the first half, they got opening picks and just couldn't get traded. Art Frost getting onto the big green straight away.
And Simki, blind spray on Jerry, kicks things off. Low deaths, high frags, 15-5, top of the board in the server. With teammates that aren't as far behind him as well. Positives all around for Z10.
It seems to be a B exec with perhaps a little bit of a late lurk or distraction from Namana, who's actually forcing a rotation for the AWP, so there's actually not that much of a defense down on B now.
Nades against Belchnok, trying to pull his attention away from the main presence. He will be heard though. Brute gets a kill on Art Frost. Chopo can move in with a sandwich play, and Brute just quickly takes the head off a Kicker. Anything that was in that round for him has been negated. Even at the 2 versus 4, there was very little chance for Paravision. Only an MP9 will remain for Patsy.
And maybe the reason why we're not seeing results straight away from Paravision, they're still trying to find their identity, is that they didn't do similar to what Amcal did and pick up a core. They didn't pick up a core from One Win, they didn't pick up a core from Nemega, they didn't pick up 3 players from another organization and rebuild a roster. This was legitimately just putting pieces together. I mean, the very first iteration of Paravision had Jerry, Exy Power, Rajan, Belchnok, and X5. Very different to the roster that we're looking at today. And Patsy, Art Frost, and Kicker only joined, I think, about January time, so they've been a part of the team for just over 3 months, which isn't a long span of time in the grand scale of things. Zero Tenacity, though, perfect force buy.
Something you mentioned about international rosters is that the early doors often do look very awkward for them. And TSM is a prime example, and that was a similar story to who Paravision are. They weren't a core. They had to swap and change pieces. They had to sort of build into themselves, and then maybe that has to be the case with Paravision in the near future. Because they are on a serious back foot now against Zero Tenacity, losing the follow-up of the pistol, the buy-up conversion Zero Tenacity have just gained. A responsive buyback from Paravision has no real legs about it. The SMG that was saved, another one to follow it up. The upgrade pistols across 3 players, 5.7s and an Eagle. Compared to the full set of rifles, including an AWP on Zero Tenacity.
Zero Tenacity, no, win this round, win the map. MP9's being forced forward. Namana gets out of trouble. As soon as that flash comes, he just instantly strafes to the left-hand side.
Nade's back on Patsy as well, knows that he must be close. Flashbangs even against the CT forces. They do peek ahead of it though, so it doesn't make too much of a difference, and they're going to try and rush this M4 down. Namana almost has himself a double. The AWP will swing forward, make sure they do not progress up from mid. They don't grab this rifle. Paravision happy to back away.
Belchnok struggling individually to put frags up. Jerry's been seen, so he's pretty much a goner.
Trying to get Simki on the way out, though. The damage done by Avon allows that HE from his teammate to get involved with the kill counts. Advantage now for Zero Tenacity. That Molotov surely gets Art Frost here. Burning, burning, dead. Same thing for Kicker. Belchanok has grabbed that M4, but 1-on-4.
And honestly, this might be a really good draw of opponents for Zero Tenacity because they're a team that tactically are going to be on really good protocols, right? They're going to know what timings can be exploited, how they can play off each other, just because the team's been together so long against another team where stylistically they look really poor. Stylistically, they look quite lost at times. So just being able to run the fundamentals right could be enough to close this series out in 2. I mean, I have not been impressed by anything that I've seen from Perivision on this first map, so I don't know how much faith I actually have on Mirage now.
Yeah, I could see this being a 2-0 now.
Just feel like I constantly get, I don't know, underwhelmed by this team. Like, I'm constantly looking for more.
I mean, it's very difficult to be overwhelmed by a 5-10, like... Paravision have got so few positives. Maybe a kill against the Mana could be one of them, but he charges up mid, gets the kill from Jerry beyond the smoke, sees Patsy. Got CTs that also might converge against him, but he's made his triple, quadra, running out of bullets for the 4th kill. Eventually does get overwhelmed. But Chofo's there to ensure that AK does not fall into CT hands, and at least Paravision have the wherewithal to understand there's probably presence out there in at Canals. They haven't checked it, they haven't cleared it. It means that they won't have an AK to play with in this post-round or in the next one in the save-up. In the meantime, Zero Tenacity have just gained round number 11 to their board. They've got 2 more to go to close out Anubis one-sided.
And I've got a lot of respect as well for the Zero Tenacity organization and the roster to keep it running for this long without a player change. We know that being consistent in Tier 2 is incredibly difficult. We know that there's a lot of teams that pump money into organizations and they can get high-end 25, 30 on HLTV, but then peter out after 3 to 6 months, that they can go on really deep runs and then be very inconsistent. So to have this belief in the project for so long is developing the local scene, is trying to play out the long form for as long as possible. I mean, to be fair, even Zero Tenacity didn't play on HLTV all that frequently last year. They were kind of playing in the lower end Tier 2 cups. So now they're getting stronger invites. They're getting more, I suppose, repertoire against higher end teams in Tier 2.
And Paravision taking damage early on in this round. The extension towards B main has allowed the kill to come in against Avon. The damage done towards the AWP as well, at 23 points of health, so a bit more positivity out of the aggressive force of the CT side. But only that starting kill, no trades and no follow-ups.
And that was actually some good util there from Paravision. Smoke down and flash over and just look to try and pressurize early on. The HP bars are very low from Brute Monster. There is a warp contact coming through from A main. And if there's an extension any further, they'll actually catch a very good timing. The issue is they don't want to go too far forward because the bomb is still tailing behind. You've got one player of Namana out in mid. Brute Monster's coming with the AWP. Simki, if there is a crossover, has to get that initial entry.
$40 seconds. Now Zero Tenacity playing it as slow as Paravision have done. M4 takes the swing. Chofo has forced out the advantage, and he's still got the mid lurk from the Mana, who almost gets Jerry down at 8 points of health for him. The AWP and Brute will be there to hold off against the backstab. All 3 players will be coming in there for the retake.
Do they want to go for it? 2 players low HP here for Paravision. This is a risk.
But it is also map point available for Z10. And yeah, they do back away for it. Back out from Ruggs. 1 player holding out the main entrance in case they want to hold position and get an exit.
How crazy is that, though? Because Namana should have got at least 1 free kill, probably 2. He gets neither, and yet it's still a save. It's still the call of not attempting to go in for the retake.
Paravision gonna try the impossible return. The 7 in a row that we required to get to overtime. It's 7 map points with Zero Tenacity on Anubis. Their map pick overall has gone very swimmingly.
Chofo, sick double entry. Really good work. Zero Tenacity, they've looked good, man. Like, they've put on a really good showing on their map pick of Anubis. I know at times they're a team that recently has had some uncomfortable performances on this map, but the way that they've played against Perivision, they deserve everything to go 12-5 up because they've played well.
One more to push it past the finish line.
And one more chance for someone to get double digits on kills as well for Perivision.
Kicker needs 1 kill to get there. Jerry 2, Patsy 3. Belchernot needs the full-blown ace. Slow to the uptick, as has been the case for the entire map so far. Minute on the clock, Zero Tenacity have at least taken a fair amount of presence in mid. They've only got Belchernot trying to see if they can take it right back out of the smoke, and it's a good fight on to 2. There you go, starting advantage.
He's actually done insanely well. That is not easy to find too. Patsy trying to play anti-flash. 2 players in through the smoke. They go in dry. There's no flash. Kicker gets traded 1 for 1.
A site's open. Bombs not with Simkey, though. It's back up a Brew. AWP of Artfrost making his way in from camera, though. He could still cut this bomb off at the heels. Brutes baiting it. Smoke down can come through towards camera. The second shot misses out. The HGs come in just as quickly as the counter Molotov will block them ahead of the smoke itself. Jerry's going to get damaged up. Flashbang turned away from man has been seen. AWP shots on for Jerry. Artfrost burns as well. Known to Simkey. There's your shot. There's your 13-5 dominant from Zero Tenacity to open up the best of 3. And for Paravision, well, we said they had high ceilings and low basements. We saw the lowest of the low, I think, in that first map.
Yeah, that was awful. That was a shocking performance from Perivision. It just wasn't even close. I mean, I was even looking at the majority of T rounds that they gained and think they probably shouldn't even be winning them. Those are rounds that the advantage was the other direction. This is a very, very underwhelming Perivision team, and there's massive concerns, obviously, even moving forward into map 2, not even just this isolated best of 3, but just the overall project as a whole.
I mean, it's like you say, right? The play style they're playing where individuals are winning the rounds is not going to be enough to win you a best of 3, and that's going to get even more so the case when it comes to developing throughout the tournament's run. If they make it to playoffs, I almost guarantee they won't win a series, and that's assuming they even win this series here and now because they are down by a map. Mirage is coming up next. It is the Paravision map pick, admittedly, but you are right in assessing this because we could see that again in map 2.
And realistically, all we've seen from Perivision is that 5-0 in ECL. Other than that, they have not given us one impressive performance, one impressive deeper run, upsetting teams, getting good wins. So after seeing what I've seen here, it's another performance where I don't know what we can be pleased about. I'm not sure what positives we can lie. They really need to try and turn it around. At least Mirage is a little bit of a home turf map. At least it's their go-to in best of 3s.
And it'll have to be a win if they want to stay alive here in this winners match. We're going to head towards a break and see whether or not Paravision can get themselves together when we return.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Not a lot to smile about for Parry Vision. Unfortunately, not doing all that great on the first map. The only silver lining is that it's not its map pick, but that is quite literally it. 13-5 to the favor of Zero Tenacity. Things looked so lights out. They never really gave their opponents any real leg room to work with the maybe the small exception of the tail end of the first half at that. And I look at the second map of Mirage, Dwayne. I said before the series started, if there's one map I could see getting upset, it probably would be this one because they do have a good track record on Parry Vision. And now with what we've seen here, we need to see Paravision hit those ceilings and then some if we want to see them hold on to a third in this series. Like it really is that dire.
The issue is, right, is when you've got this play style of a very slow and down to the wire T side, you need your individuals to be able to create space. You need the individuals to be able to open opportunities. And unfortunately, the individuals just weren't there. I mean, anytime you have, a game going nearly 20 rounds, 13-5, and you've got one individual reaching double digits, the fraggers just weren't there. And that is actually a very big concern for Mirage, especially starting on the T side.
Yeah, and that's sort of like, again, where that whole consistency aspect comes in, because like I said at the start of the series, we could see Paravision just hit heads and call it a night, or sometimes we could just see them absolutely fall flat on their face and just never really get involved in the series. We saw that more so on Anubis, and I'm hoping that maybe that top fragger can start to get a bit more involved, whether the other guys can get a bit more involved. Obviously, you want to see a lot more out of Artfrost and Belchanok as the two guys that you rely on the most in this team to be able to deliver those star power performances. I know Kicker obviously was the man that top fragged in that last map up. I don't think that really says that much. So like, yeah, a lot of things need to be improved upon, because you are right, the style just doesn't really fit to their consistency and their on-the-day performance today for Paravision. And like I said before we ended off the last map up as well, I can see this being a 2-0 now, and quite a dominant one if the trends do continue.
And to be honest, Zero Tenacity are an okay Mirage team. I wouldn't say they're a strong Mirage team. They beat alternate attacks on a few hours ago, and it went all the way to overtime, so they can at least hold their weight. And when you're going up against an opponent that is struggling, when you're going up against an opponent that's even finding themselves lost in some of the mid rounds, they'll have to look at this one and say, yeah, let's close this in two. This is a really good opportunity for us to go back-to-back best of threes 2-0, where we're making quite a statement moving into the playoffs.
Well, look, in my opinion, holding your weight would be enough against Paravision when they're playing at their lowest level. And we saw that in this series so far. So I think that it's on. I think it's going to be 2-0. I reckon now that this is where it all just sort of falls apart from the Paravision side. But they have to use those opportunities. They really need to establish that that presence, that advantage that they always take, or they can take. So here we go. Second map of the best of three, Zero Tenacity on the CT side start, and Paravision take to the pistols.
Zero Tenacity gave us a lot to be happy with some of their individuals out there in map number one. When we look at Mirage, it's typically Brute Monster, but Namanha, actually the in-game leader that puts up a lot of impact on this map in the poll.
Well, Brute was plus 14 in that last map up, so certainly to track. 17-3 in terms of his kill counts. He's the guy that's going to take first contact against the Apartments players of Paravision. Is Artfrost the first man down in mid there? Namana hasn't seen Jerry. He will do soon enough. He doesn't actually extend that far out, so maybe there's an insertion point to a rotation here.
And this is actually a pretty good walk forward here from Jerry, because he should get a free kill here onto the in-game leader, but he might actually have Trigger Discipline to start backstabbing into Market instead.
Oh, yes, he does. That's wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful calling from Paravision. How many did he see? Simkey, back turned, anti-flash position, Avan. Util in his hand. Oh, he has no idea. Adjustment can be so quick, they have no idea. Avan with a responsive, but Brute's going to get overwhelmed. 3 versus 3, making it 2 as Patsy finds his contact advantage. Sits with the T side in terms of the man advantage, but the HP is extremely low. Doesn't matter when the mana's going down to the firing squad. Chofo can take one, but only one. Paravision with a pistol win.
And that round was pretty wild, wasn't it? I mean, even for Jerry, I suppose because they're so close in the apartments, he only really needs one there. Yes, obviously it would be a lot nicer to have the trigger discipline to allow 2 kills, but they just swarm into the bomb site so damn quickly. Avan's in a position where he can't really initiate much on that crossfire, even out towards Van. That's a great couple of bullets to just spam up there from Patsy.
Advantage parry. Now look to try and push that in the first couple of rounds of this map up. The odds at 1xBet do still favour Zero Tenacity, and rightfully so. Upper map in this series, and still plenty of time for them to change their fortunes against the Paravision side, who have just won their second kill. 5 on 3. Easy enough with these rifles.
And realistically, I'm kind of looking at the T-side bias of what happened on map 1 and what Mirage has looked like at some points for Paravision, and I'm thinking to myself, 4 or 5 T rounds could just be enough to be able to close it. So already being 1-0 up against the anti-force buy, they've done well to start. Kickett's being forced out in the open, but no one swings on that contact.
Goffo protect his teammate of Avan. Deagle shot back to the back of the head, aware of both players. Bomb has to commit in from ramp though. If it goes for a rotate, it's going to go all the way back around, and Arthros there to get the kills anyway. Shot onto the first player, Deagle of Avan. In amongst the smoke, just gets sprayed down, but I'm at 10 in the end. So Paravision will keep most of their players in check. Zero Tenacity forced into that round as well, so there won't be a follow-up buy for number 3. Straight eco.
And Mirage has now been picked for the 7th time in best of 3 history across the last 3 months of Paravision. It's their go-to map of the pool. You've kind of got Mirage and Ancient as being the 2 that they lean on the most. With the insta-ban of Ancient coming in for Zero Tenacity, you have to lean towards Mirage. 4 wins and 3 losses in the last 3 months on this map for Zero Tenacity. 5 wins and 3 losses for Paravision.
Mac 10 spray down for Jerry. Could get involved in this. Indeed, all the main weapons stay in for Paravision. 7 HP on Patsy, so we've got a little bit dicey there. Still, the start favours the T-side squad. Zero Tenacity bringing home those guns. First rifle round of the game.
It's already been slightly quicker with the pacing for Paravision in comparison to what we normally expect from them on Mirage. So I am at least watching out for those pace changes, for it to not always be the super slow defaults that normally come in. Brute Monster, aggressive out from mid, looking for an opening challenge.
No utility set down. Mana. Part of the A-side defensive. Fast up mid again for Jerry, this time making a fair amount of noise towards it, and with backup CT smokes, or T-smokes rather. Shots on do connect Brute onto Kicker. HE's come back to try and force that player away from Con. They know that he's out there somewhere. Not yet to act.
Start that rotation out towards the B side from Market and Mana. Oh, the timing as they pass one another in Con and Stairs.
Might not even having a clue about this. He does now. He adjustables the casualty. Patsy responding back in kind. He's low HP, and Avan in at short can try and deal with him. 4 on 3 for the time being. The AWP continues to hold its nerve, and the player over at Dark is undetected. Patsy has been allowed to get to the other side of Con now. He takes more damage, 1 point of health. He shouldn't last much longer. Meanwhile, a player walking out of Palace. Belchanok can strike onto 1 and 2. Simki comes back to a 2 versus 2, and you still got Patsy so low. Avan so close to catching the one shot that he needs. They do have access to the bomb site. Smoke some Molotovs in the way, but Simki pressing ahead of the name anyway. They'll try look for the bomb plant here. 30 seconds.
And they've got to try and peek on each other's contact. They might know that he's in this smoke. Swing out from the left-hand side. He's made noise.
Gets the wrong player as well. Artfrost casualty against Patsy, prodding at the Bears. Eventually will get caught by Avan on the wallbang. Not much HP in it, so not to be a decent clutch attempt from the man. So, starting round for Z10.
That's a very good effort there from Belchanok. He's actually worked a great timing on that walkout from Palace where the AWP is scoped deep out to ramp, that the player towards underbout just gets caught immediately. So for a moment, it felt as if Belchanok may have been able to recover that.
That looks so comical from that angle there. Namano and Jerry trading places. Yeah, Belchanok, a lot of praise to give towards him. We gave him praise during a stand-in stint over on Aurora. questioning whether or not he was going to go ahead and join that organization and that team on a permanent basis. Didn't end up happening. Future still in question here on Paravision. Tactical timeout taken by Zero Tenacity as they question their immediate future in this matchup. They have lost a number of opportunities here in the opening portions of the game. The bomb plant bonus will enable the buy-up, and still a semi-okay economy line for Paravision, but this will be Zero Tenacity's key chance to really get started in this match.
And Namanha, one of these in-game leaders where I felt for the majority of last year was actually quite a low fragging in-game leader. Kind of had more, I suppose, impact from some of his riflers, your Oven, your Brute Monster, and your Chofo. But over sort of January, February, and transitioning more so into this year, he's actually upped his game quite a lot and is now more involved in some of those star positions. I mean, an in-game leader taking Con on the CT side of Mirage, you don't see that frequently.
He's supported by an AWP and a couple players on short, in fact. I thought it was just going to be the one M4, but now Simki even joined the likes of Adam. Utility sent down on Jerry, forced to use that smoke, so they're aware that he's out there in mid. Can they get the challenge against him, though? The HE certainly will dish out the damage, 24 points of health. There was a chance the Paravision could strike on that B bomb site. It was an open site for the time being, but they do rotate back to standard setups. They're just happy with the damage.
It's a shame they don't have another HE there, because there's legitimately 4 players all looking to fight towards mid. One more HE and he was a goner. Patsy did not spot Avon out there in short. Chofo repositioning to go aggressive Palace with his teammate.
AK spray gets the first. Chofo with a responsive, switching back to that M4, opting not to go with the AK. Only flashes available for the CT side. He's going to have to stand and fight, and Orn is lonesome. They hard stack the B bomb site, so with that casualty, he's going to have to hold some decent trades. 1 kill back onto Jerry. 2nd kill would be lovely against Kicker, and just sees him ahead of the HE. The AWP lands of Artfrost, but it's still a 3-on-2 for Zero Tenacity, and the AWP is low on the T side.
Chofo's done incredibly well to reposition backwards to not really give that much of a fight over towards ramp. AWP gets baited, but they've still got a crossfire with Simki.
Oh, Brute repeats it. Artfrost going down, and Simki not even accounted for. Patsy domed out of the round. Wonderful follow-up from Zero Tenacity. Paravision. Lopsided economy state.
Chofo started his career out on 4 Glory Academy, a team that at one point was pretty consistent in Tier 2, at least in the local scene. Artfrost would have just felt as if, how could we not trade him earlier? How was he able to get an entirety of basically all of our A-Crunch, the first one at Palace, and then 2 more kills towards the ramp individuals?
Hero rifle for Paravision here. Belchanok faced upon first and foremost. Mana's already taken him down, looking for his backup, making sure that AK does not fall back into T-side hands. Kicker coming in from underpass, eventually does find his contact, but the trades are so good from the rest of the rifles. 4-on-2 hell for the mid-fights.
Patsy and Kicker in a position where, unfortunately, there isn't much to work with now. Patsy's even been seen from under window. They can try and get back out towards that rifle, but I'll be surprised if they can get another kill together.
Kicker will have to be the one to get that kill if they do so. Patsy, block, no armor. Fought upon by Avon. Kicker, it's going to go falling. Brute eventually connects his triple together. And Paravision get very little after that hero setup. They have the money to go in for the guns in the next round. 3 apiece. The pistol conversion start has been equalized by the rifle basis.
And there's actually a lot of similarities with the European team of Gorillas with what we're seeing here from Paravision. In the idea, there's a lot of Tier 1 ex-pros. There's a lot of guys that are still well established in the scene trying to come together. And their perma-pick is always Mirage. Now, from my perspective, as a new team, when your go-to pick is Mirage, that's where I'm not that consistent in believing in the team, right? That you're not going into another map in the pool, that you're kind of going middle of the pack of what other teams are quite comfortable on. I think playing Mirage in a lot of these Tier 2 cups can phase a lot of inconsistencies, and we've probably seen that quite frequently with the results that have been posted on this map.
And another point to that same sort of line of thinking, how's it going for Gorillas, mate?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, literally so. I mean, this is a project where we've seen a lot of changes with rosters, with a lot of teammates coming in and out. But just the similarities are so similar with at least the caliber of players that they have on the team.
If the end result is these awkward stances and these best of threes, then perhaps it's going to be similar ways to how that project had ended. 5 on 3 already. Look at a CT charge forward, almost catching the bomb carrier. Brute's a little bit pressured by the player on the center of the bomb site, but Amana's got his back up. Swing in from the big green, does lose its life as they get a little bit too aggressive on Z10. The 3 on 2 still remains to their favor.
Now, Artfrost is waiting for another duel to present out there from stairs. Teammate from Kick It coming underpass is going to just slow the round down. It's going to waste a lot of time off of the clock. And Zero Tenacity are quite happy to just keep 2 towards A and leave Simki as a passive B defender right now.
Mana's watching. Artfrost starting to make his moves up as Kicker is fought upon. The dry face works well for the captain of the CT side. And Artfrost now needs a full-blown ace to hold on to this round. Avan's not going to get checked upon. No Molotov for Artfrost to use either, so he can't just force that player out into a fight. Mana. Oh, timing could be so perfect. Knife out, caught jumping, 3 kills to the captain. And Z10 have a lead.
And realistically, if we want to talk about the goals and the expectations for Perivision of being a high-end Tier 2 team, there's no denying that they should never, ever, ever be losing to teams like Zero Tenacity. And that's not to take anything away from them. It's just that a lot of the tournaments that they're playing in, they're getting eliminated. They're getting knocked out by teams that aren't even high-end Tier 2 competition. We've spoken about Group B as basically every team that's here won't be able to do much in the playoffs. They might be able to scrape one upset if it's a good performance on the day, but getting into sort of at least a consistent semi-final, grand final position here in the rest circuit is unrealistic for all 4 teams in this group.
Like you said earlier, it might just be a waste of time to talk about the LAN at this stage for these squads. Certainly for Paravision, down by a map, now down on this one. Buy-ups will still be contested. Max loss bonus is in effect, but not enough to go for the full-blown investments. Upgrade pistols. Quite heavy-handed in some regards, though. Jerry's down to 1,100. Belchenok down to 900. Kicker, similar story at 1,100. Artfrost at least keeping his 3 grand together so he can afford the AWP. Again, much more heavy investment than comparison to the typical half-buy.
Yeah, they've missed that quick boost out to the apartments a couple of times now for Zero Tenacity, which means that they can't get up onto the balcony quickly and they'll just cancel straight away. Very heavy into the apartments. Belchenok going quite heavy, not with the AK like he had previously, but with the Deeg. A guy that wants to try and get maximum potential when you start upgrading the economy floats as heavy as he has.
Scout seen Simki, just going to keep up Frost at bay. Choffo. Towards base, so many fine. Line up, knocked down, doesn't quite get the bomb carrier. But Brute ready to receive the rest of them. Flashbang as well. He's keeping turned away from. Backup is also on the way as Jerry finds a quick kill in with his Tech 9. Belchenok seen from range. They might secure a bomb plant out of this.
Now, Avan coming quickly out from CT, and Simki and the in-game leader can kind of work out here towards Connector.
Oh, cash bonus is available. Jerry now has an AWP to play with. Kick out with an M4, but fought from range. Avan's going to win both of those fights with an amount of support. And Belchenok, nothing he can do.
No, best that he can hope for is to try and look to keep damaging up through main, but there's going to be nothing to be able to win this round.
Look for those rifles. AWP.
Safety or? No.
Nope. That would have been a sensible call, Dwight, but not to be from Paravision. 5-3, 5 in a row, Zero Tenacity. 1 away from evening up the half, and if they win this round, they should well go further than that.
And something that should be added as well is there are not many ex-Tier 1 players that have come back down to Tier 2 that have bounced back straight away, that have at least come into a very competitive fold. Now, not all of these guys, I would say, is ex-Tier 1, but Patsy, I certainly would. Artfrost, I would say, for a time, and Kick It without a doubt.
Well, with the way this team's going, it feels like possibly not going to be bouncing back anytime soon for Paravision. Especially not on this team itself. Trying to find those results, trying to find those kills. It's Brute Monster with a very good shot to tag up Jerry. The HE doesn't actually do as much as it looked like it was going to. CT side. Pushed away by the general jump faces. I mean, it's a good way of working into mid control, but without the opening pick, it still could all fall apart, and they drop the dive. Jerry, low HP as well, boosted up to Avon's position. Quick kill, counter smoke, Patsy trying to spray through, doing a ton of damage, but Avon is still alive here.
And they're doing well here, Zero Tenacity, with these opening picks. Resmoke down towards Palace just when it looked like Belchnok may have tried to walk in on a contact. Regrouping up from ramp with the bomb, 2 on A, and a third player that can rotate in from window. Patsy might need to be a huge helping hand and connector to making this round possible.
40 seconds. 3 players on the A side defense. Molotovs start getting sent towards Dark. Samana might just get pushed out into the open. Counter incendiaries will try to block off any aggression of the T side. They continue to fight though. Chofo gets backed up with that kill. Patsy does strike to a 3 versus 3. The AWP revealed now to the CT side. Bomb is on his back. 20 seconds. Patsy continuing to move up. Adjusted upon by Avon. Swings forward. Chofo deals with Belchanok. Artfrost gets him to return. USP pulled out. Avon is such low HP, and Patsy will get him in the end. Now all left to Brute. 7 seconds. Bombs in the open. 1 versus 1. Patsy doesn't have time for this. Caught on the jump face. The trades are good. Zero Tenacity continue to keep the streak.
Yeah, I'm just so done with this pacing. Like once more, it's another round where you're just running the clock, and it just doesn't feel like the players are making anything happen. Doesn't feel like we're getting impact fraggers that are going to win rounds by themselves. Like, they're getting in, but they're not taking space. And that's the issue with running down the clock so far. As we know on Mirage, as soon as you get the bomb down, you want to be either taking jungle or you want to be taking CT. You want to try and fight the rotations. You want to make it uncomfortable for the repositions. For Zero Tenacity, I always get the vibe that they can just reposition, no worries. That they can get out towards CT. They can move into the bomb side because there is just no contact. Because they've got so much freedom of the time and space.
Another tactical was called in by Paravision to try and find their answer to the end of the streak. Individuals are fighting and fragging, and certainly are doing more so than they were at this point in the last map, but Zero Tenacity are still coming out on top of these rounds, and 9-3 is not impossible. 9 in a row is not impossible. Paravision. In the start that they had gained, you would hope for a lot more out of this T side, but can they get any more? Not the kicker. He's tagged up early, has been seen. Incendiary bounces right back towards Simki's direction, and now Paravision are forced into the fight. M4 struggles to engage, but Simki gets those 2. Perfect headshot on kicker, especially. Alvin has not been seen. Belchanok gets dealt with as a result. Jerry has no idea of the danger he's in, and despite the mistakes made by Zero Tenacity, all 5 are alive to claim the half.
Simki's definitely redeemed himself. Now, that's just an awkward timing. You're moving away. You're trying to get the molly to bounce back into the balcony. It's a mistake, okay? It happens. But anytime that does happen, especially against a B pop or an aggro B maneuver after that, you need to deliver. He gets out there towards bench and just instantly gets 2 kills. So that's a really good B hold from him.
Paravision. Orps posted for Artfrost, trying to get these guns back for round number 11 and get some success on the board. Because it has been nothing since the pistol win conversions came forward, and Zero Tenacity just continue to push further and further up the line. Passive from both sides. Paravision. Quiet as ever.
Now, this time around, Zero Tenacity haven't had much of a contact in the early game. Avon jiggling ever so slightly. Brute actually does get legged. Or at least spammed up, I should say. So a lot of damage goes his direction, down to 23.
Incendiary's up. Patsy watches. Avan catches the kill against the man. Advantage taken for the CT side once again, and the man is hungry for even more. Did not quite spot Jerry. I don't think that matters, though.
Yeah, if there's any walk on a contact out here from the apartments, Brute Monster's got an easy pick against Kickit. 35 seconds on the clock. It's going to be yet again another slow round here from Paravision.
30 seconds on the clock. Chofo not needing to engage. The mana goes down towards Belchanok. Kill against the bomb carrier would be enough. How much they're going to gain? Belchanok assumed he's safe. Pull utility out. Jerry does indeed engage. Now Avan up to task as Kicker strikes out of connector though. That might force more distractions. 10 seconds. Got to get Jerry. Got to get Jerry. He moves in close. Could still be denied. Avan slow walks it. Gets his pick. No, Art Frost saves the round. Brute Monster 1 versus 3, caught by the big green gun of the T side. Art Frost leads the fragging charge and ends the streak of Z10.
Now, I've got a little bit of a theory, Jay. That maybe Paravision are just a dead team walking. That maybe Art Frost has already gone to Cloud9, but it's not been official. That they haven't got the contract in the public eye. And Belchanok is just helping them out, standing in, and they're going to pick up a new 4th and 5th player. Is that maybe a reason of what we're seeing from them on the server, is that they're playing out the officials because they're being invited to these tournaments, but they are just a dead team?
I mean, it's certainly an idea.
I mean, even that round, literally one good connection against the bomb plant and the round's just over. That was so close to being an 8-3, probably 9-3 half right there.
In the end, it wasn't to be, though. Kept together by the man of the conspiracy theory. Art Frost bailed out Paravision. The mana nade sent towards Jerry's position, doing tag damage. Avan took a lot more of it, though. AWP, a Brute Monster. Waiting for Pat C, sees him, doesn't connect the flick.
Now, Reese-Mode down there to bottom con. Would like another chance at him. HE placement comes in close, but not enough. Chofo, bit of an off angle from A-Main.
M4 swings, Belchanok spotted, Avan leans in for it. Chofo and Namana combine to get the advantage back for Zero Tenacity. Light P also negated. Namana starts moving in from connector. Patsy unknown about yet. Namana could get caught off by Jerry. Indeed he does. 3 versus 3. Brute took his time for that shot, but it comes together in the end. 40 seconds. Again, Paravision playing from the deficit. The Orpa once again is in play. Now is the only thing in play. A 1-on-3 for Art Frost as Jerry drops outside of stairs. Molotov on Joffo at least keeps him aggressive. The AWP tries to win a fight for it, but only the tag shot, not the kill, not the clutch. And 8-4 does indeed turn the way of Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, that is just an embarrassment. That is a shock and half from Paravision. And for Zero Tenacity, I mean, you've got to beat the team that's in front of you. And for their sake, to go 2-0 against Bait in a seriously one-sided fashion, and then to see the way that they're being so active on CT side. They're constantly looking for jewels, even for the in-game leader there for Namanha. Okay, it fails, but it tells the tempo that they're trying to offer. It tells the play style they're trying to bring, which is constantly searching for information, constantly looking for another man advantage. And considering it was a 3-0 start and a 4-8 end of the half, I don't know what to say.
Well, at least there's 4 rounds in it. Paravision were unable to connect much of the similar scoreline in the last mapper, but it is CT side and Mirage, their pick. Let's see whether they can pick up the pace. They do aggress initially into the pistol round, take contact, spot players over at departments, but unable to find a kill for it. Damage returns to Belchanok in a small amount. Zero Tenacity, happy to back away.
It's actually a really good cancel because that's a bit of a B stack and they read it well. They didn't commit into the trap. Instead, they can reset. They've got plenty of time on the clock. They've still got a couple of flashes. They can retake top mid.
$60 seconds left. Amana Walking right up to that A bomb site, but there's only one player out there. There is still an execution that seems to get set towards that B bomb site. The Julies have seen the one-man contact. They start backing away, but they think it might end up being a backstab. But that only player is the only man being seen. With the utility coming in, it confirms that the mana has dropped towards Artfrost. Patsy finds Avan elsewhere. 5 on 3. So much HP damage done towards the CT side, but the kills are continuing to pour in for Artfrost and co. 2 left standing for Zero Tenacity. Patsy, Kicker, easy pickings if they reveal themselves, which right now they're not. Their teammates are taking the brunt of the firing squad potential. Firing back, Brute does find Kicker in the end, but Jerry responds back all the same, and Brute is all that's left. 1 on 4 with a kill to his name, with 2 of them to his name, in fact. And only 8 seconds. Got to go down. Got to get the money bonus and nothing else. Does find Jerry. 4 seconds through the clock. Fight onto Belchanok. Eventually, he will fall, and Paravision will find the pistol.
It's just a bit unfortunate because Jerry's playing under Dark there, and if he does not spot Namanha coming in towards window, that round probably goes Zero Tenacity's way. It's only that slight slither of information that gives them the tell that they can focus that crossfire from the back end of market.
Second half pistol for Paravision. Zero Tenacity able to respond to that in the last map up, though. Will it end up being the same case? Despite the lack of bomb plant bonus, they are going to force the issue, so they certainly want to. AK on the mana. Back 10 on Choffo. Tech 9s and Eagles for the other 3.
Patsy getting very close to an overextension. He's been seen on the jiggle, and that's where the FAMAS backs off.
Just info. Belchonk might reaggress though. Mana repositioning of his own right. That backwards crossfire set towards mid to watch underpass, to watch top. Now joined by a third player of Jerry, whose SMG will play insurance policy to watch underpass more directly. It is stunningly slow from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, this first entry could just mean everything. Tough kill against Belchanok.
Face shoulder seen, kill found, second player. Patsy lines up damage, takes 2 down. Simki good for a pick back to return, but with that casualty, the bomb has been lost. The last 3 players working their way outside of A don't find anything more in this round. Paravision. Lifelines have been found.
There really is not much that they can recover off of this, unfortunately. Haven't been able to catch the A player either, because that was the rotation in from Connector out to top mid.
Avan does do damage to Artfrost, but he gets away with the kill. Jerry's SMG will follow suit. Grab that AK, so a bonus weapon now for Paravision. A bit more firepower. Zero Tenacity only have the eco basis, so the next gun round comes in number 16. And again, pistol conversion eco going the way of Paravision in this map up. Like it was in the first half, it will be the same in the second. Remember, those key challenges will come in a Mirage when the rifles are out for Zero Tenacity. For now, though, they are allowed to close the gap by 1 more round.
Oh, we can easily say that if both pistols went the way of Zero Tenacity, this game is just already done. So for that reason, they just need to keep the mental strong, because they know they've been the much stronger team on both maps in this series.
Artfrost proving to be the stronger element of the mid-fights. SMG getting plenty of cash out of that. Patsy with a couple of his own, and Belchanok to the closer. Artfrost on $10,000 as well this early into the matchup. AWP comes out for that man as appropriate, as you would expect. Zero Tenacity will return with the rifles of their own. We'll take a look at the specifics in a moment's time. The Paravision, this is where they hit the roadblocks in the first half. Will it be the same?
At least being on City side, we can expect a decent amount of impact from Artfrost. We know that the majority of CT performances from him in the last handful of tournaments has been extremely solid. Zero Tenacity, though, they've looked good, and they're coming out to top mid quite heavily with the bomb.
Patsy trying to work an angle against them beyond those smokes. HG's going back and forth, expecting there to be a number of players around that corner, and well, there are, but they're not as close as those HGs can reach. Those positions, Zero Tenacity. A flash banner that could allow them a decent position to look in from there. Smokes down towards Sniper's Nest will allow the common orb angle to get blocked off. Now with Artfrost spotting the mana. Flash forward, engagement, and Belchanok does hold his 2 in the end. The M4 holds the advantage.
AWP needs to try and find that connection out there towards the top of Palace. 2 in from Ramp. Choffo gets caught by Artfrost.
Back in from Ramp, and the Palace player dealt with by the AK instead. Brute, all that's left, 1 versus 4. Isolate that first fight and that second. 2 more to go, and a Molotov against the might force kicker into the open, but not a third kill for Brute. Good efforts not to be. Paravision win the opening rifle round and now stand to potentially take a lead.
Now, unfortunately for Zero Tenacity, what we'll end up finding, especially with these mid trades, is that they're not coming out on top. A lot of the time, it is Paravision to get the one-up. Belchanok, with just a little bit of distraction, does insanely well. That's a bit unlucky. I mean, the AWP is completely blinded and yet still finds a frag shot out there to main. Good effort to keep it expensive at the tail end of the round. And even without a bomb plant, there's still a buy.
Tacticals called in by Zero Tenacity here. They are looking for something here in round 17 to try and deny the lead for Paravision. But 4 Galils to try and do so. AK is in the hands of Simki, who on 9 frags so far. It's Brute and Choffo that have led the charge of the kill counts. Avon straight down underpass, looking to contact, and Paravision not giving anything.
A deeper HE, a little bit too early there from Kicker. Rotate the AWP over, which is going to make this B hit even more difficult to face against.
Frost is watching the window. Smoke sent towards his position. A flashbang comes out. He misses his shot. Looks like a ding down there. Very little damage overall. Belchanok and Kicker get those kills on the rifles instead. Bomb has been seen. The man that dives out does get found. Brute with a trade back with the 4 casualties against his team. Has already left him in a 1 versus 5 clutch. Doesn't go much further than that 1 casualty. Paravision make light work of the force buy.
And it's a shame, right? Because I actually think that Paravision are going to win this map just off of the basis of the start to the halves. The 3-0 in the beginning, and now what could potentially be 5-0 in the beginning of the second half, which I guess comes to the conclusion that it doesn't really matter how well a team is playing. It's just the rounds being applied and the economy management, and it's something that Zero Tenacity have not been able to exploit.
T-sides down to the set pieces. Pistols only to try and get a bomb plant out of this. If not, just a force out round. If they do that, then there'd certainly be a bunch of happy boys. Smokes ahead of the game, involved towards connector jungle and stairs. Molotov sent back site. Good push carry into the open. They don't quite deal with him. They do find the trade back on the man, though. M4 in the open. Simki takes a second and can plant the bomb.
Yeah, this is looking promising because they've got an aggressive player. Choffo out towards CT, turn away from the flash. AK strikes with a kill and now gets back to safety.
Backstab, however, coming in from Belchanok. Brute's going to check it. Half HP, just shoulder bait for the information. Nades back against the man will do some damage. Only minimal amounts done, though. It's just information for the T-side. And Choffo is the man that is watching for his contact. Incendiary sent towards bomb site. Don't extend towards firebox. Simki could also involve himself as Choffo just swings instead. Kill found. Artfrost is already out of there. It was maybe setting up something from short to catch a casualty, but certainly won't be a retake from here. Zero Tenacity. Well, that's a steal.
I actually find that wild that Artfrost just started saving straight away. I mean, 2v3 up against anti-eco pistols, that round in my eyes is still on. And that just kind of told me that even with the money of where it sits in a strong float, they just got out of there so quickly.
I wasn't sure if it was setting something up towards short, whether it was genuinely out of there, because Belchanok was so well inserted.
Oh, he's definitely out of there. I mean, going short doesn't do anything at that sort of time remaining on the clock.
Paravision. Tacticals called in their last one in regulation. I think Zero Tenacity have 1 more in their back pocket. And full guns are out to play for Z10. The set piece worked where the defaults didn't. So where do they go from here?
Well, for Zero Tenacity, they just know to themselves, let's keep it very basic. Let's keep it very fundamental. Keep it very default heavy. have good trades, have good spacing, because we will beat Perivision on fundamentals. We've been together longer. We've got more depth in the team. A lot of players leaning towards a mid-early round for 2 and 2 out towards a B site. Everybody else is pretty much regrouped outside of A, except just the one lurk of the in-game leader at top mid.
Nades against the mana. Swing forward, and Patsy finds the opening for Perivision. The AWP does get overwhelmed by the set piece utility that's coming in very quickly towards that A-bomb site. Chopo again with a kill. One player out in the open, supported by Avan. They follow it up. Man advantage. Belchanok seen by the HGs as Artfrost gets involved. Belchanok gets 2. And that Vision, everything to the CT side. Now Brute's all that's left heard on the footsteps on the scope. And Belchanok aggresses to his triple. Perivision retake the lead.
Unfortunately there for Zero Tenacity, there's too many players that are holding nades out in the open there. If they legitimately had guns drawn, they win that round for sure, because the breakage of the smoke just catches so many of the T-side players off guard. Belchanok was basically a goner. He does very well there, to be fair. And it doesn't help that the in-game leader obviously flied out from top mid. Yes, it kept distraction from both Con and Short, but not at least getting that one-for-one trade is always going to make that site hit so much tougher.
The advantage gained and maintained by Perivision. Zero Tenacity. Heavy invested in that previous round. Still finding the funds to go for buys here, but still limited by the factor of the 2 Galils. Tactical was just called in. How many more ideas do they have to bring to the table today?
Unfortunately for Zero Tenacity, this is where they kind of get into a position where they're getting close to a choke, aren't they?
Yeah.
A really one-sided scoreline and not being able to close down Mirage. The last thing you want to do is send this to a third map decider when you did have your opposition on the ropes.
Kicker. As Brute's AWP face the fight. Tuck back, flashes do catch vision. They catch the information on the man, but don't strike quite with it. It's all about the mid-access from the T side. A missed Mindo smoke as well.
Belchanok getting aggressive on the front side of that molly, being forced out in the open. That's a good kill again from Joffo.
Frag found, starting advantage for Zero Tenacity. Will it maintain that way though? Perivision keen to trade. You see the 2 players that are pushing in from the mid-presence. Galil is watching and waiting for Kicker and the mana. Waiting for Patsy to make his move in. Incendiary forces him out. It doesn't look the right way though. Perfect chance for Patsy to capitalize when we're back to a 4 versus 4.
And not only have they re-answered with the kill, but they've just cleared out all of mid and seen nothing whatsoever. And this is now where the T's need to get a bit of a move on.
2-2 split for the CT defensive on the A and B bomb sides. I say that. One player does break away to try and watch mid just in case on Patsy's part. Jerry in some ninja spot. Unseen. Gets himself 2 kills. No one checked it. He was in full vision, but he gets a triple as a result of that. Avan all alone. Artfrost locks him down. And the T sides can't catch a break for Perivision. The 4 that they had gained has led to this lead. The pistol and the conversions indeed do seem to be the difference makers for this squad. Zero Tenacity just can't find the answers.
And it does really concern me if we do go to overpass, because we could see some seriously weak T sides. We could see some serious struggles on that side of the half. Zero Tenacity, look, they keep forcing because they're desperate, but it also means that the buy states aren't great. I mean, even in that last round, Brute had an AWP glass cannon.
Belchanok. Forward facer of the mid presence, all stacked up in app. Zero Tenacity going to go back to the set pieces. They worked out so well on their last weekend buy. Smokes will be a little bit late. The flashbangs will send in. Avan brings that bomb straight forward. Artfrost and Kicker just mow through the 2 to 3 kills that they require. AK of Simki trying to find a head. He does get Artfrost in the end, but now Patsy's on the scene. 4 upon with a secondary pick. They have to continue working their way towards the B bomb site, and the backstab closing in from short. Maybe able to find Belchanok here. Gun barrel seen, adjustments there, but it's not enough for the kill counts. Simki, ace clutch on 17 HP. It's not going to happen. Perivision on map point.
And that can sometimes just be the issues of when you consistently force, getting entries and opening up a bomb site with a MAC-10, with a Tech-9 is never going to be easy in comparison to just running an AK. Kicker has a pretty easy time out there in jail, not being forced away, even being blinded follows up, and then it's, what, a 2v5 to try and recover? It's just never going to happen.
Zero tenacity. Fast up execution into the A site, wasting very little time. Joffo forced to take a TK. Artfrost gets the man advantage and extends it. Avon with the trade back. Patsy involved. Now 2 versus 2, making it 1 versus 2. As Beltranot takes the last AK out of the fold. The Galil is all that's left. Flanked upon, faced upon, sprayed upon by Kicker, who will lock in the 13-9 and lock us in for another 3-map affair. 12 maps across the board for today.
Yeah, this is a scenario, I think, for Perivision, where obviously they played quite well on the City side. They had a lot of AKs that they could kind of muster up. And for Zero Tenacity, while they kept the rounds close, they just couldn't close it out. There was a lot of situations where it looked as if the round was on and then just didn't happen. So into a third map decider.
And as a result, it could get very dicey. You mentioned the T-side weaknesses for both these teams on that map, and certainly was on display in this one as well. Yeah. And I have to admit that even though we did see a strong CT half, and we did see them, of course, take it on Paravision, it's not the kind of match that I feel like makes me convinced that they've hit that ceiling now, right? Like, the reality is that the first half came down to 3 rounds they got off the pistol conversion in Eco, and then 1 rifle round in that half itself. So it's like you said earlier, if we saw the pistols go in the way of Zero Tenacity, maybe it would have been a very different result. Maybe we would have seen that 2-0.
Yeah, there's no denying that Perivision are very far away from their ceiling. They're playing quite poor, and they even were able to take a map in this series. So they're in a position now where you can move into Overpass, and the reason why I say that the T-sides are going to be weak, obviously Mirage is one where it showed it in its fullest extent. Overpass doesn't really get played a huge amount from either squad, and it's the first time that Belchnok's going to be playing Overpass since coming back into the team to at least help out the guys. So yeah, this final map decider could be quite rough.
Indeed, it could well be, but who's it going to be rough for? Will Zero Tenacity capitulate, or Paravision once again fall flat on their face? We'll find out on Overpass, our final map of the day, after the break.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect.
So our final map of the day between Zero Tenacity and Parry Vision. We have been stretched this far by the basis of 3 or 4 CT rounds. The 8-4 half that was turned around by the Parry Vision side to come back to the lead of the Zero Tenacity camp and win out their pick of Mirage. We go towards Overpass where things could look very similarly CT-sided. Dweg. I'm not sure where to go with this one anymore. Like, I would try and sort of bring some facts and logic to the table. I don't think that matters at this moment.
Yeah, look, it's been a wild series. I reckon that we should at least see quite a bit from Zero Tenacity. They've actually had some good results under their belt recently on Overpass. It could very much well be whoever wins the knife round kind of wins the best of 3 as well, because we could be seeing sort of an 8-4, 9-3 kind of scoreline at the turn of the half.
Yeah, knife rounds, pistol rounds seem like they're going to be rather important because I have no doubt in my mind that if that pistol had gone the way of Zero Tenacity in the first half, then it certainly would have been a case that they would have taken, at the very least, a map point, more likely the map itself,
yeah,
and of course the series. I mean, you just think about the stats that were posted up. I mean, Chofo had the same number of frags as Art Frost, right? Like, they played really, really well over the course of that map. It was just the case that the weakened T sides were slightly stronger there from the Paravision camp, and that was only down to the basis again of the pistol and the 2 conversion rounds. So I'm still considering that they kind of walk in as the stable favourites. Whether or not Paravision hit those highs enough to get themselves enough of a T side line is another question entirely. Overpass, as you mentioned, is going to be a wilder map because it is so fewly played by these guys. At least Zero Tenacity have those backings of those results, so that might be a small positive towards their favour, but it's small in my eyes.
I mean, just knowing that you've played it, I think about 5 times in the last 2 weeks, that's quite a lot for a map that doesn't get played all that often. So the last few officials that they've played, they've been getting quite a lot involved into the pool. So with that in mind for Zero Tenacity, especially the 13-7 against Sangle that they had 3 days ago, is obviously quite an impressive result after seeing what they were able to do today. So for Paravision, I even kind of reflect on the second half of Mirage and think that a lot of those rounds were a lot more competitive than what the first half was like. The first half, there just wasn't much in it at all, whereas realistically for Zero Tenacity, 1 kill here or there, 1 good entry here or there, and it probably should have been them closing out Mirage in a 2-0.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they played the better second map, despite the fact that it was won out by the Paravision side. I mean, it just sort of the way it works out is that it was only just so good enough in that first half to give them the little bait, the buffer that they needed. So yeah, I am in agreement there. I do sort of like stick with the prediction of Zero Tenacity off the back of that last map up, and just in general. Again, I think they've played the better series overall. But it is a case, again, where T-sides might become very dire, and that knife round is rather important. So I'm looking forward to seeing how far that will go. It does have a little bit of randomness to it, admittedly, so it might take a little bit of the luster away from the final map of the series. But that is really the situation that we're in right now.
And for either of these teams, I mean, obviously making the playoffs would be a huge step forward in the right direction. So taking this final map of the series is going to be key because I don't know. I don't know if either team, maybe more towards Paravision, if they lose it out, can they still make the playoffs? I mean, for Bait, they returned quite nicely against Harvu. They obviously returned really nicely against Zero Tenacity in that rematch that they had the day after. So I would even say that Bait is probably the favorite team against either of these 2 losers today.
That's quite possible. I mean, I think the interesting dynamic between Zero Tenacity and Bait would be very fun about the third rematch, if you will.
Yeah, it would be.
So if that's the case, I still was put a little bit of stock into that one being a very interesting little affair. I do agree, however, that if Paravision do concede this map, then I don't think they're making it towards the playoffs. I would certainly rate Bait as a slight favourite in that respect. So yeah, a lot of things riding on just this one knife round, let alone the map itself. Who's going to get that choice of CT side start of things? It looks like it might just be Zero Tenacity right here, and indeed, with Patsy in a 1-on-4, that should end up being the case. So now, suddenly, momentum is in their favour.
And to be fair to Vision, they've actually had some really competitive officials on Overpass. The overtime against Amcal, the overtime against Permitter, the 13-10 victory against 500. It's only the Aurora one in which they got slapped about. And to be fair to Aurora, they are probably the kings of Tier 2 right now. So, in history's sake, we could expect this to be quite competitive, but a CT side start here for Zero Tenacity. This is where Brute and definitely Namanha need to realize the situation of let's capitalize. Let's get a really strong CT side. Let's give ourselves a lot of leverage moving into that second half.
Well, one expect currently favour Parry Vision. I disagree. Zero Tenacity set into the pistols. Julie's out for Brute as we take to the final map of the day. Our final map of the best of 3. In the next hour, we'll see Zero Tenacity or Parry Vision making their way to the playoffs. Set utility on Jerry and Art Frost, double flash and smoke for each, and a very heavy lean towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, very quick, and when you've got this many players outside a Monster and a flash at the ready, this could be pure destruction. This flash from Avon might just set up everything in the rounds.
Smoke Heaven first and foremost, and towards Bridge for the other players. Flashes are going over all sorts of manners of facts. Is Chopo with the opening duel, winning the kill. Brute Monster takes it back. Patsy has been seen with the bomb on his back. Art Frost with one responsive, a second responsive as well. Still to the 3-on-2 and 1 and none. Zero Tenacity take the pistol.
Parry Vision, unfortunately, run into a little bit of a trap. As soon as that flash pops towards Monster, everyone is either completely blinded or trying to escape. And trying to escape out towards Grill just gets you into even more of a stuck position. Brute can kind of keep working out onto the pillar. Rotations can come in quickly. Avon and Simkey just define the B site by themselves. So, 1-0 start, no bomb plant, not a lot of kills. It will be a 2-0.
Start set. Parry Vision, no force buys. Seen a number of them in the second rounds of these matches. Has enabled those initial groundwork to come together for the basis of the lead. And perhaps they were looking at the last map saying, well, perhaps that's part of the reason why we won it, boys. So maybe let's not concede that back to the Parry Vision camp. Zero Tenacity. Just waiting for the T's to make a move.
Yeah, Parry Vision might be able to get away with just one because of that upgrade from Art Frost to the Deeg. And outside of that, there should be nothing. You've got an info play aggressively from the SMGs out here to Shortwater, which means they can stack up heavy on A.
.50 seconds on the clock. Art Frost continues leaning forward. Jump Face did spot a man. Deagle's shot does not connect. The boost up does though. No matter. Opening up against Jerry. SMG will get involved as well with a little bit of cash bonus for Brute. Nice if he can get the second. Indeed, he does. So $1,200. All 5 alive, and that's a little bit more of the signs of Zero Tenacity that we were seeing when they were confidently winning out those rounds in the first map. Of course, it was the anti-eco round, but no casualties means that cash can build into the rifle buy.
And for Parry Vision, I would like to see them set a bit of a precedent on at least how competitive this first half is going to be. Not so much the spacings and the overall pace. I just want to get a grasp of the defaults to see, can they actually hold their weight? Because if they can, then we actually might have a little bit of a battle in this first half.
Set into the defaults again for Parry Vision behind the smokes are put up early by the T side and in the CT side in case of Monster. Simkey going to use that breathing room to work his way up into the advanced position over on short. Belchanok not contested over at connector. Squeaky door's been opened, so just that damage to the HE. Press forward of this crossfire so they can have B site all on this lonesome. Third man can rotate to A.
Zero Tenacity are going to know, because Parry Vision aren't going to fight for a lot of map control, because they are going to be quite slow on this T side, let's get on the front foot and take space away, make it more uncomfortable for them in the mid-round. So I reckon we're going to see a lot of short water being taken from Zero Tenacity consistently.
.40 seconds on the clock. 4 players held out in mid. Let's see how much Brute's going to get out of this. Jerry has caught Namana. They've walked right past him. Burst forward onto 2 players. Drop that bomb. Not quite the triple up. Frost keeps it at a 3-on-3. Patsy gets the advantage back, and the 2B players are rotating up. Frost has the read on this. Sees them both. Knocks one down. Simki set to the clutch. He's caught that first. Plant can be secured from back of Dice. Very tough retake now for the man. Patsy boosted up as well to provide overwatch, see his contact, take a ton of damage, but ultimately win the round for Paravision.
And very rarely do you see a boost behind Dice to look over towards the bathrooms and banana position, but it works out nicely. And for Zero Tenacity, those A players just crumble. I mean, the first one is just a straight-up duel. Brute does so much damage, and then they're out towards Dice. You're kind of hoping that Avon can at least get one, go at least and sort of search for as much damage to initiate that split as possible, but gets overwhelmed, and that allows Paravision their first.
Zero Tenacity, despite having the all 5 players alive in the previous round, I've been able to build the economy so much. The SMG's back on Joffo, Simki, and Avon for this rebuy. And that A bomb site defense had a lot of the weakened weapons involved, right? SMGs up close from Arses from range, AKs beating them out whenever they could do so. Paravision just finding that fight is appropriate. Now with a chance to really put the heart back on Zero Tenacity. Every T round may become so pivotal to this side.
A strong looking crossfire. Hold the tree into bathrooms and the AWP to watch the deep along. Jerry probably shouldn't take long until at least a flash comes out. Can they set up the in-game leader, though?
Doesn't need a setup. He'll just spray through. Brute Monster with the kill. Simki follows suit on Kicker, and just like that, it's a 5 versus 2.
Now they make that crossfire look easy out there at long. For Paravision, this hurts, doesn't it? You win your first round. It's a pretty good A-take. You come into the next, and you just get obliterated.
Well, Belchanok seen. Shadow advantage, and the man with the kill. Mid cleared up. Frost 1-on-5, about to get faced upon by that M4, is at least ready to receive. But no way he wins this clutch. Known to the CT side, 30 seconds to plant that bomb. He knows it, they know it. Third back for Zero Tenacity, best he can do is exit.
Just make it at least somewhat expensive, because limitations are certainly going to be there in the next round for them. Zero Tenacity, you've got one SMG already making the info. Choffo was the other. Avon should be able to get the trade back. Teammate close by. Sure, just about. Does struggle with it. Now, the next rounds, I would say normally Frost can go in for a bit of a hero and everyone else can lightly eco, but he probably won't because he wants to protect the money line for the AWP.
Upgrade pistols at most here for Paravision. Only a couple players buying them down. Chance to really insert confidence for Zero Tenacity. Just make sure they don't lose any of these casualties, and these AKs especially be very valuable to them. Belchanok leans in. Brute catching him with an amount of support. Shoulder bait does at least enable a missed shot from the big green, but ultimately nothing that should cause any problems. All 5 players unscathed here at the CT side. So formalities to the 4th round as Zero Tenacity. Paravision. See if they can get at least one exit. Not to be.
And Amanha maintaining all of Divider and the bathrooms. Kicker and Patsy aren't going to have much against him. They do deal with the AWP, so they pick it up for a moment, and Namanha is actually being baited for a little bit of a distraction to at least allow Patsy in for another kill.
All right, so there is a little bit of damage being done. Avon hears these footsteps, knows that he's in the bathrooms. Patsy's making no qualms about it. Hearing some of those rotators as well. Is he going to be ready for Avon? Oh, back's turn. Timing's everything. Patsy's going to make this an expensive round, so credit where it's due for Paravision, because that could have led to absolutely nothing. You do take 3 and remove one of those AKs.
Zero Tenacity now need to look at the scenario and say to themselves, right, win this next gun round, and we should be able to win the best of 3. We'll get ourselves up 6-1. We'll make Paravision quite frustrated. We'll probably start tilting them. They are in a prime position to run away with this CT half.
Paravision in with a chance to reset the CT economy, though. Gun by setback. Molotovs are standard. Boosts up. Not going to see Belchenok. They will do now. Burst fire straight through down to 18 points of health. As Patsy gets boosted on top of the park slide, finding Brute Monster to kick off the kill counts themselves.
That's a very good start, and unfortunately for Zero Tenacity, they'll come over the Belchenok's low, but without at least that even man advantage, they need more in this, and that's where we're going to start seeing a little bit of an insertion out towards short water with a flash from Monster. They are pretty gambly towards B at the moment.
Slow and steady from Paravision. Artfrost sneaks that AWP in and gets out of the way, and the man is going to hear those footsteps and will start to look to challenge the man. Swing forward of Jerry, fought upon Artfrost, not being heard. Scope tries to land that flick, but lands the wall instead. Kill not found. Amanazok back up on the way in for Alan, as well as Artfrost misses the flick, and the advantage tips the way of Z10 with the HP over Belchenok and all. Kicker walking out a Monster. Belchenok finds a pick back to a 3 versus 3. Is this insertion going to cause the rotate?
Kickett's in a really good pause, but Joffo is still maintaining pit. He's not over-rotating from B.
M4. I think you heard footsteps. Simkey's on his way back in. 15 seconds. Belchenok doesn't have the bomb on his back. Kicker starts to walk up. He's found the kill. He's pre-fired the angle. Belchenok next to make his way up. Flashes. Q don't connect any damage. 4 seconds though. That bomb's not going to get to the site in time. It can still be denied here from short. Kicker strikes. Patsy goes down. Avan, he's just going to run for it. He might even get the kill after time. No. Kicker. Triple, so much work done on that B-site entry, but not to be the round.
It just seems like too much is going on with Paravision as well. They work so nicely for that opening man advantage, and then you've kind of got 2 players at least fighting from the front side of party. I'm not even really sure what happens there from Artfrost. I don't even know why he fired against Amana. And then you've got 2 players at least pressuring Park and Party, and then another player out to Monster and one in Connector. Just feels all over the place. Feels really lost here for Paravision.
Seeing that basement come to fruition again like it was over on map number 1.
It's just their T sides. Like, that's legitimately all it is. I don't have an issue with their CT sides. It's just the T bases on the majority of all maps in their map pool just look disastrous.
And the worst part about it for Paravision is that on this map, they are getting so close to winning some of these rounds here. Look at the damage they've done to Zero Tenacity's economy. No savings, hundreds of dollars at best, and even with this next buy-up, a couple of SMGs.
It does help that Patsy got, what, 3 on that eco a few rounds ago with the Tech 9 at Banana and Bathrooms.
Ramifications of that are pretty staunch. All 5 players fell in the previous round as well. That's why they've gone for a slightly heavier-handed buy with the Hero AK on Kicker. All sorts of players set and ready to the B-bomb site. They've only left the MP9 here.
It might have to be retake B. This is a little bit of a misread from Zero Tenacity. So Choffo, he just needs to do as much damage as he can by himself.
Store for time. CTs are on the way back. Molotovs sent towards the back line to smoke out towards heaven. What can Joffo get out of this? Swinging forward, seeing one. Belchenok dives back. They haven't focused on the water player, and they just overwhelm Zero Tenacity. No trades. No luck, and Paravision have finally found what could well be the back-breaking round.
Now, unfortunately for Zero Tenacity, it's such a key round to win because of where the economy lies, and it's just a misread. They've got a heavy stack up there to the A side, and once they make that info play, it's already too late. Yes, players are rotating back in. They're trying to get players out to heaven fast. They're 5-10 seconds too late to the round.
Bruce not going to stay alive here. Double eco for Zero Tenacity. And all of that off the back of the 3-round streaks and all. Oh, they're not going to be very happy with that at all. That, I mean, by all accounts, it should have been theirs, right? You mostly got pistols out. Belchenok doing God's work with that Tech 9. And again, for Paravision, these are all-important T-side rounds. Upgrade pistols to try steal one back in round 8 to the 3rd round of Paravision, then the eco to the 4th, guns back in. When they're a single round away from what was otherwise a one-sided start of the CT side.
A Brute Monster is either waiting out for the boost or just a slight walk forward towards Fountain. They need an opening kill. In a round like this, when you're double eco, especially overpass CT side, you can't just win it off the pistols alone. You need to get an upgrade. You need to try and get an M4, an AK to get recovered. It's a gamble stacked quite heavily towards B at the moment, but the players are on the move. At least they're taking info away.
Brute. Deagle. Thought upon. Easy kill. Easy start. Eagle of Avon from range, hoping he can find picks, hoping he can find headshots from this position. You also got the push up from the connector player of Namana. Does find Kicker, not quite catching vision. That's one trade responded to. 4-on-4 for now. Got to go a lot better with this one. The execution inbound AK from range, fighting onto these upgrades once again. Simki backed up to the corner. Knows that they crossed out there somewhere. Belgian gets involved. One pit back for Simki. Chofo makes it a 2 versus 2. Low on the timer and all. Belchanok leaning, 5-7, expecting Artfrost to be out there somewhere, but they don't know how far Belchanok has made his way up, so Namana is all that's left. Deagle versus 2. Beyond that smoke, he'll walk forward, he'll get mowed down. Damage has been done by Zero Tenacity, but in that force buy, that is not enough.
And Belchanok's actually been doing insane work. He had the last round of what? Like a legitimate, ridiculous triple with that Tech 9 down there in water. He's now come into the anti-force buy and he's got another triple kill. So that is obviously a real helping hand to not being reset again, to not having your economy down into a double eco status for yourself. But for Zero Tenacity, it might just be giving themselves, to the opposition I mean, too many rounds. Because this is now starting to turn into what could be a successful T-side.
And that's the key thing. We don't know what Zero Tenacity are going to bring to the table on their T-halves. So few maps on record in the grand scale of things, and the majority of their successes have been on CT side. 9-3 is still the best case scenario, but that all assumes that this eco goes well for them as well. Artfrost, Patsy, mow through all, no resistance posted by the USPs. 5-4 now, Paravision are almost all the way back.
Zero Tenacity don't even have the best of buys. You're not going to get the AWP out for Brute Monster, and he's definitely been a guy on the city side of both Anubis and the city side of Mirage that was just ripping, right? That was just having a lot of pure impact, a lot of good rounds from him. When you come out to Overpass as a third map decider and the money's just not in a strong position, he's going to be limited. He's going to be constantly down to the FAMAS or the M4.
It's 5 M4s out for this round. The contrast, the damage that was done, confidence is stored in terms of the economy state of Paravision. At least Simki has caught Belchanok on that boost up past the connector position. Advantage taken with no responsives.
And Paravision, 2 players out towards Monster that may have attempted a walk, but as soon as that resmoke comes in, they've got to cancel. And we've seen pretty consistently with the HE open towards a Condor that if Belchanok is actually playing deep, he's taking a lot of damage. We saw it last time around where he survived on red HP. This time he gets punished from the boost.
Minute on the clock. Joffo. Jump facing. Flash is sent. Kicker checks Toxic. Joffo's completely blinded. The Incendiary is coming far too late. Simki with a smoke in the way. Does protect himself against one player, but unawares of the second. Kicker sprays a little bit off, though. Patsy finds a responsive. Regrouping with Artfrost for the hit.
A resmoke down towards Heaven. Second guessing. A little bit of hesitation has allowed a very heavy stacked up B bomb site now.
Counter smokes a little bit late. Again, Brute up in Heaven, contesting Simki with a kill, but the trade's back to 1 versus 1. And Artfrost prioritizing the bomb, unawares of how close Avon was. So Zero Tenacity will hit minimum 6.
They probably thought that it was a 2-1 split. I mean, they know that Avon's the A player, and they're not expecting all 3 players to be on B, especially when he doesn't peek on the contact, kind of hard baits his teammates. Simki, though, that is not an easy secondary frag. I know that he's not low HP, but just the adjustment of the double swing out there from Pit, that's a fantastic round from him, and probably was just enough to be able to close it.
Tacticals taken for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, the money's awful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been awful basically since the word go.
Yeah, since that eco where Patsy got 3, that hurt them massively.
Haven't been able to stabilize the money state since that point. The opposite said for Paravision. They are buying down in full. They have the better buy. They have the AWP. Brute doesn't. They have 4 rifles. Zero Tenacity don't. Joffo doesn't. Round 11. Could quite easily see Paravision tie this up at the turn of the half.
And that would be a result and a half. If they can get 16 rounds, that would be a huge positive for Jerry and co. No denying. Zero Tenacity, though, have also got the opportunity to go 8-4 up. And disallow the bomb plant bonus, make it awkward for the T-side economy flow going into round 12. Double connector. Haven't seen this before.
Blind spray attempts from Simki come close against Belchanok. Namana, one of those 2 double con players. Belchanok looks to engage. Namana swings forward off the back of the top con player. The AWP, or the scout rather, for Brute, lands on Jerry's head. Avan's such low HP. Patsy, flashed off, blinded, is not going to continue to face, but he might get an easy pick against the low HP rifler here. 5 on 3, Zero Tenacity. Making the best of this.
And they're even pressurizing short water. Now, Kicker is tucked underneath the boosted position. He needs to realistically find 2, gets the first, but gets dinked off, and now he's just stuck.
Simki still faced upon Kicker. Bailing them out of the corner, 3 on 3. The round's back on for Paravision.
And they still need to deal with the in-game leader out here to con. AWP from Art Frost may not check it all the way.
Saw the pixel, saw the shoulder, finds the shot. Advantage taken. Paravision finally starting to hit that ceiling, it feels like, on this T side. Players in heaven and at long. Smokes down towards Dumpster will reveal their intentions. Zero Tenacity are waiting for the very last moment. They have to take the engagements and deny that bomb plant, deny the backup with it. Patsy facing upon Kicker, still with a triple. The scout player of Avan does find his man. 6 seconds. Artfrost, he's creeping in closer. The scout players too scoped in, too tunnel visioned, and too far out of the round. Paravision connect 5.
It's a real shame, because in all honesty for Zero Tenacity, that round probably wins them the best of 3. Because I'm looking at that 5v3, thinking it's quite unlikely a bomb plant goes down, so I'm anticipating an 8-4 scoreline, which is obviously a very strong lead. And Kickit does very well to get out of 2. And Zero Tenacity can unfortunately only blame themselves. That info play out towards short water, the spacing was too wide. They only cleared the underboost position with 1. And it hurts them. It takes all of that advantage away.
Brute's not hitting headshots anymore with that scout either. Artfrost winning the sniper battle with the AWP. Down to 4 players, 3 of which are on pistols on the CT side. Z10 trying to make moves, trying to make plays, trying to find their way into an advantage. They have to fight back for it, but they are getting offered absolutely nothing.
Unfortunately for Overpass, it is such an uncomfortable map to work with low investment buys. It's a lot of the time you can gamble stack, because it's not like you can make those info plays and kind of squeeze an opening kill to recover a rifle. There's just too much space. And we're now noticing that Zero Tenacity are legitimately just gambling towards A now.
Utility sent, smokes down, plants should be secured. Retake has to come up on the board, but they are reduced in numbers again. The only automatic has been taken away from Z10. 5 on 3 with no damage done to Paravision either. Zero Tenacity just being picked apart piece by piece. The lower buys affected them from when the first eco, half buy, whatever you want to call it, still came back. The 5-1 scoreline turns to 6-6 at the turn of the half.
And honestly, Paravision had to work hard for that. This was not an easy scoreline, because what were they, 1-5 down, and they stabilized. They really made it tough for Zero Tenacity to get good buy rounds together with where the money state was. I felt that it wasn't as slow and painful as what some of their other T-sides have been, especially like Mirage. So 6-6, they've rewarded them with actually a pretty good chance of taking this best of 3 now.
Yeah, credit where it's due to Paravision, because I will admit that things are looking a lot more positive here in this map than they were throughout the entire series. Odds at 1xbet maybe has had something behind them there in Paravision's pick. Still with them on the favorites. Zero Tenacity start to ask questions about their future now, because Paravision came into this map up looking so awkward on T, and even then it could have still looked awkward with the way things were going. The 5-1 start was down to damage of the eco basis, so 3 rounds given up by the 4 spies and the ecos that had to follow suit, and this could have been a very different scoreline.
It could have been over. It could have been 2-0 with the 8-4 scoreline at the half of Mirage.
Belchanok aggressing now. Paravision advantage in the pistol round.
Yeah, just that info play. Belchanok seeing nothing. Even out here to Condor, they're just going to explode.
Takes a fight, wins a second and a third and a 4th kill for Belchanok. Ace taken to take top frag alongside Artfrost. Those 2 guys have been lights out for this team.
And that's always one of those positions where height advantage and Julies at that kind of range, you are just going to rip. It is so difficult to trade the Julies, because on a pistol round, you don't have the util. You don't have that split potential. Belchanok's done impressive work on the pistol.
Three rifles now for Paravision as they take the lead. Zero Tenacity. Harsher Ecos trying to get guns out earlier, trying to establish themselves with the truer weapon buy-ups. They've seen how well the rifles have been won by them in the past map-ups, but in this case, it is still 8 on the board of Paravision, and there's still question marks surrounding this T side. Is it going to be as awkward as the one on Mirage? Guns set in to find out.
And to be fair, even their overpass that they played, what, a few days ago against alternate attacks, had a pretty consistent T side. Didn't seem as if they got pressured a massive amount. 6-8 down, though. If you're not taking this rifle round without a bomb plant, you could be looking at a 6-10 deficit. And if you get to that kind of scoreline, that's when pressure is seriously going to be on.
Parry. Push their AWPer in towards mid initially. Artfrost buying heavy down to get this gun in this round. Took first contact, fell back initially. Crack angle held at the bathrooms. Ooh. Pixels away from spotting Simki and Co. All 4 players make their way in. Mid control held by Jerry.
They're just jiggling down. Oh, nearly gets caught repositioning. Should do towards the top of dice. Instant headshots.
What can Artfrost do now? Up in against Brute, sees the utility, catches his contact, looks back in with a second player. A bomb carrier might look to face him right here. Nade damage done. The M4 Patsy closes in the pincers of the backstab, and Paravision hold then 4-on-2 for them.
That's just one of those situations where they just get drawn into the fights out there to the bathrooms, look to try and trade. There's more players here. Patsy's on low HP, but he's trying to see if he can work around the smoke, and that's what Avan's watching out for.
2v2, Beltran up next to face and next to fall. Avan has turned up a triple. Now they can go down to that B bomb site, which is what they're going to do here. Kicker is ready, but he's not committed all the way to the defensive line, so this could still end up being a plant at the very least. He does get back there as they stalled out to try and put the smoke in. Avan playing forward first, both players coming out of Monster. Heads seen, Avan swings, bomb on his back, but Kicker doesn't land a single bullet. A quadra from the veteran of Z10. As they take their first of the T side.
Well, that was a bit of a surprise, wasn't it? That round actually fumbled completely. Yes, there's a good entry against Jerry to the top of dice, but with Artfrost and Patsy wasting time in the bathrooms, I legitimately thought that was over, thinking that round's going to be done, no bomb plant's going to go down, this is a really good sequence, and then Avan just starts striking some really good kills, and even the last low HP, Kickit didn't even land a single bullet towards him.
That one bullet possibly going to turn it into a 1v1 winnable clutch. Instead, Paravision down to the pistols with early economical struggles working better for Zero Tenacity this time. Feel like a bit of a relief to finally face a true, harsher eco round from the CT side. Trying to equalize, trying to close the gap once again to Paravision. Brutes. Galil facing in with the AK. Simki getting triple, quadra in the round. 8 apiece.
Now this next gun round's not going to feature a massive amount. Art Frost and Jerry are very low on the money float. So possibly SMG of an MP9 or a FAMAS, depending on how much util they want to get out of it, and depending on the pause. I mean, Jerry's an A player, so going MP9's not going to be that great because of the range game, so you go up towards a FAMAS instead. Zero Tenacity. This is a swing round. There is a lot of potential behind this.
Kicker. Oh, that nade's pretty perfect. Doesn't do as much on Kicker as it did towards Jerry, though. 33 HP, damage done. Joffo does start things off in this round as Patsy falls. And interesting as well, that's his 4th kill of the game.
Yeah, Joffo's played really well across the series, but you are right, reluctant to be able to get a lot of impact here on Overpass. I wonder if it's maybe the T-side switch that brings him a little bit more. Jerry, we know that he was low HP because of the molly and the incendiary. Now we know because of the AK spam.
5-on-3 gained by the lowest fragger of the board here, so hats off to Joffo.
That's a little bit of luck, a little bit of RNG.
Regardless of that, a 5-on-3. Zero Tenacity. About to face into the low mana. Belchanok on this B-site defense. He has been stellar with his M4s. The CTs decide they're going to stack up the other 2 players over on A. Low HP against Joffo might be an easy enough pick that concerns everybody else. Do you know about Brute? Yes, he does. Isolates the shoulder shot against him, takes a bit of damage on the way out of it. Smoke on towards Shore, and it's still Zero Tenacity out here.
Another incendiary down there towards Monster. Rotations are slow from his teammates, though.
Refacing, Joffo's ready. Catches him. Now they can take the B-bomb site. Rotations are not coming in from Paravision. They know that they haven't really got much in this round. 2 versus 4.
And maybe it was